Chapter 1: The Fate Born from Collision. In this fictional realm, the characters are all adults, university students, and members of society. Quick, quick! We're going to be late for the 8 a.m. class. There's no time. A breathless, slightly urgent female voice echoed. Smack! Ouch! That hurts! Came another voice filled with displeasure. I am so sorry. Are you all right? Jiang Juanhao awkwardly sat on the ground, instinctively touching his face, which throbbed painfully after being struck by her glasses. He repeatedly apologized to the young woman who had also fallen beside him. The woman, dressed in a short skirt that showcased her long legs clad in black stockings, had a loosely tied bow tie at her collar that accentuated her delicate collarbone and fair neck, drawing the attention of onlookers. A few strands of hair fell messily across her cheeks, partially obscuring her face, yet failing to conceal her innate beauty. Her features were proportioned exquisitely, particularly her piercing phoenix eyes, exuding a fierce allure. In an impressive display, she sprang to her feet and approached Jiang Juanhao, seizing his collar. What on earth were you thinking? Are you blind while walking? Ah, yes, I'm terribly sorry. Jiang Juanhao lowered his head, continuing to apologize earnestly. However, Feng Xiaoxiao seemed unimpressed. Just because you're a guy, don't think he'll let you off easily. You. As she scrutinized Jiang Junhao's attire, her eyes narrowed. Sakura University? What's your name? Chao Guolong, Jiang Juanhao replied hastily. Well, that simplifies things. I have matters to attend to, so you better wait for me. With that, she released him and hurried off in the opposite direction. Oh no, on my first day of university, I've already encountered a troublemaker. Jiang Juanhao lamented silently. This marked the 19th year since he had crossed into this world, a place where women were inherently strong, intelligent, and held significant power in various industries. In fact, some antiquated elders still clung to the beliefs that a man without talent is virtuous and insisted that men should not dine at the table, among other outdated customs. Alright, everyone, quiet down. Today, we have 2 new classmates. This is one of them. Let's welcome our new student to the stage for a self-introduction, the counselor, Sun Lu, announced, clapping her hands for emphasis. A commendable zero eye contact rate was achieved. Hearing Sun Lu's words, Jiang Juanhao felt a tinge of shyness but quickly made his way to the podium, completing a brief self-introduction. He wore a pair of faded light blue jeans and a slightly yellowed white t-shirt. The students below immediately began to murmur, displaying expressions of disdain, as they were accustomed to high-end brands. Upon hearing their comments, Jiang Junhao's confidence dwindled further, and he lowered his head even more. Whispers filled the room. If only he were a delicate flower, he could just rely on money. Here, we have an abundance of that, someone remarked. Cough, cough. Alright, this is your new classmate, Jiang Juanhao. He is a top student transferring from Qingbei University. If you have any questions, feel free to ask him. Remember to support one another and do not bully the newcomers. The homeroom teacher's introduction only deepened Jiang Junhao's embarrassment, making him wish to sink into the ground. Jiang Juanhao, there are 2 empty seats over there, which belong to you 2 new students. I must check on the other classmate who has yet to arrive. Sun Lu pointed to the vacant seats before gently patting Jiang Juanhao on the shoulder and departing. Relieved, Jiang Juanhao swiftly turned around, eager to return to his seat. Once settled, he exhaled a sigh of relief and hurriedly pulled out the books he had just borrowed from the library, feigning busyness to deter anyone from approaching him. At that moment, the students finally caught a glimpse of his appearance, a face dotted with freckles, thick bangs, dark-rimmed glasses, and an unremarkable complexion. The aesthetic standards here were similar to those on Blue Star, albeit in a matriarchal society. Thus, the crowd quickly lost interest, and with a collective yawn, they resumed their discussions on other topics. Jiang Juanhao sighed in relief, grateful for his unremarkable appearance, which kept him from unwanted attention. Yet, he couldn't help but feel distraught over the morning's incident. Encountering a delinquent on his first day of school was truly unfortunate. The reason for his transfer was simple: the previous institution had offered too much, and he was in dire need of financial support. An orphan raised in a slum, this was the root of his monetary struggles. Truly, a vanished father, an absent mother, chaotic streets, and a fragmented self, he desperately needed a benevolent benefactor to see through his facade of strength. Minutes later, quiet down, everyone. The voice of the homeroom teacher, Sun Lu, resonated once more. Cough, cough. This is the other new transfer student, a sports prodigy of exceptional caliber. Zhang Junhao's scattered thoughts were pulled back as he discreetly lifted his gaze toward the podium. To his astonishment, the troublemaker from earlier stood beside the teacher. Oh no! This cannot be happening. How could it be her? What a coincidence! Nevertheless, she remained as stunning as before, though her stockings were torn, and her outfit appeared somewhat disheveled. Indeed, a chaotic persona, but why should that concern him? Her phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly uninterested in her surroundings, yet the damp strands of hair on her forehead and her slightly flushed cheeks added an intriguing allure to her presence. A lollipop dangled from her mouth, and a pink band-aid adorned her nose. Hello everyone. My name is Feng Xiaoxiao, and I will be the leader of this class from now on. So, each of you owes me 100 yuan weekly for protection. Feng Xiaoxiao wore a smile that was both charming and intimidating, yet before she could finish, Sun Lu intervened. Haha, Feng, you're quite the comedian. Please take your seat, Sun Lu swiftly redirected her, indicating the spot next to Zhang Junhao. Though such occurrences were common in schools across this world, they were not meant to be openly discussed. TSK, Feng Xiaoxiao acknowledged with a wave, then casually placed her hands behind her head as she approached Zhang Junhao's desk. He occupied the wallside seat, and as she walked over, he pretended to be engrossed in his book. The male students in the class looked upon Zhang Junhao's seat with envy, thrilled to be seated next to such a beautiful girl. Feng Xiaoxiao propped her feet on the desk, gazing thoughtfully out the window. Suddenly, she noticed the boy beside her had his head down, seemingly preoccupied. He wore the same outfit as the clumsy fool who had bumped into her earlier. What a coincidence! Could it be? Feng Xiaoxiao smirked subtly. Zhang Junhao was at a loss, overwhelmed by the intoxicating scent of the girl beside him. In a fluster, he pushed the book in his hands toward Feng Xiaoxiao. She looked puzzled. What did he mean by pushing the book toward her? Was it such an interesting read? Glancing at it, she discovered it was a Chinese textbook. Wow, Zhang, you really have been to school. You know to check the Chinese book first. Feng Xiaoxiao chuckled, then turned her gaze back to Zhang Junhao, who was increasingly reminiscent of someone she knew, prompting her curiosity to rise as she reached out to lift his chin. Ding. The anti-corruption system binding is successful. Zhang Junhao was taken aback. Chapter 2, The Extraordinary Panel and the Filtered Hat Value. Host, Zhang Junhao Experience, 0 age, 19 pure love value, 0 corruption value, 0 exceptional talent, photographic memory every 100 points grants a new superpower. As Zhang Junhao listened to the mechanical voice in his mind, he momentarily disregarded his surroundings. Finally, it has arrived. The exclusive benefits for traversers. Wait a moment. What do these corruption and pure love values mean? This is a bit excessive. Don't underestimate the prowess of our Chunan. You scoundrel. Zhang Junhao, in his current state of hubris, couldn't help but imagine the future defeat of the young tyrant, the CG crying pitifully. Suddenly, a large hand grasped his chin, lifting his face to expose it. Just as his visage was about to be revealed, a male voice echoed, capturing Feng Xiaoxiao's attention. Feng Xiaoxiao, don't look at him, he's ugly and poor. What's there to see? I'll speak to the teacher to switch seats so I can sit next to you. A mediocre-looking boy, heavily made up and dressed flamboyantly, spoke, exuding a faint odor of shrimp mixed with perfume. Yet, he could still be considered somewhat handsome. Feng Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow and covered her mouth as she glanced at him, delivering a swift kick to his backside. Get lost. Who wants to look at him? And you need a shower. How rude. I don't have body odor. Huang Rui retorted, fidgeting in place, clearly smitten by Feng Xiaoxiao's charm. Damn. What a pretentious fool. Who does he think he is, demanding our protection fees? The local troublemaker, He Xinyue, remarked angrily to her companions as she watched the crowd of boys surrounding Feng Xiaoxiao. Exactly. Her companions echoed, though their eyes remained fixed on Huang Rui. Damn it. It's you. Oh, you. Feng Xiaoxiao tightened her grip on Zhang Junhao's face. Zhang Junhao snapped back to reality, noticing the crowd around him, his face instantly flushed, eyes darting in panic. Ah, so many people. I want to escape to the corridor, what should I do? Zhang Junhao felt a slight twinge of claustrophobia. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? You're trying to dodge responsibility? Feng Xiaoxiao, noticing his silence, impatiently pressed on. No, no. What do you want? Jiang Juanhao hurriedly apologized. There was no way around it. Jiang Junhao's physique was delicate and easily toppled, forcing him into a position of vulnerability. Most would refrain from confronting a boy in such a state. What good is just apologizing? You need to give me something in return. Feng Xiaoxiao's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Seeing Jiang Junhao's silence, she added, "You owe me an extra protection fee." The surrounding boys, captivated, instinctively reached for their pockets, ready to pay. Ding! Detected one of the female leads. Name, Feng Xiaoxiao. Favorability, 10 filter value, 0 corruption value, 0 host's possessiveness, weak talent, extraordinary physical abilities. Jiang Juanhao watched as Feng Xiaoxiao's face transformed into a character panel. What on earth is this filter value? Bang! Ah! Cough, cough. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Jiang Junhao's abdomen, causing him to curl up like a shrimp, his face flushed from the discomfort. Ow! What are you staring at, Beta? Feng Xiaoxiao, her ears slightly reddened, expressed her annoyance. She despised being gazed at, yet the way he looked at her just now. It felt strangely captivating. Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought. No, no. I wasn't looking. Jiang Juanhao lowered his head, turning to gaze out the window while hurriedly explaining. What do you mean you weren't looking? You even dared to flirt with me? Ha, this is amusing. Don't leave after school, Feng Xiaoxiao said, rising with a smirk as she collected money from the surrounding boys, then made her way to the front of the classroom. She pulled out a burlap sack, starting to collect protection fees from the first student, a timid girl who hastily deposited several thousand RMB into it. Feng Xiaoxiao returned only 100, keeping the rest. Satisfied, she nodded, not bad. This is how it should be. 100 per week is just pocket change for you rich kids. It's best for everyone. Bang! The sound of tables crashing echoed as a group of girls with vibrant hair colors stood up, led by He Xinyue, who had striking yellow hair and delicate features, though slightly darker skin compared to Feng Xiaoxiao. Hey! Keep it down. Don't you know who's the boss of this class? He Xinyue shouted angrily. Despite Class 6 being the lowest tier, the true authority of the school did not reside there. Of course, it's me. Feng Xiaoxiao said nonchalantly, digging into her ear and then confidently pointing to herself. You think you're something? Come meet me on the rooftop. He Xinyue exclaimed, storming out with her entourage. I'm not scared of you. Feng Xiaoxiao scoffed, yet she didn't rush to the rooftop. Instead, she continued collecting protection fees in the classroom, her confidence unshakable. Once He Xinyue left, nearly everyone in the class paid up. A mere 100 was nothing compared to what some of them spent on breakfast. Hey, you little brat, you're the only one left who hasn't paid. Feng Xiaoxiao approached Jiang Junhao. I don't have that much money. Jiang Junhao's voice was barely a whisper. What? You don't have any? You're in this school and don't have 100? Hurry up. Feng Xiaoxiao frowned, growing increasingly impatient. Though her voice was not loud, it attracted many curious glances from classmates, some mocking, others disdainful, and some outright scornful. Jiang Junhao felt the weight of their stares, burying his head even lower. It was because of people like them that he had become increasingly insecure. Yet, he had been working hard to earn money and secure scholarships to support himself. Why did he still face ridicule? Seeing Jiang Junhao frozen in place, Feng Xiaoxiao's impatience grew as she scrutinized him, finally noticing his attire. Could it be that this guy really has no money? Feng Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow, incredulous. Ding! Task triggered, gain Feng Xiaoxiao's sympathy, allowing her to forego your protection fee and assume a protective role towards you. Completion rewards, 1,000 Coin coins. Failure, corruption value 1. Deadline, today. Ding! Reminder, the higher the corruption value, the more susceptible one becomes to external influences. 1,000? Is this for real? Jiang Junhao was so absorbed in the prospect of the reward that he completely ignored the corruption value. Feng Xiaoxiao observed the scene, feeling a strange sensation, but she shook her head slightly. Is this fool crazy? Forget it, I'll go find those fools who are rushing to their demise. Stretching, Feng Xiaoxiao's joints cracked. Hey, keep an eye on my bag. I have something to do and will be back soon. With that, she tossed the burlap sack to Jiang Junhao and gave him a lollipop before munching on another herself, heading towards the rooftop. Zhang Juanhao stared at the lollipop in a daze. Shouldn't a big shot be wielding a broom or mop instead? Isn't that how they typically start out? When one's combat power is low, it is indeed the case, but Feng Xiaoxiao possessed absolute confidence in herself. Dealing with these minor characters would hardly break a sweat. Chapter 3, The Assault on Feng Xiaoxiao. Zhang Juanhao clutched the lollipop tightly in his palm, gazing at the spot where Feng Xiaoxiao had just departed. He then shook his head in self-mockery and turned to inquire of the system. What purpose does the pure love value serve? It was then that Zhang Juanhao finally gleaned the answer to his perplexity. Ding! Replying to the host, as the name suggests, the higher the pure love value, the more one becomes reliant and loyal to another. At even greater heights, one may go to any lengths for their beloved. However, the host must take heed not to allow the darkening value to rise too high. Otherwise, dreadful consequences may ensue. Zhang Juanhao nodded thoughtfully. The sound of the table rattling interrupted his musings. Turning his head, he was met with the displeased visage of Huang Rui, hands on hips, glaring at him. I haven't provoked you, have I? Zhang Juanhao, somewhat insecure and socially anxious, felt the need to assert himself. If you're deliberately looking for trouble, I won't indulge you. You want this seat? Name your price. Huang Rui disregarded Zhang Juanhao's inquiry, casually examining her manicured nails. In an instant, Zhang Juanhao understood her intention. She desired to sit near Feng Xiaoxiao. All right, he replied, extending a finger. 100? Fine, I'll give you 10. 100? You must be joking. Huang Rui retorted, unimpressed. You should aim higher. How about 100? That's the least you can offer. It was the first time Zhang Juanhao felt utterly speechless. Her audacity in front of so many was remarkable. 100 is reasonable, isn't it? Huang Rui quipped, preparing to retrieve her money. I'll offer 101. Suddenly, a flamboyantly dressed boy, with a heavily powdered face, interjected. I'll give 150. In the end, Zhang Juanhao secured the coveted seat for a sum of 500 yuan. While this amount might seem negligible to others, it represented 2 to 3 weeks' worth of his living expenses. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, you're quite bold to come alone, prepare to face the consequences. He Xinyue declared with a dramatic flair, brandishing a concealed telescopic baton aimed at Feng Xiaoxiao. Behind her, a group of girls armed themselves with baseball bats, pool cues, and even brooms, all shouting as they charged at Feng Xiaoxiao. He Xinyue was the first to leap forward, swinging downwards, but Feng Xiaoxiao effortlessly turned aside, delivering a powerful kick. Cough! He Xinyue was sent sprawling backward, eyes rolling, her saliva flying as she toppled over, knocking down her companions in the process. Feng Xiaoxiao shook her head in disdain, savoring her lollipop as she sauntered up to He Xinyue. Is this all you've got? With such meager skills, you should refrain from trying to mix with the crowd. What's wrong? Unwilling to accept that? I'm waiting, whether through schemes or straightforward means. Oh. And don't forget the protection fee. With that, she nonchalantly confiscated the protection fees from several girls before turning to leave, blissfully unaware of the tears she would soon cause. Back in the classroom, as Zhang Juanhao adjusted his seat, Feng Xiaoxiao entered with her hands tucked into her pockets. Upon returning to her desk, she noticed her deskmate had been replaced. Huang Rui was gazing dreamily at Feng Xiaoxiao. Hey, where's my money? Feng Xiaoxiao exclaimed, realizing that the burlap bag containing the cash was still with Zhang Juanhao. Looking around, she spotted Zhang Juanhao in the last row on the opposite side of the classroom, leaning against the wall. Furrowing her brow in confusion, she sauntered over to his desk, propping her hands on the table, her captivating phoenix eyes filled with playful mockery. Why did you move over there? Are you rejecting my company? I didn't. I just traded seats for money, Zhang Juanhao mumbled, his voice barely audible as he avoided her gaze. Feng Xiaoxiao was incredulous. It was the first time a boy had shown her such little interest. He barely glanced her way, acting as though she were invisible. Men, how intriguing. You have successfully piqued my curiosity. If Zhang Juanhao were privy to Feng Xiaoxiao's thoughts at that moment, he would surely have protested his innocence, exclaiming, I am merely a socially anxious fellow. Feng Xiaoxiao's enchanting eyes flickered as if contemplating something, before she snatched up the money bag and departed. Ah! Zhang Juanhao exhaled in relief. The remainder of the day passed without incident, save for the absence of He Xinyue and her unruly companions. With no classes in the afternoon, Zhang Juanhao left early. Jiang, you're on cleaning duty today, the cleaning committee member cheerfully announced, leaving with friends, laughter trailing behind them. Wait, today is my first day, isn't it? Zhang Juanhao murmured to himself as he watched them depart. Truly, kindness often invites exploitation. Ding! Clean the classroom thoroughly to earn 100 yuan, failure incurs no penalty. Thankfully, the system offered some consolation, and a smile returned to Zhang Juanhao's face. Having supported himself and a neighbor's granddaughter through part-time work since childhood, he welcomed any opportunity to earn. As the classroom emptied, only Feng Xiaoxiao remained, slumped over her desk in slumber. Huang Rui had previously called her, but a scolding sent her back to sleep. After a while, Zhang Juanhao completed his cleaning duties, leaving only Feng Xiaoxiao's area untouched. Ah! The system insists I must interact with her, Zhang Juanhao thought, exasperated. As the system insisted, the task was incomplete due to the paper balls Huang Rui had tossed and the unclean windows. Embracing the notion that even the smallest mosquito is still flesh, he approached Feng Xiaoxiao, noting her disheveled appearance and sleep. Feng, wake up, he gently prodded her shoulder. Feng Xiaoxiao stirred, her enchanting phoenix eyes still heavy with sleep, glancing at Zhang Juanhao with a hint of drowsy charm. She furrowed her brow slightly. What do you want? Her voice was laced with the languor of someone recently awakened. Zhang Juanhao felt his heart race, his face warming as he nervously took a step back, speaking softly, Feng, I need to clean here, could you please get up for a moment? Only then did Feng Xiaoxiao realize she was alone in the classroom with this boy. Stretching languidly and yawning, she turned leisurely, fine, go ahead and clean. I'll just rest a bit. But I need to clean the windows, Zhang Juanhao murmured. Then go fetch some water. Do I have to assist you? Feng Xiaoxiao replied impatiently, her fatigue evident after a long day of work and 2 fights that morning. Oh. Zhang Juanhao took the bucket and cloth, heading towards the restroom. Sighing, he thought about the protection fee situation, my 1,000 yuan. As he walked down the hallway, he suddenly heard the sounds of a scuffle from the classroom. Inside the classroom, Zhang Juanhao had barely stepped out when He Xinyue arrived with a dozen graduate students, intent on causing trouble for Feng Xiaoxiao. Initially mistaking them for Zhang Juanhao returning with the bucket, she ignored their presence until they swarmed her, fists and feet flying. Regardless of Feng Xiaoxiao's strength, she was caught off guard. Should I call the teacher for you? Zhang Juanhao fumbled for his old phone, seeking help from teacher Sun Lu. The voice on the other end assured him assistance was on the way, instructing him to keep the situation under control. After a moment's reflection, Zhang Juanhao opted not to rush in. Instead, he activated his phone's recording function. Though the resolution was poor, it was sufficient to identify the assailants. Just as he thought he was secure, an unexpected call came through. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Chapter 4, The Beautiful Boy of the Slums, what do you want? Zhang Juanhao stammered, gazing at the group of girls closing in on him, his hands trembling and the bucket he held swaying precariously. Cornered. He noticed He Xinyue turning to look at Feng Xiaoxiao, who lay curled on the ground, clutching her vital areas. Oh, look at her. Does she still need a boy to rescue her? What a pathetic beta. He Xinyue scoffed, her eyes glinting with derision, prompting a chorus of laughter from the others. Despite her remarkable physical resilience, Feng Xiaoxiao was merely human and had just endured a barrage of kicks and blows from a dozen assailants. Now, she lay gasping for breath, blood staining her lips and body. Once the laughter subsided, the group turned their attention to Zhang Juanhao, who was blushing and casting anxious glances at the crowd. Unconsciously, they swallowed hard, sensing something peculiar about him. His seemingly vulnerable demeanor elicited a fluttering in their chests, even though he was not conventionally handsome, marred by an array of freckles. Wait, something's off, He Xinyue exclaimed, reaching out to touch the indistinct dark spots on Zhang Juanhao's face. He instinctively recoiled. Don't touch me. If you dare to lay a finger on me, I won't hesitate to retaliate, she threatened, her hand moving toward his cheek. Is this dirt? No, wait. Is this makeup? The crowd, noticing Hishinua's strange expression, assumed she had a unique taste and teased her. Oh, so little he has a thing for freckled boys. Who would have thought? Get lost. Hishinua suppressed the strange sensation stirring within her, akin to the excitement of unboxing a surprise gift. Seeing her captivated gaze, the group collectively chimed in, "Let us head back. If that foolish girl lying over there dares to cause trouble again, she can come to us." With that, they departed, leaving only 3 individuals in the room. Feng Xiaoxiao, feigning composure, attempted to rise and ambush Hishinue, only to realize her body was in excruciating pain and utterly drained of strength. Zhang Juanhao, observing Hishinua's strange expression, felt a tumult of emotions within him. Suddenly, Hishinue seemed to have an epiphany, seizing Zhang Juanhao's wrist and snatching the bucket from his grasp. "Wash my face," she commanded, her tone urgent. Zhang Juanhao's heart sank, and he shook his head vehemently. With a swift motion, Hishinue struck him in the abdomen. "You think you can refuse? You'll make me do this myself." Exasperated, Zhang Juanhao noted how aggressive the girls here were. Hishinue then grasped his hair, pushing his head toward the water. MMM. MMM. Ha-ah. Hot water splashed as Zhang Juanhao's hair became drenched, the bucket's contents gradually turning murky. His face became a canvas of colors. Hishinue, elated by her success, pressed on, finally revealing the disguise Zhang Juanhao had worn. This was the handiwork of his neighbor, Zhang Qingqing, who painted his face daily to deter harassment. However, the two were too impoverished to afford proper cosmetics, and waterproof makeup was out of their reach, an unfortunate limitation in this world governed by female supremacy and an imbalanced gender ratio of 3:7, where many males faced harassment daily. In an effort to encourage reproduction, the government even promoted polygamy. Hishinue gazed at Zhang Juanhao's face, her heartbeat quickening, her breath hitching. Beneath the facade was a strikingly handsome young man, his fair skin and delicate features complemented by clear, captivating eyes, an archetype of beauty among boys. Now, with droplets of water glistening on his face and mist in his eyes from the splashed water, he appeared pitiful, stirring an instinctive urge to protect him within Hishinue. "Extraordinary!" she exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. "What a fortuitous encounter! What do you want?" Zhang Juanhao stammered, attempting to push her away. But her strength pinned him firmly against the wall. In a sudden realization, Hishinue flipped his arm over, revealing a bud-like mark. This symbol was inherent to every male at birth in this world. It represented purity. The more experiences one had, the more the bud would bloom, deepening in color. "Be my boyfriend, Zhang Juanhao. I implore you." Hishinue suddenly bowed deeply. "No, absolutely not." Zhang Juanhao blushed fiercely, rejecting her proposal. "What? You dare refuse me? I'll make sure you have no choice." Hishinue's features, already striking, were accentuated by her tousled golden hair and penetrating gaze, reminiscent of a wolf eyeing its prey. Overwhelmed, Zhang Juanhao averted his gaze. Hishinue seized his wrists, lifting him above his head and pinning him against the wall. "No, please, let go. I can't." Zhang Juanhao struggled in vain. Hishinue cupped his face, slowly turning it toward her. Her porcelain skin flushed with color, and her heart raced like a war drum. "No. Please." Zhang Juanhao pleaded. Unable to resist any longer, Hishinue pressed her lips against his. Zhang Juanhao turned his head, and their lips met momentarily. "Don't move," she commanded, leaning in for another kiss. Just then, the sound of the door bursting open interrupted them, causing Hishinue to recoil in shock. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Juanhao kicked at Hishinue's abdomen, breaking free and rushing towards Sun Lu. "That's her." He pointed at Hishinue, breathless. "Hishinue, what do you think you are doing? How could you?" Sun Lu's face was flushed with anger, her chest rising and falling with rage. I didn't." Hishinue's gaze remained fixed on Zhang Juanhao, feeling uneasy under her scrutiny. Zhang Juanhao recounted the entire series of events to Sun Lu and reported the incident to the authorities. Such atrocious behavior. Come with me. Jiang Juanhao. You have no business here. Could you please take Feng Xiaoxiao to the hospital? I'll handle the situation here, Sun Lu said, her expression filled with indignation. Seeing Feng Xiaoxiao's injuries, Jiang Juanhao nodded and assisted her out. Once they had left, Sun Lu adopted a disappointed expression. Haven't you ever seen a boy? Why were you so hasty? If I hadn't interrupted, you might have regretted it. Do you realize how serious this is? But did you not see? He is incredibly handsome. That's exactly the type I want. I felt my heart stir for the first time, and you stopped me. He Xinyue protested, visibly displeased. Stop dreaming. You. Ugh. You are impossible. In the south district of the slums, Jiang Juanhao finally managed to bring Feng Xiaoxiao home. This modest 50 square meter dwelling was a legacy from his parents. Knock, knock, knock. Is that you, Hao Hao? A sweet voice rang from outside. Yes, Qingqing, come in, Jiang Juanhao replied, placing a towel into a basin. A girl around 1.6 meters tall entered, seemingly out of place in the slums. She was clearly well cared for by her family. With playful twin ponytails and enchanting doe-like eyes, she radiated innocence and charm. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, chapter 5, a glimpse revealed suddenly, a new female lead materialized beside him. Name, Jiang Qingqing totem, bud charm, 80 affection, 80 yandere, moderate obsession, moderate talent, silver tongue, her words possess an innate persuasiveness. Jiang Juanhao stared blankly at Jiang Qingqing. System? Are you sure there's no mistake? How could Qingqing be? How, is there something on my face? Jiang Qingqing, noticing Jiang Juanhao's distracted gaze, blushed instantly and asked shyly. Ah, no, Jiang Juanhao waved his hand, scratching his head sheepishly. Oh? How, who's this girl? Jiang Qingqing suddenly noticed the girl on Jiang Juanhao's bed. She's quite pretty. Tall, with an alluring figure, but injured and her clothes are tattered. That vixen. It has to be. How else would she be injured? I haven't even slept on Jiang Juanhao's bed since high school. Jiang Qingqing pouted unconsciously, her oval face adorably puffed out. Jiang Juanhao was puzzled, but he didn't feel any social anxiety with this sister. Qingqing, how about you help this sister change her clothes and apply some medicine? Jiang Juanhao smiled gently at Jiang Qingqing. Jiang Qingqing's breath hitched. And no. Why is Jiang Juanhao doting on this vixen so much? Could it be? No, it can't be. Jiang Qingqing glanced at Jiang Juanhao's arm as if by accident. Phew, luckily, it's still a bud, which means I still have a chance. Oh, please, Qingqing, pretty please? You're the best. Jiang Juanhao only needed to coax her a little. And Jiang Qingqing would surely agree. Then, kiss me, Jiang Qingqing swallowed nervously, blurting out impulsively. Our little Qingqing is still a little girl, isn't she? Jiang Juanhao chuckled, walking over to Jiang Qingqing and tapping her cheek lightly. It's not like that. Jiang Qingqing was sweating nervously and excitedly. Jiang Qingqing's home was similar to Jiang Juanhao's, equally impoverished, with sparse furniture. The only exception was a small, old television in Jiang Qingqing's house. Bought with Jiang Juanhao's scholarship money. Grandpa, I'm back. Are you feeling better? Jiang Juanhao put on a cheerful face as he approached Jiang Haitao. Jiang Qingqing had agreed to apply medicine to Feng Xiaoxiao, so Jiang Juanhao said he would check on his grandfather first. Oh, cough, cough. Our Hauer is back. Jiang Juanhao sat down beside him and said hastily, Grandpa, if you're not feeling well, don't talk. You'll just keep coughing, and your lungs can't take it. Jiang Haitao had mid-stage lung cancer, and the doctor said he might be cured if a suitable lung donor could be found. The medical technology here was far more advanced than on Blue Star, and traditional Chinese medicine was the mainstream, with very few diseases that TCM couldn't cure. All right. Did anyone bully you on your first day of transfer? Cough, cough. Jiang Haitao looked at Jiang Hao affectionately. No, he. Grandpa, you should rest. I'll go buy some groceries and we'll have a good meal today, he. Jiang Juanhao helped Jiang Haitao lie down to sleep. After watching the old man fall asleep, Zhang Juanhao returned to his room. Feng Xiaoxiao was already awake, curiously looking around. Her expression faltered when she saw the suddenly entering young man. This young man was exactly her type. Feng Xiaoxiao's gaze was ardent, as if she wanted to devour Zhang Juanhao whole. Ahem. Feng? Is there something on my face? Zhang Juanhao touched his face. Feng? Is there such a hottie in our class? Feng Xiaoxiao looked puzzled. Classmate, who are you? It was no wonder Feng Xiaoxiao didn't recognize Zhang Juanhao, the change was too drastic. TSK, you don't even recognize the person who saved you. What a waste of my Haohao's kindness. Zhang Qingqing said with dissatisfaction. What? You're that nerd. Feng Xiaoxiao sat up in shock, which aggravated her wounds. And her beautiful eyebrows furrowed slightly. Is this your home? Feng Xiaoxiao was the first to break the silence. So what if it is? How kindly saved you, and you're already mocking him? Zhang Qingqing stood in front of Zhang Juanhao, clutching his hand tightly. Zhang Qingqing harbored considerable hostility toward this unknown beauty covered in injuries. Zhang Juanhao looked at the cute sister who was half a head shorter than him. And his heart warmed. Feng Xiaoxiao originally wanted to apologize, but the words wouldn't come out. The result was another long silence. I can't afford protection fees. So how about I treat you to a meal? Zhang Juanhao asked cautiously. What? How, you're too kind. Why would you bring someone like that home? Upon hearing that this person had demanded protection fees from Zhang Juanhao, Zhang Qingqing's affection for her plummeted. Sure. No problem. I didn't want to collect protection fees from you in the first place. Feng Xiaoxiao said excitedly without hesitation, ignoring Zhang Qingqing. Then, as if she had thought of something, she asked again, what time is it? 5:23, Zhang Juanhao said unhurriedly. What? Oh no, Feng Xiaoxiao got up excitedly, which aggravated her wounds. I have to go home. Thank you for today. Forget about the protection fees. If anyone bullies you in the future, just come find me. After Feng Xiaoxiao finished speaking, she got up and left, leaving Zhang Juanhao and Zhang Qingqing dumbfounded. How, did anyone else at school notice your appearance today? Zhang Qingqing asked curiously. No, don't overthink it. Zhang Juanhao gently pinched Zhang Qingqing's cheek. Zhang Qingqing was a junior in college, and Zhang Juanhao didn't want her to worry. So he concealed the fact that he had been discovered. Phew, that's good. Only that woman noticed. You have to stay away from her in class. Then Zhang Qingqing rattled on and on, mostly about how to protect himself outside and not to fall in love too early. Zhang Juanhao was speechless. Who was the older sibling here? Alright, you stay home and do your homework. I'm going to buy groceries. I have to work part-time tonight. Zhang Juanhao smiled and patted Zhang Qingqing's head. Zhang Qingqing squinted contentedly like a cute little deer, her beautiful doe eyes narrowed. Grocery market, Uncle Zhu. How much are the ribs today? Oh, it's little Jiang Hao. What brings you here to buy meat today? Do you have guests at home? The ribs are 25 yuan per pound. It's cheap today. Zhu Rorong's fleshy face broke into a kind smile. Most of the stall owners in this market knew Jiang Hao because he was a good student and polite. Zhang Juanhao bought 2 pounds of ribs without hesitation. The system had already notified him that the task was completed, and Zhang Juanhao had checked his bank account and found an extra 1,000 yuan, which he had withdrawn in full. Little Jiang, you've struck it rich today. Good. Uncle Zhu will give you an extra half a pound today. Zhu Rorong's smile deepened. Thank you, Uncle Zhu. Jiang Hao accepted the ribs and walked toward the other vendors. Damn it, I was so close to getting him. It's all that old man's fault. My godfather. Xinu was in a terrible mood. The handsome man she had almost caught had slipped away, and she was furious. Wait, is that? Xinu rubbed her eyes and looked at a fruit vendor's stall in front of her. There was a back view she would never forget. The kind she would never forget after just one glance. Heaven help me. Xinu smirked and slowly walked toward the handsome man. The handsome man remains blissfully unaware, meticulously selecting apples. Chapter 6, You must drink it all. Hee. This apple is truly enormous and sweet. Ching will undoubtedly adore it. Jiang Juanhao smiled as he glanced at the apple he was carrying, making his way toward the slums. Suddenly, he felt a hand tightly covering his mouth from behind, dragging him into a narrow alley. Jiang Juanhao clutched the bag in his hand. Having spent over 200 today on food, he couldn't afford to lose it. Once they reached the shadowy recess of the alley, the person finally stopped. Then, that person's hand began to behave rather inappropriately. What are you doing? If you keep this up, I will call the police. Jiang Juanhao exclaimed in fright, hastily setting down the bag and struggling to break free. The person turned Jiang Juanhao around to face her and kissed him abruptly, preventing him from screaming. Jiang Juanhao felt a softness on his lips, and his body weakened instantly. He then recognized that the person was He Xinyue, the girl from his class. He Xinyue, who was not unattractive to begin with, appeared even more alluring with her flushed face. After what seemed like an eternity, she finally pulled away, their breaths mingling as they gasped for air. If you continue like this, I will report you to the authorities. I have endured for 18 years. Every day, a friend of mine is taken, but today, I can no longer endure. He Xinyue declared, her grip tightening. We could start by being boyfriend and girlfriend, right? We can take our time to get closer. Jiang Juanhao quickly proposed, realizing that stabilizing He Xinyue was the right course of action. Really? He Xinyue appeared taken aback, her hands pausing, staring blankly at Jiang Juanhao. Why yes, really? Jiang Juanhao stammered, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. He Xinyue then completely released her hold on him, grabbing his wrists and pinning him against the wall. Unable to restrain herself any longer, He Xinyue cupped Jiang Juanhao's face and kissed him again. Jiang Juanhao melted against her, surrendering entirely. Jiang Juanhao's initial intense dislike for He Xinyue began to diminish as his blackening value increased, a realization he could not escape due to the system's clarity. Look closely, darling. He Xinyue teased, holding Jiang Juanhao close and grinning at his slightly swollen lips. Since you insist on waiting until marriage to do those things, I respect that. Though her tone was displeased, she had no alternative. Jiang Juanhao's ears, being among his most sensitive areas, rendered him utterly defenseless. Ding, blackening value 10. Satisfied. He Xinyue embraced Jiang Juanhao. A hug, holding hands, a kiss, can we do that? Jiang Juanhao shyly nodded. Ding, blackening value 1. The host's pure love value was 1, which has now decreased by 22 points. Pure love value, minus 21. Automatically converted to blackening value, 21. Overwhelmed, Jiang Juanhao felt darkness encroaching on his vision. No. This world is too bizarre, I must transform it into a normal, harmonious society. Well then, I should head back now. You should return home early too. Jiang Juanhao stated, picking up his bag from the ground and fleeing. He Xinyue watched him escape, unable to suppress a smile. As he turned the corner, Jiang Juanhao called out, wait, I'll send you to the police station tomorrow morning. Ah, Jiang Juanhao. You finally returned. Jiang Qingqing, standing at the entrance of the slums, rushed toward him and nestled in his embrace, playfully scolding him. Jiang Juanhao awkwardly smiled and showed her the food he had brought. Jiang Qingqing inspected him thoroughly, and upon not finding any visible injuries, she sighed in relief. You truly scared me. I thought. Suddenly, Jiang Qingqing sniffed at Jiang Juanhao, her small face darkening as she scrutinized him with her doe-like eyes. Tell me, which wild woman did you go to find? Jiang Juanhao's eyes flickered with a hint of panic, but he quickly concealed it. No one. I might have accidentally picked up a scent while buying groceries today. Is that so? Jiang Qingqing leaned in, squinting at him. Really, Qingqing, let us go inside. I still need to cook. Jiang Juanhao hastily diverted the topic, nudging her toward their home. Unbeknownst to him, the corner of his mouth had been clearly observed by Jiang Qingqing. Ding, Jiang Qingqing's blackening value 3. Please note, if the blackening value reaches 100, a terrifying event will occur. After dinner, Jiang Juanhao went to his part-time job at the convenience store. He had no choice. For Jiang Qingqing's tuition and his living expenses, he had to work. Ding dong, welcome to the convenience store, the automatic door chimed. This was a 24-hour convenience store, frequented by nearby office workers on night shifts. Zhang Juanhao promptly greeted the customers. Welcome. What can I get for you? Suddenly, a wave of alcohol wafted toward him, and he turned to find a young woman dressed in professional attire. Her fitted white blouse, slightly strained at the buttons, accentuated her curves, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin flushed from the alcohol. Below, her short black skirt showcased her long, straight legs, making him dizzy. As he looked up, he noticed her fair face tinged with drunkenness, her peach blossom eyes hazy yet vibrant, as if veiled in a mist that only enhanced her allure. Strands of hair fell messily across her cheeks, and her lips resembled ripe cherries, tempting and casual in their beauty. Zhang Juanhao found himself unable to swallow. Suddenly, a system panel appeared before him. Ding, new female lead detected. Name, Wang Roxue. Favorability, 0, blackening value, 0, possessiveness towards the host, low. Talent, workplace elite. Seriously? I can't believe I encountered someone like this during a night shift. Zhang Juanhao was at a loss for words, he couldn't fathom the system's intentions. Wang Roxue swayed slightly, carelessly knocking over a few bags of chips without noticing, as she stumbled toward the refrigerator, mumbling, I want a drink. Zhang Juanhao hurried from behind the counter, offering her a bottle of room-temperature water. Here, drink this. Cold water might make you feel worse. Wang Roxue tilted her head, a faint smile playing on her lips. Little brother, what did you say? I'm not drunk, give me a bottle of wine. Her words were laced with the scent of alcohol, her tone elongated. Her warm breath brushed against Zhang Juanhao's face, mingling with the aroma of liquor and a hint of her delicate fragrance, causing him to blush. He repeated himself. Wang Roxue hazily accepted the water, struggling to open it. With a slight frown, she handed it back to Zhang Juanhao. I can't open it. After exerting considerable effort, Zhang Juanhao finally managed to twist off the cap. Handing it back, the beauty tilted her head back to drink, the water cascading down her chin and soaking her blouse, accentuating her alluring figure. Chapter 7. Oh, how fragrant you are, baby. Zhang Juanhao diverted his gaze and returned to the cashier, grasping the scanner. Good day, madam. That will be 2 yuan. Do you require anything else? Goodness, as expected of you, you remain unfazed, she remarked. Who has plotted against me? Why are you splashing water on me? Wang Roxue complained, looking at her drenched clothing. Hey, hold on. Please, stop. Zhang Juanhao quickly interrupted her playful protest. In an instant, Wang Roxue collapsed onto the floor, succumbing to slumber. Ah, dear lady, if you must faint, please do not do so at the entrance of the store. Zhang Juanhao was left utterly speechless. Ding, acquainted with Wang Roxue, successfully rewarded with 1,000 renminbi. What? Zhang Juanhao gritted his teeth and helped her to the small room behind the cashier, a place where employees could take a brief respite. From that moment until the shift change at 5 in the morning, no other system events occurred. Xiao Jiang truly works hard, a middle-aged man lamented. Having to toil until such late hours. Zhang Juanhao scratched his head, offering an awkward smile to the man. Brother Jiang, I shall take my leave now. He entered the small room and gazed at the peacefully sleeping Wang Roxue, feeling conflicted. After much contemplation, he decided it best to take her home first. Under the astonished gaze of the middle-aged man, Zhang Juanhao huffed and puffed as he carried Wang Roxue out of the convenience store. Are all young men these days like this? The middle-aged man mimicked a gesture reminiscent of a popular character. At 5:30, Zhang Juanhao finally brought Wang Roxue back to his home. He placed her gently on the bed, indifferent to her soaked attire, washed his face, and settled into a chair, preparing for a brief nap. Classes at university did not commence until 8 in the morning, and there were no early study sessions. At 8:24, Wang Roxue roused from her slumber, stretching languidly. Why does my blanket smell so delightful? Suddenly jolted awake by the unfamiliar surroundings, she winced at the throbbing in her head, a remnant of her hangover. What is this? Wang Roxue glanced around. her gaze landing on a boy with delicate features, fair skin, curled up in a ball just over a meter away. He was undeniably an adorable young man. After years of striving in the workplace, it was her first encounter with such a charming boy, igniting a flutter in her heart. It was him. Fragments of memories from the previous day flooded her mind. Celebrating her outstanding performance at work, she had treated her team to dinner. Afterward, they planned to go karaoke. But she had found herself at the convenience store, ultimately waking up in the embrace of a store clerk, Zhang Juanhao. He is still in university, an orphan. He must be struggling to cover his tuition. Wang Roshui's eyes sparkled with affection for Zhang Juanhao. He truly fit her type perfectly. Compelled by an inexplicable force, she descended from the bed and approached him, silently admiring his features, swallowing hard. Then, she made a bold decision. She scooped the boy into her arms and gently returned to the bed, tucking him under the covers before crawling in beside him. Given her height of 172 centimeters and voluptuous figure, she easily cradled Zhang Juanhao, who only stood at 168 centimeters and was slender. Resting her forehead against his, she inhaled the refreshing scent of his mint shampoo. "Baby, you smell so good." As she observed his exquisite features and soft lips, she couldn't resist planting a gentle kiss, followed by another, and then one more, thinking, all right, this is the very last one. Pure love value 1, pure love value 1, pure love value 1. Feeling the warmth radiating from his body, she soon drifted back into a deep slumber. Having taken leave from work yesterday, she was free from obligations. Meanwhile, Zhang Juanhao, who had felt a slight chill in the night, suddenly experienced a comforting warmth. As if enveloped in a gentle embrace. He was surrounded by an enticing fragrance, which he found soothing and reassuring, allowing him to sink deeper into sleep. Time passed. And when Wang Roshui awoke again, her spirits lifted at the sight of the handsome boy before her. I wonder if this boy has a girlfriend? She pondered, glancing at Zhang Juanhao's arms. A budding attraction blossomed within her. No. I am determined to win him over. This conviction solidified her decision to pursue Zhang Juanhao, as she believed she could fill the void in his heart with boundless affection and care. Though her approach had proven effective in reality. In this world where women held the power, dangers lurked at every corner. By the time she slowly endeavored to win him over, Zhang Juanhao might have already been swept away by another. The more she gazed at him, the more infatuated she became, eager to capture Zhang Juanhao's heart. Perhaps due to her tightening embrace, the boy began to stir. Ah! Why did I sleep so soundly today? Zhang Juanhao's words had yet to escape his lips when he found Wang Roshui's face mere inches from his own. What are you doing here? He questioned, bewildered by her beauty. Their eyes met, and Wang Roshui felt her breath catch. Awake at last. Allow me to introduce myself, I am Wang Roshui, she said, producing a business card from her cleavage and presenting it to him. Rest assured, I meant no harm, I simply found you too adorable to resist hugging and sleeping beside. You are as soft as a plush bear, making me feel safe and comfortable, she explained, releasing Zhang Juanhao's lips. Upon realizing he had spent the night in the embrace of such a stunning woman, Zhang Juanhao's face flushed crimson, leaving him momentarily speechless. He cast his gaze downward, unable to meet her eyes. Wang Roshui found this endearing. I am Zhang Juanhao. Ding, task completed, reward 1000. It was then that Zhang Juanhao noticed the influx of notifications from the system, revealing a significant drop in his depravity points. Hearing the system's prompt, he felt a wave of joy. I saw you drunk yesterday and unresponsive, so I had no choice but to bring you home. Now that you're awake, He struggled to find the right words to encourage her departure, as discussing such matters felt embarrassingly awkward. Wang Roshui, sensing his discomfort, offered a soft smile. Since Zhang Juanhao has awakened, I should take my leave. I apologize for intruding for so long. Her gentle gaze made Zhang Juanhao feel bashful, stammering, and no problem. If it weren't for the system rewards, I wouldn't have bothered with you at all. Ah, this is a little token of appreciation, I hope you accept it. Wang Roshui produced a stack of cash, placing it on Zhang Juanhao's bed. At a cursory glance, it appeared to be around 5 to 600 yuan. Wait. Something feels amiss, it resembles a transaction, Zhang Juanhao thought. Noticing his hesitation to accept it, Wang Roshue assumed he found it insufficient and laughed lightly. I'm sorry, brother. This is all the cash I had on me today. Please wait a moment. With that, she exited the room. Chapter 8. A gentle elder sister. Jiang Juanhao was perplexed. Utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. He accessed the system panel. Name, Wang Roshue. Affection, 50. Corruption, 0. Obsessiveness, moderate. Talent, corporate elite. How did her affection increase so much overnight? Did she do something to me? Jiang Juanhao examined his arm, relieved to see the flower bud was still there. He was exasperated. Since the system's emergence, he'd experienced more bizarre occurrences in the past 2 days than in his entire 19 years. Moreover, each event is inexplicably propelled by the system. Is this an anti-corruption system or one designed to corrupt me? Jiang Juanhao considered severing the bond with the system, but aside from whether it was feasible, the lure of monetary rewards for completing tasks made him decide to persevere. He resolved to do his utmost to prevent corruption. A crisp knock echoed. Upon opening the door, Wang Roshue stood there, her radiant smile accentuated by the crescent shape of her captivating eyes. Her hands were playfully clasped behind her back. Juanhao, dearest. Guess what I brought you? She inquired, stepping into the room with a gentle giggle. What? Jiang Juanhao whispered, instinctively recoiling. Take a guess, darling, Wang Roshue purred. Advancing another step, her gaze brimming with anticipation, her smile almost palpable. Jiang Juanhao's face flushed crimson, the delicate fragrance of lychees enveloping his senses, heightening his nervousness. Money? He stammered, grasping for an answer. Sweetheart, do you like this? Wang Roshue's lips twitched, barely suppressing a grin. Don't call me that, Jiang Juanhao mumbled, his face burning. His voice barely audible. Witnessing his bashful demeanor, Wang Roshue's eyes curved into crescents. Ta-da! It's the latest Huawei smartphone. Ha? Why are you buying me a phone? Jiang Juanhao asked, his expression bewildered. Amused by his innocent look, Wang Roshue chuckled. Well, I gave you 500 earlier, and I didn't have any cash in my wallet. I wanted to transfer some money, but when I saw you using that archaic phone, I thought I'd just buy you a new one. I figured you'd like it. Wang Roshue was instinctively considerate and attuned to others' feelings. Directly handing Jiang Juanhao a wad of cash would have been impolite. However, Jiang Juanhao was deeply moved. The strange women he'd encountered recently had been manipulative, but he'd never met a stranger as kind and thoughtful as Wang Roshue. He accepted the phone with a smile. His affection for her gradually increasing. Corruption -5 remaining corruption, 6. Do you know how to use a smartphone? Let me show you, Wang Roshue said. Settling on the bed and pulling Jiang Juanhao into her embrace. She reached around him, her hands guiding his, explaining each step. I know how. No, you don't. This is. 10 minutes later, Jiang Juanhao finally managed to extricate himself from her embrace, halting her tutorial. I already know how. He exclaimed. Standing apart. Ha, I overestimated things. How could a young person not know how to use a smartphone? Wang Roshue said, suppressing her inner turmoil. She complimented, You're so capable. Juanhao. Well. Before she could finish, her phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Wang Roshue answered with a start and moved toward the door. Hello, boss. After a brief conversation, Wang Roshue returned, a sheepish smile on her face. I have to go back to the office. I wanted to spend more time with you, Juanhao. Remember to call me, or I'll be sad, okay? Oh okay, Jiang Juanhao replied, blushing. Good boy. Moi. Wang Roshue kissed his forehead before departing. Jiang Juanhao was stunned. A peculiar sensation washing over him. Corruption -5 corruption, 6. It seemed that as long as Jiang Juanhao felt affection for the female lead, his corruption level would decrease. Back in the quiet room, Jiang Juanhao stared at the phone. The contact list contained only one number, favorite Wang's sister. A smile crept onto his face as he added Jiang Qingqing's number, labeling it little sister. Jiang Qingqing also used a smartphone, a birthday gift from Jiang Juanhao. Wait. Was he forgetting something? What was it? He realized with a start that he had class that afternoon. It was already 3 p.m. on Tuesday. He grabbed his old phone, wondering why his advisor hadn't called, only to discover it was dead. Zhang Juanhao decided to charge it and give it to He used Wang Roshui's gift to call his advisor, claiming to have a fever and requesting a day off. Then, he went out to buy groceries. I bought Qingqing's favorite shrimp. Zhang Juanhao froze. Feng Xiaoxiao was sitting on He Xinyue's back, who was sprawled on the ground, covered in dirt. Where have you been? Why didn't you come today? Feng Xiaoxiao's eyes were filled with displeasure. Who do you think you are, talking to my boyfriend like that? Don't think you can bully me. He Xinyue retorted, finding courage in Zhang Juanhao's presence. Your boyfriend? As if you're worthy, Feng Xiaoxiao scoffed. If I could beat you, I would. Zhang Juanhao, say something. He Xinyue shouted. If I say no, Feng Xiaoxiao will save me. And I won't have to worry about her retaliation. I can report her to the police tomorrow, or even later today. Yes, that's what I'll do. Ding. Triggered hidden event, a relationship that cannot be hidden. Truthfully reveal your relationship, reward 5,000 yuan. Lie and conceal your relationship, penalty negative 5,000 yuan. Zhang Juanhao was speechless. Chapter 9, How dare you threaten my husband? However, considering that my grandfather still needed money for medical treatment. Well, I am his boyfriend. Zhang Juanhao stammered, feeling that 5,000 yuan was still too much for him. At this moment, he was contemplating how to pacify He Xinyue first. And then go to the police station tomorrow to file a complaint against this troublesome woman, hoping to finally rid himself of this distressing situation. The mechanical voice echoed abruptly in his mind, the task is completed, and the reward is 5,000 yuan. Zhang Juanhao was momentarily taken aback. Beside him, Feng Xiaoxiao exploded with fury. What? Her beautiful phoenix eyes widened in shock and anger, the emotions swirling vividly within her gaze. In the next instant, her eyes narrowed dangerously, glinting with a cold light as if concealing a sharp blade capable of inflicting harm. Say that again? Her tone trembled slightly from extreme shock, the pitch rising in disbelief. Zhang Juanhao was silenced by Feng Xiaoxiao's imposing presence, his lips quivering, struggling to form a coherent sentence. It was no wonder. For Feng Xiaoxiao's aura was intimidating, and with just her cold demeanor, she could easily subdue many troublemakers, otherwise she wouldn't be able to maintain her position as the leader of the 202 gang. How dare you threaten my husband? He Xinyue's anger flared up instantly. And she sprang to her feet, as if ready to devour Feng Xiaoxiao whole. Zhang Juanhao felt an inexplicable surge of warmth in his heart. Perhaps it was Zhang Juanhao's response that distracted Feng Xiaoxiao, allowing He Xinyue to wobble to her feet. With reddened eyes, she summoned all her strength and threw a punch directly at Feng Xiaoxiao's face. Feng Xiaoxiao reacted swiftly, gracefully sidestepping, and then executed a powerful spinning kick, landing a precise blow to He Xinyue's abdomen. Ugh! He Xinyue's face drained of color, her body curling up like a shrimp, cold sweat pouring down her brow. Seeing this, Zhang Juanhao's heart tightened, and he instinctively stepped closer to He Xinyue, softly asking, what's wrong? Are you okay? Feng Xiaoxiao felt a sudden flare of anger at Zhang Juanhao's concern for He Xinyue. Though they had no substantial relationship, Zhang Juanhao's anxious demeanor toward He Xinyue only made her feel frustrated and uneasy, as if she had swallowed a fly. At that moment, a sweet yet puzzled voice unexpectedly interjected, who is she? Everyone turned in unison to see Jiang Qingqing, dressed in a blue and white short-sleeved top paired with a playful white pleated skirt. Her twin ponytails swayed with her every movement, and her doe-like eyes were filled with confusion, fixated on Zhang Juanhao. Upon seeing Jiang Qingqing, Zhang Juanhao's face instantly softened, his lips curving into a tender smile as he prepared to explain. However, He Xinyue, filled with fury, interjected forcefully, who do you think you are to call him Hao? This is my sister. If you don't watch your tone, we'll break up immediately. Zhang Juanhao's brows furrowed tightly, he had always cherished Jiang Qingqing like a precious gem. Upon hearing He Xinyue's words, Jiang Qingqing's heart sank, her expression turning sullen with disappointment. Though she remained silent, her gaze was sharp and accusatory, piercing into Jiang Qingqing with resentment and wariness. What? Break up? Jiang Qingqing felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Her body freezing in place, and her complexion turning pale as a ghost. She never imagined that the brother who had always protected her would quietly start dating someone else. Clearly, I was the one who arrived first. Should I just tie Hao up and then we can have our moment? But in this situation, an uncontainable anger surged within Jiang Qingqing, consuming her rationality. She forcefully pushed through the crowd before her, not daring to look back as she sprinted homeward, her steps unsteady. Her ponytails flailing behind her. Hey! Jiang Juwenhao's heart tightened. He and Jiang Qingqing had been inseparable since childhood, a classic tale of childhood sweethearts. Knowing her stubborn nature, he feared she might act foolishly in a moment of anger. Without a second thought, he grabbed his bag and rushed after the direction she had fled. The wind howled past him, leaving He Xinyue and Feng Xiaoxiao standing in silence, exchanging glances. Breaking the silence, He Xinyue grumbled, "Humph, what a sister, so spoiled." Feng Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at her, scoffing, "You should take a good look at how you just acted, you scared the poor girl away." He Xinyue's anger flared. But knowing she was no match for Feng Xiaoxiao, she could only glare at her before storming off. Feng Xiaoxiao had intended to pursue Jiang Juwenhao but had to leave due to other commitments. Meanwhile, Jiang Juwenhao, panting heavily, hurriedly caught up to Jiang Qingqing. Bursting through the door and calling urgently, "Qingqing, wait!" Jiang Qingqing ignored him completely, sulking as she dumped her homework all over the table. Jiang Juwenhao rushed forward, grabbing her arm and gasping for breath. "Qingqing, let me explain, it's not what you think." Jiang Qingqing turned her tear-filled eyes toward him, her voice trembling with anger. "I don't want to hear it, just go away." "Qingqing, it's not what you think." Jiang Juwenhao had long sensed that Jiang Qingqing harbored special feelings for him but had refrained from addressing it, fearing it would hurt her. Now, seeing her tear-streaked face broke his heart. He gently turned her shoulders to face him, softening his tone as he said, "He Xinyue and I are just classmates joking around. There are no real feelings involved. You will always be the most important person in my heart, no one can compare." Jiang Qingqing sniffled, struggling to ask, "Are really? Then why are you with her and letting her threaten me?" Jiang Juwenhao tenderly wiped away her tears, earnestly replying, "It's my fault. I didn't think it through. I'll keep my distance from her from now on, okay? Please don't be angry." Jiang Qingqing bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before finally nodding slightly, whispering, "Then you must not lie to me." Jiang Juwenhao nodded eagerly, embracing her gently, patting her back like one would comfort a child, secretly relieved. The system prompt chimed in his mind, detected that the female lead Jiang Qingqing's possessiveness towards the host has reached a high level, affection level at 100. Degree of darkening, 30. Hearing the system notification, Jiang Juwenhao quickly pulled up the character panel. Name, Jiang Qingqing. Experience, 0 green plant, 0 affection level, 100 darkening value, 30 possessiveness towards the host, high talent, silver tongue, words that naturally convince others, after a long while. Jiang Qingqing finally released Jiang Juwenhao from her embrace, satisfaction evident on her face. "Hee hao, wait for me to graduate from university and find a good job. And then I'll marry you, hee hao. Tonight, I want to sleep next to you, just as a reward for me." Jiang Qingqing playfully tugged at Jiang Juwenhao's hand. This. Jiang Juwenhao's expression faltered. After all, they were both of age, and there were boundaries between men and women. "What? You can't agree to this?" "As expected." "Alright, just this once, it won't happen again." "Yay! How is the best?" Jiang Qingqing exclaimed, jumping onto Jiang Juwenhao and showering his face with kisses. Jiang Juwenhao felt his cheeks tingle from the onslaught of affection, laughing, alright, get down. "I bought your favorite shrimp today, do you want it boiled or stir-fried?" "Stir-fried." "Ha. Yay! I love you the most, how. Chapter 10, The Way of the Warrior or Brother Chang? That is the question. "Qingqing, you should sleep first tonight, I need to go to my part-time job," Jiang Juwenhao said, finishing the last shrimp he had peeled and dividing it into 2 portions, one for Jiang Haitao and the other for Jiang Qingqing. Jiang Qingqing smiled as she accepted the bowl, then took half of it back to Jiang Juwenhao. "Then, I will wait for you," she mumbled, her mouth stuffed with a large shrimp. "Don't wait for me, go to bed early, be good," Jiang Juwenhao gently patted Jiang Qingqing's head. "Qingqing, Don't bother your brother Hao, he is busy with his part-time job and cooking for us, Zhang Haidao chimed in, lightly poking Jiang Qingqing's forehead with his finger. Jiang Qingqing playfully stuck out her tongue. Convenience store. System, what exactly are you capable of? With no one in the store, Jiang Juanhao was about to inquire if the system had any additional functions. All that greeted him was a prolonged silence. Fine. I don't want to hear it anyway. Jiang Juanhao sulked. The electric door chimed with a welcoming tone. Jiang Juanhao immediately donned a professional smile and greeted, "Welcome." "Oh. Sister Wang Roshue, what brings you here?" The visitor was none other than Wang Roshue, dressed in a form-fitting purple dress that accentuated her curves. Her long and voluptuous legs clad in black stockings, eliciting an immediate rush of excitement. Upon seeing Jiang Juanhao, Wang Roshue paused for a moment, then uncertainly asked, "Jiang Juanhao? Is that you?" Jiang Juanhao tilted his head, confusion etched on his face. "Why do you look different?" Wang Roshue almost failed to recognize Jiang Juanhao, unaware that he had intentionally made himself appear less appealing. I put on some makeup, otherwise, it would be easy to." Jiang Juanhao's voice trailed off, his small hands nervously fidgeting, feeling overly embarrassed about the potential risks he faced in this world. "Ah, how adorable. I just want to. And then, you know. Indeed, makeup is necessary, our Hao is so sweet, he could easily be led astray by a bad woman." Wang Roshue's eyes curved into a beautiful crescent shape. "Oh." Wang Roshue delighted in Jiang Juanhao's shy demeanor. "But boys are certainly vain, our Hao is no exception. So you needn't wear makeup anymore. I will protect you from now on," she said, her tear mole adding to her charm. Jiang Juanhao was momentarily taken aback, unable to believe he was actually contemplating the feasibility of this notion. Unbeknownst to him, he had developed a fondness for this angelic and gentle older sister. Wang Roshue took her coffee and, extending her hands in a playful manner, said, "Brother Juanhao, I need to head back to continue working. I just came to grab a bite. Could you help me charge my phone? It's running low on battery." "Oh, I have a charger," Jiang Juanhao immediately offered, handing his charger to Wang Roshue. "Not like that, it's done this way," she said, moving towards the counter. Suddenly, Wang Roshue enveloped Jiang Juanhao in her embrace, contentedly rubbing her cheek against his head. "Ah, I feel all my fatigue from the day melting away. How, you smell so good," Wang Roshue sighed in bliss. She gazed at Jiang Juanhao's flushed ears and the rising and falling of his youthful chest, feeling increasingly satisfied. Time passed, and the two remained in each other's embrace until Jiang Juanhao began to struggle gently. His breath brushed against Wang Roshue's chest, causing her to feel a tickling sensation, and a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Satisfied, she released Jiang Juanhao, smiling as she said, "Thank you for the hospitality. See you tomorrow." "Okay, then, see you tomorrow," Jiang Juanhao replied, feeling a twinge of disappointment as he instinctively said it without thinking. I want to see Brother Juanhao every day." Wang Roshue waved goodbye and departed. Jiang Juanhao stood there, staring at her retreating figure in a daze. "What is going on? Why is my heart racing so fast?" He placed a hand on his chest, a strange sensation swelling within him. It wasn't until Jiang Juanhao finished his shift and walked home that he began to calm down. Ding! Congratulations, host, corruption value reset to 0. Reward, 1,000 RMB. Name, Wang Roshue. Affection level, 70. Corruption value, 0. Possessiveness, high talent, workplace elite. Name, Feng Xiaoxiao. Affection level, 30. Corruption value, 0. Possessiveness, medium talent, exceptional physical abilities. Name, Jiang Qingqing. Affection level, 100. Corruption value, 30. Possessiveness, high. Jiang Juanhao observed the panels of the three female leads and noted how rapidly their affection levels had increased. This situation could become troublesome. He shook his head in distress when he suddenly noticed that the lights in his home were still on, thinking there might be an intruder. Grabbing a nearby garbage bag, he opened the door. "Qingqing? Why are you still awake?" Jiang Juanhao lowered his hand, a puzzled expression on his face. Hao is finally back. Hug. Jiang Qingqing, who had been dozing off in the chair, instantly perked up at the sight of Jiang Juanhao, her doe-like eyes wide open as if a light had burst forth. With a swift motion, Jiang Juanhao playfully tapped her head. Ow, it hurts. How can I sleep when you're not back? Jiang Qingqing anticipated Jiang Juanhao's impending words. Now that it had come to this, further words from Jiang Juanhao would be futile. This is the last time. Yes. Jiang Qingqing hurried to the bathroom to change into her pink nightgown and then dove under the covers, patting the space beside her. Jiang Juanhao shook his head with a smile, wishing his sister could always be this adorable and obedient. After washing up, he didn't rush to bed but instead took an extra blanket and placed it on the bed. Although we are siblings, we are not related by blood. What do you mean by bringing an extra blanket? Is it a sign of distrust? Ah. Let me finish. Still, there is a difference between genders. So I brought 2 blankets. If you're not willing, you can go home, Jiang Juanhao said, also slipping under his own blanket. How is being unreasonable? Jiang Qingqing pouted, clearly displeased. Sleep now, it's only a couple of hours until dawn. Jiang Juanhao was truly exhausted, and before long, his breathing became steady. While one fell asleep in an instant, the other found it difficult to do so. Despite having 2 blankets, Jiang Qingqing could still feel the warmth and scent of the young man beside her. Gulp! Jiang Qingqing swallowed hard. Ding ding ding! The alarm clock rang promptly at 8:30. What is this? Why is it so heavy? Jiang Juanhao forced himself to open his eyes, only to find Jiang Qingqing sprawled across him like an octopus, one arm resting on his chest and a leg draped over his waist, her head unceremoniously resting in the crook of his shoulder. She was sound asleep, her rosy lips slightly parted, a few strands of hair clinging to her sleek forehead due to sweat, long eyelashes casting a small shadow beneath her eyes, and her cheeks flushed from sleep, exuding an irresistible charm. Jiang Juanhao stared for a while, both amused and exasperated. He gently pinched Jiang Qingqing's nose. Wake up, the alarm has been ringing for ages. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, chapter 11, an abundance of favor. Due to Jiang Juanhao's profound weariness, their promenade to school was met with curious glances and whispers. Yet his exhaustion veiled him from perceiving the peculiarity. This was partly due to his fatigue and partly because Jiang Qingqing possessed an undeniable charm, naturally drawing the attention of passers-by. Upon returning to the classroom during a recess, Jiang Juanhao slumped into his seat, still half asleep, only to be jolted awake by his desk-mate's inquiry. Excuse me, but I believe you've mistaken the room, Park Mingxiang, his classmate. A veritable embodiment of youthful innocence with her large, round eyes and a voice laced with endearing softness, spoke, her fair complexion flushed with a delicate blush, mirroring Jiang Juanhao's own bashfulness. A belated realization dawned upon Jiang Juanhao, instantly dispelling his lingering drowsiness, though a sliver of hope remained. Ha, you jest, surely. You're Jiang Juanhao. Park Mingxiang exclaimed in surprise, recognizing the familiar, handsome features. Jiang Juanhao's heart sank, and instinctively, he moved to cover Park Mingxiang's mouth. But as he leaned in, he was met with an unexpected obstruction, causing a slight delay. The surrounding gazes turned towards them, drawn by the unfolding scene. Jiang Juanhao found himself in a compromising position, one knee on the seat, leaning over Park Mingxiang, his weight partially supported by what felt like ample cushioning, albeit slightly compressed. One hand steadied himself on her desk, while the other reached for her mouth. Heavens, is this seemingly ordinary fellow a libertine? Engaging in such acts within the classroom? Hush! Speak not of it. It seems it's always the unassuming ones who engage in such dalliances, unlike our paragon, Huang Rui. Indeed, you speak the truth. The murmur of voices ceased as Xin Yue approached Jiang Juanhao, replaced by an almost palpable silence. Feng Xiaoxiao, who had initially intended to intervene, hesitated, her fists clenching before she settled back into her seat. What in tarnation do you think you're doing? I am your. Xin Yue began, pulling Jiang Juanhao up and turning him towards her. She was immediately captivated by his exquisite beauty, now unveiled. His skin possessed a luminous quality, a delicate and genuine rosy white hue, his features more refined than any maiden's. Indeed, nearly everyone in the class had now witnessed Jiang Juanhao's true visage. Ding! received 100 points of adoration. Ding, received 50 points of adoration. Ding. The sudden influx of system notifications disrupted Jiang Juanhao's thoughts. Adoration points? Ding. 10 adoration points can be exchanged for 1 yuan. There is also an adoration point store, where you can redeem anything. So, this is a task specifically designed by the system to prevent me from applying the disguise. How thoughtful. Jiang Juanhao was rendered speechless. It truly was an embarrassment of riches. Are you all blind? Do you wish to forfeit your sight? He's mine. He Xinyue turned and berated the other girls in the class. Upon learning that he was He Xinyue's paramour, the others felt a sense of disappointment. It was a pity that such a handsome and academically gifted young man would be entangled with a delinquent. Alas, it seems the adage holds true, behind every virtuous man there is a woman of ill repute. Bah, she appears to be a harlot. Who knows if he's selling himself with such a pretty face? Huang Rui muttered jealously. Applying foundation from a small compact. Silence. If you continue to spread such rumors, I shall not hesitate to bruise your posterior. Feng Xiaoxiao, slumped over her desk, appeared to be in a foul mood. Ah? Really? Quickly, Feng Baobao. Huang Rui faced the window, her back to Feng Xiaoxiao. Feng Xiaoxiao was rendered speechless, delivering a swift slap. Ooh la la, Huang Rui exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement. The attention of the crowd shifted back to Huang Rui. And Jiang Juanhao seized the opportunity to slip away, rushing to the restroom. Concealing his face, he attracted considerable attention along the way. Inside a restroom stall, Jiang Juanhao retrieved a small mirror, preparing to reapply his makeup before too many people caught sight of him. Ding, the host has received a total of 1,000 adoration points, which can be exchanged for 100 yuan or items from the system store. Just a few minutes and I've already earned 100? Jiang Juanhao, with a hint of skepticism, exchanged all the points for cash. Within seconds, a message arrived from his bank. XX bank account deposit, 100. 00 this. Jiang Juanhao hesitated, glancing at the makeup kit in his hand and then back at the bank message. Jiang Juanhao emerged from the restroom stall. Through the swaying door, one could glimpse a trash can filled with what appeared to be black boxes. Wow, how adorable. Which class is he from? I've never seen him before. One punch would surely reduce him to tears. He must be a man of dual nature. Don't be fooled by his innocent facade, he's probably quite the player in private. Ding, adoration points 50, ding, adoration points 50. Jiang Juanhao, listening to the flirtatious and suggestive remarks, felt a strange mix of emotions, shyness, coupled with a tinge of pleasure? Am I becoming a pervert? Jiang Juanhao mused, returning to class 6. Upon seeing that it was 202, the others cast knowing glances at him. Back in the classroom, many girls, and even some boys, were still looking at Jiang Juanhao. The adoration points continued to accumulate, translating into cold, hard cash. Perhaps it wasn't so embarrassing after all. Returning to his seat, he found that He Xinyue had replaced his deskmate. What are you doing here? Jiang Juanhao inquired softly. I'm your girlfriend. Is it wrong for me to sit next to you? He Xinyue raised an eyebrow, her tone displeased. Ah, no, it's fine. Jiang Juanhao dared not object, lest he be force-fed sanctified water. Given his current physical condition, he was at her mercy. Ding ding ding, the bell rang, signaling the start of the first class of the morning, University Chinese, which for them was essentially a nap. He Xinyue was clad in a white t-shirt, a pleated skirt, and long, slender legs adorned with white socks. The Chinese teacher, a woman in her 50s, droned on like a monotonous chant. Within 10 minutes, most of the class had succumbed to slumber, a practice not to be emulated. Sun Lu, the Chinese teacher, accustomed to this sight, simply tapped the whiteboard and continued her soliloquy. Jiang Juanhao was on the verge of dozing off when he felt something kicking him under the table. Ouch, stop kicking me. Ouch, stop kicking me. Jiang Juanhao, unable to bear it any longer, reached down and grabbed the offending object. He, caught you. Let's see what this is. Jiang Juanhao lowered his head to investigate. Ha! What are you doing? Are you trying to annoy me? Jiang Juanhao immediately looked up at He Xinyue. He Xinyue was squinting, a mischievous grin on her face. What? I'm bored. Can't I talk to my boyfriend? He Xinyue's tone suddenly turned unpleasant. Why yes, you can. What do you want to talk about? Jiang Juanhao was truly afraid of this woman. How many times have you been in love? He Xinyue asked, feigning indifference. And none. What's it to you? It's not like you can just fall in love whenever you want. Jiang Juanhao retorted, exasperated. His first relationship was with a pervert, which was truly unfortunate. So, you mean I'm your first? He Xinyue said with a smirk. Do not utter misleading statements. It is merely the inaugural amorous involvement I have experienced, and it is with you, Jiang Juanhao promptly rectified, having learned his lesson from previous indiscretions. Now wary of uttering anything that might lead to misunderstandings. It's only a matter of time, He Xinyue dismissively retorted. Esteemed students, kindly vacate the premises and don your footwear. Must I remind you of basic decorum? Apologies. Chapter 12, Epiphany. Acquire it yourself. Blackening value 20. Greenery 3 for Feng Xiaoxiao, blackening value 5. Jiang Juanhao was perplexed by the sudden, inexplicable notifications. He lifted his gaze towards Feng Xiaoxiao's location, and for a fleeting moment, a hint of panic and bewilderment flickered in his eyes, followed by an apology. Feng Xiaoxiao clutched the snapped pen in her grasp, her eyes seemingly ablaze. He Xinyue, detecting a shift in Jiang Juanhao's gaze, followed his line of sight, landing upon Feng Xiaoxiao's remarkably beautiful countenance and formidable chest. Her phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, exuding an immense, intangible pressure. A flicker of alarm registered in He Xinyue's eyes, but within moments, a mischievous grin crept onto her lips as if a thought had struck her. She returned the gaze with a provocative air. Then, right before Feng Xiaoxiao's very eyes, she seized Jiang Juanhao by the nape of his neck and forcefully kissed him. The gesture was crude and violent. Feng Xiaoxiao's blackening value 10, greenery, experience points for planting trees, advocating for low-carbon travel, and protecting the environment, 5. Jiang Juanhao protested feebly, attempting to break free, fearful of disturbing those nearby and disrupting the teacher. However, his head was held firmly in place, rendering escape impossible. After an indeterminate period, He Xinyue finally released him, a smug smile playing on her lips. Jiang Juanhao, eyes rolling back, gasped for air, his expression evoking a sense of vulnerability. Bang! Feng Xiaoxiao's blackening value 30, greenery 7. A thunderous sound of a desk being struck reverberated throughout the classroom. The Chinese teacher at the podium and the students engrossed in philosophical musings with the Duke of Zhou were instantly drawn to the commotion. Before them lay the sight of Feng Xiaoxiao's desk, now in pieces. Jiang Juanhao nervously swallowed, while He Xinyue trembled, the memory of her swift defeat on the rooftop still vivid. Miss Feng, what seems to be the matter? The Chinese teacher adjusted his glasses, attempting to conceal his unease. The other students wore expressions of alarm, tinged with fear, as they clearly observed the indentation of a fist on the desk's surface. Ahem. Nothing, teacher. It's just that some students in class were engaging in minor disturbances. I was merely assisting you in maintaining order. Feng Xiaoxiao emphasized the words as she directed her gaze towards Jiang Juanhao, barely acknowledging He Xinyue. Thank you, Miss Feng. After class, please retrieve a desk from the empty classroom. For now, you may share a desk with your deskmate. Class is almost over. So let's continue with taking it all. The Chinese teacher resumed the lesson on taking it all. Huang Rui, upon hearing the teacher's words, looked expectantly at Feng Xiaoxiao, subtly shifting inward, awaiting her arrival. Just then, the Chinese teacher at the podium proclaimed, the essence of taking it all lies in self-acquisition. Reject gifts. Only that which is obtained through one's own efforts is truly valuable. As if struck by an epiphany, Feng Xiaoxiao abruptly rose to her feet amidst the astonished gazes of her classmates and approached Jiang Juanhao, who looked back in bewilderment before his expression shifted to surprise. Before He Xinyue could react, Feng Xiaoxiao seized her by the scruff of her neck and tossed her backward. It seemed the darkening influence had begun to subtly affect Feng Xiaoxiao, unbeknownst even to herself. Feng Xiaoxiao nonchalantly settled into He Xinyue's seat and casually placed Jiang Juwenhao's Chinese textbook between them. The dismissal bell rang at that moment, and the Chinese teacher swiftly retreated from the scene, eager to escape the confines of Class 6. What manner of students are these? Sleeping, engaging in illicit activities, and whatever else. Are you looking for a fight? Demao, Ermao, Xiaoming, Xiaoli. Get her. He Xinyue, humiliated by being thrown aside in front of Jiang Juwenhao, was consumed by rage and momentarily forgot her fear of Feng Xiaoxiao, seeking only to reclaim her pride. The four, upon hearing He Xinyue's call, hesitated, but the menacing look in her eyes compelled them to reluctantly surround Feng Xiaoxiao. Students from other classes crowded around the doorway and windows, eager to witness the spectacle. Feng Xiaoxiao remained seated, surveying the five who encircled her but dared not make a move. A sneer curled upon her lips. What's the matter? You want to fight? Come on, are you afraid? You dare! He Xinyue roared, throwing a punch. Emboldened by He Xinyue's attack, the other four also threw punches. Unfazed, Feng Xiaoxiao slammed her hand on the desk, using the momentum to leap up and deliver a kick to Demao, who was charging in the lead. Demao felt an immense force, sending him flying backward, crashing into several desks and chairs before collapsing, clutching his stomach, unable to recover. Mao, witnessing the scene, gritted his teeth and swung his fist towards Feng Xiaoxiao's face. Feng Xiaoxiao effortlessly sidestepped the blow, seized Mao's arm, and twisted it forcefully. Mao screamed in agony as his arm dislocated, hanging limply by his side. Xiaoming and Xiaoli, witnessing the turn of events, faltered, their courage waning. However, He Xinyue's relentless urging forced them to press on. Feng Xiaoxiao scoffed, executing a spinning kick that sent them staggering, collapsing to the ground. He Xinyue, her eyes wide with terror, swallowed hard and turned to flee, but Feng Xiaoxiao swiftly closed the distance and delivered a flying kick, sending He Xinyue sprawling on the ground. Unable to even groan, the classroom fell silent, and the onlookers outside were stunned into silence. However, several of them frowned and entered the classroom with troubled expressions. As for reporting to the teacher? Don't be absurd. In this world, such occurrences were tacitly accepted. Jiang Juwenhao was witnessing Feng Xiaoxiao's fighting prowess for the first time, and he was utterly speechless. Feng Xiaoxiao returned to He Xinyue's seat, noticing Jiang Juwenhao's gaze filled with astonishment and even a hint of admiration. The hostility that had enveloped her seemed to dissipate, and her brow unfurrowed. Jiang Juwenhao, noticing Feng Xiaoxiao's return, averted his gaze, feeling uneasy. Feng Xiaoxiao said nothing to Jiang Juwenhao, but during the break, she switched her seat with He Xinyue's. Huang Rui, despite his resentment, dared not utter a word after witnessing Feng Xiaoxiao's combat skills and merely glared at Jiang Juwenhao. The chemistry teacher, who arrived for the next class, had learned the gist of the situation from the Chinese teacher. He merely instructed the students to escort the injured to the infirmary and proceeded with the lesson. Jiang Juwenhao, uninterested in the material he could grasp at a glance, preferred to catch up on sleep, conserving his energy for his evening job. Feng Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, spent the morning watching Jiang Juwenhao sleep, though it was unclear whether she engaged in any surreptitious activities. At least, there was no evidence of her fondling his privates. Before long, she too drifted off to sleep. Soon, it was lunchtime. Students could either dine at the school cafeteria or bring their own lunches. Those who brought their own lunches typically fell into two categories: those from affluent families who had chefs prepare nutritious meals, and those like Jiang Juwenhao who could not afford the cafeteria and were forced to bring their own lunches. Jiang Juwenhao, having rushed out, had not had time to prepare a bento box and decided to splurge on a meal at the cafeteria, reasoning that with the steady income from the system, he could occasionally indulge himself. However, reality proved harsh, as Jiang Juwenhao had overestimated the merits of the private school. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Chapter 13, Miss Hua Chen Shouyue with his back turned to the crowd. Jiang Juwenhao's initial impression was marked by his slightly yellowed yet impeccably clean white shirt, which suggested he was likely a special admit from a less affluent background. I'm so sorry, he exclaimed, turning around with genuine remorse. He had indeed hesitated for a moment, inadvertently delaying those behind him, and felt quite apologetic. Upon seeing Jiang Juanhao face them, many were struck by his fair and handsome visage. The girls were instantly captivated by his looks, generously declaring, "It's fine, it's fine. What a polite young man. No rush, take your time. Right?" Some people just can't help but shout out in envy. Are they jealous of his looks? Wow, you're crazy. Don't you know that Gaia's girlfriend is the campus bully from the freshman class? Admiration points surged. But one voice cut through the chatter. What? Jealous? Nonsense. A bunch of foolish women. Wang Bingbing fumed, stamping her feet in anger, her face aflame with indignation. A sudden silence fell. Ultimately, in a moment of impulsiveness, Jiang Juanhao decided to purchase a bowl of plain rice. Given the price of 5 yuan, he resolved to make the most of it and requested the cafeteria lady for a tad extra. With the curious gazes of onlookers upon him, he settled into a corner. Initially, he had intended to order some vegetables, but upon seeing the prices, 10 yuan for the cheapest boiled cabbage, he abandoned that wicked thought. Fortunately, I noticed the free soup and pickles earlier, otherwise, I'd just be a rice fairy. It wouldn't be impossible, though, perhaps I'll challenge myself someday. He mused merrily, returning to his seat with a satisfied grin. Having consumed only 2 buns for breakfast, his stomach protested loudly. The pickles, a perfect accompaniment, soon vanished along with half his rice. Rising to fetch another bowl of pickles, he thought it would help him eat a bit more rice and fill his belly. Wang Bingbing, who had quarreled with him earlier, spotted this scene from a distance and couldn't help but laugh derisively. Look, isn't that the poor guy? His bowl is filled with nothing but plain rice, no proper dish in sight. Exactly. Just look at that bowl filled with the cafeteria's free pickles and leftover soup. What a pathetic sight, coming here to eat like that. Ran Haoren chimed in, his expression one of insincere flattery. The other two nodded eagerly, hoping to curry favor with Wang Bingbing. Satisfied by their reactions, she raised her chin defiantly and declared, "Let us take our trays over and give this classmate a proper greeting. This pickle is so good, I'm nearly done with my rice, yet I'm still hungry. I wonder if they allow free refills," Jiang Juanhao muttered to himself, oblivious to the approaching trio. Well, we chapter 14, cafeteria melee dragged that scoundrel apart, limb from limb. Wang Bingbing exclaimed, clutching her back and panting heavily. Jiang Juanhao was already covered in shoe prints. Complying. Ran Haoren and the others stretched Jiang Juanhao's limbs into a grotesque caricature of a star. Despite his vehement resistance, the sheer number of his assailants overwhelmed him. Jiang Juanhao's exposed face and abdomen were now in direct view of Fan Wenwen, the young woman who had been observing from the second floor. Fan Wenwen gasped, her mouth agape and eyes wide with disbelief. Why you your own head. If you're looking for a fling, go elsewhere, Chen Xiuyue snapped, impatiently nudging her foot. No, Yuejia, look. Isn't that the spitting image of your ideal man from the other night? Pure, adorable, delicate, and fair-skinned. Fan Wenwen gestured wildly at Jiang Juanhao, who was about to be pummeled. As if wishes come true that quickly, Chen Xiuyue scoffed, dismissing it as mere jest. It's him, Yuejia. Hurry. The pretty boy is about to get beaten. Fan Wenwen's voice was frantic, her feet practically bouncing off the floor. Fine, I'll take a look. If he's not as you say. Chen Xiuyue sauntered to Fan Wenwen's side, languidly raising her gaze. She caught sight of Jiang Juanhao's defiant eyes, and her heart skipped a beat. Good heavens! Exquisite! Why didn't you tell me sooner? If anything happens to this handsome fellow, you're finished, Fan Wenwen, Chen Xiuyue declared, making to vault over the railing, forgetting she was on the second floor. Fan Wenwen hastily restrained her. Yuejia, this is the second floor. Besides, I just... Wait for me, Yuejia. Ignoring Fan Wenwen's protests, Chen Xiuyue snatched her coat and dashed toward the ground floor. By the time she arrived, she discovered a stunning beauty standing beside the handsome stranger. The woman, clad in a short skirt and white blouse, with a jacket tied jauntily around her hips, possessed legs that were long, smooth, and radiant. Her features were exquisitely refined, and her phoenix eyes blazed with fury. A pink bandage adorned her nose, accentuating her fair complexion. Her thin lips were pressed into a firm line, as if on the verge of eruption. Who laid a hand on him? Speak up now. If he has to tell me, things will be far less pleasant. Feng Xiaoxiao demanded, gesturing toward Jiang Juanhao with a menacing tone. Oh, no. It's just a bit of playful roughhousing. You misunderstand. Isn't that right, friend? By the way, darling, I don't have a girlfriend yet. Wang Bingbing plastered on an innocent smile, feigning to brush non-existent hair behind his ear. The crowd exchanged incredulous glances. If he didn't have a girlfriend, who was he calling wife just moments ago? Jiang Juanhao dusted himself off, slowly rose, flashed a smile, and tugged at his collar. To the bewilderment of the onlookers, he strode toward Wang Bingbing. Wang Bingbing, though perplexed, managed a strained smile. Just as Feng Xiaoxiao was about to demand an explanation, Jiang Juanhao launched a swift, unexpected slap across Wang Bingbing's face, followed by a trip, sending him sprawling. Jiang Juanhao straddled the fallen figure and began raining blows upon him. Wang Bingbing's 3 lackeys moved to intervene, but Feng Xiaoxiao effortlessly dispatched them. Chen Xiuyue's eye twitched, a wry smile playing on her lips. She approached the group. All right. Pretty boy, this guy's wife is Huang Mao, the top dog of the freshman class, known as Mad Cat. Be careful she doesn't run and tell her. Jiang Juanhao, caught up in the frenzy, remained silent, simply continuing his assault. And who in the world are you? Feng Xiaoxiao stood guardedly between Chen Xiuyue and Jiang Juanhao. You're courting death. Fan Wenwen, incensed, stepped forward, pointing at Feng Xiaoxiao. Someone in the crowd recognized Chen Xiuyue. Look, it's Chen Xiuyue, the top dog of the sophomore class. Shoo! Are you mad? Do you dare speak her real name? They call her Butterfly, claiming she can conquer 3 or 4 innocent youths in a single day. Wow, I'm envious. Hey, Wenwen, be polite. I'm Chen Xiuyue, but I prefer my esteemed title, Butterfly. And what might your name be? Chen Xiuyue inquired, her eyes narrowed, a subtle smile gracing her lips, as she extended a hand. Feng Xiaoxiao replied, still eyeing Chen Xiuyue warily, as she extended her own hand. Feng Xiaoxiao? Chen Xiuyue thought, her mind racing. Could she be the one move foam from third high? No, impossible. I must be mistaken. Yuejia, what are you thinking about? Fan Wenwen tugged at Chen Xiuyue's sleeve, noticing her momentary lapse. Ahem, pleased to meet you. Since we've met, I'll offer a friendly warning. The wife of the man you're beating has some influence. Be careful she doesn't report you. Chen Xiuyue's eyes remained narrowed. Let her go. This is none of your business. Leave, Feng Xiaoxiao retorted, waving her hand dismissively. You're really putting on airs. Whether or not we leave is none of your concern. Fan Wenwen snapped, her neck craned forward. Chen Xiuyue frowned, her tone laced with displeasure. Is this handsome man your boyfriend? Yes. Why? Is it any of your business? A flicker of panic crossed Feng Xiaoxiao's eyes as she glanced furtively at Jiang Juanhao, who was still pummeling his opponent. Chen Xiuyue noticed the subtle gesture. He's not? Good. Her smile returned, and her demeanor shifted back to its languid ease. She leaned toward Jiang Juanhao, grasping his wrist. Jiang Juanhao looked up, puzzled. Hey! What do you think you're doing? Feng Xiaoxiao demanded, advancing toward them. Ignoring Feng Xiaoxiao, Chen Xiuyue continued to address Jiang Juanhao. Handsome, I'm Chen Xiuyue. You can call me Yuejia. I'm Jiang Juanhao. Could you let go of my hand? Jiang Juanhao, flustered by the contact, blushed slightly, unsure whether it was from exertion or embarrassment. Chen Xiuyue's heart fluttered at his reaction. As the two conversed, Fan Wenwen stepped forward. What's your game? You're asking for it. Feng Xiaoxiao retorted, launching a kick. Say that again. Fan Wenwen countered, mirroring the kick. Chen Xiuyue disregarded the scuffle, continuing to smile at Jiang Juanhao. Juanhao, darling. You've vented your anger. Any more and your hands will suffer. Look, you're bleeding. At her words, Jiang Juanhao noticed his knuckles were indeed broken, blood welling up. I'm right. Aren't I? Stop fighting. Does it hurt? 1-1. Chen Xiuyue suddenly winked at Fan 1-1. At Chen Xiuyue's prompting, Zhang Juanhao felt the stinging pain in his hand. Tears welling in his eyes. That wretched tearful disposition. Fan 1-1 understood. Gritting her teeth, she mustered all her strength to break free from Feng Xiaoxiao. Limping toward Wang Bingbing to resume the assault. Although Fan 1-1 appears to be more ferocious than Zhang Juanhao, seasoned fighters can discern at a glance that it is merely an impressive display with little substance. The damage inflicted may not even amount to half of what Zhang Juanhao just delivered. Feng Xiaoxiao gazes at Fan 1-1 in bewilderment, questioning how one could abandon the fight not even a minute after it commenced. What on earth are you trying to accomplish? Feng Xiaoxiao's brows furrow deeply, as her irritation begins to surface. Chapter 15, Is the school doctor that old? Why don't you do anything? Just take my baby to the infirmary. Chen Xiuyue said as she gently grasped Zhang Juanhao's delicate hand. Juanhao, your hands are so smooth and tender. Zhang Juanhao attempted to withdraw his hand. Yet Chen Xiuyue tightened her grip. What do you mean, my baby? Let go of my hand, I can take care of my own boyfriend. Feng Xiaoxiao chimed in, stepping forward to seize Zhang Juanhao's hand. After tossing the nearly unconscious Wang Bingbing to Ran Haoran, Fan 1-1 approached Chen Xiuyue from behind. What do you mean your boyfriend? Have some dignity. Stop arguing. Yue, thank you, but I've known Feng classmate a bit longer, she's the one who should take me. I can't trouble you any further. Zhang Juanhao smiled apologetically at Chen Xiuyue. Did you hear that? Hurry up and leave, Feng Xiaoxiao smirked triumphantly. Chen Xiuyue, initially displeased, found herself softening at Zhang Juanhao's charming smile. Alright then. Hey, Juanhao, can I borrow your phone? I need to make a call. Don't call me baby. Zhang Juanhao mumbled as he handed over his phone. Ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling. Suddenly, Chen Xiuyue's phone in her pocket rang. Satisfied, she hung up and returned the phone to Zhang Juanhao. If you need anything, just call me, I'm on standby for you 24/7. As soon as Zhang Juanhao took back his phone, Feng Xiaoxiao, in a fit of defiance, scooped him up and headed toward the infirmary. Yue, this Fan 1-1 started to say something as she watched Feng Xiaoxiao carry Zhang Juanhao away. But Chen Xiuyue stopped her with a hand gesture. It's fine, you go find out who Feng Xiaoxiao really is. What's mine is always mine. I can walk myself. You can put me down. Zhang Juanhao carefully glanced at Feng Xiaoxiao's face, still simmering with anger. No way. You still owe me for bumping into me. So whatever I say goes. You better lie down obediently, Feng Xiaoxiao declared. But you said it was all in the past last time I was at your place. Zhang Juanhao whispered. What? Feng Xiaoxiao grinned through clenched teeth, applying pressure to his thigh. What are you doing? Zhang Juanhao exclaimed in disbelief, widening his eyes at her. His voice trembling slightly. Just collecting some interest, heh. Feng Xiaoxiao replied with a mischievous smile. In the infirmary, Feng Xiaoxiao anxiously looked at Zhang Juanhao's hand, which was wrapped like a zongzi. Unable to restrain herself, she asked, Doctor, is his hand all right? Zhang Jia, holding a medical chart, leaned down to examine Zhang Juanhao's hand closely before softly replying, It's nothing serious, just come back for dressing changes on schedule. Zhang Juanhao, however, had his eyes tightly closed, internally chanting do not peek after inadvertently catching a glance at something he shouldn't have. Black lace trim. Once Shang Jia finished, she leisurely returned to her seat. Her porcelain complexion had a delicate pink hue, making her exceptionally beautiful. Like Zhang Juanhao, she possessed captivating fox-like eyes. Her lips, as red as ripe cherries, were alluring, and a small mole beside her mouth added an inexplicable charm, giving her an air of allure. Her purple hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, and she wore a fitted white lab coat, slightly unbuttoned at the collar, revealing a hint of her fair skin and delicate collarbone. Underneath, she sported a black mini skirt that hugged her curves perfectly, accentuating her shapely legs, complemented by black stockings and elegant red-soled heels. That's good. You really dared to throw punches. If you fractured your wrist, you'd be in trouble. Feng Xiaoxiao finally dared to scold Zhang Juanhao after hearing he was fine. Zhang Juanhao lay on the examination table, offering an embarrassed smile. Sorry about that. My emotions just got the better of me. Unbeknownst to him. As he lay there grinning at Feng Xiaoxiao, his fox-like eyes formed crescent shapes, exuding considerable allure. Feng Xiaoxiao swallowed hard, looking around nervously to see Zhang Jia engrossed in her reading at her desk. The infirmary had 3 beds, and Zhang Juanhao occupied the innermost one. Feng Xiaoxiao discreetly and swiftly pulled the bed curtains around them. Realizing something was amiss, Zhang Juanhao attempted to sit up, but Feng Xiaoxiao was quicker. She covered his mouth with her hand and whispered in his ear, "Shoo. Don't make a sound, we wouldn't want that monster outside to hear us." Zhang Juanhao felt a rush of warmth in his ears. His body weak as Feng Xiaoxiao held both of his wrists down with one hand while the other flipped his left arm over. Upon seeing the symbol she wanted, a satisfied expression crossed her face. "How did you come by this real deal?" Feng Xiaoxiao suddenly asked out of curiosity. I have no idea." Zhang Juanhao felt a bit strange, self-conscious about someone looking at his symbol. "TSK, if you don't want to share, that's fine. Not like I really want to know." "Even if you don't tell me, it doesn't concern me," Feng Xiaoxiao rambled on. Stop. I really don't know, I was wrong, okay? Please don't keep going." "Master," Zhang Juanhao hurriedly appeased her. "Does it ever itch? Can you scratch it? Will it fade?" Feng Xiaoxiao asked eagerly. "I don't know." "Then I'll just have to try it myself," Feng Xiaoxiao said, reaching out to touch the symbol on Zhang Juanhao's arm. "Wow, it really doesn't fade. Now, let me see what this symbol you have already left." "I suppose I shall find time to visit you," Qin Shouyue expressed with concern. "All right." "He has gone to wash the jujubes and has no time to chat with you," Feng Xiaoxiao interjected, forcefully severing the call. "Hey, why did you snatch my phone?" Zhang Juanhao muttered softly. "What does it matter to you? You're my boyfriend now, and even if I were to kiss you, no one would dare to say anything." "All right, I still have training this afternoon. I had initially wanted to keep you company, but I must first go to sign in." "I will return as soon as I am done, so wait for me," Feng Xiaoxiao declared, grabbing her coat and rushing out. Only Zhang Juanhao remained in the school infirmary. As school nurse Zhang Jia seemed to have disappeared. There was a puddle of water on the floor, likely a result of Nurse Zhang accidentally spilling her drink. However, the table was not cluttered with medical texts, but rather a book titled The Gentle School Nurse and the Delicate Patient. Zhang Juanhao possessed an acute sixth sense in this world and had a persistent feeling that there were eyes watching him from beyond the wall. Chapter 16, Not at all contradictory. I enjoy perceiving myself as. Approximately 10 minutes later, Zhang Jia returned from outside, and intriguingly, her black stockings had transformed into white ones, paired with a white coat that offered a refreshing new aesthetic. Has your girlfriend left?" Zhang Jia inquired curiously upon noticing only Zhang Juanhao in the room. She has departed, but she is not my girlfriend." Zhang Juanhao had no intentions of pursuing romance at the moment. Women would only impede his financial ambitions. "Oh? Is that so? I assumed from your close interactions that you two were in a romantic relationship. My apologies," Zhang Jia said, playfully tapping her head in embarrassment. "Haha, indeed." Zhang Juanhao chuckled awkwardly. Then, a silence enveloped the room. Zhang Juanhao, lying on the bed, aimlessly opened the system panel. Admiration points, 18. 000. A plethora of system notifications followed. Feng Xiaoxiao affection 30, Zhang Jia affection 30, Qin Shouyue affection 40. Name, Zhang Jia affection, 30 corruption value, 0 possessiveness towards host, low talent, master of traditional Chinese medicine. Anime enthusiast name, Qin Shouyue affection, 40 possessiveness towards host, medium talent, flirting prodigy. These were all newly appeared character panels. It seems that in this game world, the two must have considerable roles. Zhang Juanhao mused silently before clicking on his own character panel. Host, Zhang Juanhao age, 18 pure love value, 0 corruption value, 15 possessed extraordinary talent, photographic memory. Well, there's nothing particularly fascinating here. Oh right. I should send Qingqing a message first. Zhang Juanhao had added Zhang Qingqing on WeChat the previous night and opened the dialogue box with his sister. Jiang Qingqing had insisted on a specific nickname for him. Qingqing, I have something to attend to, I might be back a bit late. After school. Be sure to return home early to cook for Grandpa. Take care emoji kiss sticker. Ding. Instant reply. Ah. What's wrong, brother? Why will you be back late? Don't. Jiang Juanhao wished to alleviate Jiang Qingqing's worries. It's nothing, just some chores that may take a bit longer. Also, I remember you finished school at 4, so why are you already on your phone at 3? Instant reply. Focus on your lessons, or the bedtime story is cancelled. Ah, no way, no way. I just checked the time and it happened to be a coincidence. The bedtime story cannot be cancelled. I'm going to class now, bye-bye. How brother, Jiang Juanhao smiled wryly at his phone screen, amused by this little girl. Exiting the chat interface, he noticed a message from Wang Roxue, his favorite sister. The message simply read, "Hello, I have approved your friend request." Jiang Juanhao, feeling a sudden impulse, clicked on it. Is Sister Wang there? Ah, no. That sounds so foolish. Delete. Is Sister Wang still working? Oh dear, what am I even asking? Never mind, I'll just take a nap. Just as Jiang Juanhao placed his phone down, the notification sound chimed again. You have an unread message from your favorite sister Wang. Seeing this notification, he couldn't help but smile. Juanhao, dear brother, have you missed me? Why haven't you messaged me lately? Have you forgotten about your old sister? If so, I'd be very sad, of course not. Instant reply. Ah. Were you waiting for me to send you a message? I'm so sorry, Juanhao. I've been really busy with work lately, hee emoji playful tongue out sticker. Jiang Juanhao felt his face redden, lost in thoughts as he clutched his phone. Sister Wang seems like an angel. Why is it that whenever I wish to chat with her, she seems to know and sends me a message right away? Is she waiting in the chat window for my message, noticing I'm typing but not sending anything, and fearing I might feel awkward? So she humorously brings up a topic? That seems unlikely. Tiandao Media Company, Limited Wang Roxue, with a DSLR camera hanging around her neck and a sweet smile, was indeed clever. She hesitated to message Jiang Juanhao directly, fearing it might put him off, so she often checked the chat interface under the pretense of other tasks. Wang Roxue had faced quite a bit of scolding from her team leader for this, but today, her patience finally paid off. What is Sister Wang up to? Still working? Yes, as you know, I'm working hard to create a perfect and comfortable post-marriage environment for you, dear Juanhao. So tiring emoji. What? How embarrassing emoji. Just kidding. Are you working at the convenience store tonight? Yes, but I've decided to only go on Saturdays and Sundays from now on. Now that Jiang Juanhao had the system as a great support, he didn't need to overexert himself. That's right, don't work too hard. If you encounter difficulties, tell your sister, alright? Serious face emoji. Yes, this sense of reliance felt wonderful. Jiang Juanhao already felt himself falling deeper into this connection. Wang Roxue quickly added, I need to get back to work now. See you later at the convenience store. Bye-bye, dog emoji. Alright, see you at the convenience store. Bye-bye. Jiang Juanhao happily set down his phone, hugging it to his chest, his smile unwavering. He felt as though he was undergoing subtle, transformative changes in this world. Back on Blue Star, he could never have mustered such shy expressions and gestures. The phone rang. Hello? Is this me? It's me, the coach. This old hag is being sneaky. I want to make it today, so you'd better head back early. Still playing on your phone? Hurry up and go run your endurance drills. Enough, I'm hanging up. I want to see Fo Xiao. Just as Jiang Juanhao finished the call, he glanced at the time, 4:38. He still needed to go to the police station. Xin Yue had forced him into that situation, and it was far from over. Resolute in his decision, Jiang Juanhao stood up and approached Zhang Jia, intending to say goodbye. However, he caught a glimpse of the content of the book she was reading, the overbearing school doctor and the delicate male lead. Jiang Juanhao unconsciously swallowed hard. What a peculiar set of characters. Zhang Doctor. Ah. Classmate, when did you arrive behind me? You startled me. Zhang Jia exclaimed, patting her ample bosom. Jiang Juanhao, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, turned his face away. I'm sorry for startling you. Young doctor, I think I'll be heading back now. Oh, I see. No worries. You can come and go as you please here. There aren't many rules, I won't force you to stay longer without reason. Just remember to come for your dressing change tomorrow, Zheng Jia said with a cheerful smile. All right, understood. Jiang Juanhao couldn't help but be drawn to the beauty mark near Zhang Jia's lips. It was truly captivating. As soon as Jiang Juanhao stepped outside, Zhang Jia's expression shifted. Ah. My looks are acceptable. But not at all domineering. I prefer to perceive myself as that kind. This is rather adorable and not contradictory at all. I should observe a bit longer. Zhang Jia pouted, her face a picture of contemplation. Chapter 17, Go ahead, you've made your point, but could you provide relevant evidence? Inquired a member of the Jinui. Jiang Juanhao retrieved the video he had recorded on his phone during the previous incident in the classroom, recounting the detailed sequence of events once more. With irrefutable proof, He Xinyue was swiftly taken into custody. Honey, you need to explain yourself to them. With a husband as handsome as you, how could I possibly stray? He Xinyue exclaimed urgently upon seeing Jiang Juanhao, believing him to be her savior. Is it her? The Jinui pointed at He Xinyue, questioning Jiang Juanhao. Yes, it's her. She made me do all those things. You must stand up for me. Jiang Juanhao dramatically wept, drawing sympathetic glances from everyone present. What? You reported me? How dare you? You're finished. Once I'm out, the photos from the Battle of Red Cliffs will be all over the streets. He Xinyue shouted in a fit of rage and humiliation. What? You plan to spread them further? Hand over your phone. Delete those photos and videos. A Jinui officer demanded angrily. Ultimately, after a thorough session of memory recovery, the officers were able to delete the incriminating material as they desired. Wow! Even so? It was worth it. A young female officer murmured enviously. Come on. Get in here. Another officer roughly pulled He Xinyue into a small room. Honestly, the Jinui here are utterly incompetent compared to those back on Blue Star. They lack professionalism entirely. Jiang Juanhao couldn't help but think. By the time Jiang Juanhao left the station and returned home, it was already past 7 in the evening. As he opened the door, his neighbor Jiang Qingqing also stepped out. How, you're finally back. Come eat, I made it myself. Jiang Qingqing exclaimed, rushing into his embrace and gazing up at him. Really? Our Qingqing is amazing. Jiang Juanhao smiled, patting her head affectionately. Jiang Qingqing's ears flushed crimson as she lowered her head, grasping his hand and leading him to her home. After dinner, Jiang Juanhao lingered at Jiang Qingqing's house until 9 o'clock. Once he saw Jiang Haitao asleep, he offered a few last words of encouragement to Jiang Qingqing before stepping out to change shifts. How, come back early. It's dangerous out there for a boy. Jiang Qingqing said reluctantly, hugging him tightly. All right, I promise to return as soon as I finish work. Be good and study hard. If you place in the top 100 in the upcoming exams, I'll take you to the amusement park. Jiang Juanhao replied, gazing at her with affection. Really? Yay! Brother is the best. I love you the most. Jiang Qingqing's big doe eyes sparkled with joy. Okay, watch less neon anime and get to bed early. I'm off now. At the convenience store, it was 10 in the evening. Surprisingly, there were still quite a few customers, mostly women. Jiang Juanhao had stopped wearing unattractive makeup to earn admiration. Welcome. The electronic doorbell chimed. Hello, welcome. Jiang Juanhao said wearily, barely keeping his eyes open. Since changing shifts at 9:30, the first customer had yet to leave, and those who entered seemed more interested in Jiang Juanhao's looks than in purchasing anything. Wow! Business is booming today. So many people. A familiar voice chimed in. Jiang Juanhao immediately opened his eyes to see the enchanting eyes and charming features of Wang Roshue. Dressed elegantly in a fitted white blouse paired with a black pencil skirt and black tights. Sister Wang, you're here. Zhang Juanhao felt his spirits lift inexplicably. What's wrong? You seem downcast, Wang Roshue observed with concern. Their eyes met, and in an instant, Zhang Juanhao shyly averted his gaze. Wang Roshue couldn't help but chuckle softly. If you're feeling low, you must share it with your sister. I'm not feeling down, just... Zhang Juanhao began. But before he could finish, Wang Roshue had seized his wrist, her brow furrowed. What is going on? He briefly recounted the incident from the cafeteria, leaving out the details. Wang Roshue gently blew on his hand, her eyes softening as she gazed at him. Does it still hurt? And no, it doesn't hurt anymore, Zhang Juanhao mumbled, unable to meet her gaze. If something like this happens again, you must tell me immediately. Otherwise, I'll worry, understood? Wang Roshue said, holding his hand and looking at him tenderly. Yes, I understand, Zhang Juanhao nodded shyly. The other patrons, witnessing their close interaction, assumed they were an item and left with disappointed expressions. Let them go, I don't mind, Zhang Juanhao thought to himself. Turning back to Wang Roshue, he asked, do you work late every day? Not really, I've just been busy recently. Things will ease up soon, she patiently explained, still gently blowing on Zhang Juanhao's knuckles. They chatted for a while longer until Wang Roshue said, oh dear, it's so late. I must return to the office, I can't stay with you any longer. That's all right. I'm grateful you could spare some time for me, Zhang Juanhao replied, blushing as he mustered his courage. Oh, you saying that makes me so happy. She beamed, pulling him into a hug and ruffling his hair. Zhang Juanhao felt a rush of embarrassment. Ha, that tickles. Brother Juanhao, don't squirm. Wang Roshue laughed. Zhang Juanhao managed to pull his head away, gasping for breath. That was close, I almost suffocated. Do you not like that? I won't do it again, Wang Roshue said, her beautiful eyes slightly drooping. No. It's just that I... Zhang Juanhao's voice rose in panic, startling the remaining customers. Don't go. Wang Roshue, seizing the moment, wore a playful smirk, then feigned confusion. What do you mean, not like it? I mean, I like it a lot. Zhang Juanhao murmured like a whisper. Seeing that this was likely his limit, Wang Roshue smiled warmly. Really? Hearing that makes me very happy. See you tomorrow, bye. Bye. Zhang Juanhao waved instinctively, watching until she disappeared from view. Sister Wang is so gentle. If only I could be her boyfriend, he sighed, shaking his head, lamenting, how could someone like me ever have that chance? Chapter 18, The infirmary. Friday afternoon found Zhang Juanhao undergoing his final dressing change at the school infirmary. Actually, you didn't need to accompany me. I could have managed on my own, Zhang Juanhao began, only to be interrupted by Feng Xiaoxiao. I said you couldn't, and that's that. Why? Zhang Juanhao inquired, perplexed. Just because. Feng Xiaoxiao retorted, arms crossed. As if I'd admit it's because I fear some other vixen will snatch you away. Alright, this is the last dressing change. The bandages can come off in 3 days, Zheng Jia announced from her seat. Okay, thank you, Dr. Zheng, Zhang Juanhao responded, glancing at his hand with gratitude. Feng Xiaoxiao, who had been listless, perked up at the news and promptly whisked Zhang Juanhao away. Later, in the equipment room on the sports field, the young woman, clad in black tights, sat atop a stack of mats nearly half her height, looking down at the fair-skinned boy kneeling below. Hey, Feng Xiaoxiao began, gazing at Zhang Juanhao. We're a couple now, right? Zhang Juanhao remained silent. While Feng Xiaoxiao was undeniably attractive, his heart still leaned towards Wang Roshue. TSK? She clicked her tongue. Speak up. Cat got your tongue? Arms still crossed, she used a finger to tilt Zhang Juanhao's chin upwards, her brow furrowed and Phoenix eyes narrowed as she scrutinized him. TCH. So reluctant to talk? Fine. A smirk played on Feng Xiaoxiao's lips. Ding. Darkening value 5. Feng Xiaoxiao's darkening value 5. Are we a couple or not? Feng Xiaoxiao pressed, her tone growing impatient. Darkening value 5. Zhang Juanhao was taken aback. Feng Xiaoxiao's darkening value had reached 50. Fearing she might do something rash, he reluctantly nodded. Yes, what was that? I couldn't hear you. Yes. Didn't have your lunch? Yes. Jiang Juanhao exclaimed, his face flushed. Only then did Feng Xiaoxiao's expression soften. She ruffled Jiang Juanhao's hair. Ding. Feng Xiaoxiao's affection 10. Possessiveness towards host, very high. The pair, following the instructions of their physical education teacher, went to the equipment room to move some items. The task was arduous, leaving them both breathless and drenched in sweat. Hold on. Jiang Juanhao, walking ahead, was suddenly stopped by Feng Xiaoxiao. Turning back, Jiang Juanhao was surprised as Feng Xiaoxiao embraced him tightly. What are you doing? He asked, puzzled. We're a couple, aren't we? What's wrong with a hug? Feng Xiaoxiao replied, feigning innocence. But we just finished moving equipment, you're all sweaty and grimy, Jiang Juanhao complained, wrinkling his nose at the sensation of perspiration. Jiang Juanhao was truly speechless. He had escaped one predicament only to fall into another. We're going out this weekend, Feng Xiaoxiao declared in a cool tone, brooking no argument. I have a part-time job on weekends, Jiang Juanhao offered weakly. Consider it settled. It's a date, Feng Xiaoxiao said with a smile before departing. What is with this woman? Jiang Juanhao muttered, watching her retreating figure with resentment. The emperor is coming, hello? Jiang Juanhao answered, regarding the unfamiliar number with suspicion. Jiang, you left something behind in the infirmary, Zhang Jia said, a subtle smile playing on her lips. Ah? Really? Sorry for the trouble. I'll be right there, Jiang Juanhao replied hurriedly, hanging up and rushing towards the infirmary. The infirmary knock, Dr. Zhang, it's me, Jiang Juanhao announced politely. Come in. As Jiang Juanhao opened the door, he noticed that Zhang Jia had moved her chair to a position directly facing the entrance, a mere dozen steps away. She sat with her arms crossed, accentuating her figure, her silk-stockinged legs crossed, and her black pumps tapping rhythmically. A faint smile played on her lips. And Jiang Juanhao couldn't help but glance at the mole near her mouth. Realizing Zhang Jia was watching him, Jiang Juanhao quickly averted his gaze, scratching his head. Dr. Zhang. Where's my stuff? Zhang Jia chuckled and beckoned with a finger. Close the door, lock it, and then come over here. I'm sorry, I have to go. Jiang Juanhao stammered, sensing something amiss and turning to leave. Fine, leave then. But what you and your girlfriend were doing on my examination table, Zhang Jia trailed off, brandishing a phone. Jiang Juanhao froze, a twitch in his expression. You're bluffing. Suit yourself. Just close the door on your way out, Zhang Jia replied, exuding confidence. In her mind, the matter was settled. Sure enough, Jiang Juanhao locked the door and approached Zhang Jia. Pictures or video? Zhang Jia simply smiled and gestured towards a laptop on a nearby desk. It's all on the computer. See for yourself. Jiang Juanhao closed the video, sinking weakly to the floor. Seen enough? Convinced now? Jiang Juanhao buried his face in his hands. I told her. She just doesn't believe me. What do you want? Jiang Juanhao watched as Zhang Jia slowly rose and approached him, leaning close to his ear. What? Jiang Juanhao's face flushed crimson, his ears burning. Unwilling? Zhang Jia asked, her fox-like eyes narrowed seductively. This isn't right. The book will be ruined. And I don't know how. Jiang Juanhao's voice trailed off to a whisper. Don't know how? Don't worry, I'll teach you, Zhang Jia said, a cryptic smile forming on her lips. Didn't I just teach you? What? I'm not the one who. Jiang Juanhao stammered, bewildered. You said you didn't know how? I'm just teaching you. Zhang Jia suddenly covered her face with her hands, looking upwards, her breathing becoming erratic. Jiang Juanhao's heart pounded in his chest. He had never experienced anything like this before. As Jiang Juanhao leaned down, a system notification sounded. Ding! Mail leads darkening value 20. Jiang Juanhao couldn't help but shudder. Yes, who's a good little brother? Zhang Jia asked, tilting her head and resting her cheek on her hand, a finger to her lips. I am. Who is Jiang Juanhao? Jiang Juanhao is Zhang Jia's good little brother. Jiang Juanhao finished, his face as red as a boiled lobster. Good boy. Here's a reward for you, Zhang Jia said, her eyes narrowed with amusement as she looked at Zhang Juanhao on the floor. It's okay, Zhang Juanhao, you can do this. Zhang Juanhao was still trying to steel himself when Zhang Jia, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, clicked. Suddenly, a flash of light accompanied the sound of a camera. Ugh! Zhang Juanhao exclaimed, his eyes wide as he looked at Zhang Jia. It's just a memento, darling, nothing more. Look how adorable you look, Zhang Jia said with a satisfied smile. A few minutes later, you can go now. Keep your phone on you, Zhang Jia said contentedly, waving her hand from her chair. Zhang Juanhao stood up awkwardly, smoothing his disheveled hair and muttering under his breath. Smells like pomelo lemon tea. Zhang Juanhao shook his head helplessly. Life was about to become much more difficult. Chapter 19, the mischievous girl Zhang Juanhao trudged home with a sense of bitterness, burdened by the unexpected presence of a bamboo figurine. The emperor was calling. Hello? Is there something urgent, manager? After a brief silence, Zhang Juanhao raised his voice. All right, no deductions from this month's salary. Frustrated, he ended the call and shoved his phone aggressively into his pocket. The convenience store job had vanished, yet the medical expenses and chemotherapy costs for Zhang Haitao were substantial. Although the job was arduous, it provided a meager income of over 5,000 each month, supplemented by health insurance, barely sustaining the three of them. Now, without this income, how would they manage in the days to come? While the newly acquired system seemed to offer a glimmer of hope, the loss of a stable income continued to gnaw at Zhang Juanhao's heart. What should he do? Wandering aimlessly down the street, he was engulfed in confusion and despair. The biting cold wind tousled his hair, yet it could not dispel the gloom that lingered within him. After a long moment, he took a deep breath and forced a smile, resolving that everything would work out in the end. He decided to surprise his sister, Zhang Qingqing. Perhaps witnessing her radiant smile would uplift his spirits. At Pingdi University, the campus gates bustled with students exploring the food street in the afternoon. Qingqing, you've been saying for ages that you want me to meet your brother. When will that happen? One girl eagerly tugged at Zhang Qingqing's arm. Exactly. You rave about how handsome he is, yet you've never brought him around. Are you pulling our leg? Another girl chimed in. All right. Don't put her on the spot, interjected Tan Yujie, her playful pigtails bouncing as she spoke. With a delicate face and sparkling eyes, her petite features were framed by rosy cheeks that seemed ready to burst with vitality. Clad in a cropped hoodie that revealed her midriff and a short, glossy leather skirt with an asymmetrical hem, she completed her look with knee-high combat boots adorned with gleaming studs and a stylish wide belt that swayed with her movements. What is so difficult for me? Tan Yujie exclaimed, feigning indignation. Zhang Qingqing puffed out her cheeks, pretending to be annoyed. At that moment, a flicker of surprise crossed Tan Yujie's eyes, prompting Zhang Qingqing to glance back at Gan Lu and Ao Huangyi, who were both starry-eyed and gaping in awe. Filled with curiosity, Zhang Qingqing turned around to find Zhang Juanhao standing nearby, wearing a warm smile while holding a grilled sausage. Qingqing, have you missed me? Zhang Juanhao said gently, offering the sausage to Zhang Qingqing. Ah! How hi, what are you doing here? I missed you so much. Her eyes sparkled as she leaped into Zhang Juanhao's embrace like a joyful fawn. Zhang Juanhao affectionately ruffled her hair, inadvertently catching the fleeting glimmer of jealousy in Tan Yujie's gaze. Puzzled, he scratched his head, wondering why he felt as though he did not recognize this girl. See? This is my brother, Oli. Zhang Qingqing proudly proclaimed, clinging tightly to Zhang Juanhao as she introduced him to her friends. Brother, this is Gan Lu, this is Ao Huangyi. And this is Tan Yujie. Zhang Juanhao, slightly bashful, blushed and offered a shy smile. Hello, I'm Qingqing's brother, Zhang Juanhao. Unbeknownst to him, his charming smile and captivating fox-like eyes drew the attention of the three girls, quickening their breaths, especially Tan Yujie, though she soon regained her nonchalant demeanor. Ah, hello. Nice to meet you. Gan Lu and Ao Huangyi exclaimed in unison, their voices trembling with excitement. Tan Yujie took in Zhang Juanhao's bashfulness and the rosy hue creeping up his ears. Suddenly, a mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes as she decided to tease the shy boy. So, you're the brother? You're quite handsome. Can I have you as my boyfriend? Four voices erupted simultaneously, a blend of surprise and exhilaration. Get lost. You can't be my sister-in-law. Jiang Qingqing pouted, clearly displeased, lightly swatting Tan Yujie. Yujie, you're so bold. The other two girls couldn't help but admire her audacity, giving her thumbs up. Flattered by their praise, Tan Yujie smiled widely, her spirits lifted. Zhang Juanhao awkwardly chuckled, attempting to ease the slightly flirtatious atmosphere. Your classmate is quite the jokester. By the way, do you want some grilled sausage? It's on me. Yes. Gan Lu and Ao Huangyi exclaimed, bouncing with enthusiasm in unison. I'll pass. But if my brother offers, I might reconsider, Tan Yujie added, casting a glance at Zhang Juanhao, whose flustered expression amused her. With a satisfied grin, she hopped into a luxurious Maybach, leaving a trail of dust behind. How high, you came today? Jiang Qingqing, clutching a sausage in one hand and tightly linking her arm with Zhang Juanhao, walked side by side with him down the street. Their presence drew the gaze of countless passers-by, turning heads in their direction. So, do you like your brother more now? No early romances allowed at school, Zhang Juanhao teased, his eyes reflecting genuine concern. Jiang Qingqing stole a glance at him, her thoughts racing. Silly brother, how could I possibly be in a relationship at school? My feelings are so obvious, yet you can't see them. She then adopted a helpless expression, as if silently chastising Zhang Juanhao for his obliviousness. Noticing her silence and the frown on her face, Zhang Juanhao grew worried. Weren't we fine just a moment ago? Following her gaze, he looked at himself, dressed in simple attire, and suddenly realized he might have embarrassed her in front of her classmates. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Is it because I came to pick you up without telling you? I didn't think it through, and I'm sorry if I embarrassed you. Stop it. Silly brother. Don't overthink it. You coming to pick me up, it makes me incredibly happy. I hope you can wait for me at the school gate every day after class. Jiang Qingqing exclaimed, extending her arms for a hug. Upon hearing this, Zhang Juanhao felt a weight lift from his heart. Grateful that Jiang Qingqing didn't feel inferior, he silently vowed never to let her feel inadequate due to their family circumstances. Gently embracing her, he replied, All right, it's my fault for overthinking. I promise to pick you up every day after school. But brother, won't that tire you out? I don't want you to be too worn out. Jiang Qingqing said, snuggling closer to him. Not at all, Zhang Juanhao smiled, suddenly recalling his promise to take her to the amusement park this Saturday. Qingqing, we're going to the amusement park tomorrow. Excited? Really? I thought you were joking. Oh, that's amazing. I love you the most, brother. Mua, mua, mua. Zhang Qingqing squealed, jumping into Zhang Juanhao's arms and showering his face with kisses. Chapter 20, Amusement Park, a fortuitous encounter. Be careful on the road, take your time. Qingqing, listen to brother Hao Hao and don't run around, understand? Zhang Haitao reclined on the bed, watching the two who were about to leave for the amusement park. I got it. I'll stick close to Hao Hao, not leaving his side for a moment. Zhang Qingqing, clad in a simple white dress, with black shoes and pink socks, looked playful and adorable. Zhang Juanhao wore a black short-sleeved shirt paired with ordinary sweatpants. Don't worry, Grandpa, I'll take good care of Qingqing. And we'll be back before dinner. I want to ride this. Zhang Qingqing tugged Zhang Juanhao towards the ticket booth for the roller coaster. Qingqing, are you really going to ride that? They had just disembarked from the pirate ship, and Zhang Qingqing was eager to hop on the roller coaster. Zhang Qingqing glanced at Zhang Juanhao, who looked pale, then at the roller coaster plunging down from the highest point, her eyes filled with disappointment, quickly replaced with concern for her brother. Brother, are you feeling particularly unwell? It's all my fault, I was only thinking about what I wanted to do. She took out a tissue from her small handbag and gently wiped the cold sweat from Zhang Juanhao's forehead. Zhang Juanhao took a deep breath, forcing a smile. It's okay, Qingqing. It was just the pirate ship that shook a bit too much. I'll be fine after a moment. If you really want to ride the roller coaster, I'll go with you. Though he felt nervous inside, he didn't want to let Zhang Qingqing down. Zhang Qingqing quickly shook her head, gripping Zhang Juanhao's hand tightly. No, I don't want you to feel bad. The carousel is fun too. Don't worry. Brother is fine. Let us go ride the roller coaster. Jiang Juanhao playfully pinched Jiang Qingqing's cheek. Yay! So exciting! Jiang Qingqing exclaimed, jumping into Jiang Juanhao's arms and showering him with kisses. Before boarding, Jiang Juanhao, feeling nervous, drank 2 bottles of water. On the roller coaster, Jiang Qingqing noticed that despite trembling all over, Jiang Juanhao reached out a hand to hold hers tightly, causing her heart to skip a beat. After getting off the roller coaster, Jiang Juanhao's legs felt weak, and he slumped onto a nearby bench. Jiang Qingqing, concerned, massaged his legs while chiding, "Brother, you're such a silly goose. You were so scared, yet you still rode it. We agreed that the carousel would be great." Jiang Juanhao smiled and patted her head. "As long as Qingqing is happy, I'm willing to do anything." Thump, thump, thump. Jiang Qingqing's heart raced uncontrollably as she murmured, "If you truly are willing to do anything, then I can be with Brother Hao Hao. Brother Hao Hao. Let us ride the Ferris wheel. I heard that if you make a wish when the Ferris wheel is at its highest point, it will come true." Her eyes sparkled at the sight of the towering Ferris wheel nearby. "Is that true?" "Sure, Qingqing, but I need to use the restroom first. I drank a bit too much water. Wait for me here, okay?" Jiang Juanhao stood and walked toward the restroom. When Jiang Juanhao reached the restroom entrance, he was startled to find it nearly full of girls. He ventured into the men's restroom only to find a similar situation. Blushing, he stepped out. Troubled about what to do, when he noticed a staff member nearby. He hurried over and politely inquired, "Excuse me, are there any other restrooms in the park? There are too many people here." The staff member paused at the sight of Jiang Juanhao's face, then enthusiastically pointed in the distance, patiently saying, "Sir, just follow this path straight, take a right at the first intersection, and there's a newly built restroom there. It should be less crowded." Jiang Juanhao sighed in relief and rushed towards the restroom. Suddenly, as he turned a corner, he bumped into Zhang Jia, spilling a bowl of ice jelly all over her. They froze momentarily. Zhang Jia's white shirt became soaked, turning semi-transparent and outlining her graceful figure. Jiang Juanhao's face flushed crimson as he hurriedly looked down. Stammering an apology, "Zhang. Dr. Zhang? I am so sorry, I didn't mean to." Zhang Jia was initially taken aback but soon broke into a smile upon recognizing him. "Oh dear, what now? My clothes are all wet." Jiang Juanhao stood there, flustered. Nervously twisting the hem of his shirt, "I'll buy you another bowl, and then take you to get a new outfit." "Very well, you said it. I've recorded it," Zhang Jia teased with a mischievous grin. "Rest assured, Dr. Zhang, I won't go back on my word," Jiang Juanhao thought to himself. A bowl of ice jelly and a piece of clothing isn't too costly, plus she recorded it. There should be a shop selling clothes in the park. "Let us go," Zhang Jia beckoned with a playful flick of her finger. "But my sister is waiting for me." "Enough, it won't take long. Hurry." "My patience has its limits," she said, pulling Jiang Juanhao along briskly. "Pass me the clothes, and no peeking." Zhang Jia laughed. "How could I?" "I'm just being respectful," Jiang Juanhao stammered, turning his face away, closing his eyes, and extending his hand with the clothes. Zhang Jia couldn't help but smile at his cautious demeanor. A few minutes later, Zhang Jia emerged, dressed in a fitted black dress that hugged her form perfectly. The hem resting just above her thighs, revealing her long, slender legs. The deep unbeknownst to Jiang Juanhao. These occurrences were all a consequence of his depravity reaching a threshold of 50. Jiang Juanhao extended his hands into the air, clenching them briefly. Before realizing his error and recoiling with a blush, having felt no sensation reminiscent of Zhang Jia. "Brother, we're about to reach the zenith," Jiang Qingqing exclaimed. Her face alight with excitement as she looked at Jiang Juanhao. Make a wish, make a wish." Jiang Juanhao smiled indulgently, uncertain of the source of Jiang Qingqing's information. Yet he mirrored her actions, closing his eyes and clasping his hands tightly together over his chest. "I wish that after I like Jiang Juanhao, he can be my husband. We can live happily together, and then have a bunch of babies. I hope the system disappears, let me go back to forget it. I hope I become the richest man in the world." As they both made their silent supplications, the Ferris wheel carriage they occupied paused precisely at its apex. Jiang Qingqing cautiously opened her eyes, and upon seeing Jiang Juanhao still with his eyes closed, she couldn't resist gently touching her crimson lips to his. Chapter 21, The corruption value reaches 80. Hey? Brother, it's Sunday today, aren't you going to your part-time job? Jiang Qingqing's tone was laced with a hint of cheerfulness. She had always wished to work part-time, but Jiang Juanhao had disallowed it, so she had given up on the idea. Are you happy that your brother isn't working? Jiang Juanhao feigned anger, pinching Jiang Qingqing's small face. No, I'm just worried that you're too tired, Jiang Qingqing retorted, her face still pinched. Jiang Juanhao set his phone down and embraced Jiang Qingqing, saying, "Study hard, in this world, girls like you have no future without education." He was uncertain whether Jiang Qingqing absorbed his words, but he held her close. Ding! Jiang Juanhao's phone chimed with a notification. He picked it up to find a message informing him of his successful recruitment through a job hunting app. The job involved tutoring on weekends and holidays, but intriguingly, the employer requested an in-person meeting in the Yanqing Lake District. Jiang Juanhao donned the suit provided by Sakura University, hoping to leave a good impression and secure the job. Wow, brother, you look so handsome! Jiang Qingqing exclaimed, her face lighting up with admiration. Ha, I've always been handsome, right? Wait for your brother to return in triumph. Jiang Juanhao joked. In the Yanqing Lake District, Juanhao? What are you doing here? Feng Xiaoxiao suddenly called out as Jiang Juanhao was about to enter. What a coincidence! Xiaoxiao. Are you working part-time here? Jiang Juanhao asked curiously, noticing Feng Xiaoxiao in a security uniform. Feng Xiaoxiao frowned at Jiang Juanhao's formal attire and bluntly remarked. You dress so nicely to come here, you must be trying to get close to a rich woman, right? Jiang Juanhao quickly clarified, Xiaoxiao, don't misunderstand. I'm here to apply for a tutoring job on weekends and holidays. Feng Xiaoxiao scrutinized him with her sharp eyes and coldly scoffed, a tutor? I doubt it's that simple. Are you trying to cozy up to a wealthy woman and then ditch me? Jiang Juanhao sighed, Xiaoxiao, how can you think that? I'm just looking for a job to earn some extra money. Feng Xiaoxiao crossed her arms defiantly, earning money? Yes. But not using your brain, more like relying on your looks. Under the influence of the system as corruption value, Jiang Juanhao's attitude towards the female leads began to shift. Fine. Think whatever you want, I'm leaving. What do you mean? You can't go. Feng Xiaoxiao grasped his wrist, her eyes surprisingly glistening with a hint of desperation. Having grown up in an orphanage, Feng Xiaoxiao possessed a sensitive and resilient nature. Jiang Juanhao was momentarily taken aback by her expression. Having never seen such vulnerability in her before. It was as if a discarded toy was pleading with its owner not to seek a new plaything. Nevertheless, he shook off her hand. I'll be late, believe it or not. Feng Xiaoxiao watched Jiang Juanhao's retreating figure, her eyes unwittingly reddening. Her hands gripping the hem of her slightly worn security uniform, knuckles turning white from the force. She murmured to herself, do I really not deserve him? Ding! Feng Xiaoxiao's corruption value reached 80, yet the system failed to notify Jiang Juanhao. No. He can only belong to me. Upon arriving at the villa's entrance, Jiang Juanhao was unaware of how long he had stood there. Finally, he took a deep breath, adjusted his slightly wrinkled suit, and pressed the doorbell. The door opened slowly, revealing a tall woman in an exquisite business suit, Tan Yuyu. With her sleek short hair, frosty gaze, and gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose, she exuded an air of cold authority. She assessed Jiang Juanhao from head to toe, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. Clearly taken aback by his striking appearance, but she quickly resumed her professional demeanor. You must be Jiang Juanhao? Arriving so late. And you still have the audacity to show up? Tan Yuyu's voice was frigid, devoid of warmth. I am sorry, Miss Tan, Jiang Juanhao replied, a sheepish smile on his face. All right, come in, she said, turning her back as she entered. The interior of the villa was extravagantly decorated, with crystal chandeliers casting brilliant light and luxurious carpets soft enough to feel like walking on clouds. They made their way to the study, where Tan Yuyu sat behind a large desk, gesturing for Jiang Juanhao to take a seat across from her. I reviewed your resume. To be honest, I had no intention of hiring a junior student, but my sister insisted on you tutoring her for the college entrance examination, so I'm giving you this opportunity." As she spoke, she produced a math test paper and placed it on the desk. "This is tailored to my sister's learning situation. Solve it now. I want to see your problem-solving approach." Jiang Juanhao took the paper, quickly scanning it, gaining a sense of what was required. He picked up a pen and began to work diligently, articulating his thought process as he wrote. Tan Yuyu listened intently, occasionally posing questions, to which Jiang Juanhao responded effortlessly. Remarkably, he completed the entire paper correctly. "I didn't expect you to have some skill. Alright, I'll call my sister over. You'll tutor her for 2 hours. And then it's 2,000 yuan for 1 hour, Tan Yuyu said, her arms crossed, elbows resting on the wall, exuding an overwhelming sense of authority. "Great. No problem. Leave it to me." Jiang Juanhao exclaimed excitedly, realizing that he could earn in 1 hour what would typically take him half a month, proving that knowledge indeed alters fate. Before long, a lively yet slightly carefree set of footsteps approached, and Tan Yujie bounced into the study, humming a tune. Today she wore a loose cartoon t-shirt paired with denim shorts and pink bunny slippers, her playful pigtails bouncing with her movements, her face radiating an irresistible charm. Upon spotting Jiang Juanhao, a mischievous glint flickered in her eyes, and a sly smile crept onto her lips, clearly plotting something. "Brother, you finally made it," Tan Yujie called out sweetly, her tone dripping with mock affection. Jiang Juanhao was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Tan Yujie was his student. Before he could react, she plopped down on the chair beside him, her elbow playfully nudging him. "Yujie, focus on your studies and don't cause trouble," Tan Yuyu warned sharply. Her eyes narrowed in admonition. "Got it, sis. I promise to be good," Tan Yujie replied cheerfully, though her eyes sparkled with mischief. As Tan Yuyu turned to leave, Tan Yujie smirked, "Hee, now it's just the two of us in the room, huh? So you're Qingqing's classmate. Let us start with your math today." Jiang Juanhao redirected the conversation. "Hee, sounds good." Tan Yujie grinned mischievously as they sat facing each other on the wooden bench. "Don't you need to sit next to me?" Jiang Juanhao asked, puzzled by her distance. "Oh, brother wants me to sit next to him?" Tan Yujie teased, elongating the word "me." "If you don't come over, I can't explain the problems well. How about this, I'll give you a set of problems to solve first. And once you're done, I'll assess your level." Before long, Tan Yujie received the 5 math problems Jiang Juanhao had set. Watching her intently focused on solving the questions, he couldn't help but smile appreciatively. It is said online that students should always be encouraged. Although Tan Yujie is now in university, she still requires encouragement. "Ah, Tan, you are truly diligent. Remarkable indeed." Jiang Juanhao, after expressing his admiration, felt a blush creeping onto his cheeks. "Hey, what are you doing? Foolish, silly fish. Who asked for your encouragement? I am no longer a primary or middle school student. Are you out of your mind?" Tan Yujie suddenly felt shy and was at a loss for words. Seeing Tan Yujie's flustered demeanor, Jiang Juanhao couldn't help but chuckle. So this is how it is, she is quite similar to himself, just a compliment and she becomes bashful. Indeed, she is a high-attack, low-defense little vixen. "Tan, you are truly adorable," Jiang Juanhao couldn't restrain himself from saying, then quickly covered his mouth, cautiously glancing at Tan Yujie. "What on earth are you babbling about? You insufferable fish, vile fish. Perverted fish. Don't make such a fuss, or I will." Tan Yujie's words were abruptly interrupted by a sudden knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Chapter 22, Game restart in an instant, Tan Yujie transformed into a demure girl. It turned out that the nanny had come to deliver fruit on the orders of Tan Yuyu. Once the nanny departed, Tan Yujie reverted to her mischievous self. "Come on. Brother, open your mouth," she said, holding out a grape towards Jiang Juanhao's lips. Jiang Juanhao gazed at Tan Yujie's seemingly innocent smile, uncertain of her intentions, and hesitantly opened his mouth. "But here you go, you really are going to eat it? Are you pretending to accidentally nibble my delicate fingers while eating? Perverted old man." Tan Yujie giggled as she withdrew her finger and popped the grape into her own mouth. Jiang Juanhao's lips twitched. How could she be like this? What's with the perverted old man? Are you sulking because you didn't get to eat the fruit that this princess personally fed you? Oh, come on. I really have no way to deal with you. Tan Yujie extended her hand once more. This time, Jiang Juanhao did not open his mouth but lowered his head. Tan. Please don't tease me anymore. Let's focus on completing the exam paper first. I truly need this job. Suddenly, Tan Yujie's other hand reached out, gripping Jiang Juanhao's cheek and lifting his face. Am I giving you too much face? Eat this. She forcefully shoved an entire cluster of grapes into Jiang Juanhao's mouth. Cough. Cough, cough. Tears and saliva streamed from Jiang Juanhao's eyes. Tan Yujie looked at him with satisfaction, observing the handsome boy's fragile state. All right. We'll continue next week. See you then, brother. Tan Yujie donned an innocent smile once more. Once the contract was signed, Tan Yuyu adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and said, Let me walk you to the door and casually ask you something. Sure, Jiang Juanhao replied happily, clutching the contract to his chest. He eagerly messaged Jiang Qingqing and Wang Roshui, both of whom replied in an instant. Just as they stepped out of the villa gate, they spotted Feng Xiaoxiao squatting at the entrance. Upon seeing Jiang Juanhao's beaming smile accompanied by an older beauty, her anger surged uncontrollably. Is this the part-time tutoring you mentioned? She's in her 20s, still tutoring? Jiang Juanhao, what do you mean? You are my husband now. Jiang Juanhao initially wanted to explain, but seeing Feng Xiaoxiao's furious demeanor, he decided against it. So, you are guilty. Feng Xiaoxiao's anger intensified as she accused him. You. Unable to bring herself to utter harsh words, she turned to Tan Yuyu and shouted, You seducer of married men. Do you think having some money makes you formidable? Let me tell you, fortunes shift every 30 years. Tan Yuyu interrupted her, wrapping his arms around Jiang Juanhao's waist. Jiang Juanhao stiffened and turned slightly, astonished by Tan Yuyu's actions. Enough. I've seen many incapable girls like you, just scram. I'll call your team leader, and it won't be as simple as you think. The security here has decent benefits, Tan Yuyu said, pulling Jiang Juanhao towards his Maybach 62S. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed, something striking ahead. Jiang Juanhao turned in disbelief to find Tan Yuyu collapsed, blood streaming from his head. Stunned, Jiang Juanhao looked back to see Feng Xiaoxiao in a bizarre state, her eyes flashing a crimson hue. Ding, Feng Xiaoxiao's darkening value has reached 100. The system's notification rang in Jiang Juanhao's mind. What? 100? Why is the system only informing me now? Jiang Juanhao read Chapter 23, The Maiden Warrior makes her debut as the system notification abruptly ceased in his mind. Jiang Juanhao suddenly opened his eyes. The blinding sunlight poured down unimpeded, momentarily dazzling him, prompting an instinctive lift of his hand for cover. Once his vision adjusted, he realized he was standing on a bustling street. The aroma of breakfast wafted from nearby stalls, accompanied by the lively calls of vendors. A wave of familiarity engulfed him. This was indeed the street where he had bumped into Feng Xiaoxiao on the day he transferred schools. Jiang Juanhao's breath quickened, as the terrifying memories of his previous life surged like a tumultuous tide in his mind. The days of captivity, each moment fraught with pain and despair, constricted his heart as if gripped by an unseen hand. I have truly been reborn. Jiang Juanhao murmured, his voice trembling uncontrollably. During this moment of daze, Feng Xiaoxiao passed by him. Watching her retreating figure, his heart raced wildly within his chest, each beat echoing as if it might burst forth. This time, I must not have any further entanglements with her, it is imperative. Jiang Juanhao steadied his emotions and hurried towards Sakura University. In the boardroom. All right, Jiang. Your class transfer has been completed. This is Xiarua, your counselor, Chen Xianxian said as she sat on a chair. Hello, teacher Xia. Let us go. I'll take you to your classroom, Xiarua nodded slightly. Before long, dismissal time arrived. Jiang Juanhao dashed out of the classroom, timing his exit with the ringing of the school bell, fearful of encountering Feng Xiaoxiao again. On his way home, he opened the system panel only to find everything had been reset, including the character panels he had encountered. Essentially, the system had undergone initialization, nothing remained. and he would have to start anew. However, just as Jiang Juanhao examined the system, a new talent appeared in his character panel, Charming Demon Body, and the system reactivated. 666. This system is utterly absurd. Is it a 360? Did I force it open myself? At this juncture, Jiang Juanhao had no better alternatives. He could only take it one step at a time and attempt to avoid Feng Xiaoxiao. He noticed several girls on the street casting glances his way. His admiration value gradually increasing, indicating that the charming demon body was indeed at work. Given this, there was little point in applying unattractive makeup anymore. Suddenly, a piercing scream emanated from a nearby alley. Jiang Juanhao quickened his pace, intending to take a detour home. Ding! Investigate the unusual occurrence in the alley. Reward, 1,000 renminbi and a system phone. Alright, system, you can do that. Jiang Juanhao stealthily approached the alley's entrance and peered inside, discovering a group of female delinquents surrounding a girl. To his astonishment, the girl in question was none other than his former deskmate Park Yangshang, the one with an innocent visage. Ding! Task complete, reward, 1,000 renminbi and a system phone. Upon receiving his reward, Jiang Juanhao turned to leave. Bang! Ouch! My nose! Jiang Juanhao felt his head collide violently with a solid object, causing him to stagger backward. The pain in his nose was so intense that he instinctively covered it, nearly shedding tears. Upon regaining his composure, he found himself face to face with a tall girl, easily surpassing 1.8 meters. Her skin was a healthy tan. Her short golden hair neatly styled, and her sharp gaze pierced through the air. Clad in a sports tank and shark pants, her graceful figure was on full display, accentuated by the alluring lines of her abdomen. Well, what a delightful surprise! Come along with me, Lu Qinglian said, lighting a cigarette and effortlessly pulling Jiang Juanhao by the collar into the alley. Ding! New character discovered. Name, Lu Qinglian, mixed blood. Totem, bud. Favorability, 5, corruption value, 0. Possessiveness toward host, low. Talent, natural bullhead, awakening pending, always encounters exceptional opportunities unexpectedly. Oh my, thank goodness it's a girl. If I had encountered a guy like this, I would have exploded. Jiang Juanhao felt a strange sense of relief. Big sister, big sister. The delinquents who had previously surrounded Park Yangshang immediately became deferential upon seeing Lu Qinglian. Honestly, I step away for just a moment to buy a pack of cigarettes. And you let someone peek? Truly impressive, Lu Qinglian exhaled a ring of smoke towards Jiang Juanhao before tossing him towards Park Yangshang. The crowd finally recognized Jiang Juanhao's appearance, momentarily taken aback. The originally handsome and fair Jiang Juanhao, under the influence of the charming demon body, now emanated an irresistible allure, causing the female delinquents to momentarily lose their composure. This guy is quite handsome, remarked a girl with purple hair, licking her lips, her eyes glinting with desire. Indeed, indeed. The other girls nodded in agreement. Enough. Do you not know how strict the Genie Wei are regarding such matters? Lu Qinglian shot a glare at the group of delinquents and then turned her attention to Jiang Juanhao. You have quite the nerve to spy on us, little brat. And no. I didn't, Jiang Juanhao stammered, nervously pressing his lips together. Lu Qinglian scrutinized him without further comment, then addressed the trembling Park Yangshang. Alright, hurry up. Park Yangshang. Fork over 10,000 Hua Hua, and I want to show this video to your mother. Lu Qinglian brandished her phone, revealing a video thumbnail that seemed to feature Park Yangshang in the equipment room. A flicker of panic crossed Park Yangshang's eyes beneath her thick bangs as she quickly fished out her phone to transfer the money. Once Lu Qinglian confirmed receipt, a sly smile crept onto her lips as she raised an eyebrow at Jiang Juanhao. Jiang Juanhao quickly averted his gaze, unable to meet her eyes. Alright, let us go. Sister will take you to KTV for some fun, Lu Qinglian said, glancing back at Jiang Juanhao before turning to leave. The group of delinquents erupted in cheers, many of them playfully swatting or pinching Jiang Juanhao's arm as they departed, whistling and embodying the essence of mischief. Once they were gone, Jiang Juanhao exhaled a sigh of relief, sweat beading on his forehead. He had feared he would soon find himself embroiled in chaos once more. grateful that Lu Qinglian had intervened. I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. I'll compensate you, can I add you on WeChat? Park Yang-shang said. Her face flushed as she bowed and extended her hands, holding her phone displaying her WeChat QR code. With money on the line, Jiang Juanhao quickly took out the system-rewarded phone, noticing that all the basic apps had already been installed, saving him considerable trouble. Just as he added her on WeChat, Park Yang-shang's driver arrived, and they exchanged shy glances, barely managing a few words before she departed. Jiang Juanhao watched as the digits 888 appeared on his screen, plunging into deep contemplation. What if I do this every day? Midnight. Jiang Juanhao lay in bed, having just resigned from his job at the convenience store. He fiddled with the system-rewarded phone, discovering an app he had never encountered before. Upon entering, he found it was a shopping app that seemingly sold everything, with transactions requiring admiration points. Jiang Juanhao began to browse his task panel. Host, Jiang Juanhao, admiration points, 18521, age, 18, pure love points, 0, corruption value, 0. Extraordinary talents, photographic memory, charming demon body. As Jiang Juanhao was lost in thought, a soft, fragrant figure suddenly snuggled into his bed. Qingqing, return to your own bed, Jiang Juanhao said calmly. Having the residences adjoined and purposefully interconnected, Jiang Qingqing effortlessly entered Jiang Juanhao's chamber. Nay, I insist on slumbering while embracing Hao, Jiang Qingqing voiced. Nestling against Jiang Juanhao akin to cuddling a sizable plush toy, her nose gently brushing his neck. I find myself rather indulgent towards you, however. Such dalliances must cease in due course, as Qingqing is no longer a child, Jiang Juanhao remarked with earnest gravity. Oh, very well, I comprehend. Jiang Qingqing responded with palpable displeasure. Very well, then, how would you feel about your brother collecting you on the morrow? Jiang Juanhao inquired, gazing upon Jiang Qingqing. Truly? Oh, joyous day! Jiang Qingqing exclaimed, her countenance radiant with elation. In truth, Jiang Juanhao harbored an ulterior motive, to reacquaint himself with Tan Yujie, thereby securing a contingency for his part-time employment, given her exceedingly generous hourly remuneration. Chapter 24, Are there such people on the rooftop? The following day, due to Jiang Juanhao's unadorned appearance, a considerable stir was created at Sakura University, resulting in a minor surge of popularity for him. This was not entirely unfavorable for Jiang Juanhao, as his admiration points skyrocketed from 18,521 to 65,418. During the midday break, Jiang Juanhao, having learned from experience, decided against venturing to the cafeteria, even without a packed lunch. Instead, he carried his own lunchbox and retreated to the school's rooftop, which was cluttered with various items. Finding a comfortable spot, he settled down, mimicking the protagonists from Japanese anime, while leisurely enjoying his meal and taking in the campus scenery. Just as he was savoring his lunch, he overheard cautious voices from the stairwell, a male and a female, conversing in hushed tones. Jiang Juanhao, intrigued, cautiously approached the iron door to eavesdrop. Let us just go home, the boy whispered. I'm tired of being at home, let us check out the rooftop. The girl exclaimed excitedly. But what if someone is up there? The boy's voice trembled with anxiety. Oh, there is no one here, during lunchtime. Who would come to the rooftop? Everyone is at the cafeteria or the lounge, the girl reassured him. But stop hesitating, let us go. Jiang Juanhao felt a jolt of panic. If they entered and discovered him eavesdropping, it would be disastrous. As the girl's words echoed, the sound of their footsteps grew closer. In a hurry, Jiang Juanhao crouched down and swiftly moved to the other side of the iron door. He concealed himself behind a pile of items covered with a tarpaulin. As the rooftop door creaked open, the pair peered inside. See? I told you no one would be here, the girl's voice brimmed with joy. Wow! There really is no one, but it's so dirty, the boy remarked, his tone laced with disdain as he surveyed the clutter of benches and junk around them. Don't worry, I have some wipes to clean off the tables and chairs, we can just shower when we get home, the girl comforted him. All right. I can't argue with you. The boy pouted. Let us go, my little darling. Jiang Juanhao hurriedly finished his meal, fearing that if he hesitated, he would be unable to eat it all, which would be a waste. 10 minutes passed, and the couple grew increasingly audacious, causing a strong sense of pressure to build around Jiang Juanhao. Come on, man, stop moving, he muttered under his breath, only to realize that they were gradually approaching his hiding spot. Oh no! This is it. Don't come any closer. Zhang Juanhao's mind was racing with panic. Hearing their breaths and murmurs getting closer, he lay flat on the ground, using the clutter to shield himself, preparing to crawl away. However, the pair seemed to quicken their pace, and Zhang Juanhao felt he was on the verge of being discovered. Suddenly, from beneath the tarpaulin, a pair of small hands emerged. One covered Zhang Juanhao's mouth while the other pulled him in. Shoo! Don't move, a familiar voice whispered. It was a girl. Her voice and the sweet scent of milk candy unmistakably familiar. Once Zhang Juanhao adjusted to the darkness, he slowly opened his eyes, only to find Park Sang-hye's face mere inches from his own. Her thick bangs were slightly tousled, and her large, sparkling eyes were anxiously locked onto his, a hint of fluster and shyness evident within them. At that moment, her prominent curves pressed against Zhang Juanhao, and the proximity between them was so intimate that he could almost hear their heartbeats. Zhang Juanhao's face flushed crimson, his heart racing uncontrollably. Park Sang-hye's ears turned pink as she averted her gaze, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Silence engulfed them, save for their breaths and heartbeats. Don't make any noise, Park Sang-hye's voice was barely audible, trembling slightly. She seemed to realize the awkwardness of their position and attempted to create some distance. Yet the confined space rendered her efforts futile. Park Sang-hye's affection level reached 40. Zhang Juanhao nodded slightly, signaling that he understood. Yet, his mind was racing. How could Park Sang-hye be here? And why did she help him? Time passed, and eventually, the couple left, satisfied. Zhang Juanhao and Park Sang-hye emerged from their hiding place, both blushing due to the stifling atmosphere and lack of oxygen. They stood there, momentarily speechless. Ha ha. Thank you for saving me just now. It would have been so embarrassing if I had been discovered. Zhang Juanhao scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. And no problem. I didn't mean to hide, I was just eating lunch here too, Park Sang-hye replied, not entirely sure why she felt the need to explain. Ah, what a coincidence. Zhang Juanhao nodded, feeling equally awkward. At that moment, the bell rang, signaling the start of class. Zhang Juanhao felt a wave of relief and hurried towards the door. Wait! Park Sang-hye called out suddenly. Zhang Juanhao turned back, puzzled. He saw her looking down, fidgeting with her fingers. Will you be here tomorrow? She asked, as if summoning all her strength to speak. I suppose I will, he pondered thoughtfully before responding. Then, can I join you for lunch tomorrow? Park Sang-hye's voice grew softer with each word. Ah, the rooftop is a public space, you can come anytime, Zhang Juanhao replied before rushing back to class. As he left, Park Sang-hye watched his retreating figure, a smile creeping onto her face as she hummed a little tune. With no classes in the afternoon, the end of the school day arrived swiftly for Zhang Juanhao. He timed his exit perfectly with the bell, eager to avoid an encounter with Feng Xiaoxiao. At 6 o'clock. Outside Pingdu University. Where's your brother? Didn't he say he'd pick you up? Gan Lu looked around. Yeah, you've been bragging about him. Where is he? All I see are old folks, not a single handsome guy in sight, Ao Huangyi chimed in. Ah, Yujie, tell him. Zhang Qingqing teased Tan Yujie. Qingqing? Are these all your friends? As soon as they stepped outside, Zhang Juanhao spotted them and rushed over to greet them. Zhang Qingqing introduced them to one another. Hello. I'm Qingqing's brother. You're all friends, so remember to help each other. Zhang Juanhao smiled warmly at the three girls. Gan Lu and Ao Huangyi nodded eagerly. Tan Yujie remained silent, stealing glances at Zhang Juanhao, captivated by the gentle, brotherly smile he exuded, something she had never experienced with her own sister. By the way, how are your grades? I'm working part-time as a tutor on weekends. Anyone interested can reach out to me. Here's my number. Zhang Juanhao seized the moment to share his purpose for being there. Gan Lu and Ao Huangyi nodded vigorously, then shook their heads. Brother, we want to but can't, they replied. Hey, I need a tutor at home. Can you come for an interview on Sunday at 2:30? Tan Yujie suddenly spoke up, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Really? Thank you, Tan. I appreciate the opportunity. See you on Sunday. Zhang Juanhao beamed, satisfied that he had achieved his goal, and took Zhang Qingqing's hand as they departed. Ah how? I desire to indulge in grilled sausages, is that agreeable? Zhang Qingqing then affectionately embraced Zhang Juanhao's arm as they departed together. Very well, if you eat less at dinner. I shall have to give you a good thrashing. No, please, no. Tan Yujie observed the blissful figures of the two. A flicker of envy and jealousy passing through her eyes, and for reasons unbeknownst to her, a sudden urge to tease Zhang Juanhao arose in her heart. Chapter 25. This time, there were no unexpected events. Time swiftly passed, and it was soon Friday. During this period, Zhang Juanhao received numerous love letters, but fortunately, they were all from mere passers-by. Zhang Juanhao thought that if he were to confront Feng Xiaoxiao and her friends, it would be best to wait until he had become sufficiently strong. His admiration value was steadily increasing, now reaching 76,251, albeit at a slower pace. He wondered if perhaps a single person could only contribute a limited amount of admiration value. On the rooftop at noon, Zhang Juanhao, you're here. Upon seeing Zhang Juanhao enter through the iron gate, Park Sangshang lifted her drooping head, her sparkling eyes fixated on him. You haven't eaten yet? Zhang Juanhao suddenly noticed that Park Sangshang was holding a thermal lunchbox. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and with a hint of shyness and anticipation in her gaze, she softly said, I wanted to wait for you to come so we could eat together. As she spoke, she opened the lunchbox, revealing a visually appealing and aromatic meal that was still steaming, clearly prepared with care. Ding! Pure love value 10. Thank you, Zhang Juanhao scratched his face, at a loss for words. It's alright, as long as Zhang classmate enjoys it. Park Sangshang blushed deeper, her voice dwindling. Zhang Juanhao understood that this girl likely had feelings for him, but he could only feign ignorance and respond with a few vague remarks. After lunch, he hurriedly left the rooftop. Watching Zhang Juanhao's retreating figure, Park Sangshang pondered where she had gone wrong. She could distinctly feel that the atmosphere during lunch was different. Yet she couldn't pinpoint her mistake. Zhang classmate must dislike girls like me who lack masculine energy. I'm truly useless. Even after having lunch together, I still couldn't muster the courage to speak to him. Park Sangshang, you coward. You deserve this. Zhang Juanhao opened the system character panel to check Park Sangshang's statistics. Park Sangshang, favorability, 70, darkening value, 5, possessiveness towards the host, medium to high. Phew, thankfully the darkening value is only 5. At this stage, Park Sangshang should pose no significant threat. Now, I should think about how to deal with Tan Yujie on Sunday, Zhang Juanhao sighed in relief. On Saturday, Zhang Juanhao took Zhang Qingqing to the amusement park, and fortunately, they did not run into Zhang Jia. Soon, Sunday arrived. How, are you really going? Zhang Qingqing looked at Zhang Juanhao, who was dressed neatly. Yes, it's a relaxed job with decent pay. You take good care of grandpa at home, right? Zhang Juanhao ruffled Zhang Qingqing's hair. I know, come back early. Zhang Qingqing obediently stood before Zhang Juanhao, allowing him to pat her head. Zhang Juanhao soon arrived on the street and indulgently took a taxi to the Salt Lake City villa area. Ding! His phone chimed, and upon checking, he found a text message, Hey, you coward. Do you dare to come? Or are you scared? Initially thinking it was a prank from an unknown number, he recognized it was the annoying Tan Yujie. Tan classmate, I'm already on my way. Does your family know you're inviting a tutor? Oh ho ho. The coward replies immediately. Are you just waiting like a lovesick fool for my beautiful, charming messages? Zhang Juanhao chose to ignore the subsequent messages from Tan Yujie. In the Salt Lake Villa area, Tan Yujie held a stuffed rabbit in her arms, her face flushed with anger as she glared at the unread messages. She bit the rabbit's ear and stomped her foot in frustration, fuming, How dare that obnoxious coward not reply to my messages? This is outrageous. She flung the stuffed rabbit onto the sofa and paced back and forth in the living room. No, I can't let this slide. When he arrives, I will teach him a lesson so he knows my worth. Tan Yujie gritted her teeth. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Tan Yujie's eyes lit up. thinking Zhang Juanhao had arrived, and she rushed to the door, flinging it open. To her surprise, standing there was her sister, Tan Yuyo. "What ass with that expression? Who upset you?" Tan Yuyo asked coldly, observing Tan Yujie's furious demeanor. Tan Yujie frowned, displeased. "What ass it to you? Why are you here instead of at the company?" "Aunt Jiang told me you were looking for a tutor," Tan Yuyo replied, her tone still flat. "It's none of your business," Tan Yujie retorted impatiently. "Is this how you speak to your sister?" Tan Yuyo's voice grew stern. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Mr. Jiang has arrived and is waiting downstairs," Aunt Jiang's voice called out. "All right, I know. Bring him up," Tan Yujie instructed, turning to the outside. "To the study." "It's inappropriate to invite a stranger into your room," Tan Yuyo insisted, pulling Tan Yujie toward the study while instructing Aunt Jiang to lead the guest there. Soon, Zhang Juanhao was brought to the study door. Dressed in a suit, he appeared more refined than last time, indeed. A man could reveal his potential with a bit of grooming. Seeing Tan Yuyo present, Zhang Juanhao paused briefly. "Tan classmate, hello. And this is..." Tan Yuyo couldn't help but admire Zhang Juanhao's appearance. His fair complexion and delicate features were exactly to her liking. After a brief self-introduction, Tan Yuyo began to question Zhang Juanhao, ultimately suggesting he conduct a trial session for an hour to assess his capabilities. However, this time, Tan Yuyo remained, sitting beside him. "All right, Tan classmate, I will first give you a math and an English test to gauge your proficiency," Zhang Juanhao said, handing the prepared papers to Tan Yujie. Tan Yuyo nodded approvingly as she observed Zhang Juanhao's profile. Zhang Juanhao had underestimated Tan Yujie's tenacity. Within 10 minutes of starting, she could no longer sit still. "Ah, who invented these tests? And who told you that university is all about relaxation and enjoyment? Come out!" Tan Yujie complained, tugging at her hair. Zhang Juanhao couldn't help but chuckle at her frustration. "Is it funny, huh, cowardly teacher?" Tan Yujie shot him a deadpan look. "No, not funny." Zhang Juanhao quickly fell silent. "Tan Yujie, what are you doing? Focus on the test," Tan Yuyo admonished, frowning at her sister. Aware of her fault, Tan Yujie huffed and then cast a mournful glance at Zhang Juanhao. He hurriedly turned away, avoiding her pleading gaze. For some time afterward, Tan Yujie fell silent, completing the test without further antics. Tan Yujie's foundation is quite solid, but her capacity for improvement. It's evident that she is intelligent. Yet she has not applied herself to her studies. Zhang Juanhao analyzed her answers. Tan Yuyo nodded in agreement. "Indeed, well said." Subsequently, Zhang Juanhao and Tan Yuyo reached an agreement for him to be Tan Yujie's tutor until her university graduation, at a rate of 2,000 yuan per hour. "All right. Let us start from today. There is still half an hour left. The payment will be transferred to your account shortly," Tan Yuyo said, glancing at the time before leaving. With the contract signed, Zhang Juanhao felt a significant sense of relief. Stupid coward. Annoying coward. Perverse fish. How dare you touch my foot just now? A series of urgent exclamations from Tan Yujie echoed behind him. Zhang Juanhao's body stiffened once more. He had let his guard down too soon, forgetting that a formidable presence lingered behind him. Chapter 26, Insolent Cur. "Mr. Jiang, what are you babbling about?" "I'm utterly clueless," Zhang Juanhao retorted with a practiced, insincere smile, though a twitch betrayed him near the corner of his eye. "Insolent cur. So, what's the meaning of ignoring my messages?" Tan Yujie inquired, her tone laced with displeasure. "Ah. Is that so? I must have missed them. The signal was likely poor in the car at the time," Zhang Juanhao evaded, his gaze averted. "Perverted cur, utterly repulsive. How could that be? You're being preposterous, Ms. Tan." Zhang Juanhao hadn't considered this possibility, but Tan Yujie's words conjured an image of her silk-stocking jade feet. Zhang Juanhao shook his head, banishing these illicit thoughts, his face and ears gradually flushed with crimson. "Oh my, Mr. Jiang, why are your cheeks flushed? Don't tell me you were actually indulging in those peculiar fantasies?" Tan Yujie's own face grew warm as she spoke, nearly swallowing audibly. "No. I'm merely going to the restroom, Jiang Juanhao blurted, fleeing the room, soon guided by the butler to the lavatory, where he intended to splash cold water on his face to regain composure, for Tan Yujie, the impish vixen, possessed undeniable allure. Witnessing Jiang Juanhao's hasty retreat, Tan Yujie permitted herself a triumphant smile, though her voice still trembled slightly. Humph. Insolent cur. Try to contend with me, you're far too green. A few minutes later, all right, Miss Tan, cease this frivolous jesting. I am your tutor, you ought to evince respect for your instructor, understand? Jiang Juanhao endeavored to seize control of the situation. I comprehend, Mr. Jiang, Tan Yujie responded sweetly. I've told you not to call me. Wait, where am I? Jiang Juanhao suddenly realized something was amiss. Was this the study? Jiang Juanhao wondered if he had mistakenly entered the wrong chamber. A glint of cunning flickered in Tan Yujie's eyes, swiftly masked by an innocent facade. Mr. Jiang, I find myself perplexed by a certain problem. Would you be so kind as to elucidate its resolution? Very well, Jiang Juanhao replied, striving to maintain his professional decorum. Subsequently, Jiang Juanhao seated himself beside Tan Yujie, earnestly expounding upon a complex trigonometric problem. Tan Yujie gazed at Jiang Juanhao's earnest profile, unwittingly becoming entranced. The scent of laundry detergent emanating from the youth was unexpectedly agreeable. Did Jiang Juanhao fare any better? The maiden's fragrance was equally captivating. Jiang Juanhao felt as though he were immersed in a floral bower, with the delicate aroma of jasmine wafting from her person. Jiang Juanhao could occasionally sense the soft touch of her arm, though petite. It was still preferable to that of a male. Did you comprehend? Jiang Juanhao inquired, turning to face Tan Yujie. Tan Yujie's cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze darting away, though she stubbornly retorted, humph. I grasped it long ago, and you, perverted cur, ought not to stare at my face so abruptly, like some lecherous degenerate. Me? No. Jiang Juanhao chuckled, exasperated. Who was it that had been gazing like a degenerate? You. Tan Yujie glared, indignant. At that moment, their eyes met, and the air seemed to solidify, time suspended. Jiang Juanhao's heart rate quickened, as though a fawn were cavorting within his chest. His gaze lingered on Tan Yujie's limpid eyes, before he averted his own. Ding, pure love value -10. Tan Yujie was equally flustered. She had never beheld Jiang Juanhao's eyes from such proximity, the inherent allure of his fox-like eyes rendering her breath shallow. Tan Yujie's affection 10, affection reached 50. The system's notification echoed in Jiang Juanhao's mind. Witnessing Jiang Juanhao's averted gaze, Tan Yujie's face flushed, and she stubbornly declared, Humph, were you astounded by my beauty? Do not conjure strange dreams of me this evening. Who would do such a thing? And you were the one staring at me first, you're the one who shouldn't have such bizarre thoughts. Jiang Juanhao retorted. W what? Tan Yujie stammered, her delicate face flushed with embarrassment. The emperor has concluded his audience. Jiang Juanhao promptly silenced the alarm. Ahem. Ms. Tan. Today's tutoring session has concluded, we shall reconvene next Sunday. Jiang Juanhao hastily gathered his belongings and departed. Jiang Juanhao hastily fled the villa. Heading towards the outskirts of the residential area, passing the security booth, Jiang Juanhao could still discern Feng Xiaoxiao seated within. Fortunately, they had no interaction at present. Jiang Juanhao still felt a faint ache in his lower regions and a sense of exhaustion at the sight of Feng Xiaoxiao. Jiang Juanhao swiftly passed the security booth, leaving behind this sordid realm of avarice. Jiang Juanhao made a detour to the market. Having earned money today, he intended to purchase delicacies for Jiang Qingqing and Jiang Haitao. System, what is my current total of adoration value? Jiang Juanhao inquired mentally. Ding, host currently possesses 85411, 85412. Convert all of it into RMB. Jiang Juanhao's eyes gleamed. How arduous it would have been to earn such a sum in the past. Almost instantaneously, a bank notification indicated that 8,541 yuan had been deposited. Jiang Juanhao's savings now exceeded 10,000. Subsequently, Jiang Juanhao examined his character panel. Host, Jiang Juanhao adoration value, 0 age, 19 totem, bud, recalculated after reboot, including female leads and supporting characters. However, if the object is not the protagonist, Jiang Juanhao, the imprint will remain even after the reboot, so rest assured, dear readers. Pure love value, 0 corruption value, 0 supernatural talents, photographic memory. Succubus physique name, 10 UJ affection, 50 corruption value, 0 obsessiveness towards host, moderate talent, prankster king name, Puminchong affection, 40 corruption value, 5 obsessiveness towards host, moderately high talent, none currently. Jiang Juanhao's character panel has unlocked only these. There is also Lu Qinglian's, but it will not be displayed to avoid appearing to inflate the word count. As with the previous instance. Acceptable, all within manageable parameters. I shall treat myself handsomely today, Jiang Juanhao muttered, carrying his purchases homeward. I'm home. Qingqing, Grandpa, Jiang Juanhao announced. Entering the house, Jiang Qingqing leaping into his arms. Wow, Mr. Jiang is back. Jiang Qingqing's address changed upon beholding the bags Jiang Juanhao carried. Brother. Allow me to assist you. Oh. Prawns. Ribs. Papaya. I adore you, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Qingqing embraced Jiang Juanhao's forehead and cheeks, showering him with kisses. All right. Do you love me or these comestibles? I am cognizant of your affections. There are also potato chips and snacks within, consume sparingly. And I shall prepare a meal for you forthwith, Jiang Juanhao responded, affectionately pinching Jiang Qingqing's cheek. Yes, sir. Jiang Qingqing mockingly saluted. Then rummaged through the snack bag like a newborn puppy investigating a refuse bin, her demeanor exceedingly endearing. Evening. Salt Lake City Villa District Tan Yuje reclined amidst a pile of dolls, casually embracing a plush figure roughly the same size as Jiang Juanhao. Her mind replayed Jiang Juanhao's profile and his captivating fox-like eyes. Arg. It's all that insolent cur's fault. Damned cur. Perverted cur. Chapter 27, Should I call you Oli Jiang, Hao? Brother. Wake up, lazy pig. Jiang Qingqing suddenly sat down on Jiang Juanhao's stomach. Ouch. Jiang Juanhao immediately curled up like a shrimp, exclaiming, Qingqing. Are you trying to send your brother off so early in the morning? My stomach and lower back. Brother, it's Monday. Jiang Qingqing exclaimed. Dressed in a light blue cropped denim jacket adorned with several cute cartoon patches. Beneath it, she wore a white cropped t-shirt that revealed her delicate collarbone and a glimpse of her fair waist. Her bottoms were a high-waisted white A-line skirt with a flouncy hem. She sported white mid-calf socks embellished with exquisite floral lace, and a band of pale pink lace adorned the sock openings, complemented by a pair of white platform shoes that accentuated her height. Her long, jet-black hair was casually tied into a high ponytail, with the ends slightly curled. She wore a pair of petite silver earrings. What's up? Jiang Juanhao, noticing how exquisitely Jiang Qingqing was dressed, couldn't help but ask. Are you going on a blind date? What are you talking about? Our school is holding a parent-teacher meeting today. Jiang Qingqing replied animatedly. With a sudden movement, Jiang Juanhao sat up like a zombie from a movie. What time is it? He asked, scrambling to get dressed. It's already 8. We're doomed. Jiang Qingqing despaired, plopping down on Jiang Juanhao's bed. It's alright, I'll just take a leave, Jiang Juanhao said, pulling out his phone to call their homeroom teacher, Xiarua. What about me? We need to be there by 9. Jiang Qingqing hurriedly interjected. Shoo. Just wait to die, heh. Jiang Juanhao made a shushing gesture. Jiang Qingqing, feeling indignant, playfully tugged at Jiang Juanhao's neck. Hey, hello, Teacher Xia, I need to attend my sister's parent-teacher meeting today, so I can't come to school. I'd like to request a leave. Okay, goodbye. As soon as Jiang Juanhao hung up, he saw Jiang Qingqing with her hands on her hips, looking at him angrily. Alright, don't worry, let us go. We'll make it in time. Our Qingqing is the most obedient and well-behaved, right? Jiang Juanhao said, gently pinching Jiang Qingqing's puffed-up cheeks with a charming smile. Though initially pouting, Jiang Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly from his affection, and she proudly lifted her chin, pouting. Of course, I'm definitely the most obedient. Jiang Juanhao couldn't help but chuckle, this little girl was so easy to please. In this world, parent-teacher meetings differ from those on Blue Star. They are not merely sessions for lecturing students but also include activities designed to enhance the bond between parents and children, fostering better relationships. When Jiang Juanhao and Jiang Qingqing arrived at the school conference room, the meeting had already commenced. Jiang Qingqing, holding Jiang Juanhao's hand, scanned the room for her assigned seat. The conference room was crowded, with most parents seated beside their children. Sigh, Yu Jia is attending the meeting alone again. Jiang Qingqing lamented. Ding! Task activated, it's all mine. Play the role of Tan Yujia's guardian to help her feel the love of family. Accept task, reward 2,000 renminbi. Refuse task, love value set to 0. Seeing his love value nearing 90,000, Jiang Juanhao decided to accept the task, soon receiving a text from his bank. Ah! I found our seats, let us go in. Jiang Qingqing suddenly whispered. Qingqing? What's wrong? Jiang Qingqing, who was about to walk in, looked at Jiang Juanhao with confusion. Let us sit next to your friend, Jiang Juanhao said, glancing nervously to the side. Why sit next to Yu Jie? Jiang Qingqing suspected something, her tone tinged with subtle jealousy. Jiang Juanhao scratched his head, a bit sheepishly explaining, look at Yu Jie, she's all alone. Let us keep her company. Besides, I've been tutoring her lately, so we're a bit familiar with each other. It's good to look after her. Jiang Qingqing pouted but eventually followed Jiang Juanhao towards Tan Yujie's seat. Tan Yujie, who had been fiddling with her sleeves, noticed Jiang Juanhao and Jiang Qingqing approaching. A flicker of surprise crossed her face, quickly replaced by an inscrutable emotion, but she soon masked it with a sly smile. In an instant, she sprang to her feet. Briskly rushing over to grab Jiang Juanhao's arm, affectionately rubbing her head against his bicep, playfully shaking his arm, and exclaimed, Mr. Jiang, what brings you here? Ah! I know. You want to pretend to be my brother, so you can openly let me call you brother, right? Only Jiang today. Tan Yujie wore a cream-colored knitted top with a delicate bow at the neckline, paired with a black pleated skirt that reached mid-thigh. She wore white thigh-high stockings adorned with intricate lace patterns and black shoes embellished with golden buckles. Her short, slightly curled brown hair gave her a playful and charming appearance. Jiang Qingqing interjected, visibly annoyed. No, Tan, if you don't. Jiang Juanhao began, but Tan Yujie quickly interjected, of course. As long as it's brother Jiang Juanhao, I'm all for it. She then pulled Jiang Juanhao to the seat, with Jiang Qingqing sulking on his left, while Jiang Juanhao sat between them, with Tan Yujie against the wall. Those who have attended a parent-teacher meeting know how excruciatingly dull they can be. And Jiang Juanhao soon found himself struggling to keep his eyes open. Jiang Qingqing was also propping up her face, nearly drooling from boredom. Only Tan Yujie remained alert. Perverted teacher, yesterday. Tan Yujie thought of last night, her face involuntarily flushing. Ding. Affection level 1, current affection level, 51. Just wait and see how I'll prank you today. Tan Yujie's mind raced, and suddenly, a wicked smile crept across her lips. Qingqing? Are you already asleep? How boring. Tan Yujie pouted, swinging her legs. Hey, pervert. Pervert. Why are you asleep too? This is so dull. As she noticed both of them dozing off, she quickly closed her eyes, the drowsiness overtaking her. Just as Tan Yujie was about to execute her prank, her cheeks flushed. Pervert. Pervert. Jiang Juanhao, you super big pervert. Even while sleeping suddenly, Jiang Juanhao sensed something was amiss and shot up, whispering, what are you doing? Though his voice was low, it caught the attention of many, who turned to stare, their expressions a mix of shock and surprise. Next Saturday, during the tutoring session, I shall require you to complete the examination paper. To the point of exhaustion, Jiang Juanhao remarked, wiping the pattern off his face. Oh, please no. I was wrong, Teacher Juanhao, spare me. I do not wish to do it. Tan Yujie immediately apologized, displaying an obedient demeanor upon hearing the demand for the test. It is of no use. It is too late, you must comply. Jiang Juanhao asserted with unwavering resolve, relishing for the first time the joy teachers experience when their students react to the prospect of an examination. At that moment, Jiang Qingqing, still in a state of drowsiness, stirred awake. Upon seeing Jiang Juanhao with his head down, she mistakenly assumed he had fallen asleep and promptly returned to her slumber. I am not. Do not speak so recklessly. I was merely trying to help you, and yet you treat me this way. Zhang Juanhao exclaimed. His face flushed with embarrassment as he argued with Tan Yujie. Is that so? Then we must ask whether people would believe the photograph or merely your word. Tan Yujie teased, waving her phone with the picture she had taken of Zhang Juanhao while he appeared to be asleep, covering her mouth with one hand as she chuckled. Chapter 28. Is this correct? Why don't you take a look at what the two of you are doing? Alright, parents, please follow your children back to the classroom. And then, under the guidance of the homeroom teacher, proceed to the playground for some delightful games that will strengthen familial bonds, announced the principal from the podium. Zhang Juanhao accompanied Zhang Qingqing and Tan Yujie back to the classroom. How, why are they all looking at you and smiling? Did you do something embarrassing after I fell asleep? Zhang Qingqing asked, grasping Zhang Juanhao's hand and glancing around in confusion. Perhaps it's because my brother is too handsome? Zhang Juanhao replied, casting a resentful glance at Tan Yujie. The latter stuck out her tongue and made a silly face, but upon seeing Zhang Qingqing holding Zhang Juanhao's hand, pouted her lips and came over to hold his hand as well, wishing to interlace their fingers. Having grown up, Zhang Juanhao had only held hands with other girls in this manner, and Zhang Qingqing was no exception. Although it was also Tan Yujie's first time holding a boy's hand, she hadn't anticipated that there would be someone even less guarded than herself, rendering Zhang Juanhao almost comically awkward. Zhang Qingqing quickly sensed something unusual. Hey! You Jie! What are you doing? What is wrong, Qingqing? Tan Yujie replied, swaying Zhang Juanhao's hand back and forth nonchalantly. Fuming, Zhang Qingqing tightened her grip on Zhang Juanhao's hand. Her ears slightly flushed, yet her expression radiated triumph as she lifted her chin to gaze at Tan Yujie. Tan Yujie merely smiled and ignored Zhang Qingqing. But her slightly sweaty palms betrayed her. Zhang Juanhao was now bombarded with system notifications, being held hands with by other girls in front of the female lead. Male lead's darkening value 10, male lead's darkening value 5. Not daring to open his eyes, he hoped it was merely an illusion. Zhang Juanhao opened his character panel, his darkening value, 20, Zhang Qingqing's darkening value, 15, as long as it doesn't reach the kissing stage. He can accept it and even finds it somewhat enjoyable to watch. Tan Yujie's darkening value, 35, already capable of kissing in front of the other party without them noticing, yet the other party does not enjoy watching. It's nothing. Just a little girl, she can't stir up any trouble. Zhang Juanhao consoled himself inwardly. But is it truly so? I do not know. Such chapter 29, reappearance? Darkness value -10, because Zhang Juanhao emerged, orchestrated by Zhang Qingqing, subtly implied. Inevitably, the trio secured the last position in this game. With the assistance of Ganlu and Ao Huangyi, friends of Zhang Qingqing and Tan Yujie, Zhang Juanhao and his companions were liberated. Brother, you're truly amusing. Ganlu exclaimed, her teeth gleaming as she chuckled. Indeed, to be bound in such a manner, Ao Huangyi added, clutching her stomach with laughter. Is that so? Excuse me, I need to visit the restroom, Zhang Juanhao stammered, shielding himself with his hands as he hastily retreated towards the lavatory. Qingqing, what's amiss with your brother? Ganlu inquired, leaning closer. My brother? Don't speak nonsense, he's my elder brother, Zhang Qingqing promptly corrected. I shall also avail myself of the restroom, Tan Yujie declared before darting off. You're quite audacious. Precisely, daring to converse with the girl Dragon admires. Dragon, I propose we teach him a lesson. Zhang Juanhao, having concluded his ablutions, emerged from the restroom only to be encircled by a cohort of juvenile delinquents. Their attire was so garish that Zhang Juanhao mused that reporting them might be akin to assaulting law enforcement, fearing that the constabulary would apprehend him for assaulting their visual senses. The ringleader, a youth with ash-colored hair, finally spoke. Boy, who are you? Such audacity. Zhang Juanhao frowned, scrutinizing the quartet, inwardly pondering the identity of the girl they referenced. Hey, cat, got your tongue? Our dragon is addressing you, a green-haired youth, brandishing a cheap cigarette, sneered at Zhang Juanhao. Me? Don't be captivated by my allure, I'm merely a legend, Zhang Juanhao retorted, secretly anticipating the unfolding events, eager to witness the scenarios he had encountered online manifesting before him. Oh, so arrogant, turtle, enlighten him as to my identity, the ash-haired youth chuckled, casting a glance at the green-haired youth, while the crimson-haired and violet-haired youth smirked disdainfully. You're unfamiliar with our dragon? Allow me to elucidate, you know Emperor Sure? He streams daily, invoking my elder brother's name. The green-haired youth proclaimed proudly, gesturing towards the ash-haired youth, who beamed with self-importance. So formidable? Have you encountered dragon? Jiang Juanhao began, his expression feigning shock, but was interrupted by the green-haired youth. Affirmative, my elder brother is Jian Guolong. How about that? Impressive, isn't it? The green-haired youth boasted, his lips curving upward. Ha! Jiang Juanhao's expression mirrored incredulity. What do you mean by that? The youths demanded, growing agitated and threatening to become physical. What are you rabble doing? A playful voice echoed from behind them. You! Jian Guolong spun around indignantly, only to be confronted by the mischievous Tan Yujie. Oh! What a coincidence, sister you're here as well. Ha, I just noticed. Has your business expanded to scavenging refuse? Tan Yujie inquired. Her face contorted with disdain as she gazed at the group assembled before the restroom. Ha, sister you're jesting. This miscreant dared to converse with the gone sister I admire, so I intend to impart a lesson, Jian Guolong simpered obsequiously. Hold on, wait a moment. What did you say? Gone sister? Jiang Juanhao stammered, bewildered. What? I fancy addressing Gone Lu as sister, do you object? Jian Guolong retorted, his demeanor reverting to arrogance. Are you referring to the one whose weight seemingly surpasses her height, Jiang Juanhao gestured with his hands, forming a cube. Affirmative. It symbolizes strength. Are you also infatuated with her? I knew it. Brothers, teach this wretch a lesson. Jian Guolong shrieked, lunging towards Jiang Juanhao. Even if I were blind, I wouldn't record Gone Lu, Jiang Juanhao declared, adopting the stance of the military boxing he had learned back on Earth. Enough, be gone. He's my man and has no interest in Gone Lu, Tan Yujie stated, folding her arms and casting a mischievous glance at Jiang Juanhao. Eh? How did I become your man? Insolent wretch. Must I unveil the photos to them? Tan Yujie retorted, brandishing her phone. Jiang Juanhao immediately relented, sister I implore you. Refrain from such actions. Humph, we shall see how you conduct yourself, Tan Yujie smirked. Sister had you informed me earlier, this misunderstanding would have been averted. Brothers! Let us depart, Jian Guolong exclaimed, practically sprinting away, unnerved by Tan Yujie's chilling smile. As the quartet fled, Tan Yujie sauntered towards Jiang Juanhao, a playful smile gracing her lips. Worthless wretch, did you require my intervention? Hey! Get away from me! You shameless hussy! Jiang Juanhao stammered, his mind teetering on the brink of collapse. Darkness value 1, darkness value 3. Lewd, perverted teacher. What are you envisioning? You don't actually desire me to be your mommy, do you? You filthy degenerate! Tan Yujie exclaimed, her expression a mixture of jest and disgust, though her ears were tinged with a faint blush. Of course not. You're being unreasonable. I'm returning, Jiang Juanhao protested, his face flushed, as he turned to leave. Tan Yujie seized Jiang Juanhao's hand. Where do you intend to go? You were enjoying yourself with Jiang Qingqing earlier, and now you wish to depart? What do you intend to do? Jiang Juanhao inquired hesitantly. Tan Yujie remained silent, examining Jiang Juanhao's arm, and upon confirming it was still intact, she sighed with relief. So? It doesn't count, I was frightened. But what does it matter to me if this worthless wretch is still a virgin? He's just a dead virgin boy. Tan Yujie mused. What are you doing? Silence, I'm merely observing, Tan Yujie retorted, releasing Jiang Juanhao's hand. Tan Yujie stammered, her face crimson. No, impossible. Don't even contemplate it, I, Jiang Juanhao, would rather perish here. Or I shall disseminate the photos of you meeting Uncle Chen in the conference room online, Tan Yujie threatened, brandishing her phone. Jiang Juanhao immediately capitulated, sister I beseech you, refrain from such actions. Humph, We shall see how you perform, Tan Yujie smirked. Chapter 30 Yujie, have you seen my brother? Upon entering the restroom stall, Tan Yujie forcefully shoved Zhang Juanhao onto the toilet seat, producing a loud clang. Ouch! What are you doing? Zhang Juanhao lamented, rubbing his sore back. Stinky fish. Quickly demonstrate how it's usually done, Tan Yujie insisted, her cheeks flushed as she lowered her voice. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Juanhao's darkening value had already reached 40 out of 100. How can I demonstrate? It was just a while ago when Qingqing, he stammered. Feeling aggrieved. There's no cooldown time. Stop giving me excuses. Do you think this is a game? Cooldown time? Tan Yujie shot him a skeptical look, clearly unconvinced. Even if you haven't heard of cooldowns, you must know about the Sage Mode, Zhang Juanhao said, attempting to rise. Tan Yujie swiftly pushed him back down with surprising strength, startling him. He understood that in this world dominated by females, they naturally possessed greater physical power. But now he felt weaker than a girl merely 155 centimeters tall. Wouldn't he be easily dominated by any girl? Seeing Zhang Juanhao silent and seemingly unresponsive, Tan Yujie wondered, could it be that this Sage Mode actually exists? What should I do, or what can you do, to make this work? She asked quickly, her face still red. How would I know? It's you who wants to see it. If you can't think of a way, I'll leave, Zhang Juanhao replied. Trying to stand again but was forcefully pressed back down by Tan Yujie. Stinky fish. Perverted fish. Tan Yujie's face flushed as she recalled a moment from the conference room. She rubbed her delicate fingers together to warm them. So thoughtful of you. Worried I'd be cold await, why am I feeling touched by this? Stinky fish. Don't be ungrateful. Be careful, or I will hit you. Tan Yujie retorted, her face still crimson, yet her tone playful. With your little frame? I don't believe it, Zhang Juanhao said, casting his gaze aside. Unable to meet her eyes, slowly feeling a bit guilty. Tan Yujie, blushing, stuttered, You, how could you say that? Gesturing with her hands. What's wrong? It's innate, whether I'm handsome or not, that's on you, Zhang Juanhao mumbled, his face reddening. Humph. Stinky fish, perverted fish. You think it's all innate? Ha? Tan Yujie pouted, almost playfully. Suddenly, Zhang Juanhao couldn't hold back a laugh. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it, you're just too funny. Tan Yujie, bewildered, wiped her face and clothes, then sniffed her fingers. I'm sorry, I truly didn't mean to. Stinky fish. Perverted fish. What are you doing? You should cover your mouth when you sneeze. Tan Yujie exclaimed, her face aflame. I'm really sorry, it was unintentional, Zhang Juanhao surrendered, feeling exasperated as she placed the blame on him. Tan Yujie lunged at Zhang Juanhao, her hands reaching for his ticklish spots at his waist and neck. He was extremely ticklish, desperately dodging and squirming. In the confined space, Tan Yujie lost her balance and fell onto him. Their eyes met, and her hands paused. Propping herself against his back while Zhang Juanhao halted his movements, gazing at her, his fox-like eyes exuding a different kind of allure. The atmosphere grew delicate and charged. Zhang Juanhao swallowed hard, his gaze darting away in panic. Tan Yujie, almost instinctively, placed her hand beneath his chin, guiding his face back to her. Ding darkening value 5. Chapter 31, Encountering Wang Roshue again brother, where have you just been? Zhang Qingqing wiped the tears from her face. I was actually going to find you. But I accidentally got lost. You won't blame me, will you? A flicker of guilt crossed Zhang Juanhao's eyes as he tenderly ruffled Zhang Qingqing's hair. I will. Zhang Qingqing pouted, hands on her hips. Then how can Qingqing forgive me? Zhang Juanhao's tone grew somewhat anxious. Let me think, Zhang Qingqing pretended to contemplate, well. You can kiss my face, and then take me to have a delicious meal, and I'll be happy hee. Seeing Zhang Qingqing's shy and playful smile, Zhang Juanhao felt a rush of warmth in his heart. He nearly forgot the world around him, as his sister, though not by blood, only dared to shyly request a kiss. Zhang Juanhao embraced Zhang Qingqing, planting a kiss on her forehead, followed by her cheeks. No problem, let's go. What does our Qingqing want to eat today? It's on me. Later that night, Zhang Juanhao lay alone on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Outside the window, the rain tapped rhythmically against the awning. Before him was the system panel, and he found himself momentarily lost in thought, staring at the line that read, Corruption Value, 75. What to do? It seems I've entered another troublesome situation, Zhang Juanhao murmured to himself. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, many significant events transpired. Jiang Haitao succumbed to late-stage lung cancer after a failed surgery, leaving both Zhang Juanhao and Jiang Qingqing to grieve. To cover the costs of Jiang Haitao's operation, Zhang Juanhao accrued over 100,000 in debt. During this period, he withdrew from university and began a relentless cycle of working to repay the debts. Jiang Qingqing graduated from university and was accepted into a postgraduate program. Initially, she was reluctant to continue her studies, but Jiang Juanhao insisted. Fully aware of the importance of a diploma. Having started with delivering takeout, Jiang Qingqing felt compelled to complete her postgraduate degree. To prevent his corruption value from rising again, Zhang Juanhao resigned from his tutoring position and took up full-time delivery work. He made every effort to avoid encounters with female leads or antagonists, particularly Wang Roxue. Zhang Juanhao felt cowardly and self-conscious, fearing to approach her. Fate has a peculiar way of playing tricks on people. Nevertheless, during this time, he earned a reasonable amount of extra money due to his looks, as many patrons tipped him generously, aided by the system's admiration value. Thanks to Jiang Qingqing's contributions, Zhang Juanhao successfully reduced his corruption value to 20, but this resulted in Jiang Qingqing becoming even more clingy and daring. System, please open Jiang Qingqing's character panel. Zhang Juanhao said after completing his last delivery. Deep, loading. Name, Jiang Qingqing. Height, 165 centimeters. Favorability, 100. Corruption value, 0. Possessiveness towards host, extremely high talent, silver tongue, words that naturally persuade others. Zhang Juanhao frowned, as he had yet to discover how to reduce the green value, which explained why Jiang Qingqing's number was so high. Hello? We are filming a makeover video with ordinary people. Would you be interested in participating? Just as Jiang Juanhao was examining the character panel, he was approached by 2 individuals holding a camera. Looking up, he was stunned to find that the photographer was none other than Wang Roxue. Deep, female lead detected. Name, Wang Roxue. Height, 172 centimeters. Favorability, 20. Corruption value, 0. Possessiveness towards host, low talent, workplace elite. However, Zhang Juanhao quickly felt disheartened, as he was still wearing his delivery uniform, complete with a mask, and his hair was disheveled. He felt worlds apart from the elegant and refined Wang Roxue before him. Me? I'd rather not. Zhang Juanhao mumbled, lowering his head and trying to walk past. Hey, wait a moment, young man. Participating in our program comes with a cash reward of 500 yuan, and it will only take you an hour or 2. Fu Juanxiang hurriedly stopped Zhang Juanhao. 500? Can we start now? Zhang Juanhao asked shyly. Since Wang Roxue first laid eyes on Zhang Juanhao, she felt a strange sense of familiarity. Her eyes sparkled like crescent moons, adorned with a beauty mark at the corner, rendering her even more enchanting. Yes, we can start right away. It won't take much of your time, Fu Juanxiang excitedly said. We just need this one video to wrap up the shoot for today. How could I not be excited? Wang Roxue approached with a gentle smile, her voice as soft as a spring breeze in March. Could you please take off your mask and hat? We need to help you with the styling. Zhang Juanhao nervously rubbed his hands together and hurriedly removed his mask. When Wang Roxue and her companion saw his entire face, their eyes widened in astonishment, mouths agape in disbelief. Could you please stop staring at me like that? Zhang Juanhao said, feeling embarrassed as he turned away. Realizing her lapse in composure, Wang Roxue coughed lightly, her cheeks flushing, and explained with a smile, I apologize for my reaction, it's just that you are exceptionally handsome. I believe with just a little grooming, you could rival those big stars on television. Fu Juanxiang nodded vigorously in agreement, indeed. We never expected such a striking face hidden beneath that mask. Zhang Juanhao felt his face flush from their praises, scratching his head awkwardly. Please, don't say that. I'm getting embarrassed. Let's just get started. Alright, let's begin, Wang Roshue said as she led Zhang Juanhao to the clothing area. Wang Roshue leaned in closely, intently examining Zhang Juanhao's features. Zhang Juanhao's breath hitched as their faces drew nearer, her gentle breath brushing against him. He struggled to suppress the urge to kiss her lips. Wang Roshue, too, was battling her own urges, appearing to focus on analyzing his features for styling, yet she couldn't help but be drawn to Zhang Juanhao's cherry-red lips. Beep. Corruption value -10, Wang Roshue's favorability 5, favorability 25. In her mind, Wang Roshue began to envision a suitable style for him. Your skin is fair. And your features are exquisite, especially those captivating fox-like eyes. I think a fresh yet slightly stylish Japanese-inspired look would suit you perfectly, she mused aloud. Before long, she selected a light blue oversized denim jacket paired with a simple white crewneck t-shirt and black casual cargo pants. Try this on. I believe it will be a perfect fit for you. She handed him the clothes and pointed to a nearby makeshift changing room. A few minutes later, Zhang Juanhao emerged in the new outfit, and both women were momentarily taken aback. Wang Roshue smiled as she approached him, her eyes curving into beautiful crescents. You look fantastic. Even without makeup, you're already stunning. I feel we could just shoot like this. I agree, let's get started, Fu Juansheng said, leading the way. Wang Roshue gently adjusted Zhang Juanhao's collar, her expression softening as she encouraged him not to feel nervous. As Zhang Juanhao gazed at Wang Roshue's face, so close to his own, and witnessed her gentle actions, he couldn't resist the temptation to lightly brush his lips against hers. Wang Roshue's eyes widened, filled with disbelief and sparkling with surprise. Wang Roshue's affinity increased by 10, bringing it to a total of 35, while the purity value also rose by 10. Now standing at 10. No. I. Zhang Juanhao's mind was a blank canvas, perplexed as to why he had been unable to restrain himself. That was my second personality. Puff, no worries, just take the picture, Wang Roshue said cheerfully, gently ruffling Zhang Juanhao's hair. The photoshoot progressed smoothly, completed in mere minutes. As they were about to part ways, Wang Roshue noticed that Zhang Juanhao appeared remarkably youthful, clad in a delivery outfit. She retrieved her business card, stating, "Here is my card. You possess great potential. If you find yourself without a direction, consider joining our company. We are a reputable media firm. Should you come to a decision, feel free to give me a call." After speaking, Wang Roshue tenderly tousled Zhang Juanhao's hair once more and departed with a smile. Ding, purity value increased by 10, now at 20. Alas! My friends have faced sanctions, compelling me to conclude my studies prematurely and venture into the workforce. Otherwise, I would remain trapped in a dark room with my books, which have yet to see the light of day. Nevertheless, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for the affection from all of you. Wishing you a happy new year filled with prosperity, success in work and studies, and a bounty of red envelopes that leave your hands cramping, along with doubled salaries. Chapter 32, Come to the company tomorrow for a photoshoot, brother? Brother? Wake up, the sun is shining on your backside. What is it? You, who never sleeps in on Saturdays, are really something. Zhang Juanhao rubbed his eyes, squinting as he gave a thumbs up. I haven't even slept yet. But that's not important now, you actually filmed a video behind my back and it went viral. Zhang Qingqing said with a look of sorrow, holding up her phone. Is that true? In just a few hours, so many likes? Zhang Juanhao hurriedly opened the system panel, only to see that his admiration value had surged by 150,000, which translates to 15,000 RMB. It seems that one can indeed gain admiration value through video, but it's significantly less than in person. Brother. Ever since Zhang Haitao left, I seem to have gotten used to calling you brother. Zhang Juanhao tilted his head, looking at Zhang Qingqing. Now that you're famous, you won't abandon me, will you? Even though I eat a lot and can be a bit lazy. Zhang Qingqing's voice dwindled to a whisper, her head nearly touching the ground. It could happen, Zhang Juanhao pretended to ponder. Hey. No, please don't. I'm quite capable. I promise to behave from now on. Please don't abandon me. Jiang Qingqing was on the verge of tears. Alright, I'm just joking. How could I possibly abandon you? You're a girl, why do you cry so easily? Can't you show a bit of feminine grace? Jiang Juanhao chuckled helplessly as he pinched her cheek. Hello, Fu Juanshan, you better have a good reason for calling, or else you're finished. Wang Roshui's tone was unexpectedly displeased. It seemed that even the gentle Wang Roshui could have a bit of a morning grumpiness, quite amusing. It's exploded, Wang Jie. It's gone viral. A jubilant voice echoed from the phone. What? Wang Roshui dug at her ears, confused. I said it exploded. Wang, what are you talking about? Did something blow up? Why are you acting crazy so early? Wang Roshui had stayed up late editing the video and had only gone to bed at 4. It was now 10 o'clock and she was understandably irked. Ah no, Wang Jie, you misunderstood, the video has gone viral. Oh? I thought you meant something else. The video really did explode? Wang Roshui sat up sharply, shouting at her phone. Yes. I have to think about whether to spend the bonus on a foot massage or a full-body massage, Fu Juansheng said before hanging up. Wang Roshui opened the app to check, and the video already had over 1 million likes. With the comments section filled with praise for Jiang Juanhao's looks and declarations of wanting to marry him. As she read through the comments, a strange pang of sorrow gripped her heart. Just then, a strange number called. Hello? Hi, I'm the one from yesterday, my name is Jiang Juanhao. You mentioned I could come to your company. Ah, yes. I was just wondering how to contact you. Shall we arrange a time to meet? How about 7 this evening at the dessert shop downstairs from Tiandao Media? Okay, great, see you then. After hanging up, Wang Roshui took rare care in selecting the most appealing outfit from her limited wardrobe. Meanwhile, brother, what kind of expression is that? You aren't falling in love, are you? Jiang Qingqing asked, looking as if she'd swallowed vinegar. Not at all, it's just about the video. They want to discuss it, Jiang Juanhao replied. Also beginning to sift through his sparse clothing to find the most handsome ensemble. As time flew by, it was almost time for their meeting. After returning from running errands, Jiang Juanhao took a shower, changed clothes, and stood before the mirror, scrutinizing his appearance. His fair skin, paired with his uniquely charming fox-like eyes, added a touch of allure. Though he was slightly on the slender side. Nevertheless, he still appeared quite handsome. He chose a simple white shirt, paired it with black casual pants, and donned a clean pair of sneakers, looking fresh and spirited. Jiang Qingqing watched from the side, pouting, you say you're not going to meet a girlfriend. Yet you dress up so nicely, silly brother. Jiang Juanhao laughed and patted her head. Stop saying nonsense. I'm simply showing respect. Be safe at home. And I'll bring you back an apple pie. With that, he glanced at the time, it was already 6:30, and he hurried out the door. Upon arriving at the dessert shop opposite Tiandao Media, Jiang Juanhao immediately spotted Wang Roshui sitting in a corner. She wore a light blue dress that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Her long legs subtly visible beneath the hem. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkled with delight as they met his gaze. The mole at the corner of her eye adding a touch of allure and charm. She exuded the grace of a gentle older sister, captivating enough to hold one's attention. Wang Roshui waved him over. Hello, Jiang Juanhao stammered, his cheeks quickly reddening. Today, Wang Roshui appeared even more stunning than usual, though she wore no makeup. There was an indescribable beauty about her. Hello, I should have introduced myself earlier, I'm Wang Roshui, but you can call me Sister Wang. Her eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she smiled at him. Wang, Sister Wang, Jiang Juanhao said bashfully, his head lowered. Wang Roshui watched him with a tender gaze, feeling her heart skip a beat at his shy demeanor and soft-spoken words. Ding! Wang Roshui's affection level 10, current affection level 45. How sweet. Juanhao. Did you dress up just for me? Wang Roshui said, unable to contain her delight. Jiang Juanhao blushed, nodding shyly. That makes me so happy. What an honor. Come sit next to your sister, Wang Roshui said, patting the spot beside her against the wall. Without hesitation, Jiang Juanhao seated himself there. You should know that the video has gone viral, right? Wang Roshui said as she handed him the menu. Zhang Juanhao accepted the menu, glancing at the pricey desserts and beverages, feeling embarrassed as he pushed it back. Wang Roshui seemed to sense his discomfort and, after ordering a few items, began to engage him in conversation. Juanhao, you look so young. Are you still in school? I'm already 19 and not in school anymore. Zhang Juanhao mumbled, his head bowed, obscuring his expression. Wang Roshui said nothing but gently stroked Zhang Juanhao's head. Please don't. Zhang Juanhao said bashfully. You don't like it? Wang Roshui pulled back her hand apologetically. No, it's not that. Zhang Juanhao hurriedly whispered. Wang Roshui looked at him curiously as he cautiously glanced up at her before lowering his gaze again. I really like it, but it's just... At that moment, the food they ordered arrived, all featuring mango. The drink was mango sago, and the dessert resembled a mango cake, among other items. Why did you order all of this? Purity love value 5, current purity love value, 25. You don't like it? Wang Roshui's expression fell. I thought you liked these. I really do, Zhang Juanhao replied, feeling nostalgic for such a delightful experience. Is that so? As long as you like it, Wang Roshui said with a warm smile. They chatted for a while longer. Tomorrow, just come to the company to report in, we'll take some photos. Your good looks will help in drawing attention. I'll handle the rest, Wang Roshui said with a smile. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, chapter 33 don't touch him. Let me take you back, it's unsafe for you to walk alone at this late hour. Wang Roshui remarked as she glanced at the time. No, there's no need to trouble you, Sister Wang, Zhang Juanhao replied. His face flushed and his voice barely above a whisper. However, Wang Roshui stood up, gently leaned down to gaze into Zhang Juanhao's eyes, and with a warm smile. She tousled his hair, saying, as long as it's my little Juanhao, it won't be a bother at all. Her soft, warm hand rendered Zhang Juanhao momentarily paralyzed. His heart raced, his cheeks burned, yet he dared not withdraw his hand, allowing Wang Roshui to guide him like a docile fawn. Ding! Pure love value 5. Pure love value 30. The street was dimly illuminated, casting elongated shadows of the two as they walked side by side. The faint, refreshing fragrance emanating from Wang Roshui lingered in the air, making Zhang Juanhao too nervous to speak. Stealing a glance at her, he found her unabashedly watching him with a gentle smile. His gaze darted away, anxiety causing him to fumble his movements. Wang Roshui, still smiling, gently squeezed his hand. Don't be so tense, just talk to your sister. Zhang Juanhao hesitated, then asked, Sister Wang, why are you so kind to me? His voice was laced with confusion and unease, for there seemed to be nothing extraordinary about their encounter that night. Wang Roshui paused, looking at him earnestly. You might not believe it, but from the very first moment I saw you, I felt you were my forever. Zhang Juanhao thought her words sounded rather awkward. And when he lowered his head, her gaze was as gentle as water, causing his cheeks to flush once more, and he hurriedly averted his eyes. Just then, several tall women emerged from the shadows, encircling them. The leader, with striking red hair and a menacing glare, sneered, well, if it isn't Wang Roshui. Who's this handsome little guy? Where are you off to? Her words dripped with provocation as she reached out to grab Zhang Juanhao's face. Zhang Juanhao swiftly swatted her hand away. What do you want? Wang Roshui's expression changed, and she shielded Zhang Juanhao behind her, pointing an accusatory finger at the red-haired woman. Guan Xiaowan. What business is it of yours? Step aside. Guan Xiaowan let out a mocking laugh. What business? You seem to be doing quite well at the company lately. Isn't that none of my concern? Wang Roshui tightened her grip on Zhang Juanhao's hand, signaling him to remain calm. Don't be afraid, I'm here, she whispered reassuringly. Yet she knew all too well that they were outnumbered and escaping tonight would be difficult. Zhang Juanhao, watching Wang Roshui tremble slightly as she steadfastly protected him, felt a pang in his heart. Is it really fine? What does it matter? I can't just hand over the opportunity to be promoted to team leader to you. Guan Xiaowan retorted, her indignation palpable. Jiang Juanhao couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. Hey, you! Let me ask you something. Ha! Do you even realize the situation you're in? Asking irrelevant questions now? Guan Xiaowan sneered. Enough! Move aside, and I can pretend I didn't see you tonight, Wang Roshue pleaded. Fearing these foolish girls might actually harm Jiang Juanhao. Are you pretending to be tough? Aren't you just a scriptwriter writing on your lover's coattails? Who knows if you even sent this lover to the president or the boss to curry favor? Guan Xiaowan crossed her arms, her expression one of utmost disdain. Borrow your lover? My lover is yours. The video only blew up after I sent him to bed with manager Fei. Wang Roshue shot back fiercely. You can insult me. But you will not insult Jiang Juanhao. Alright, you've got guts. Ladies, let's show this brat a lesson. Guan Xiaowan snarled. Her face twisted in rage as she charged at them. Just as Jiang Juanhao intended to rush forward, Wang Roshue pulled him back. Her eyes fierce as she kept him safely behind her. As Guan Xiaowan and her group lunged at them, Wang Roshue sidestepped just in time to evade a powerful tackle from Guan Xiaowan, countering with a solid elbow strike to one of the attacker's abdomen. However, they were outnumbered. And soon Wang Roshue was left bruised and gasping for breath. Jiang Juanhao felt a surge of urgency from behind her. He knew that charging in with his current physique would only lead to disaster. Fortunately, he spotted a wooden stick by the roadside and quietly picked it up. Chapter 34, How is it her? Feng Xiao Xiao. He is not my boyfriend, please let him go, I beg you, Wang Roshue gasped weakly. Not your boyfriend? Then he must be for sale, right? That's splendid. I could give him some money to shoot a trending makeover video with me, a perfect 2-for-1 deal. Guan Xiaowan chuckled lewdly. Indeed, it would be delightful for us too, ha ha, Dong Dawei and Yang Xiaoqing chimed in with laughter. You must have an old 8 hidden in your mouth, right? Smells so foul, have you eaten too many of those secret burgers? Wang Roshue retorted. Ah, spit. The spring breeze once again graces the southern banks, and you only sell for 50 cents. During the Qingming festival, the rain falls incessantly. And your strength has flown away as Jiang Juanhao passionately spoke into the microphone, claiming it was the first time someone had called themselves for sale. However, what Jiang Juanhao did not realize was that this statement would nearly become prophetic. But that is a tale for another time. You! How dare you say that again? I will make you fly right now. Guan Xiaowan glared fiercely, abruptly releasing Wang Roshue and advancing toward Jiang Juanhao, delivering a powerful kick to Wang Roshue's abdomen. Wang Roshue curled up in pain on the ground, prompting her 2 companions to immediately unleash a flurry of punches and kicks upon her. Stop hitting her. You can say whatever you want, just don't hurt Sister Wang. Jiang Juanhao seized the opportunity to reach into his pocket and dialed the genie way. Guan Xiaowan slowly approached Jiang Juanhao, squatting down to observe him with keen interest. What are you looking at? Jiang Juanhao spat towards Guan Xiaowan. Humph. You foul chicken. Have I been too lenient with you? She suddenly yanked Jiang Juanhao up and forcefully pulled his hand from his grasp. Hello, this is Genie Wei. Guan Xiaowan coldly huffed, disconnecting the call. Do you think I'm foolish? Am I really that naive? She then violently slammed the phone to the ground. The phone surprisingly bounced back like rubber, causing Guan Xiaowan to widen her eyes in disbelief and rub them. Can I not deal with you? Guan Xiaowan continued to smash Jiang Juanhao's phone, yet it remained unscathed. The 8848 system phone, a worthy possession. Taking advantage of the moment, Jiang Juanhao pushed past Guan Xiaowan and dashed toward the alley. Sister Wang, hold on, I will be back to rescue you soon. Don't let him escape. I will make him kneel before me and sing my praises. With Guan Xiaowan's command, Dong Dawei and Yang Xiaoqing charged forward. At that moment, Wang Roshue was covered in bruises except for her face. It was evident that she had deep feelings for him. Once he is captured, I, Guan Xiaowan, will have my way with him right in front of you, and then let them wait in line. He. You dare. If you do that, I will kill you even if I have to go to prison. Wang Roshue roared, trying to suppress her pain. Humph, not only do I dare, But I also plan to stand tall, just wait and see, Guan Xiaowan sneered. Don't run, handsome. Wait for me, hee hee, Dong Dawei laughed lewdly, his face wrinkling with fat. Let me have a kiss first, Yang Xiaoqing teased. Get lost. If you catch me, I'll make sure you don't succeed even if it costs me my life. Jiang Juanhao shouted while running. But soon, he could no longer keep up. Yang Xiaoqing seized the opportunity and tackled Jiang Juanhao to the ground. Finally, I caught you, Yang Xiaoqing gasped. Her breath was hot against Jiang Juanhao's neck. Jiang Juanhao grimaced in disgust. Get off me, you're so gross. Hu Xiaoqing, let us play with him first, then take him back. Why should she get to do nothing? Dong Dawei said, arriving late. This. Yang Xiaoqing glanced at the handsome man beneath her and then at Dong Dawei, deciding to relent. You don't want to keep your job, do you? Let me take over. Dong Dawei rolled up his sleeves, looking lewd. Get lost. I don't eat pig-ass head meat. Help! Somebody save me. My throat. My throat. Jiang Juanhao struggled desperately. Who are you calling pig's head meat? Dong Dawei's expression changed instantly. Today, I'll make you wish you were dead. He shoved Yang Xiaoqing aside. No, please, I beg you, Jiang Juanhao panicked. Now you know to beg for mercy? Too late. As Dong Dawei closed his eyes and leaned in, Jiang Juanhao pressed his lips tightly together. Leo's flying kick, Godzilla. Go to hell. Bam. Godzilla was kicked away by Dong Dawei. Who the hell are you? You want to die? Yang Xiaoqing charged API call failed with status code 429. Error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, chapter 35, how did Zheng Jia arrive again? Feng Xiaoxiao instructed Dong Dawei and Yang Xiaoqing to walk ahead while she herself trailed behind, cradling Jiang Juanhao in her arms. Jiang Juanhao's face flushed crimson, extremely uncomfortable. This was, after all, his first experience of being embraced like a princess by a girl. He had distinctly promised to reserve such moments for Sister Wang. Jiang Juanhao covered his face, feeling the heat radiate from his ears, and whispered to himself. Ah! Today is undeniably my lucky day. After work, I stumbled upon such a heroic rescue of the handsome. Surely, I can win his heart. A smile involuntarily crept across Feng Xiaoxiao's lips as her enchanting eyes fixated intently on Jiang Juanhao's face. Jiang Juanhao felt as though his face would ignite under her gaze and, in a fit of desperation, turned to face the wall, contemplating his predicament. Feng Xiaoxiao shivered slightly. Clearing her throat, ahem. Don't move too much, or you might fall. With that, she tightened her hold on Jiang Juanhao once more. Ah, it smells so good. The thoughts simultaneously flickered through their minds. Ding! Pure love value 5, the protagonist can only extract pure love value from the female lead, regardless of disdain. Soon, the four of them entered a narrow alley. You two have finally returned. I could die. Guan Xiaowan was fiercely kicking Wang Roshue in the abdomen when she heard footsteps and immediately turned around, only to discover both of them with bruised faces, accompanied by a woman who was cradling the captivating Jiang Juanhao. What foolishness are you up to? Guan Xiaowan raised an eyebrow at Feng Xiaoxiao. Humph. Who do you think I am? Feng Xiaoxiao responded with a disdainful smile, her eyes filled with contempt. She appeared both beautiful and fierce, beckoning Jiang Juanhao to look at her. At that moment, Jiang Juanhao's gaze fell upon Wang Roshue, whose face contorted in pain on the ground, and he panicked. Breaking free from Feng Xiaoxiao's embrace, he rushed towards Wang Roshue without a second thought. Sister Wang, are you all right? Let me blow on it, it won't hurt anymore. Who? Who? Jiang Juanhao's voice trembled with concern and urgency. Juanhao, you're back. I'm so sorry. Sister has involved you in this mess. I truly am a failure, Wang Roshue forced a smile through the pain, her gentle eyes gazing at Jiang Juanhao as she reached out to ruffle his hair. I said, don't you all underestimate me. Guan Xiaowan exclaimed as she reached for Jiang Juanhao's hair. Feng Xiaoxiao swiftly stepped forward, seizing Guan Xiaowan's wrist, her smile devoid of warmth. What are you trying to do? With that, she tightened her grip. Ah! It hurts, it hurts. Guan Xiaowan's face contorted in agony as she cried out, "Let go! Let go? Who gave you the audacity to insult me?" Feng Xiaoxiao retorted, delivering a sharp kick to Guan Xiaowan's chest. Guan Xiaowan fell to the ground, clutching her stomach. Her expression twisted in pain. "Keep it down, or you'll see what the underground world is like. I'll send you flying." Feng Xiaoxiao scoffed, her disdain palpable. "Come on. Sister Wang, let me carry you to the hospital," Zhang Juanhao said, quickly kneeling to help Wang Roshue onto his back, struggling to stand up, his eyes filled with concern. Feng Xiaoxiao felt a jolt in her heart at the sight of Zhang Juanhao's expression, as if her heart had been struck with an arrow, leaving her breathless. "Thank you, Feng classmate. I need to take my girlfriend to the hospital. Could you please keep an eye on these three? I'll be back in about an hour," Zhang Juanhao implored, his face full of earnestness. In that moment, Zhang Juanhao made a fatal mistake. Due to Wang Roshue's injury and his urgency, they had not exchanged names. Yet he had directly addressed Feng Xiaoxiao by her surname. Feng Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback, gazing into Zhang Juanhao's pleading fox-like eyes. Her lips quivered as she tried to speak, but the words caught in her throat. Ultimately, she furrowed her brow and nodded slightly. Seeing her response, Zhang Juanhao sighed in relief and hurriedly left with Wang Roshue on his back. After Zhang Juanhao departed, Feng Xiaoxiao watched their retreating figures, suddenly realizing something was amiss. "Ah! Did he just call me by my surname? I didn't even have the chance to introduce myself. Could it be that I misheard?" The trio grew restless as soon as Zhang Juanhao left. Dong Dawei remarked sarcastically, "Oh, who brought this Gotham to me? I've encountered a clown." Feng Xiaoxiao tightened her grip on her right hand. "Indeed, the deck is missing cards, we could use her ID to play," Yang Xiaoqing chimed in, echoing her sentiment as she clenched her left hand. "Ha ha ha ha." Guan Xiaowan couldn't contain her laughter. "Well, let us see if you enjoy the taste of being beaten by a clown." Feng Xiaoxiao coldly laughed as she approached the trio. "Wait. What are you going to do? Don't slap me. I'll stop laughing. At the hospital, in the ward. All right, there is nothing wrong. Just a few days of rest will suffice," Zhang Jia remarked, observing the handsome young man before her with a puzzled expression, adjusting her black-framed glasses. He was her type. But she couldn't ascertain his personality. After all, Zhang Jia had her preferences. What a stroke of fortune, 666. It's not even salty anymore. Why is Zhang Jia's contrast here? Zhang Juanhao pondered, utterly baffled, yet still politely nodded. "Thank you, Dr. Zhang." Cough. Cough. "Doctor. That was close, I almost exposed myself." Zhang Juanhao couldn't help but pat his chest. "Wait, did I call Feng Xiaoxiao by her name earlier?" Zhang Jia noticed Zhang Juanhao's polite demeanor and couldn't help but smile slightly. If this is the kind of extreme contrast, a gentleman in front of strangers, yet so casual with those familiar, just thinking about it is amusing. Press that button, and a nurse will come. I'll take my leave now, don't forget to apply the ointment. Zhang Jia adjusted her glasses once more. Zhang Juanhao couldn't help but glance at the mole near Zhang Jia's lips, causing his face to flush. How embarrassing, he thought to himself. "Thank you, doctor," Zhang Juanhao replied, taking the red flower oil and glancing at the lying Wang Roshue. "I'm sorry, Sister Wang, for the offense." Zhang Juanhao swallowed hard, closing his eyes, repeatedly muttering to himself, "What you shouldn't see, don't see." After applying the ointment, Zhang Juanhao blushed as he spoke. "Sister Wang, you should rest a bit, I'll go deal with those three ruffians." "Don't do anything foolish, they aren't worth it." Wang Roshue grasped Zhang Juanhao's hand firmly. "You misunderstand, Sister Wang. I intend to take them to the authorities. Just rest assured, I'll return shortly." "I'm back." "No, wait, I'm late." "No." "I'm sorry for making you wait so long," Zhang Juanhao hurriedly apologized, fearing that if he upset this character further, he would be in for a lifetime of trouble. "Let us go, I'll accompany you," Feng Xiaoxiao declared, binding the three together and dragging them out. "All right, thank you so much," Zhang Juanhao gulped nervously, knowing he had no choice but to comply. Chapter 36, Would You Be My Boyfriend? Future updates will be posted in the author's notes of the older book. Outside the Yamen, ding, a plot-triggering quest is activated, reacquaint yourself with Feng Xiaoxiao. Success yields a reward of 10,000 RMB, failure results in a deduction of 100,000 adoration points. System, I'll just shove that chopstick right in. You mad? System, can I ask you something? Yes, host, there are 9 more quests like this. Keep it up. Ha, 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 ha. The system's mechanical, intermittent laughter echoed. I appreciate it, system, Zhang Juanhao muttered through gritted teeth with a faint smile. Wang Chanling, indeed. I'm Feng Xiaoxiao, a junior in college. And you? Feng Xiaoxiao asked, looking at Zhang Juanhao with curiosity. I'm Zhang Juanhao, 19. System, hasn't the quest been completed yet? Zhang Juanhao now only wanted to escape Feng Xiaoxiao. Was that girl your girlfriend? Feng Xiaoxiao asked, feigning nonchalance. And no. Zhang Juanhao was about to speak when the system prompt sounded again. Ding. A quest for honesty and integrity is triggered. Truthfully tell Feng Xiaoxiao about your relationship with Wang Roxue. Successful completion will double the reward by a factor of 5. Failure will double the penalty by a factor of 5. Alright, so the dog of a system wants to play it that way. Zhang Juanhao then launched into a 2.5-year-long tirade against the system in his mind. No. Zhang Juanhao clenched his fists tightly. She and I are just ordinary friends. We're not very close, we only met a few days ago. Ding, the quest's reward is doubled. If the previous quest was successful, you will receive 50,000 RMB. Host, keep up the good work. System, I truly want to FK you. Oh. So you just met? Feng Xiaoxiao smiled. So soon intimate, it seems I can do it too. Is this the legendary Brazilian barbecue? Then let's exchange contact information. I think you're quite handsome, you're my type. As Feng Xiaoxiao spoke, she raised her eyebrows slightly. At 1.78 meters tall. She was almost half a head taller than Zhang Juanhao and now leaned slightly to look at him. Zhang Juanhao's face flushed instantly. He hadn't expected Feng Xiaoxiao to be so direct. Do you treat everyone like this? Zhang Juanhao asked, blushing with embarrassment. Do they deserve it? Only you. Feng Xiaoxiao's voice had a peculiar magic to it, and Zhang Juanhao felt an odd sensation arise in his heart. Ding, pure love value 5, pure love value 40. After Feng Xiaoxiao and Zhang Juanhao exchanged contact information, Zhang Juanhao's first quest finally showed as completed, and 50,000 RMB was almost instantly credited to his bank card. Are you free next weekend? Want to hang out? Feng Xiaoxiao said, looking at Zhang Juanhao. No rush. It's getting late, you should go back first. Zhang Juanhao said, running into the hospital without looking back. Interesting. I'll capture you sooner or later. Feng Xiaoxiao said slowly, watching Zhang Juanhao's departing figure. Inside the ward, Sister Wang. I'm back. Zhang Juanhao went straight to Wang Roxue's bed as soon as he entered the ward. Juanhao, you're back. Come here and let me see if you're hurt. Wang Roxue anxiously pulled Zhang Juanhao to her and looked him up and down. I'm fine. I've already sent those 3 bastards in. Zhang Juanhao said with a look of resentment. Those 3 scumbags actually beat Sister Wang like this, it's too much. It's good that you're okay, Juanhao. Wang Roxue looked at Zhang Juanhao with eyes full of affection. What's wrong, Sister Wang? Zhang Juanhao was a little embarrassed by her gaze. You only applied a small portion of the medicine earlier, there are still many places on my body that haven't been treated, and they hurt a lot. Can you help me apply it, dear? Wang Roxue said with a hint of coquetry. Oh, of course, I can. Zhang Juanhao swallowed hard. Their eyes met. Juanhao. You're so handsome and cute. You smell so nice. Wang Roxue looked at Zhang Juanhao with adoring eyes. Sister Wang, don't look at me like that, I'm shy. Zhang Juanhao said bashfully. What are you shy about? Aren't you applying medicine for me? Wang Roxue said with a smile, looking at Zhang Juanhao. Does it need to be applied here too? Zhang Juanhao couldn't help but ask. Yes, it won't get better if you don't apply it. Apply it? Wang Roshue said with a smile. Aya, Juanhao, you. A blush appeared on Wang Roshue's face. I didn't mean to, Sister Wang. Call me Roshue, okay? Wang. Roshue, you've been marked here too. It's my turn to help you remove the marks. Wang Roshue's breathing gradually quickened. The patient in bed 203 should be fine, let's go check on Zhang Jia. She held a clipboard and slowly walked in. She groped for her phone. Pure love value 40, pure love value 70, lover, Wang Roshue. Interactions with anyone other than her will now increase adulterous and cuckoldry values. Half an hour later, sleep now, Juanhao, it's already very late, Wang Roshue said with a gentle smile. Jiang Juanhao hugged Wang Roshue tightly, savoring the pleasant lychee scent on her body. Roshue, can I be your boyfriend? Jiang Juanhao asked, summoning his courage, and then shyly covered his face. Really? Shouldn't I be the one saying that? But I was afraid that saying it rashly would cause you trouble. Then let me say it again, Juanhao. Would you be my boyfriend? Wang Roshue's beautiful, almond-shaped eyes curved into a lovely crescent moon. Her delicate, fair face was now slightly flushed, adding a unique charm to her. I would. Jiang Juanhao curled up in Wang Roshue's embrace, only his slightly red and hot ears visible. Wang Roshue raised Jiang Juanhao's face with both hands, looked into his captivating fox eyes, and slowly kissed him. After a long while, they reluctantly separated, a silken thread connecting their lips. Because the hospital bed wasn't large, Wang Roshue could only hold Jiang Juanhao tightly to prevent them from rolling onto the floor. Jiang Juanhao was held in Wang Roshue's arms like a plush toy. Wang Roshue rested her chin on Jiang Juanhao's head, and the two of them fell into a deep sleep. At the same time, Jiang Qingqing was forgotten by Jiang Juanhao. Why hasn't Hao Hao come back yet? Did something happen? Jiang Qingqing lay in bed alone, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The phone isn't being answered either. Could something really have happened? Jiang Qingqing was so anxious that she was almost crying. She had no choice but to go to Jiang Juanhao's bed, where she slowly fell asleep, enveloped in the lingering scent of Jiang Juanhao. Chapter 37. Never mind you again. Silly brother. Ma. Are you awake? Wang Roshue lay on her side, gazing at Jiang Juanhao. He nodded shyly. Then let us get up. I noticed you were sleeping so soundly that I went downstairs to buy some breakfast. As she spoke, Wang Roshue placed the breakfast she had purchased on the small table attached to the hospital bed. Sister Roshue, why did you buy so much food? Can we possibly finish it all? Jiang Juanhao looked at the array of breakfast items, buns, fried dough sticks, steamed dumplings, and siumai, among others. I wasn't sure what you liked, so I thought I'd buy a little of everything, Wang Roshue said, sticking out her tongue and smiling playfully. Jiang Juanhao's face turned crimson as he murmured, Sister Roshue, you're too kind, but you're the patient. It should be me taking care of you and buying you food. Wang Roshue gently raised her hand, her fingertip brushing against Jiang Juanhao's cheek. Her voice soft yet teasing, silly boy, I'm a woman, this little injury is nothing serious. It pains me to see you fussing over me. With that, she sat up, the collar of her loose hospital gown slightly open, revealing her delicate collarbone. Her fair skin glowed with a faint blush in the morning light. Jiang Juanhao's gaze was involuntarily drawn to her, and he hurriedly averted his eyes, flustered as he fumbled to hand her a bun. Sister Roshue, have a dumpling, oh no. I meant sister-in-law, wait, that's not right. Wang Roshue's eyes sparkled as she accepted the bun but did not rush to eat it. Instead, she took a small bite and then held it to Jiang Juanhao's lips, her gaze playful as she said softly, open your mouth, Juanhao. Jiang Juanhao's heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest. After a moment's hesitation, he gently took a bite, inadvertently brushing against Wang Roshue's fingertip. An electrifying sensation coursed through him. Isn't this akin to an indirect kiss? His cheeks flushed, making swallowing difficult as he stammered, Sister Roshue, this is too sweet. Wang Roshue giggled, her laughter bright and melodious, reminiscent of silver bells on a spring day. She leaned in, the scent of lychee perfume enveloping him, and whispered in his ear, are you referring to the bun, or me? I bought meat buns, you know. Jiang Juanhao's breath hitched, his body frozen. uncertain how to respond. Wang Roshue, observing his bashful demeanor, smiled wider and took a sip of soy milk. Suddenly, she leaned in, planting a gentle kiss on his lips. Flavored with the sweetness of the soy milk. Zhang Juanhao's eyes widened, his mind blanking as heat surged through him. Host's pure love value reached 100. New achievement unlocked, Pure Love Warrior, reward 5,000 renminbi, new main quest unlocked, step by step with cattle. Wang Roshue, noticing his dazed expression, couldn't help but laugh again, pulling him into her embrace. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Let us eat breakfast, and afterward, accompany me for a walk. Nestled in her warm embrace, Zhang Juanhao felt her unique fragrance, nodding gently, his heart brimming with sweetness and happiness. Silently vowing to cherish this gentle and enchanting sister even more. A few minutes later, Wang Roshue asked, "Are you full now, Juanhao?" Her eyes sparkled with mirth. Zhang Juanhao nodded slightly. Wang Roshue's gaze fell on the small crumb of bun dough at the corner of Zhang Juanhao's mouth. Her smile growing more mischievous and affectionate. Instead of mentioning it, she leaned in slowly, her movements gentle yet irresistible. Before Zhang Juanhao could react, her soft lips brushed against the corner of his mouth. His breath caught, blood rushing to his face, heart racing wildly. Wang Roshue delicately caught the crumb with her lips. Her tongue teasingly grazing the edge of his mouth, sending shivers throughout his body. As she pulled away, she deliberately licked her lips, as if savoring the moment. Her voice dripping with sweetness, "Juanhao, look, you've even got crumbs on your lips." Zhang Juanhao's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Feeling as though he might combust from embarrassment. His eyes, filled with confusion and shyness, dared not meet Wang Roshue's sparkling gaze. His throat felt constricted. And after a moment, he stammered, "Sister. Roshue, you how?" He felt that Wang Roshue's teasing was rather clumsy, causing him to lower his head. Wang Roshue, seeing his flustered expression, couldn't help but laugh again, gently pinching his flushed cheek as she teased, "What's wrong? Are you shy?" "It's nothing, I simply didn't want to waste food. Besides, we aren't a couple, right?" With that, she stood up. Taking his hand in hers, fingers intertwined. "Come on, let us go out and soak up some sun, I'm nearly suffocating in this hospital room." It was Zhang Juanhao's first experience holding hands with a girl, and combined with the earlier events, his mind was utterly blank. "Ah. I see now why you didn't want to go out, Juanhao," Wang Roshue giggled. Suddenly, Zhang Juanhao's phone rang abruptly. The caller ID read the best Qingqing in the world. "Oh no, we're doomed. I completely forgot, Qingqing is still waiting for me at home." Zhang Juanhao's expression turned frantic. Wang Roshue, rising at that moment, asked, "What's wrong, Juanhao?" "My sister, I forgot she's at home waiting for me," Zhang Juanhao said, looking utterly forlorn. "You have a sister?" Wang Roshue asked, astonished. "Not by blood, she is our neighbor's daughter," Zhang Juanhao hurriedly clarified. "Well, you certainly should have remembered, she must be worried sick," Wang Roshue feigned indignation. "Hey Qingqing." Zhang Juanhao made a shushing gesture. "Silly, silly, silly, silly. Silly." On the other end of the line, Qingqing exclaimed a string of silly over 20 times. "I'm sorry, Qingqing, it's my fault. I accidentally fell asleep while taking care of a patient yesterday and forgot to call you." "I apologize," Zhang Juanhao hastily admitted. "Then why didn't you answer my calls?" Qingqing's voice was filled with grievance. Zhang Juanhao quickly searched his call log. "No, there are no missed calls," he replied weakly. "What do you mean there are none? I called you dozens of times. I'm never talking to you again, you silly brother." With that, she hung up. Zhang Juanhao looked to Wang Roshue for help. "Quickly go buy her some clothes, cosmetics, or something delicious to make it up to her." "I'm fine here, I'll be back to work tomorrow. It's not a high-paying job, but it's quite relaxed." "Hurry," Wang Roshue gently patted Zhang Juanhao's head. "Then I'll take my leave now. Bye, Sister Roshue, goodbye. Be careful on the way, and text me when you arrive to let me know you're safe." Chapter 38, Come help me outside the patchwork-like residential building. Zhang Juanhao clutched a convenience bag as he ascended the creaking iron staircase. Beyond the mottled security door, He heard the sound of sniffling from within. Ching ching? He gently pushed the door open to find the entrance neatly arranged with slippers. Under the glow of a 15-watt bulb, a girl in a teddy bear pajamas was curled up on the worn sofa, hugging her knees. "Don't pay attention to me, stupid brother." A muffled, tearful protest emerged from behind the pillow, the girl's tousled hair trembling slightly. As Jiang Juanhao crouched down, intending to wipe away her tears, Jiang Qingqing turned her head to evade his outstretched fingers, leaving his hand awkwardly suspended in midair. The rustling of the convenience bag caused a gap to form in the pillow. Jiang Qingqing's doe-like eyes widened in surprise as she watched her brother magically produce her favorite apple juice and teddy bear cookies. The signal was terrible in the emergency room last night, really. Jiang Juanhao realized that the phone rewarded by the system was designed to prevent him from receiving calls. When Jiang Qingqing leaped into his arms, the scent of jasmine mingled with the faint smell of disinfectant from the hospital wafted to Jiang Juanhao's nose. He stiffened, allowing the girl to rub her runny nose against his once white shirt, now tinged with yellow. "Stupid brother," she sniffled, clutching at his shirt. "Why didn't you answer my call yesterday? I thought you had been sold into a brothel." Her cherubic cheeks puffed up and deflated, resembling a startled hamster. "What brothel, you little girl? Don't wish for me to be in a better place." Just as he was about to ruffle her messy chestnut curls, Jiang Qingqing suddenly froze. Her fingertip brushed against his lip, capturing a trace of barely there lipstick. The lingering scent of lychee perfume quietly spread through the humid air. "Brother has," her voice dropped to a whisper, the scent of a strange woman. The realization struck her, "I'm just an unnecessary presence floating about." Ding! Jiang Qingqing's darkening aura increased by 30, now at 40. While her green value rose by 10, reaching 25. At that moment, rain began to pour outside. Before Jiang Juanhao could explain, Jiang Qingqing had already dashed barefoot into the downpour. Grabbing an umbrella, he chased after her, only to find her shivering in the neon glow at the alley's end, with water pooling over her reddened toes. "Qingqing, come back. You'll catch a cold," Jiang Juanhao exclaimed, seizing her wrist. "Mind your own business. I'm sure you have a gentle and beautiful older sister to take care of you," she retorted, turning to face him, her tear-streaked doe eyes locking onto his. "I'm just a burden." The umbrella snapped shut with a loud clap. Jiang Juanhao enveloped Jiang Qingqing in his arms, realizing how light she was. As if the rain could scatter her like a dandelion. He felt her rain-soaked back, fragile and delicate. "No, no. Qingqing is not a burden. She is my most adorable sister," he whispered, resting his chin atop her head. A warm golden glow filtered through the rain, elongating their intertwined shadows. In this moment, Jiang Qingqing nestled against him, oblivious to the flush creeping across his ears. She would never know the flicker of affection he harbored for her, untainted by familial ties. His phone vibrated in his pocket. A message from Wang Roshue appeared on the screen, merging with the raindrops. "What did your sister say? Did you manage to cheer her up? P.S. You looked super cute running away." Jiang Qingqing leaned over to glimpse the screen, her hands tightening around each other. In the distance, the last train roared to life, and she suddenly rose onto her toes. The gentle touch was fleeting, and by the time Jiang Juanhao regained his senses, all he saw was her rabbit-like figure bounding up the stairs, accompanied by her faint whisper, "This is last night's interest. Who told my stupid brother not to answer my call?" Jiang Juanhao's pure love value dropped by 10, now at 90. "Go change your clothes. You've been soaked in the rain, and you might catch a cold," Jiang Juanhao insisted firmly. "No, I want tea. Unless how Gidge changes for me." Jiang Qingqing replied, her cheeks flushed. "Absolutely not." Jiang Juanhao firmly refused. "See, I am just a burden." Fine. I'll help you, is that okay?" Jiang Juanhao hastily interrupted. How Gidge, am I pretty?" Jiang Qingqing asked, her ears tinged with pink. "I'm your brother." Jiang Juanhao turned his head away, closing his eyes. "Not by blood." Later, Jiang Juanhao helped Jiang Qingqing take a leave of absence, but the atmosphere remained awkward after the earlier incident. The next day, he rose early to prepare breakfast for her before leaving for Tiandao Media Company, Limited. "Roshue Jia, have you had breakfast?" Should I bring you something? Sure. Just bring yourself over. Hee, as long as Juanhao brother is by my side, I don't need anything else, just a hug to recharge. Ro Shui Jia. You've changed. Is that so? I'll wait for you downstairs at the company, hurry up. Here I am, Juanhao brother. Wang Roshue called while waving and running towards him, causing his cheeks to flush. This is the fried dough sticks and soy milk I brought for you. John Juanhao said as Wang Roshue presented him with breakfast. Ah, I know. Juanhao brother wants to drink the soy milk I feed him. Wang Roshue said with a cheerful smile. Stop teasing me, Roshue Jia. John Juanhao replied, his ears reddening. Wang Roshue laughed, pulling him into an embrace and planting a kiss on his cheek. Let us go. Thanks to you, I'm now the team leader. I can sign on new streamers. And I plan to sign only you for life. How does that sound? Are you so moved that you want to reveal yourself for your sister? As long as Roshue Jia wants. Of course, I'll respect Juanhao brother's decision to wait until after marriage for that sort of thing. Come on. Let me take you to meet my boss. Once she gives the nod, the rest will be easy, Wang Roshue said. Taking Zhang Juanhao's hand as they entered the company's inner sanctum, boarding the exclusive elevator for executives. Knock, knock. Is President Tan in? It's little Wang. A cool female voice came from the room. I want to sign a new streamer, would you care to take a look and sign? Wang Roshue hurriedly stated. Come in. Let me first see what is going on, an invitation echoed from inside. Wang Roshue pushed the door open, pulling Zhang Juanhao inside. Once inside, Zhang Juanhao was taken aback. The president was none other than Tan Yujie's sister, Tan Yuyu. Upon seeing Zhang Juanhao, Tan Yuyu appeared momentarily taken aback, then spoke slowly, is this him? Really? Chapter 39 I have been watching you for quite some time, Teacher Jiang. Indeed, Mr. Tan. Wang Roshue gently squeezed Zhang Juanhao's hands, signaling him not to be anxious. Yet, this subtle gesture did not escape Tan Yuyu's keen observation. Tan Yuyu turned to Zhang Juanhao and remarked, you are the one. The recently popular newcomer, aren't you? Zhang Juanhao exhaled in relief, he had feared being exposed, but thankfully, that did not occur. He quickly nodded, yes, Mr. Tan. Little Wang, is it? Please step outside, I wish to speak with him privately. Secretary Zhang ushered little Wang out. And Tan Yuyu gestured for Zhang Juanhao to take a seat. Don't worry, Juanhao. I will be right outside. If anything feels amiss, just come out. We won't sign anything. I can support you and your sister, Wang Roshue reassured him, gently patting his hand before exiting to wait. Now, only Zhang Juanhao and Tan Yuyu remained in the room. Tan Yuyu interlaced her fingers beneath her chin, scrutinizing Zhang Juanhao with an intense gaze, and slowly began, Teacher Jiang, I never expected to encounter you here. Her voice was cool yet imbued with an air of dominance. Dressed in a fitted business attire, Tan Yuyu's figure was perfectly accentuated. Her eyes, set behind golden-rimmed glasses, were deep and piercing, as if they could see through everything. The beauty mark at the corner of her eye added a touch of allure to her delicate features. Her long legs crossed elegantly, exuding the charm of a mature woman. Zhang Juanhao felt somewhat uneasy standing there, avoiding her gaze. Mr. Tan, what a coincidence! He chuckled nervously. Had he known that the president was Tan Yuyu, he would never have come. If Tan Yujie, that mischievous girl, found out, he would surely be in trouble. Tan Yuyu stood up, her high heels clicking gracefully on the floor as she approached Zhang Juanhao. You know, I became quite interested in you when you were tutoring my sister. A classic pickup line, indeed. Zhang Juanhao's heart tightened, feigning ignorance to her insinuation, wearing a puzzled expression. Tan Yuyu leaned closer, the scent of cedarwood perfume enveloping him, and whispered in his ear, you, my dear, are rather charming. A rush of warmth grazed his ear, quickening his heartbeat. Mr. Tan, you flatter me. I'm just a product of cosmetic enhancements, everything about me is fabricated. Fabricated? Tan Yuyu lightly traced her fingertip along Zhang Juanhao's cheek. Then, how about letting me verify that today? Zhang Juanhao's face flushed crimson. Mr. Tan, please, don't. Tan Yuyu raised an eyebrow, what? Are you unwilling? then this meeting may not come to fruition. Just as Jiang Juanhao was at a loss for words, a knock interrupted them. Mr. Tan, how is the discussion going? Wang Roshui's anxious voice came from outside, clearly worried about Jiang Juanhao's well-being. Tan Yuyu cast a glance at Jiang Juanhao, then leisurely returned to her seat, only speaking once settled, "Come in." Wang Roshui entered swiftly, rushing to Jiang Juanhao's side. Her face filled with concern. "Juanhao, are you all right?" Jiang Juanhao shook his head, though the flush on his cheeks had yet to fade. Tan Yuyu observed their interaction. A flicker of displeasure crossing her eyes, but it quickly vanished. "Little Wang, I find this newcomer you recommended quite promising. However, we still need to discuss the contract further." She casually flipped through the documents on the table. "Here is the plan, Jiang Juanhao. Prepare yourself, I will give you 3 days. If you can garner 2,000 followers by then, we will discuss the contract details in depth." Jiang Juanhao felt a wave of relief wash over him, eagerly nodding, "Understood. Mr. Tan. I shall return shortly." With that, he and Wang Roshui hurried out of the office. Once outside the company building, Jiang Juanhao let out a long sigh. Wang Roshui looked at him, her brow furrowed with worry. "Juanhao, Mr. Tan didn't make things difficult for you, did she?" Jiang Juanhao managed a strained smile. "No, Sister Roshui. She merely inquired about some basic information." He wished to shield Wang Roshui from worry, deciding to withhold his past encounters with Tan Yuyu for now. "Ah. That is a relief. Our darling is so sweet and endearing, it would be unfortunate if such a wicked woman took an interest in him," Wang Roshui said, smiling as she held Jiang Juanhao's hand. Tan Yuyu stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, observing the two figures below. She recognized them as Jiang Juanhao and Wang Roshui. "Jiang Juanhao, You have come right to my doorstep. Initially, I couldn't fathom why my silly sister would like you, even asking me to investigate your whereabouts. Now, it seems I am beginning to understand," Tan Yuyu mused to herself, sipping her coffee. Ding, 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 the phone in the office rang. Tan Yuyu walked over to answer it. "Hello? Have you found the person I asked you to locate yet?" Tan Yu's voice crackled through the line, laced with irritation. "Of course, not, my dear sister. He seems to have vanished into thin air." Tan Yuyu feigned seriousness, pretending to assist in the search. "Impossible. You must not be looking hard enough." "Fine. I will have Aunt Jiang help me find him." Tan Yuji snapped, ending the call in a huff. Tan Yuji gazed at the video of Jiang Juanhao's transformation saved on her phone, muttering, "You wretched creature. If I find you, I will ensure you experience social demise 100 times over. How utterly embarrassing. Come, Juanhao, let me teach you how to film a video. You are already popular. It is easy to gain followers. Just post a piece saying, 'Hello, everyone, I am the recently hot newcomer, Jiang Jiang.' You will reach the 2,000 followers in no time." Wang Roshui said earnestly, looking into Jiang Juanhao's eyes. "Oh, then you can help me check it while I film." "I'll give it a try now," Jiang Juanhao replied, promptly pulling out his phone. "Hello everyone. Thank you all for your support, I am Jiang Jiang. Without further ado, goodbye." After filming, he presented the video to Wang Roshui for her review. "Well, for a newcomer, that was quite impressive. Just remember to be more natural when looking at the camera. You tend to blush and stammer when delivering lines," Wang Roshui encouraged. "Really?" Jiang Juanhao beamed with excitement. After an afternoon of practice, Jiang Juanhao successfully released his first video. Soon, the likes surged into the thousands, and he gained 58 followers. The comments section overflowed with declarations of admiration for Jiang Juanhao's looks. "At this rate, you will reach the target in no time. Come. I will take you for a photo shoot. Once you hit 2,000 followers, we can share this special gift with them," Wang Roshui comforted him gently. 666 likes? That hardly counts. If 2,000 followers warrant a photo shoot, what about Northeast Rangia with her tens of millions? Wouldn't she need to offer a truckload of foot photos? Jiang Juanhao joked as he followed Wang Roshui to the dressing room, preparing for a cosplay photoshoot. Chapter 40, The Maid Outfit. Must I wear it? Is this truly a male maid outfit? Zhang Juanhao trembled as he picked up the lace headband, the pearls on the satin ribbon jingling softly. The heart-shaped hollow design at the collar seemed excessively extravagant. The buzzing of the LED lights overhead filled the dressing room, while Wang Roshue beamed as she pressed the puffed skirt into his arms. The trend now is all about contrast cuteness. Look at this waist-cinching design. It accentuates your waist-to-hip ratio perfectly. The petticoat uses the latest foldable steel hoops. Juanhao, once you wear it, you'll surely charm a multitude of girls. Wait a minute. Zhang Juanhao stumbled back against the clothing rack, bewildered at the mention of steel hoops. Isn't this a form of torture? Black stockings slid off the rack, coiling suggestively at his feet. Suddenly, Wang Roshue advanced, enveloping him in a corner with the sweet scent of lychee perfume. Her fingers playfully tugged at the drawstring of his sweatshirt, glancing at his pale neck as a hint of pink crept up. If Juanhao doesn't like it, we won't make him wear it. Zhang Juanhao gulped. The mirrored wall reflected his ensnared figure, resembling a fawn caught in a trap. As he trembled and unfastened the first button, Wang Roshue chuckled lightly, just kidding. Start with the basic version. Wang Roshue. Indeed, a woman's words can be deceitful. Once she has you ensnared, she transforms entirely. Oh my, you're blushing. Let me see, she teased, dramatically unfurling the pure white apron. But you still need to tie the waist sash. She suddenly wrapped her arms around him from behind, the cold metal clasp pressing against his slender back. Inhaling sharply, Zhang Juanhao froze. The soft sensation from behind through the fabric made his ears burn as Wang Roshue's hair brushed against his heated earlobe. Do you know why maid outfits fasten at the back? The warmth of her breath seeped into his collar. Zhang Juanhao shook his head, crimson-faced. Because with a gentle tug. I'll do it myself. He sprang away like a startled cat, only to trip over the long skirt. The lace curtain fluttered unexpectedly, and the afternoon sun cascaded down his porcelain white ankles, the black garters leaving shallow imprints on his skin. Wang Roshue paused, her hand holding the phone, capturing the scene. The boy knelt amidst the scattered petticoats, his startled gaze casting trembling shadows beneath his lashes. She silently pressed the burst mode. This snapshot, if shared on social media, would surely soar to the trending list in mere minutes. Say cheese, she exclaimed, waving the rabbit ear selfie stick. Welcome home, big sister. Just end my misery. Zhang Juanhao buried his face in the ruffled cuffs, his voice muffled among the lace. Why do I have to wear cat ears? Because Juanhao, you would look absolutely adorable in this cat ear headband, Wang Roshue replied, squatting down to meet his gaze, her fingers grazing the heart-shaped cutouts at his collarbone. Or would you prefer if Mr. Tan personally came to teach you? What is this nonsense? Who pushes their own boyfriend onto a pedestal? Reminded of the cedar scent from the office, Zhang Juanhao abruptly snatched the headband and placed it atop his head. The plush ears skewed, perking up amidst his tousled dark hair like a frizzy Maine Coon. Wang Roshue suddenly grasped his chin. That expression is perfect, hold on to it. The shutter clicked, capturing the blush at the corners of his eyes and his slightly parted lips. Outside, clouds gathered unnoticed, and the distant skyscrapers reflected a glimmer a few hundred meters away. Tan Yujie was furiously screenshotting while gnawing on a strawberry lollipop. Found you, Mr. Small Fish, she said, poking at the screen where the cat ears bobbed. This time, you absolutely must wear that maid outfit for my homework. Ding. Tan Yujie's attention turned to her device, 40 for turning around. 100 for unlocking character relationships. You're the only one who matters. Sister, why are you hiding this? She pondered, gazing at the surveillance footage on her tablet. It seems it might rain, time to head home, a middle-aged woman holding a black umbrella remarked behind Tan Yujie. Alright, I understand, you can go first, Aunt Zhang. Tan Yujie replied, packing her camera and telescope, preparing to leave when she suddenly froze in place without warning. Minutes later, Tan Yujie's expression gradually brightened, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Ah, a time-stopping system? How intriguing. Well then, today's shoot is complete. Our Juanhao is simply marvelous. Wang Roshue exclaimed, satisfied as she saved the several gigabytes of high-definition photos onto her USB drive. The boy had changed back into his casual wear. In just a few hours. You've gained 154 fans, and your video has received tens of thousands of likes. Wang Roshue gazed at Zhang Juanhao, her face alight with astonishment and joy. Your teacher is calling. Hello. Teacher Xia. I'm sorry, I really want to be coming back. You can cancel my enrollment. Zhang Juanhao murmured into the phone. What's going on? Wang Roshue asked quietly, looking at him. And nothing. Zhang Juanhao quickly replied. What do you mean nothing? Are you Jiang's sister or mother? Why did you decide to drop out when he has such good grades? Teacher Xia's furious voice echoed from the other end of the line. Damn it! Stupid system! Who told you to turn on the speakerphone? Zhang Juanhao fumed. Trying to hang up, but it was futile. Give me the phone. Wang Roshue's expression turned serious as she extended her hand. Haha, really, it's nothing. Hand it over. Without waiting for Zhang Juanhao to explain further, she snatched the phone from him, pinning him against the wall. 10 minutes later. I understand. Teacher Xia. Yes, he will return to school tomorrow. Your school allows phones, right? Okay, I'll ensure he goes back. Thank you, Teacher Xia. Wang Roshue smiled as she hung up, then turned to Zhang Juanhao with an expression of deep concern. Ha, what lovely weather we're having. Isn't it? Clear skies. Zhang Juanhao scratched his head awkwardly. What's the matter? Why drop out? If it weren't for Teacher Xie, you would have lost your enrollment status, Wang Roshue said, a look of disappointment on her face. Seeing her expression, Zhang Juanhao panicked. And no, it's not like that. I just don't want to go to school anymore. Please, don't worry about this, Roshue. Zhang Juanhao found it hard to voice his concerns. He owed so much money and had a sister to support. What would happen if he returned to school? He was at a loss. Juanhao, are you in dire need of money? Can you share with me why? Wang Roshue noticed Zhang Juanhao's downcast demeanor and tightened grip on his clothing, her tone softening. It's nothing. I know you have your struggles. But your education cannot be neglected. You will return to university tomorrow, and you won't have to worry about tuition or living expenses. I've already checked. Your school allows phones. You can document your campus life as a part-time job, Wang Roshue said earnestly, gazing into Zhang Juanhao's eyes. Zhang Juanhao felt a lump in his throat. He hadn't expected Wang Roshue to care so much for him. All right, Roshue. I'll listen to you. I'll return to Sakura University. Chapter 41, Reunited. Nino brother, what are you up to? Zhang Qingqing inquired. Spotting Zhang Juanhao muttering to himself with his phone in hand as soon as she awoke. Zhang Juanhao paused the recording, turning around with an embarrassed scratch of his cheek. Filming a video. Ha ha. Zhang Qingqing regarded Zhang Juanhao with a puzzled expression. Subsequently, Zhang Juanhao earnestly elucidated the situation. You signed a contract? Zhang Qingqing ventured. Almost. I need to complete the task the boss gave me first, Zhang Juanhao mused, stroking his chin. Task? Could it be that task? Hao is so handsome, I hope he won't be subjected to any shady dealings. Zhang Qingqing grew increasingly apprehensive, finding an excuse to cling to Zhang Juanhao's arm. Casually glancing at the inner side of his arm. Few still a bud, thankfully. Alright, hurry up and eat before you're late for school. Zhang Juanhao placed the fried eggs on the table. Due to certain narrative contrivances, the main cast are now all university students. The protagonist is currently a sophomore majoring in acting, while the other characters have been conveniently elevated to freshmen for the sake of the plot. But you know how it is. In the hallway of Sakura University's Building 3 for the Performing Arts Department, Zhang Juanhao's palms grew clammy as he clutched his backpack strap. A beige turtleneck sweater enveloped his slender frame, and his overly long bangs nearly obscured his eyes. He had deliberately chosen the oldest canvas shoes. Yet his passage through the hallway still stirred a commotion. It's the male lead from that amateur makeover video. Oh my god. He's even fairer in person than in the video. Indeed, betting on that video was the right choice. I called dibs early. He's so handsome. Sisters, you're the best. The girls swarmed around him, brandishing their phones, the scent of perfume mingling with the incessant clicks of camera shutters, leaving him lightheaded. Adoration 12, Adoration 8. Adoration, 1878888p please, excuse me. He retreated, his back colliding with the cool windowsill. Someone tugged at the hem of his sweater. Senior. Can I take a photo with you? A minty breath tickled the back of his ear, filled with eager anticipation. Ah, I'm sorry, Bang! The classroom door burst open, and a girl with pink pigtails stood akimbo in the doorway, bathed in light. Sunlight glinted mischievously off her fangs. Minnow. It's been 3 months and 5 days. Why are you so pathetic now? Who is this woman? She seems awfully familiar with our baby. Yeah, what's her deal? Whispers rippled through the crowd. Zhang Juanhao's pupils constricted. Why is she here? Already a freshman? Author, what are you writing? And why pink hair? This is bad. Zhang Juanhao opened his character panel, and sure enough, the NTR value had reached 100. Tan Yujie advanced, her doctor. Martin's boots clicking crisply on the tiles. She suddenly stood on tiptoe, seizing Zhang Juanhao's collar, and swiftly dragged him away amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. The cloying scent of strawberry lollipops assaulting his senses. I'm giving you 2 choices, either put on a maid outfit and be my tutor again, or... Ding dong, Zhang Juanhao's phone emitted a special notification sound. Tan Yujie's eyes lit up, followed by a flicker of displeasure. Seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, she snatched his phone, blowing a whistle at the photo of Wang Roshue on the lock screen. So, Minnow likes this type of mature woman, huh? Give it back. Zhang Juanhao immediately reached for his phone. Tan Yujie abruptly yanked on Zhang Juanhao's tie, bending him over, and raised the phone high above her head. Click. The photo captured the girl intimately nuzzling the boy's reddened ear, pink strands of hair entwined around his neck. Tan Yujie's fingers danced across the screen, sending out a mass text. Mission accomplished. I wonder what big sister will think when she receives a photo of us being so in love? Give it back. Zhang Juanhao tried again to snatch the phone from Tan Yujie's hand. A sly smile played on Tan Yujie's lips. Time stop, only 30 seconds? But that's enough. Tan Yujie muttered to herself. Ding, time stop skill detected. Resisting will suppression for the host with all efforts. But host, remember, don't let them know you can resist. Remember. In short, Zhang Juanhao's body was affected by these abilities, but his consciousness remained normal. Zhang Juanhao realized that he and his surroundings were frozen, unable to move. Yet he retained his awareness. No way. How am I supposed to play this game? Come on, tell me. Seriously, no more salt. Zhang Juanhao remained motionless in his reaching pose. A mischievous smile crept onto Tan Yujie's face. She slowly approached Zhang Juanhao, poking his cheek with her finger. Hey, Minnow? Stop pretending? It's real. But the time is too short, only 5 seconds left. Tan Yujie shook her head, then, as if struck by an idea, she shoved the strawberry lollipop from her mouth into Zhang Juanhao's, immediately distancing herself. Zhang Juanhao wore a look of shock and disgust. Ding, pure love value -10. Pure love value, 80, Wang Roshue's law spear value 5, law spear value, 5, time stop cancel. Zhang Juanhao found his body suddenly able to move. He saw Tan Yujie's expectant and teasing expression. Zhang Juanhao could only feign confusion. What happened? Where did this lollipop come from? Why are you so far away from me? Subsequently, Tan Yujie casually unlocked Zhang Juanhao's system-rewarded trader phone, replacing the wallpaper and everything else with her photos and the photo they had just taken. She then tossed the phone back to Zhang Juanhao, a mischievous grin on her face. Don't you dare change it back, otherwise, you really know my methods. Zhang Juanhao caught the phone, spat at Tan Yujie, and immediately ran to find his counselor, Xia Ruo. Tan Yujie watched Zhang Juanhao flee, a faint, cold smile playing on her lips. Did you really think you could escape my grasp? Minnow Juanhao. It could only be said that the Yandere Tan Yujie was terrifyingly strong, and her low defense weakness had received an epic buff. Alright, I understand. Thank you, Sister Ruo. Then I'll be going now. Zhang Juanhao bid farewell to his counselor, Xia Ruo, before promptly leaving the office. To think I can still get a scholarship every year, how wonderful. Jiang Juanhao couldn't help but hum a little tune. Jie Jiang. Jiang, is that you? A soft, delicate voice sounded behind Jiang Juanhao, accompanied by a gentle tap on his back. Jiang Juanhao turned around, puzzled, and what greeted his eyes were those proud, erect peaks and an almost childlike face. Park Ming-shan? Jiang Juanhao blurted out, as she was simply too iconic. I didn't expect, Jiang, you actually remembered me. Park Ming-shan's face lit up with excitement. How could I not remember? They're almost half my head bigger. Are you free at noon? I'd like to treat you to rice noodles on the second floor of the cafeteria. Park Ming-shan finished, her face flushed, and bowed. Jiang Juanhao felt it would be impolite to refuse, and besides, there was no harm in getting a free meal. Sure, now? Jiang Juanhao tilted his head. Park Ming-shan's breath hitched, her chest heaving violently, and she nodded vigorously, why yes. Let's go. She couldn't help but grab Jiang Juanhao's hand, leading him to the cafeteria. Chapter 42, The Outburst at Park Sang's Place. The largest cafeteria in the main building is astonishingly spacious. Wow, it's enormous here. Should we perhaps find a smaller place? Jiang Juanhao blurted out, as was his habit. No, it's fine. I have money. Park Sang replied, her expression a blend of eagerness to showcase herself and a hint of pride. Jiang Juanhao freed his hand from hers, and Park Sang looked a bit aggrieved. Come on. Let us head to the second floor to order. The crystal chandelier on the second floor of the cafeteria refracted dazzling light spots before Jiang Juanhao's eyes, causing him to instinctively shrink back behind Park Sang. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows hung a sky garden, while intelligent robots glided along suspended tracks, carrying trays. This hardly resembled a university cafeteria, it was distinctly reminiscent of the command center of an interstellar battleship. 2 servings of Wagyu set meal, Park Sang said, naturally standing on tiptoe at the ordering counter, the third button of her uniform shirt straining at an alarming angle. Jiang Juanhao swallowed hard at the sight before him. It was rather overwhelming. As she turned around, her ponytail brushed against Jiang Juanhao's nose. I heard the Kobe beef here was air-freighted this morning. Jiang Juanhao's face flushed, and he hurriedly stepped back, only to accidentally trip over his right leg, nearly tumbling to the ground. Suddenly, a soft and warm embrace caught him from behind, and a familiar scent of roses wafted into his nostrils. Park Sang, who had instinctively stepped forward to catch his hand, froze in place, fear and confusion flickering in her eyes as she saw who was behind Jiang Juanhao. Oh dear, so clumsy. If you had fallen, it would have been quite troublesome, Feng Xiaoxiao's teasing voice echoed above Jiang Juanhao's head. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Jiang Juanhao's back, and he hurriedly stood up from Feng Xiaoxiao's embrace, moving behind Park Sang and clutching her clothing. Unbeknownst to him, having spent an extended period in a female-dominant world, he had unconsciously adopted some actions and behaviors that mirrored those of the boys here. Feng Xiaoxiao, today clad in a silver-gray sports crop top that accentuated her curves, paired with low-waisted leather hot pants that showcased her toned abs, exuded an aura of confidence. Feng Xiaoxiao, such a great appetite. Wanting to indulge in such fine dining at midday? A languorous voice drifted from the escalator. Chen Xiaoyue leaned casually against a Roman column with one hand in her pocket, her eyes drifting lazily over Jiang Juanhao. Wow, Yuejie, this fellow is quite a catch, exclaimed her short-haired companion, Fan Wenwen, suddenly whistling, startling a flock of mechanical doves from the cafeteria dome. Why is she here too? Jiang Juanhao thought, glancing at Chen Xiaoyue. She wore a semi-transparent black lace shirt held together by a serpentine waist chain, and her side tattoo of a rose vine blossomed holographic petals as she moved. Martin boots pressed down on meal vouchers, and her ripped jeans revealed knees adorned with silver rings. Her starry blue nails held a mint cigarette, and the lip ring along with a beauty mark formed a striking triangular allure when she bit her lip. The system automatically popped up Chen Xiaoyue's character panel. Name, Chen Xiaoyue Experience, 0 Affection Level, 20, Sincere Uprising, Turnaround Value, 0 Possessiveness towards Host, Medium Talent, Flirtation Genius upon seeing the 2 seniors. Park Sang's wrist began to tremble, and the meal voucher slipped through her fingers. As Jiang Juanhao bent down to retrieve it, 2 shadows simultaneously loomed over him. Feng Xiaoxiao's Chicago AJ shoes pressed down on one corner of the voucher, while Chen Xiaoyue's Martin boots pinned down the other side. He knelt awkwardly amidst the reflections of the chandelier, his heart racing so violently it felt as if it might burst through his eardrums. Newbie, don't mess this up. Zhang Juanhao thought, on the verge of tears. Let go, what does that cow have to do with you? Feng Xiaoxiao asked. Her tone laced with evident displeasure as she regarded the flustered Park Sang. That's just unkind, look, she's about to cry, Chen Xiaoyue remarked. Her fingers glimmering as a paper cutter glided along Zhang Juanhao's wrist. Darling, would you like to try my collar? Made of Italian calfskin, with inlaid. 2 servings of the golden set meal, please. Suddenly, Park Sang slammed her black card onto the smart ordering screen. And a holographic projection erupted into a shower of golden flakes. She trembled yet stood tall, and 2 glasses of water from the 1982 Alpine snowmelt. The entire second floor fell into a sudden silence. Zhang Juanhao felt a lightness at the back of his neck as the meal voucher was effortlessly whisked away. The cafeteria manager, dressed in a tailcoat, appeared out of nowhere, bowing deeply, the 3-star Michelin badge on his chest gleaming coldly. Esteemed black card user, Mississippi Park. Would you like to activate our top-tier private booth? Feng Xiaoxiao's mocking smile froze at the corner of her mouth, and a strange sensation of inferiority surged within her. A feeling she hadn't experienced in quite some time. Chen Xiaoyue narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Park Sang's trembling eyelashes, quietly musing, interesting, but who doesn't he have something? Does this guy like rich people? As Zhang Juanhao was lifted by a robot, he caught a glimpse of his pale face in the floor-to-ceiling window reflection, just then. It was enveloped by a golden halo as Park Sang tugged him towards the express elevator, her hair scented with cherry blossoms brushing against his heated ear tips. Feng Xiaoxiao, Chen Xiaoyue, and Fan Wenwen watched the 2 retreating figures. Ah, old Feng, this is hardly your fault. You've only just become a sophomore leader. Once you sit in this position longer, you'll be able to waltz into private booths whenever you wish. Yeah, you too, stop standing there like fools. The other prominent figures in the school half-joked, half-amused at the spectacle. Feng Xiaoxiao remained silent, suddenly kicking a chair made of unknown wood, then striding away. 2 bald girls emerged from the crowd, clearly Feng Xiaoxiao's subordinates or followers, as they helped compensate for the damage. I'm sorry. The moment the elevator doors closed, Park Sang suddenly squatted down, hugging her knees. I only know how to use this clumsy method. I couldn't confront them. And I really didn't want to make you, a boy, face them. I'm so sorry, I'm too weak. As she lifted her face, tears shimmered in her almond-shaped eyes. But Jiang, I really can take you on my private airship to see the snow-capped Alps. We can also go to Switzerland or Iceland to see the auroras. Zhang Juanhao stumbled, No, buddy, this is not you. What the heck? What is this? Zhang Juanhao shook his head. No way. I can't let you treat Sister Wang like this. You're just testing the old guard. Ding. Affection points -20, affection points, 60. Hey! What do you mean, system? He exclaimed. Cough, cough, it's not about being timid, everyone has their own personality. That's what makes each person unique. I think your personality is quite lovely, so don't cry anymore. Zhang Juanhao, unsure how to comfort her, gently patted Park Sang's head. To his surprise, the moment he touched her, Park Sang instantly froze, leaping up and wrapping her arms tightly around him. Zhang Juanhao was enveloped in a wave of softness, accompanied by a refreshing citrus fragrance. Oh my! Ding! Affection points -20, affection points, 40. What do you mean, system? The host found it amusing, lowering his head. Cough, cough. Okay. Chapter 43, Hey, aren't you a girl? Characters, Zhang Qingqing, Tan Yujie, Wang Roushui, Feng Xiaoxiao, Lu Qinglian, etc. All characters mentioned are adults, university students, and members of society. Jiang, do you think I look good? Pu Yangshang gazed at the bashful boy before her. Zhang Juanhao, his face flushed, remained silent, merely lowering his head to eat his steak. I saw you staring at my face for a long time, Zhang. Pu Yangshang said playfully, a hint of allure in her voice. Zhang Juanhao nearly choked on his steak. What? I didn't. he stammered, his face turning an even deeper shade of red. Then, how about you take a bite? I'll feed you, Pu Yangshang suggested, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. And no, I can't. If I eat, it would be unfair to Wang Roshui. Jiang Juanhao replied, resolute. Seeing his reaction, Pu Yangshang stopped her persuasion and quietly began to enjoy her wagyu beef. Thank you for today's treat. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now, Jiang Juanhao said hastily, escaping the scene, nearly falling into the trap. How is my baby feeling today? Any unhappiness? Wang Roshui messaged him. Very well, don't worry about me. Just focus on your work, Jiang Juanhao replied. A smile unconsciously creeping onto his face upon seeing her message. Okay, then give me a kiss, I need to replenish my love energy. Sure, 3. After sending the message, Jiang Juanhao hugged his phone, grinning foolishly. Brother? Jiang Juanhao cautiously turned around, uncertain if he was being called. It was Jiang Qingqing. Dressed in a loose white sweatshirt and fitted blue jeans, accentuating her alluring figure. Her doe-like eyes sparkled with curiosity and confusion, her cherubic cheeks enhancing her sweetness. And her delicate features were striking. Her silky hair cascaded casually over her shoulders. Qingqing? What are you doing at this school? I thought you were from Pingdu? Jiang Juanhao asked, puzzled. Sakura University acquired it, and I was assigned to this campus, Jiang Qingqing replied, looking somewhat exasperated at her brother's ignorance. As he had been too preoccupied with making money lately to know such things. Oh, is that so? Then why are you wandering around instead of attending class? Jiang Juanhao said, playfully reaching to tap her head. It was lunchtime, and Jiang Qingqing was bemused, having seen her brother grinning at his phone from a distance. She tried to convince herself that he was merely watching an amusing video, not chatting with that girl. Is my brother chatting with that girl again? Jiang Qingqing muttered softly. Qingqing. Will my brother still want me in the future? She asked, her gaze lowered, her expression unreadable. Of course not. Qingqing, don't think like that. Jiang Juanhao gently reassured her. Ugh. Before she could finish, Jiang Juanhao swiftly placed a light kiss on her lips. Now. Do you believe it? He said, wiping his lips, his face flushed. Qingqing is equally important to me. Ding, blackening value -10. Current blackening value. Jiang Juanhao had no choice but to resort to this rogue tactic to reassure Jiang Qingqing, if her blackening value reached its peak. It would be a lifelong dilemma for him. Jiang Qingqing's face turned crimson, her mind racing as she stammered incoherently, I. Ha? Jiang Juanhao gazed earnestly at her, while Jiang Qingqing's flustered state left her speechless. Moments later, Jiang Qingqing, blushing fiercely, dashed away. Oh no, I misjudged the situation. Jiang Juanhao sighed, taking deep breaths of fresh air. I hope this had some effect. As a performance major, he was now heading to his physical training class. Entering the classroom, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as he recalled the earlier encounter with Jiang Qingqing. The classroom was filled with students, predominantly male. And Jiang Juanhao felt a sense of discomfort as they were all heavily made up. He found a corner seat, casting nervous glances around. Then, a boy. Of similar build but half a head taller than him, with a trendy haircut, entered. He scanned the room with disappointment before his gaze landed on Jiang Juanhao, nodding slightly. May I sit here? The boy asked with a smile. Jiang Juanhao, somewhat puzzled, nodded politely, preparing to leave. The boy introduced himself, I'm Lin Yu. You're the star of that popular makeover video, right? Jiang Juanhao's face turned crimson. Thanks. Let us be friends, I find you likable. Unlike those who are all about heavy makeup. Lin Yu chuckled. Only then did Jiang Juanhao dare to meet Lin Yu's gaze. His hair was neatly cropped, with playful tips. His fair complexion and striking eyebrows exuded charm, and his nose was well-defined, complemented by a perpetually cheerful smile revealing two adorable canine teeth. He wore a loose white t-shirt, casually tucked into black cargo shorts, showcasing his slender yet muscular calves, adorned with a distinctive metal necklace and high-top sneakers. Ding! New female lead discovered, name, Lin Yu, self-perceived as male, totem, bud law value, 0 favorability, 10 blackening value, 0 talent, strong as an ox. Wait, what? Jiang Juanhao stared blankly. CPU or PUA, which one is on fire? Are you okay? Not feeling well? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Are you a boy or a girl? Jiang Juanhao couldn't help but notice Lin Yu's increasingly feminine appearance. Can't you tell? I'm 100% guy. Lin Yu retorted, a hint of annoyance in his voice, patting his chest. I work out regularly, want to see my abs? Wait, no. Forget it, I believe you. Jiang Juanhao quickly interjected. Ding, task completed, make a friend. Reward, 100,000 affection points. Failure incurs no penalty. Hello, I'm Jiang Juanhao, he said, awkwardly extending his hand. Lin Yu looked at him in confusion as Jiang Juanhao's face turned beet red. Didn't you say we should be friends? Oh right, haha. Nice to meet you, I'm Lin Yu. I look forward to our friendship. Lin Yu smiled as he firmly shook Jiang Juanhao's hand. The two chatted for a few minutes. You don't have friends either? Lin Yu exclaimed excitedly, then seemed to realize it might be disrespectful, holding back. I don't either. This group is so superficial, all about makeup and skirts, calling me a dad cannon, it's just ridiculous. Dad cannon. Corresponding to mom cannon, right? Jiang Juanhao sighed, exasperated. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, the door to the physical training room was rapped upon, followed by a familiar voice. Chapter 44, An Aura of Matrimony. Greetings, freshman. I am Lu Qinglian, your senior. Your Professor Zhu is away at a competition. So I will be instructing you for the next few weeks. A woman with tan skin and short, blonde hair entered. She wore a sports bra that revealed her impeccably toned abs and sharkskin leggings tucked into white Nike athletic socks, accentuating her figure. Wow, she's stunning. She's so beautiful. Is she an athlete? Her abs are amazing. A chorus of voices erupted from the group of male students clad in dance attire. Isn't that the? Jiang Juanhao muttered, stroking his chin with furrowed brows. Jiang, what are you pondering? She's calling us over, Lin Yu said, nudging Jiang Juanhao toward Lu Qinglian. Hey. Jiang Juanhao responded, but it was too late. He found himself face to face with Lu Qinglian, who was standing in the center of the room. Oh? Isn't this the same young man from before? Wait a minute. He exudes an air of matrimony. Is he in a relationship? Lu Qinglian stared intently at Jiang Juanhao. A subtle glint in her eyes. Ding. Lu Qinglian's affection increased by 25. Current affection, 30. Jiang Juanhao quickly turned away and mumbled to Lin Yu, Hey. What are you doing? Just as Lin Yu was about to respond, she noticed Lu Qinglian staring in their direction. She then dramatically tackled Jiang Juanhao to the ground. Jiang Juanhao was dumbfounded. What does this mean? Am I to witness the subjugation of my brother before my very eyes? Everyone else turned to look. Isn't that the guy from the makeover video? Serves him right. I think I'm prettier than him, one effeminate student remarked. What's going on here? You too? Lu Qinglian asked, approaching them. It's nothing, Senior Lu. He insisted on testing his strength against mine, and I simply overpowered him, Lin Yu said, flexing her bicep. You son of a. Jiang Juanhao gritted his teeth. Fine. I'll endure this. If you manage to woo her, I'll eliminate 2 threats at once. If you fail, I'll skewer you with a chopstick, do you understand? Oh? Is that so? Lu Qinglian raised an eyebrow at Jiang Juanhao. Jiang Juanhao glanced at Lin Yu, who was winking at him. He reluctantly replied, Yes, that's correct. Ding. Lin Yu's affection increased by 10. Current affection, 20. Ding. Lu Qinglian's affection increased by 10. Current affection, 40. Alright, everyone, line up for the splits. I'll be watching to see who can't manage it. You just wait and see. Lu Qinglian said, casting an intriguing glance at Jiang Juanhao before returning to the center of the room. Sorry, brother. My apologies. I'll treat you to bubble tea later, Lin Yu said, slinging an arm around Jiang Juanhao's shoulder after Lu Qinglian had left. Jiang Juanhao felt uneasy, but he could only force a smile and say, "All right. Just don't suddenly make any basketball moves. I knew we were destined to be brothers. How did you know I was thinking about making a slam dunk? You're so fragrant." Lin Yu exclaimed, embracing Jiang Juanhao even tighter. Jiang Juanhao immediately broke free. "Haha, am I? Stop teasing me. It's your turn to perform." With a mischievous grin, he pushed Lin Yu toward the center to do the splits. "Humph, I refuse to believe you can." Before Jiang Juanhao could finish his thought, Lin Yu had already completed the split. "Not bad." Next, Lu Qinglian said with a nod of approval. "Thank you, senior. May I have your contact information?" Lin Yu asked with a bright smile. "Perhaps when you have a girlfriend." Next, Lu Qinglian replied, smiling enigmatically. "Ha?" Lin Yu scratched her head, looking perplexed as she walked toward Jiang Juanhao. "What's wrong? Did you swallow a fly?" Jiang Juanhao asked curiously. "I need a moment to think." "My mind is in turmoil," Lin Yu replied, walking to a corner, squatting down, and repeating Lu Qinglian's words. "All right, little internet celebrity, you're the only one left. Come on. Let's see what you've got," Lu Qinglian said, crossing her arms and looking at Jiang Juanhao with a slight smile. Upon hearing Lu Qinglian address Jiang Juanhao so intimately, the others couldn't help but frown. "Senior, I recall that he took a leave of absence." "Yes, I used to be in the same class as him. His family is destitute. An internet celebrity? I suspect it's all fabricated. His face is probably the result of technology and trickery." "What the?" Jiang Juanhao was about to retort when he heard a torrent of abuse behind him. "What are you gossiping about? You imbeciles! Are you jealous? What does it matter to you? Do you have some kind of mental deficiency?" Lin Yu said, standing in front of Jiang Juanhao and giving him a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, I'm here for you. We're brothers. I grant you permission to tackle me in front of beautiful women whenever you please from now on," Jiang Juanhao said, patting Lin Yu's shoulder with gratitude. "It's nothing," Lin Yu said, rubbing her philtrum. Just as the argument was about to escalate, Lu Qinglian interjected, "Enough. If anyone else utters another snide remark, they can get out. What are you even doing here? It's a mess." Lu Qinglian frowned, glaring at the crowd. The crowd fell silent, and Lin Yu saluted. "Yes, ma'am." Some of the others followed suit, trying to impress her. "All right, Jiang Juanhao, is it? Come here and let me assess your flexibility," Lu Qinglian said, beckoning Jiang Juanhao over. "Ah! Ouch! My leg! My leg is going to break!" Jiang Juanhao cried, clutching his thigh. The intense tearing sensation made his eyes water. "You're complaining already?" "You're barely halfway down," Lu Qinglian said, raising an eyebrow at Jiang Juanhao, who was only halfway to the ground. "Ha ha ha, Jiang, are you a weakling? You're so pathetic." Lin Yu laughed, doubled over at Jiang Juanhao's comical appearance. The others joined in, mocking Jiang Juanhao. "What are you laughing at? Do you think you're so great? What's so funny?" Lin Yu retorted, pointing at the people laughing at Jiang Juanhao. "All right. Do you think your splits are so impressive?" "They're only slightly better than his," Lu Qinglian said, gesturing toward Jiang Juanhao. "Hey, continue practicing. Don't look over here. Don't slack off. I'll be checking again later," Lu Qinglian said, walking toward Jiang Juanhao. "Do you remember me, little internet celebrity?" Lu Qinglian whispered in Jiang Juanhao's ear. "Ha, Senior Lu, of course I remember you," Jiang Juanhao said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "You're not doing it right. Let me help you," Lu Qinglian said, positioning herself behind Jiang Juanhao. Chapter 45, Classmate, surely you wouldn't want to fail the finals? "No. That looks even more rigid," Lu Qinglian remarked, wiping perspiration from her brow. "Well, let's just leave it at that," Jiang Juanhao lamented, cradling his leg, which felt as though it were about to snap. "Classmate, surely you wouldn't want to fail the finals?" Lu Qinglian suddenly whispered, her face drawing near to Jiang Juanhao's. A warm, moist breath, tinged with the fragrance of pineapple, brushed against his skin. I'll go practice on my own, Zhang Juanhao stammered, hastily retreating towards Lin Yu. Lu Qinglian gazed at her hand, a subtle smile playing on her lips. Not bad, the skin is so smooth and tender. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Oh, the special training enthusiast returns. Lin Yu quipped, mid-splits. Spare me. Aren't you smitten with her? Why don't you ask her to teach you how to do the splits? Zhang Juanhao retorted, collapsing onto the floor to rest. Hey, you're a genius. Why didn't I think of that? Lin Yu exclaimed, scampering over to Lu Qinglian's side. Hey, social media star, your friend needs you. Lu Qinglian said with a touch of impatience, pinching the bridge of her nose. Ha! Hurry up and get over here. Lu Qinglian beckoned to Zhang Juanhao with a flick of her finger. Hey. Why him? Aren't you coming, senior? Lin Yu asked. His brow furrowed in confusion as he struggled with the splits. Shut your trap. I'm tempted to chop off that hand of yours. Lu Qinglian retorted, extracting a cigarette. You guys keep practicing. If I see anyone slacking off when I get back, you'll regret it. No sooner had Lu Qinglian departed than the exercise room transformed into a bustling marketplace. What are you waiting for? Come over here and help me press down. Lin Yu urged, glaring at Zhang Juanhao, who stood idly by. What were you doing just now? Zhang Juanhao inquired, his curiosity piqued. Ahem, nothing. Just hurry up. Stop dawdling like a girl, Lin Yu snapped impatiently. You're not a. Zhang Juanhao began, before trailing off, actually, I guess you're not. He reluctantly approached Lin Yu. Alright, what do you want me to do? Just stand behind me and push me down as hard as you can, Lin Yu suggested. Are you sure that's a good idea? Zhang Juanhao asked, placing his hands on Lin Yu's back. I need to use the restroom. You press down on your own for a bit, Zhang Juanhao mumbled, scurrying away with a hunched posture. Like a lazy donkey being led to the mill. Always full of excuses. Lin Yu muttered, his face flushed with embarrassment. But that Zhang is a strange one, always stuffing things into his pockets. Thump as Zhang Juanhao rounded a corner near the doorway, he collided with someone and tumbled to the ground. Oh, the social media star is hurrying off too. Lu Qinglian began, before realization dawned on her. Oh, don't tell me you're into guys? What nonsense. You're the one who's into guys. I like girls, alright? Zhang Juanhao retorted. His face crimson as he scrambled to his feet. I do like guys. Can't you tell? Lu Qinglian purred, seizing Zhang Juanhao by the arm and pinning him against the wall. She leaned in close, her head tilted provocatively. Stop it, Zhang Juanhao stammered, his head bowed. His voice barely audible. Ding. Pure love value -5. Pure love value, 35. What? Did I do something? Lu Qinglian teased, her breath still lingering near Zhang Juanhao's face. Tell me, social media star? I don't think you did anything, Zhang Juanhao replied, his hands raised defensively. Can I please go now? I need to use the restroom. Lu Qinglian observed his every move. Go ahead. What are you, a child? Do you need help going to the toilet? Zhang Juanhao, his face burning with embarrassment, pushed past Lu Qinglian and fled. As Lu Qinglian watched the boy's retreating figure, she couldn't help but lick her lips. Looking down isn't a good habit, you know. You wouldn't even notice if someone was taking pictures of you. She then retrieved her phone. The screen displaying a photo taken from a first-person perspective, a fair-skinned, slender, and adorable boy, his head bowed, looking utterly bewildered. 2. Alright. That's all for today's lesson. Make sure to practice diligently on your own. If you can't do the splits by the next class, you'll regret it. Class dismissed. Lu Qinglian announced. The students scattered in a flash. Lin Yu and a few other boys crowded around Lu Qinglian. Lu Qinglian was undeniably tall. Her 5'11" frame towering over the group. Her features were striking, and her figure was impeccable, so it was no wonder she was surrounded by admirers. Just as Zhang Juanhao was about to avert his gaze, Lu Qinglian's eyes met his, and she gave him a subtle smile. Zhang Juanhao shuddered and immediately turned away, heading outside the classroom to wait for Lin Yu. If it weren't for the promise of bubble tea, he would have left long ago. Inside the classroom, I'm not adding any of you. Now leave, you're blocking the way, Lu Qinglian said with growing impatience after Zhang Juanhao departed. Seeing Lu Qinglian's expression, the crowd wisely dispersed. Only Lin Yu, the stubborn one, remained. Do you know that social media star? Lu Qinglian asked, glancing at Lin Yu. Of course, he's my buddy, Lin Yu declared, patting his chest proudly. Why? Are you one of those people who likes to make fun of others? If so, I'd rather not have your contact information. Lu Qinglian's face darkened, and she struggled to resist the urge to slap the talkative boy girl. What are you guys planning to do later? Lu Qinglian asked, feigning disinterest. Well, we're going for bubble tea, I promised him. Why? Were you planning to go too, Senior Lu? If so, we can all go together, Lin Yu exclaimed, his eyes shining with anticipation. Lu Qinglian nearly burst out laughing. She had been struggling to find an opening, and he had walked right into her trap. Sure, why not? I was craving bubble tea too. I'll invite a few friends, if you don't mind. I'll treat you two guys to bubble tea, Lu Qinglian said, typing away on her phone. Ah, of course, we don't mind. Senior Lu, can I add you on VX? Lin Yu asked, pulling out his phone. Why are those two still inside after everyone else has left? Zhang Juanhao wondered, watching the students stream out of the classroom, but not seeing Lin Yu. He wouldn't try to avoid paying by climbing out the window, would he? You wouldn't. I'm not that kind of person, am I? Hagi Jiang, You've really disappointed me, Lin Yu said, feigning tears of remorse. Something strange must be happening at home. Let's go quickly, before Zhang Juanhao began. Before trailing off as he spotted Lu Qinglian emerging from the classroom behind Lin Yu. That's right. Senior Lu is joining us too. You don't mind, do you? Lin Yu asked, hooking his arm around Zhang Juanhao's shoulder. I hope nothing goes wrong, Zhang Juanhao thought, glancing cautiously behind him. He noticed Lu Qinglian smiling sweetly at him, a hint of mischief in her eyes. You're the one paying, so it's your call, Zhang Juanhao replied, shaking his head, hoping that everything would be alright. But was everything really alright? Chapter 46:0? Are you blushing? Let me see. Food Street. Brother, where are you? I couldn't find you in the classroom. I'm at Food Street drinking milk tea with new friends. Do you want to join? Ah. Brother is sneaking a bite. Send me your location. I'm coming right away. By the way, are your friends male or female? TT, girlfriend? Lu Qinglian suddenly appeared behind Zhang Juanhao and said, Wow. Zhang Juanhao was startled. What's wrong? Xiao Jiang, why are you making such a fuss? Lin Yu, who was walking ahead with his hands behind his head, turned back and asked. Nothing. Zhang Juanhao held his phone close to his chest. Oh. Lin Yu replied and continued walking ahead. Isn't it inappropriate for Lu Xuejie to peek at others' chat records? Zhang Juanhao murmured. Lu Qinglian remained silent, tilting her head and shrugging her shoulders. Lu Jia, why did you call us out for milk tea? Don't you usually eat very little carbohydrates? Chen Xiaoyue approached with her hands in her pockets, wearing a black hoodless sweatshirt and casual pants, topped off with a baseball cap, while holding a thin mint cigarette in the other hand. You came when I called, so give me a cigarette, Lu Qinglian said expressionlessly. Oh, this guy is quite handsome. A chubby girl about 1.64 meters tall, all flesh, emerged from behind Chen Xiaoyue, looking at Zhang Juanhao with keen interest. Fat cat. Lu Qinglian chuckled lightly and shot a glance at Huang Mao. Huang Mao immediately quieted down and awkwardly tried to chat with Lin Yu. When Chen Xiaoyue first spotted Zhang Juanhao here, her eyes lit up, and she thought of teasing him. However, it seemed that Lu Qinglian also had an interest in Zhang Juanhao. Mad, this is troublesome. Chen Xiaoyue frowned. TSK, are you annoying? Don't you have a boyfriend named Wang Bingbing? Lin Yu was exasperated by Huang Mao's flirtation. Who said that? I don't have a boyfriend from Fat Cat. If I had one, it would be you, little temptress. Huang Mao leered at Lin Yu. Your boyfriend is always using your name to bully people everywhere. Who doesn't he know? You don't even have a boyfriend. After Lin Yu finished speaking, she hugged Zhang Juanhao's arm and walked side by side with him. Zhang Juanhao stiffened, he found her surprisingly heavy. To be honest, I must say, enough said. Alright, Fat Cat, I've heard plenty about your boyfriend. I've heard he is quite the loser. Chen Xiaoyue exhaled a puff of smoke. Is that so? Yu Jia has heard about it too. I'll replace him as soon as I get back. I thought he only had skills in window dressing, but it turns out he is that kind of person. Huang Mao scratched her head and laughed. Zhang Juanhao was speechless. Aren't you two from the same family? What she is like, isn't it all learned from you? The five soon arrived at the Shanghai housewife milk tea shop. What do you want to drink? Chen Xiaoyue asked, holding a cigarette. Hee, I want modern red tea cocoa. Blood glutinous rice red bean milk tea cheese strawberry. Huang Mao rubbed her belly and excitedly named 7 different milk teas. You pay for your share. Chen Xiaoyue said with an expression of disbelief. Zhang Juanhao wished he could find a hole to hide in. After everyone ordered their milk teas, they headed towards the billiard hall on the second floor. What are we doing here? Zhang Juanhao asked in confusion. Playing billiards, what else? Huang Mao laughed. Bang! Watch your mouth. Lu Qinglian slapped Huang Mao on the head. Forgive her, she is a rough one. Don't take it personally. Chen Xiaoyue squinted her eyes and watched silently from the side. Right, forgive me, Huang Mao awkwardly apologized. You better not fall into my hands alone. Otherwise, I'll make you cry. Zhang Juanhao wanted to avoid too much interaction with such people. From the first game, he had already understood what kind of person Huang Mao was from Wang Bingbing's behavior in the cafeteria. How do you play this? Lin Yu asked weakly. Right. I seem to not know how to play either. Let us go back, Lin Yu, Zhang Juanhao agreed. No worries, I can teach you. Lu Qinglian raised an eyebrow and smiled. Yes, we can teach you if you don't know how to play. Don't leave, let us battle until dawn. Huang Mao leered while holding the cue. Ding! New task triggered, learning a new skill brings new opportunities. Learn to play billiards and win against any player present. Success rewards 5,000 Koran coins, failure deducts 10,000 Koran coins. I'm truly at my wit's end with this system, Zhang Juanhao was speechless. Then, what about Lin Yu? I can do it. Lin Yu sneakily glanced at Lu Qinglian and smiled. Alright, little internet celebrity, come here first. I'll teach you how to hold the cue and how to shoot. Lu Qinglian handed a cue to Zhang Juanhao. What about me? Lin Yu stood there holding a cue, looking foolish. I'll teach you. Chen Xiaoyue, with a cigarette in her mouth, walked over to Lin Yu. Not me? Huang Mao looked at the four with a disgruntled expression. You go find someone else, it's not my problem. Lu Qinglian said impatiently. Fine, come on. Hold the cue and let me see. Lu Qinglian stood behind Zhang Juanhao. Zhang Juanhao felt a bit awkward, turned sideways, and leaned on the billiard table, holding the cue. Is this how it's done? Am I doing anything wrong? Your form is incorrect. Let me show you how it's done, Lu Qinglian said. Pressing up against Zhang Juanhao from behind, grasping his hand, like this, then this, do you understand? Lu Qinglian whispered in Zhang Juanhao's ear. Zhang Juanhao felt a softness behind him, a faint scent of mint cigarettes mixed with pineapple perfume filled his nostrils, making him feel somewhat dizzy. Ding! Pure love points -5. Pure love points, 30. Have you got it, Junior? Lu Qinglian said softly. Zhang Juanhao's face turned crimson, he slightly hunched over. My sister has arrived. I'll go meet her. You all continue playing. After saying that, he turned and ran away, blushing. Lu Qinglian watched Zhang Juanhao's retreating figure with a mischievous smile. Is he shy now? Could he still be? I'll find an opportunity to see. Although Chen Xiaoyue was teaching Lin Yu how to play. Her gaze was constantly darting towards Zhang Juanhao and Lu Qinglian. She had seen Lu Qinglian's little actions just now. Her fists tightened slightly, her eyes flashing with a hint of coldness, before returning to her usual playful demeanor. And Huang Mao, that troublesome creature, was busy chatting with a handsome boy. As Zhang Juanhao descended to the ground floor, he spotted Jiang Qingqing standing at the shop's entrance, looking lost. Zhang Juanhao hurried over to Jiang Qingqing, tightly holding her hand. "Here, Qingqing, what do you want to drink? Brother is treating you today." "Hee, I want the same as brother." Upon seeing Zhang Juanhao, Jiang Qingqing instantly felt at ease, resting her head on his shoulder and clutching his arm. "Those come here, baby? You're here too?" Wang Roshui's voice suddenly rang from behind. Zhang Juanhao turned around in disbelief and saw it was indeed Wang Roshui, Sister Roshui. Chapter 47. You wouldn't want your girlfriend to see this photograph, would you? Jiang Qingqing firmly grasped Zhang Juanhao's hand, casting a hostile glare at Wang Roshui. "What a stunning girl, she seems so gentle," Jiang Qingqing couldn't help but exclaim. Wang Roshui glanced at Jiang Qingqing in confusion, unsure why this younger sister harbored such animosity towards her, but then a thought seemed to occur to her. "This is my sister Jiang Qingqing." "Qingqing? This is my sister called Wang Roshui." Jiang Juanhao awkwardly scratched his head and chuckled. "Ah, so you must be Juanhao's sister. You must be worried I might steal your brother away." Wang Roshui smiled, adding, "Juanhao often mentions you in front of me." "Really? Is that so?" Jiang Qingqing's eyes brightened instantly, gripping Jiang Juanhao's hand even tighter, a shy smile gracing her lips. "Indeed, your brother said you like apples. Here. This is the latest model of the Apple phone, consider it our meeting gift," Wang Roshui said, pulling a phone box from her bag with a smile. "No. This is far too precious, I can't accept it," Jiang Juanhao quickly protested, pushing the phone back. Jiang Qingqing attempted to raise her hand but instead pretended to scratch her head. "We are family, there's no need for formality." "Take it, Qingqing," Wang Roshui said gently. Then leaned closer to Jiang Juanhao and whispered, "I initially planned to prepare a surprise for you today since your birthday is approaching. But I didn't expect to run into your sister. I'll think of something else for your birthday surprise." Pure love value 10, pure love value 40. Sister Roshui. Zhang Juanhao felt lost on how to repay Wang Roshui for her kindness and could only offer his devotion in return. Jiang Qingqing watched the phone box being tucked into Wang Roshui's embrace, the mint green ribbon tickling her collarbone. She recalled seeing her brother engrossed in messaging someone earlier, the corner of his mouth curving into a smile she had never witnessed before. It must be this gentle and beautiful person before her. "Come. Let me treat you both to hot pot tonight," Wang Roshui spoke, her gaze softening like ripples spreading across the moonlit spring. "Wow, your sister is quite popular, isn't she?" Lu Qinglian said with a playful smile, observing the trio. "And you are?" Wang Roshui frowned slightly at the short-haired, tanned young man standing before her. Jiang Qingqing continued to cling tightly to Zhang Juanhao's hand. "Oh, you must be the girlfriend of that little internet celebrity," Lu Qinglian's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Shall we go play together?" "Sister Roshui, I don't have anything with her, my friend likes him, and I'm here to accompany my friend," Zhang Juanhao said quietly, tugging at Wang Roshui's sleeve. "I understand, our Juanhao is the most well-behaved," Wang Roshui smiled as she ruffled Zhang Juanhao's hair. Ding! Pure love value 5, pure love value 45, Zhang Qingqing's darkening value 5, darkening value 35. Zhang Qingqing felt a tightness in her chest as she watched the two interact intimately. Lu Qinglian, however, was only more pleased, relishing in their closeness. The more intimate they were, the better for her. "What are you all doing down there, so slowly?" Lin Yufeng hurriedly approached, momentarily stunned by the crowd. "Wow, why are there so many people? Xiao Jiang, are you still playing?" Zhang Juanhao pondered for a moment and quietly asked Wang Roshui. "Sister Roshui, do you know how to play billiards?" "Of course, and I'm quite skilled. Would you like me to teach you sometime, step by step?" Wang Roshui said, her eyes sparkling. "Okay, that sounds great. It's still early for dinner, shall we go play for a bit?" Zhang Juanhao asked cautiously. "Sure. Let's go and have some fun," Wang Roshui replied, turning to Lu Qinglian. Lin Yu quietly sidled up to Zhang Juanhao. You're incredible, man. What are you talking about? I'm not that impressive. I haven't even. Zhang Juanhao stammered. What? Haven't even what? I mean, I didn't expect you to have a girlfriend hidden away. I thought you were just a pure, obedient boy, Lin Yu teased, winking at Zhang Juanhao. Oh, really? That's impressive, Zhang Juanhao replied, feeling a tinge of nervousness. Just playing isn't fun enough, let's add some stakes, Chen Xiaoyue suggested, scanning the group, her gaze lingering a moment longer on Zhang Juanhao. Right, that's what makes it enjoyable. What do you think, Xiao Fengfeng? Huang Mao said, hugging the handsome young man beside him. I'm fine with whatever, let's see what everyone else thinks, Lu Qinglian said. Looking towards Zhang Juanhao and Wang Roshue. I won't play, I'll just watch you all, Zhang Qingqing said, munching on her pearls. Alright, let us do a doubles match. I'll team up with Juanhao, and you can choose your partners, Wang Roshue said casually. Losers have to grant the winners a small request, I'll team up with Zhou Yue. Lu Qinglian declared, moving beside Chen Xiaoyue. The teams were quickly established, with Lin Yu and Zhang Qingqing as spectators. Zhang Juanhao's team first faced Huang Mao's team, followed by a match against Lu Qinglian's team. Go, brother! Zhang Qingqing cheered, but this milk tea is truly delicious, I wish I could drink it every day. Xiao Jiang. You better win. But when you play against Lu, make sure you lose. Lin Yu said, raising a fist in encouragement. Ha! Zhang Juanhao stumbled slightly. Thank you. Minutes later, it was a complete rout. Who said Wang Roshue couldn't play billiards? She played remarkably well. And Huang Mao could barely manage 10 shots before Wang Roshue defeated him. Wow, Sister Roshue, you're amazing. Zhang Juanhao exclaimed, excitement evident in his expression. The table is too smooth? No obstacles? Wang Roshue replied with a smile. Wow, Sister Roshue, I didn't realize you could trash talk so well. Zhang Juanhao quipped from the side. Ah! Huang Mao, infuriated, smashed his cue against his knee, exclaiming, this is ridiculous. I'm done. He then casually walked to the front desk to pay for the broken cue. You've got some skill, but... Lu Qinglian said, slowly rising from her seat. Still need practice. Humph, Chen Xiaoyue snickered quietly, her eyes fixed on Zhang Juanhao. What? Did you just call me old? Wang Roshue said with a forced smile. Let us see how you match up, little girl. Go, Sister Roshue, you can beat her. Zhang Juanhao exclaimed, kissing Wang Roshue's cheek and then casting a playful challenge at Lu Qinglian. This is for getting too close to me earlier. My girlfriend is here now. Aren't you afraid? Zhang Juanhao thought to himself gleefully. Alright, I'll break first. Are you brave enough to let me? Go ahead and break. You think you can take me down? Little internet celebrity, you've lost. Lu Qinglian said with a grin after wiping her cue. Well. Wang Roshue wiped the sweat from her forehead, am I really getting old? But she still smiled politely and said, alright, we lost. We'll honor the bet. What do you want? I haven't thought of it yet. Let us add each other on WeChat. And I'll let you know when I come up with something, Lu Qinglian said, pulling out her phone. And me too. Chen Xiaoyue chimed in, her eyes narrowing. A sly smile forming as she also took out her phone. Ah, Juanhao, I can't believe I lost. You won't hold it against me, will you? Wang Roshue said with a feigned pout. Of course not, it's all good, Zhang Juanhao replied with a smile. Though he felt too shy to articulate that as long as she was by his side, everything was fine. TCH, Zhang Qingqing pouted from the side, unimpressed. The three of them had already left the billiards hall and headed towards the hot pot restaurant. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, chapter 48, surely you wouldn't wish for your lady to lose her job, would you? Sir? Mr. Zhang Juanhao was thoroughly exhausted, almost breaking his vow. Upon his return, he found the young lady, Zhang Qingqing, nestled on his bed. Clutching a pillow adorned with his clothing, sound asleep. Sitting on the sofa beside her, Zhang Juanhao activated the system. Host, Jiang Juanhao. Admiration value, 387568. Age, 18. Experience, 0. 5. Pure love value, 45. Corruption value, 0. Exceptional talents, photographic memory, incubus physique. The panels of other characters remained largely unchanged, save for fluctuations in numerical values. However, the panel for Tan Yujie was notably distinct. Name, Tan Yujie, owner of time-stopping system. Experience, 0. Favorability, 75. Possessiveness towards host, high gifted traits, high offense, low defense. Time suspension. Jiang Juanhao shook his head, feeling the increasing difficulty of the situation. Surely, others would not possess systems as well. Dismissing such thoughts, he noted that his admiration value, combined with his savings, totaled over 90,000. Setting aside 10,000, he resolved to repay the remainder. With that, Jiang Juanhao stood and headed to the bathroom for a shower. In the following 2 days, Jiang Juanhao maintained a steady flow of video updates, posting 1 to 2 new videos daily, primarily documenting his daily life as a college student. Remarkably, with his good looks and the previous surge in popularity, he amassed 30,000 followers. Tan Yuyu also messaged him, inviting him to the company to discuss signing a contract. Coincidentally, it was Friday, and with no classes, he decided to take the opportunity to meet. Dear Sister Roshue, I'll be coming to your company soon. What time will you arrive? I'll come down to fetch you, darling. Just look behind you. Wang Roshue couldn't suppress a smile, eagerly anticipating a glance behind her, only to find no one there. Where are you? How could you play such tricks on me? How naughty! She hastily typed. Here I am. Jiang Juanhao suddenly leaped out from behind a partition. Wow! How daring of you! Just wait and see how I punish you. Wang Roshue said, playfully pulling him closer and tickling him mercilessly. Though she jested, she was keenly aware that asking strangers for directions was a rather daunting task for the shy Jiang Juanhao. Ha, I was mistaken. I promise I won't do it again. Jiang Juanhao laughed, pleading for mercy. Mua, from now on, just message me when you arrive downstairs, and I'll come down to fetch you. You're too bashful. Do you understand? Wang Roshue gently kissed his lips. Yes, I understand. Jiang Juanhao replied, shyly lowering his gaze. All right, let's go. I'll take you upstairs. Wang Roshue declared, grasping his hand tightly as they made their way to the president's office. Ding! Pure love value 10, pure love value, 55. Knock, knock, knock. The door was opened by a secretary clad in professional attire. Come in, Secretary Zhang, please close the door tightly. Tan Yuyu reclined in her leather chair, her voice cool and authoritative. She wore a tailored black blazer, perfectly accentuating her alluring figure. The top 2 buttons of her white silk blouse were undone, revealing her delicate collarbone, with a faint trace of red barely visible on her skin. Her luscious wavy hair cascaded over her shoulders, a few strands artfully framing her chest, enhancing her captivating charm. The sheer black stockings enveloped her long, slender legs, complemented by a pair of striking red stilettos. As they ventured deeper into the office, the scent of cedarwood perfume grew stronger. Team leader Wang, what brings you here instead of your post? Tan Yuyu's expression was icy as she fixed her gaze on Wang Roshue. President Tan, I'm here to support my boyfriend during the signing. Wang Roshue replied with a professional smile. You should return to work, there is nothing here to see. Your boyfriend is grown, he can handle it on his own. Can't he? Tan Yuyu leaned on the table, her voice cool yet carrying an undeniable authority. Wang Roshue opened her mouth to respond, but Tan Yuyu raised an eyebrow. Enough. Do you wish to forfeit your job? It's all right, Sister Roshue, I will review the contract myself. If anything seems unreasonable, I won't sign, Jiang Juanhao whispered, tightly holding Wang Roshue's hand, not wanting to put her in a difficult position. Well then, if anything seems amiss, call me immediately, and I will come up. Wang Roshue urged, still concerned. Rest assured, Mua, Jiang Juanhao kissed her forehead. After Wang Roshue left, Tan Yuyu rose and, with the subtle sound of her heels clicking, gracefully approached the sofa where Jiang Juanhao sat. She crossed her legs, rhythmically bouncing one leg. Secretary Zhang, you may leave now. Tan Yuyu leaned back against the sofa, her fingers tapping a steady beat on the leather. Understood. As the door closed, silence enveloped the room, leaving only Jiang Juanhao and Tan Yuyu. President Tan. Perhaps we should look at the contract first? Jiang Juanhao took a deep breath. Not so fast, after all, Mr. Jiang is known for his tendency to flee mid-discussion. Tan Yuyu remarked with a smirk. Cough, cough. That time, President Tan, I genuinely had matters to attend to, I didn't take any payment. Jiang Juanhao quickly clarified, aware she referenced his tutoring. Is little Wang your girlfriend? Tan Yuyu abruptly shifted the topic. That has nothing to do with the contract. If you continue with these trivial inquiries, I see no reason to engage further. Jiang Juanhao stood, attempting to leave. Leave? If you walk out. I might wonder whether Wang Roshue ought to be cleaning or sweeping the floor, Tan Yuyu casually remarked, reclining on the sofa. Jiang Juanhao halted mid-step, President. This is rather unnecessary, isn't it? Is it? I find it quite entertaining, Tan Yuyu said, indifferent. What is it you wish to do? Jiang Juanhao returned to his seat, speaking softly. Good question, I would like you to dedicate one day each week to accompany me. Tan Yuyu extended a finger. Ding. Detected character panel. Name, Tan Yuj. Experience, 0 favorability, 30 possessiveness towards host, low to moderate gifted traits, absolute aura, enables her to dominate conversations. I must inquire why. Jiang Juanhao asked, puzzled. Why you need not know, just ensure that Wang Roshue retains her position, and comply, Tan Yuyu replied, walking toward her desk. Once you decide. Come over to finalize the contract. The phone buzzed. Hello, Sister Roshue. Are you all right? Should I come up to see you? What about your work? What is more important than you, darling? Jobs can be found again, but losing you is irreplaceable, don't you agree, Juanhao darling? Please, stop. I'm blushing. Jiang Juanhao exclaimed, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Excellent. One day each week, I will be available at your beck and call. All revenue from live broadcasts is yours. And I will provide you with a monthly salary of 10,000. Before you leave, you can even give the boss a massage, sound good? Ding. Ordinary massage invitation. Task completion reward, 3,000 Coin coins, task failure deducts 30,000 admiration points. Ding. Task completed, pure love value minus 20, pure love value, 25. Chapter 49, Am I smelly? Husband? Why did you come down so late, darling? Wang Roshue gazed at Jiang Juanhao with a face full of concern. It's nothing. Let's go, I will take you out for a nice meal. Jiang Juanhao, feeling guilty, pulled out his phone to send a message to Jiang Qingqing. Have you signed the contract? Wang Roshue asked cautiously, tilting her head. Yes, I knew our darling was the best wonderful. Then today. It's my treat for you both, Wang Roshue said joyfully, taking Jiang Juanhao's hand and leading him out. Late at night, since it was too late, Wang Roshue decided to stay over at Jiang Juanhao's place. With only one bed available, they had no choice but to squeeze together. As a couple, it shouldn't be an issue, but Jiang Qingqing also needed to join in. This ultimately led to Jiang Juanhao being squeezed in the middle. Fortunately, there were 3 blankets, or else Jiang Juanhao would have had a sleepless night. Suddenly, a notification pinged from his phone. Who could it be at this hour? Jiang Juanhao picked up the phone from the bedside. Wake up early tomorrow, spend the day with me. Just consider it a small request since you lost that time. Jiang Juanhao recognized the sender immediately from just the content. Sigh, he sighed. Glancing at the peacefully sleeping Wang Roshue, and gently planted a kiss on her forehead before drifting off to sleep. Is it inappropriate for a man in his 20s to kiss a girl on the forehead? They both work in the same office. The next morning, Jiang Juanhao awoke around 9 to find Wang Roshue had already left. Rising from bed, he noticed breakfast, steamed buns and fried dough sticks under a cover on the table. Jiang Juanhao checked his phone and found a special message he hadn't seen. Darling, you looked so peaceful while sleeping that I couldn't bear to wake you. I've gone to work, if the breakfast has gone cold, just heat it up before eating. Love you, Rouse P.S. You look really good when you sleep, sorry for doing bad things to you this morning, just kidding. Ha! Sister Roshue. Can you please exercise some restraint? Jiang Juanhao exclaimed, blushing. After finishing his morning routine and breakfast, Jiang Qingqing slowly woke up. Come eat, after you eat. Brother is going out. Here is 100 yuan, you can manage lunch by yourself, Jiang Juanhao said, pulling out a 100 yuan bill. Where are you going again, brother? Jiang Qingqing perked up immediately. Not going anywhere special, just to hang out with my friend. Lin Yu, Jiang Juanhao said, feeling a bit guilty. Jiang Qingqing leaned in closely, scrutinizing him. Fine, then I will go find Tan Yujie for lunch, that way, I can skip a meal. Let us meet at the school gate. Hurry up, if you're even a second late, you're done for. If you're even a second late, you're done for, Jiang Juanhao replied sarcastically, huffing. If it weren't for this annoying system, I wouldn't even bother with that pool game. Qingqing has left. Remember to lock the door when you go out, Jiang Juanhao said as he slung a sports bag over his shoulder and stepped outside. At the school gate, Jiang Juanhao spotted Lu Qinglian from a distance. Her tall stature, over 1.8 meters, with striking blonde hair, made her hard to ignore. Lu Qinglian stood leaning against a stone pillar at the school entrance on one leg, her black marten boots glinting in the autumn sun, holding a menthol cigarette. As she looked up towards Jiang Juanhao, a few ginkgo leaves swept past her hair, her light flaxen short hair tousled by the wind, resembling a lion's mane. Jiang Juanhao turned red and averted his gaze. Lu Qinglian draped her school jacket over her shoulders like a cape, revealing a loose-fitting dark gray hoodie underneath. The silver chains on her cargo pants jingled as she straightened up. Have you had enough of staring, little influencer? She teased, cornering Jiang Juanhao against the wall. Her shark-like teeth barely visible. Who is staring at you? Narcissist. Jiang Juanhao retorted softly. As they stood closer, Jiang Juanhao noticed the fine golden shimmer on her sun-kissed skin, and 3 silver earrings dangled from her right ear. The scent of pineapple perfume mixed with a faint hint of smoke wafted through the air. To be honest, Jiang Juanhao was not accustomed to the smell of smoke, and thus could not help but display a hint of distaste. Her height gave her an inherent pressure when looking down at others. Yet a ginkgo leaf stuck to her nose fluttered as she suddenly leaned closer. What do you mean by that? Lu Qinglian said, placing a hand on Jiang Juanhao's waist and pulling him closer. Am I smelly, husband? Ding. Pure love value -5, pure love value, 40. You. What the hell? Please behave yourself. I'm just following the rules to come out. If you keep this up, I will leave. Jiang Juanhao stammered, desperately breaking free from Lu Qinglian's grasp, but his flushed ears betrayed him. Really? Then go ahead, after all, Wang Roshue hasn't seen this yet. Lu Qinglian said, revealing a photo she had taken of Jiang Juanhao in secret during their last gym session. I can't believe it. Are all of you paparazzi? Why does everyone have my pictures? I don't care, just don't let me catch you again, or I'll take pictures too. Jiang Juanhao exclaimed, nearly exasperated. Oh? There are others too? Then I'll create a resource sharing group for them. You won't explode with anger, will you, husband? Lu Qinglian teased, a smirk playing on her lips. You're joking, right? Jiang Juanhao gulped. Let us see how you perform today. Dear brother Juanhao, Lu Qinglian said with a smile, as she reached out to drape her arm around his shoulder, pulling him closer. Noticing Jiang Juanhao's lack of response as he lowered his head, a satisfied smile spread across her face. You wait for me, Lu Qinglian. I'll make sure to put you under my foot. Jiang Juanhao mentally vowed to get back at Lu Qinglian 1,000 times over. You smell amazing. What detergent do you use? Lu Qinglian suddenly asked, holding on to Jiang Juanhao. You mean this? Of course, it's hand-washed. What else could it be? Jiang Juanhao rolled his eyes. 3. Lu Qinglian pinched him, saying, You really can't speak properly, can you? Don't do that, let us just talk normally, Jiang Juanhao said, blushing. Alright, let us go shopping. Where would you like to go? Lu Qinglian asked him. Anywhere, Jiang Juanhao just wanted to quickly explain and then find Wang Roshue. Then let us go to the haunted house for an escape room. I'll call a few more people, Lu Qinglian said, pulling out her phone to make a call. When the escape room is dark and creepy, he. Jiang Juanhao hurriedly messaged Lin Yu. Sorry, bro. You'll have to take the heat for this, don't worry, they're all girls. Jiang Juanhao muttered to himself. Chapter 50, I'm done, my cabinet moved. Before long, Lin Yu arrived with great enthusiasm. Her beautiful hair bobbing as she rushed forward. Dressed in a black cropped jacket over a white t-shirt and paired with distressed jeans, her gaze occasionally drifted to Lu Qinglian. Infused with a subtle tenderness. Oh hi there, Xiao Jiang, Senior Lu, have you been waiting long? Lin Yu greeted with a bright smile. You were the fastest to arrive. Jiang Juanhao remarked with a grin. Really? Then I must be quite impressive, Lin Yu replied with a playful grin, though Jiang Juanhao felt a hint of discomfort. Soon after, Feng Xiaoxiao appeared in Jiang Juanhao's line of sight, clad in a striking red dress, her almond-shaped eyes slightly raised, and her exquisite features accentuated by makeup. What the heck? Why is Feng Xiaoxiao here too? Jiang Juanhao's eyes twitched involuntarily. Hey, Feng, what brings you here today? Lu Qinglian teased, somewhat surprised to see her. Just wanted to take a stroll, Feng Xiaoxiao said, her gaze subtly drifting towards Jiang Juanhao. Such a subtle action couldn't escape Lu Qinglian's sharp perception. Chen Qiuyue arrived next. Effortlessly stylish in a loose shirt paired with a trendy short skirt, her pace light and cheerful. A beauty mark at the corner of her eye added to her allure. As she squinted, a lazy smile graced her lips upon seeing Jiang Juanhao, though a flicker of wariness crossed her eyes when she noticed Lu Qinglian. Fat cat. You're late again, Chen Qiuyue said, her tone laced with mockery and disdain. Then you all can keep waiting outside, we'll head in first, Feng Xiaoxiao said. Feeling a twinge of discomfort at the sight of Lu Qinglian and Jiang Juanhao standing so close, and she deliberately pulled Jiang Juanhao inside. Lu Qinglian and Chen Qiuyue exchanged a glance, each wearing distinct expressions before following suit. Hey, wait for me. Lin Yu called out as she hurried after them. Once everyone had queued and purchased their tickets, Huang Mao finally arrived with her new boyfriend Yang Zhuo, slightly late. Ah, sorry. He is quite clingy and I lost track of time. This is my boyfriend Yang Zhuo, quick say hello. Enough with the chit-chat, let us go. Feng Xiaoxiao interrupted impatiently, prompting them to enter. The group followed the guide into the horror-themed escape room. As they stepped inside, an eerie atmosphere engulfed them, accompanied by the sterile scent of disinfectant. Welcome to Midnight Hospital, I am your guide, announced a girl clad in a nurse's uniform stained with dark brown smudges. Jiang Juanhao instinctively rubbed his arm, now covered in goosebumps. The others shared a similar reaction, except for Yang Zhuo, who clung tightly to Huang Mao. This escape room, located in the basement of a city center office building, had reportedly cost tens of millions to create the most realistic horror experience. Wow, Senior Lu. The place you found has quite the reputation, Lin Yu gulped nervously. The seven of them stood in the dimly lit corridor, the overhead fluorescent lights emitting a faint hum, occasionally flickering. Cough. What is to be afraid of? It's all fake, Lu Qinglian said, her slightly trembling voice betraying her bravado. Feng Xiaoxiao remained silent, her brow furrowing as she tightly clutched Jiang Juanhao's arm. The interactive environment is quite impressive, we should come again sometime, Chen Qiuyue remarked, her eyes scanning the surroundings as she leaned closer to Jiang Juanhao. The walls on either side of the corridor were mottled, with peeling paint revealing dark, decayed bricks beneath. The air was thick with the scent of disinfectant mingled with rust. Please follow me, the nurse said, turning on her heel. Her steps eerily silent as if she were walking on cotton. Everyone noticed the dark red stains on the soles of her shoes, leaving faint, indistinct prints on the stark white tile floor. What the heck, let us not play anymore, let us just leave. Huang Mao stammered, trembling. Leave? Then how will I have my fun? Lu Qinglian and Feng Xiaoxiao simultaneously thought. If you're scared, just leave, Feng Xiaoxiao retorted, her eyes narrowing as she clung to Jiang Juanhao's arm. Jiang Juanhao felt trapped. He attempted to withdraw his hand but found it firmly held by Feng Xiaoxiao, who threatened him with her gaze. Noticing this, Lu Qinglian quietly took his hand, initially met with resistance, but soon, she intertwined her fingers with his, gripping tightly. Lin Yu cautiously reached for Lu Qinglian's finger. Hurry up, keep up. The nurse's voice echoed ominously from the shadows ahead. Let us move. Standing here isn't-wise, Jiang Juanhao stammered. Isn't this decor a bit too realistic? Lin Yu remarked, trailing behind and touching the wall. Feeling the chill as if she were in an actual hospital. The nurse halted before a metal door, its paint chipped away to reveal rusted metal beneath. She turned, a strange smile creeping across her pale face. Before we begin, I must remind you that using your phones is strictly prohibited during the experience. If you feel unwell, you may press the call button on your chest to exit. This was a red button, resembling an emergency call device in a hospital, distributed by staff before they entered. Are you ready? The nurse's voice suddenly sharpened. The game begins. The iron door creaked open with a chilling sound, a frigid gust of wind wafting from within, laden with a strong metallic scent. Zhang Juanhao caught a glimpse of the corridor beyond, where fluorescent lights flickered to life, revealing a shadowy figure in a hospital gown darting past. Wait! My cabinet moved. I'm not playing anymore. Zhang Juanhao instinctively shouted, recalling the unsettling movement he had just witnessed. Don't scare me like that! Lin Yu exclaimed, abandoning all pretense as she clutched Lu Qinglian's arm tightly. The rest of the group displayed similar expressions of terror, swallowing hard. The nurse had vanished, and the iron door slammed shut behind them with a deafening bang. The lights on the ceiling began to flicker violently, and in the alternating shadows, Zhang Juanhao glimpsed the figure crawling towards them in a grotesque manner. The group huddled around Zhang Juanhao, Lu Qinglian, Feng Xiaoxiao, and Chen Qiudue. Though they were equally startled, they seized this opportunity. At the forefront were Yang Zhuo and Huang Mao, who were being pushed forward. As the shadow drew nearer, the group shut their eyes in fear. The nurse, having slipped away through a hidden door, heard their screams and burst into laughter, thoroughly amused. You really think this will scare you? When they finally opened their eyes again, the shadowy figure had retreated behind the dark door. I can't believe how terrifying this is. Zhang Juanhao gasped. And whose hand was that earlier? Enough already! What do you mean by pushing me forward? Huang Mao protested, her legs trembling in fear. Suddenly, a dragging sound echoed from the dimly lit corridor around the corner. Chapter 51, The Streamer's Predicament. It seems the audience isn't particularly fond of this direction. So this subplot will conclude by tomorrow at the latest. I shall revert to my established formula. As the clatter of chains grew more distinct, the hearts of those present ascended into their throats. Cease your jostling. Desist from this disorder. We must seek refuge within the rooms along this corridor, Zhang Juanhao exclaimed, grasping the handle and wrenching open the nearest door. Feng Xiaoxiao, her countenance a mixture of surprise and crimson, cast a reproachful glance at Zhang Juanhao. Lu Qinglian, incredulous, subtly curved her lips into a smile. Subsequently, the group trailed behind Zhang Juanhao, seeking sanctuary within a room designated by 3 crimson characters, Operating Theater. The door to the operating theater resembled that of a school classroom, featuring a pane of glass that afforded a view of the exterior. Hush, Zhang Juanhao implored, his voice strained with suppressed terror, as he gestured for silence. The others complied, maintaining their composure. Lin Yu, in particular, was the most cooperative. His hands clamped firmly over his mouth, his eyes dilated like saucers, not a sound escaping his lips. Eureka! An epiphany! I shall commence a live broadcast. Such an authentic escape room environment is bound to generate immense popularity. The financial rewards shall be bountiful. Subsequently, amidst the perplexed gazes of his companions, Zhang Juanhao initiated a live stream. Behold! The preeminent position. The streamer's vanguard. I have secured it forthwith. Affectionate podiatrist of septuagenarians. Streamer. What manner of perplexing perspective is this? Jealous swine. Streamer, I offer my apologies. I am Belial. Streamer, may I? In an instant, Zhang Juanhao's live stream was inundated with several hundred viewers, and his affection points began to accrue at a gradual pace. Greetings, esteemed newcomers. Your presence is most welcome. At present, the streamer finds himself within a newly inaugurated escape room in a city. Pray tell, esteemed Senior Lu, was this live broadcast a pre-arranged component of your strategy? Lin Yu inquired, observing Zhang Juanhao's introductory remarks into his mobile device. Freestyle, Lu Qinglian responded. taken aback by Jiang Juwenhao's impromptu performance. Ah, is that so? Then I must engage in a contest of wits with him, Lin Yu jested. The lad possesses a certain cunning, Feng Xiaoxiao remarked, suppressing a chuckle. Was it not stipulated that mobile devices were prohibited? I attempted to access my own. But the signal was non-existent, Chen Xiaoyue observed, her tone tinged with skepticism. Why concern oneself with such trifles? Let us hasten our search for clues and effect our egress. Huang Mao retorted impatiently, cradling Yang Zhua in his arms. At that moment, Jiang Juwenhao approached them, brandishing his mobile device. What is our course of action? Has the monstrous entity departed? I detect no auditory indications. Shall we venture forth? Yang Zhua inquired, nestled within Huang Mao's embrace, gesturing towards the door. Maintain silence. I shall investigate. Jiang Juwenhao proclaimed, positioning his mobile device against the glass pane of the door, thereby enabling the livestream to capture the external panorama. While he himself crouched beneath the glass. Pray, where has this brought me? Am I still within the confines of our nation? I relish consuming excrement. Verily. It is shrouded in darkness. I discern not. Is there a night vision mode available? A common and self-assured individual, designated 78. Whereabouts is the streamer? I implore him to reveal himself. I am not the individual known as Brother Jia. Presently, Jiang Juwenhao lowered his mobile device, scrutinizing the comments. And audibly exhaled with relief. Ah, rest assured. There are no disparaging remarks directed towards me, indicating that the eerie entity has departed. What? You were employing us as bait for the spectral being? You cur, streamer. A prodigal son. Streamer, I offer my commendations. A brow of distinction. Akin to that of Luca 666. Gomen, Jiang Juwenhao apologized, perusing the comments. Ah. I express my gratitude to Brother Jiang Dong for the offering of a Huazi cigarette. The others regarded Jiang Juwenhao with expressions devoid of emotion. Ahem. Jiang Juwenhao cleared his throat, a tinge of embarrassment evident. Shall we venture forth, or remain ensconced within? The ambience within is arguably more unnerving than that of the exterior, Lin Yu inquired, clasping his arms about himself in a gesture of cold. The operating theater was bathed in a dim, crimson illumination. Rust-encrusted surgical tables were marred by congealed bloodstains, interspersed with discarded surgical instruments and fractured syringes, all bearing traces of suspicious viscous fluids. The shadowless lamp flickered erratically, casting grotesque silhouettes of claw marks and bloody handprints upon the walls. Formalin jars contained bloated organ specimens, with one particular eyeball seemingly pivoting to fixate upon the observer. An antiquated electrocardiogram emitted a rhythmic beeping, while the scent of disinfectant mingled with the putrid odor of decaying flesh. Let us endeavor to locate any extant clues, Feng Xiaoxiao suggested, her gaze sweeping the room. The others, concurring with the sagacity of her proposition, commenced a thorough search of the premises. However, their efforts proved fruitless, they discovered naught. Shall we depart, then? Venture forth? Jiang Juwenhao inquired, his tone laced with uncertainty. Let us proceed, Feng Xiaoxiao responded curtly. Very well, follow me, Jiang Juwenhao instructed. His gaze fixated upon the comments within the live stream, as he cautiously opened the door to the operating theater. The others recoiled in trepidation. Jiang Juwenhao turned to address the 6 motionless figures. Is there something amiss? You are excessively. His words were abruptly truncated by a surge of terror. Ah! A specter! Jiang Juwenhao's features contorted in an expression of abject horror. A countenance devoid of discernible features, genderless in its ambiguity, materialized mere inches from Jiang Juwenhao's own. The proximity was a mere 0.01 centimeters. It appeared that as Jiang Juwenhao had crouched behind the door, the entity had mirrored his actions, adopting an identical posture. With a resounding thud, Jiang Juwenhao slammed the door shut, retreating to position himself between the entity and his companions. You all witnessed that, did you not? Jiang Juwenhao stammered, his composure shattered. Indeed. I am not bereft of sight, Feng Xiaoxiao replied, swallowing audibly. This bodes ill. I possess but a single pair of trousers. Huang Mao exclaimed, thrusting Yang Zhuo forward. Attention, esteemed players. The Midnight Hospital game scenario is now formally initiated. Players 001 and 004 are hereby instructed to venture forth in search of clues, an electronic voice announced abruptly, only to cease with equal abruptness. The others required a protracted interval to regain their composure. This game possesses considerable value, does it not? It appears to offer entertainment for an extended duration, Lin Yu remarked, forcing a wan smile. The discourse of his companions was lost upon Zhang Juanhao, for he was designated as player 001, an eventuality of catastrophic proportions. Streamer, provide your coordinates. This appears to be an engaging experience. I intend to partake in the excursion. Fond of cilantro. Streamer, fear not. You are accompanied by a multitude of viewers. Kai Shukuan's whiskers. Streamer, I shall bestow upon you a Huazi cigarette. Embark upon the quest alone. I am the Great King 666. Hark! Minor internet celebrity. I am addressing you. The broadcast renders you oblivious to all else. Lu Qinglian exclaimed, nudging the crouching Zhang Juanhao with her foot. Eh? What? Zhang Juanhao inquired, raising his head. You are designated as 001. You and Chen Xiuyue are to venture forth, Lin Yu clarified. Zhang Juanhao turned to face Chen Xiuyue, whose lips were curved into a mischievous smile, her eyes gleaming with cunning. P.S. Esteemed viewers, I solicit your feedback. Do you find this narrative arc to your liking? Should you disapprove, I shall expedite its conclusion. Should you approve, I shall proceed at a measured pace. Those who have perused this far, kindly provide your comments, as this shall dictate the content of the subsequent chapter. Chapter 52. I'm still streaming, what are you doing? To facilitate his search for clues, Zhang Juanhao had tied his phone to his waist with a string. Slow down, wait a moment. Zhang Juanhao called softly behind Chen Xiuyue. What's the matter? Are you scared? Chen Xiuyue raised an eyebrow, standing a short distance ahead. What's there to be afraid of? Aren't you looking for clues? Zhang Juanhao surveyed the dilapidated and eerie corridors of the hospital. To his surprise, Chen Xiuyue did not expect him to admit his fear, and her protective instincts flared up. With a smile, she approached his side, saying, let us walk side by side. Following the director's prompts, they soon arrived at the task location, fortunate enough not to encounter any other NPCs along the way. Why are you behind me? Come help me decode and find clues. Zhang Juanhao glanced at Chen Xiuyue, who was always a step behind. What? I mean, cough, what did you say? Chen Xiuyue looked up at him, a look of confusion on her face. Can the streamer see the comments? Stay away from her, you scoundrel. What do you intend to do to our streamer? I will always silently support him from behind. I'll handle it myself. Just don't press anything randomly. As soon as Zhang Juanhao finished speaking, Chen Xiuyue seemed to discover something. Her lips curling into a subtle smile as she pressed a brick on the wall. Suddenly, an alarm blared, and an iron door descended, trapping the two within the room. What did you press? How did you decode that? Chen Xiuyue rushed to ask. Such a cunning trick, accusing the innocent first. I don't know, I just pressed a number, Zhang Juanhao stammered, a bit panicked by her accusation. Attention all players in other safe houses. Players 001 and 004 are trapped in the ice cell and fire pit, please find the unlock code within the stipulated time. Or both players will be considered dead and exit this themed escape room. The electronic announcement faded. And the room where Zhang Juanhao and Chen Xiuyue were located began to emit cold air from the ceiling. Is this for real? Is the ticket worth over 100 for this? Zhang Juanhao exclaimed, looking at the white mist pouring from the ceiling. Chen Xiuyue remained silent. Xiao Jiang. I wonder how long you can hold out without complaining about the cold. In the operating room safe house, what the hell? Feng Xiaoxiao frowned immediately upon hearing the broadcast. Hey, are the two of them locked up together? Lu Qinglian questioned the air. Shouldn't we find the code first and rescue Xiao Jian? Lin Yu suggested timidly. This is so troublesome, Huang Mao muttered under her breath, visibly displeased. As time ticked by, there was still no progress in the operating room safe house. In the ice cell and fire pit, it's so cold. Is it not stopping? Jiang Juanhao shivered uncontrollably. Chen Xiaoyue, also struggling to endure, slowly walked over to him. Xiao Jiang, are you cold? Of course, do you think I'm not? Jiang Juanhao stuttered, his teeth chattering. Well then, how about this? Let us hug, it's a last resort, Chen Xiaoyue suggested softly, sitting beside him. No way, Chen. You know I have a girlfriend, Jiang Juanhao protested, shaking his head. What are they saying? What do you mean you have a girlfriend? Where is the streamer? Why is the screen frozen? Did he get stuck in the cold? Baby, where are you? I saw you were streaming. But I couldn't get through on the phone. Can you see my comments? Wang Roshue, anxious, held her phone tightly, hoping for Jiang Juanhao's reply. But aside from his conversation with another woman, there was silence. You're freezing too, right? Just for a moment, it's fine, Chen Xiaoyue whispered. Her words like a devil's whisper, slowly breaking down Jiang Juanhao's mental defenses. 1 minute later, just a moment, not too long, Jiang Juanhao said, his face flushed. Chen Xiaoyue revealed a sly smile. Is that so? But I'm feeling warm now, a bit too warm, she said, suppressing her shivers. Eh? But didn't you say it was cold? That's why I mentioned it. Jiang Juanhao looked at her, bewildered. Fine, then come over here, she said, spreading her arms. My patience is limited, fortunately, due to the cold, the sounds in the livestream were intermittent. Jiang Juanhao bit his lip, slowly inching towards Chen Xiaoyue. She wrapped her arms around him tightly. How? Can you see my comments? Where are you? Are you in any danger? Enough with the comments. I still say the livestream is my husband. Exactly, stop being annoying. Ding. Love points -15, current love points, 25. You. Shameless. Jiang Juanhao muttered. His face burning. Since they were still streaming, he couldn't shout too loudly. Thank you for your hospitality. Soon, the cold air ceased. And Jiang Juanhao quickly moved to another corner of the room. Just when they thought the punishment was over and they would be rescued, the floor began to heat up. And after a while, they could faintly see the heat waves rising. Well, what's happening? Are we really going through both extremes? Jiang Juanhao exclaimed, having jumped onto a chair. What do we do now that it's so hot? Chen Xiaoyue pretended to suffer, speaking to Jiang Juanhao. He turned back to continue decoding. Ignoring her. Back in the operating room safe house, they couldn't be said to be making no progress. They knew the code was 6 digits. With the first 4 digits already determined. What a ridiculous game. Feng Xiaoxiao slammed her fist on the table and kicked the operating bed. The wheels screeched against the floor. And the sound of metal clashing echoed in the safe room. If I had known such a good opportunity, I would have swapped with Chen Xiaoyue. Lu Qinglian muttered with a frown. Oh, if you're not going to help, at least don't hinder us, Ling Yu sighed, her head spinning. These people were not only unhelpful but also causing disruptions. I say we should just skip this escape room and go play pool or karaoke instead, Huang Mao complained. Hugging her boyfriend. On Jiang Juanhao's side, he was feeling uncomfortably hot. Chapter 53, Baby, what are you up to over there? Everything alright? Ding. Pure love value -20, pure love value 5, Wang Roshue's law value 15, law value 20, darkening value 5, darkening value 5, half an hour later. The two were finally rescued from the furnace by the others. As they emerged, their clothes were drenched in sweat. If you had come any later, I would have been finished, Jiang Juanhao gasped as he sat on the ground. This guy is pathetic, can't even handle it after such a short while. Chen Xiaoyue remarked with a smile at the corner of her mouth. You. Jiang Juanhao pointed at Chen Xiaoyue, but in the end, he shamefully lowered his hand. Alright, enough joking. Let us call it a day, Feng Xiaoxiao said, her heart aching as she looked at Jiang Juanhao, who was sitting on the ground, dripping with sweat. The girls, including Lin Yu, couldn't help but swallow hard upon seeing the sweat glistening along Jiang Juanhao's collarbone. Jiang Juanhao, on the other hand, averted his gaze from Chen Xiaoyue's damp skin. Alright, Then just press this red button on your chest, right? Lin Yu said, pressing the red button on his chest. The group was soon escorted out of the escape room by the staff. I'll be off first, Sister Lu. Sister Feng, Sister Choyue, Huang Miao said, as he lewdly hugged his boyfriend Yang Zhuo and left. Sister Lu, do you have plans this afternoon? How about we go boating in the park? Lin Yu asked, looking at Lu Qinglian with expectation. Are you dating someone? Lu Qinglian asked, her question completely off topic. No, not at all. Why? Lin Yu's eyes sparkled, thinking that Sister Lu might have feelings for him too. Let us talk about it after you start dating. Lu Qinglian yawned, then hooked her arm around Zhang Juanhao's shoulder. I have a date with a little internet celebrity today, sorry ding. Feng Xiaoxiao's law value 5. Law value 5, Jin Choyue's law value 5, law value 5, huh. Lin Yu looked bewildered, his eyes widening in shock. Well, you all have fun, I'll take my leave now, bye. Chen Qiuyue said with a sly smile as she looked at Zhang Juanhao. After all, she seemed to be the real winner today and was quite satisfied. What the heck? You're going out with her later? Feng Xiaoxiao asked. Frowning in annoyance at Zhang Juanhao. Oh? Does Feng Xiaoxiao also have feelings for Zhang Juanhao? Lu Qinglian couldn't help but smirk. Zhang Juanhao, fearing that Feng Xiaoxiao might darken again, was about to speak when Lu Qinglian pulled him into her embrace and raised an eyebrow. Yeah. We're going to have dinner and stroll around, then catch a movie at a private cinema tonight. Ding. Feng Xiaoxiao's darkening value 5, darkening value 10. No. Don't listen to her nonsense. I just promised her a day out after losing at billiards last time, Zhang Juanhao hurriedly explained. Not only to alleviate Feng Xiaoxiao's worries but also for Lin Yu, who could be considered a good friend. Do you enjoy gambling so much? Next time. I'll bet with you, Feng Xiaoxiao said as she turned and walked away without looking back. Zhang Juanhao was unaware of what trouble he might face. But those who conflicted with Feng Xiaoxiao over territory would surely suffer. Right. I remember now, huh? Can I join you guys? It's more fun with company, don't you think? Lin Yu said, his voice lacking confidence. But I'm sorry, classmate, maybe next time. But this time it really doesn't work, Lu Qinglian directly interrupted Zhang Juanhao's response. Alright, then I'll take my leave first, by Xiaojiang. By Lin Yu said as he left dejectedly. Hey, I didn't gain anything in the escape room just now, how will you compensate me? Lu Qinglian scrutinized Zhang Juanhao with a mischievous gaze. The phone rang for Zhang Juanhao. He quickly stepped aside and, upon seeing the contact name, the world's most beloved Sister Wang, his eyes lit up with joy. However, a sense of guilt soon crept in as he answered the call. Baby, you finally picked up. Are you all right? What's wrong? Nothing dangerous happened, right? As soon as the call connected, Wang Roshue's concerned voice came through. Ding. Pure love value 5, pure love value 30. I. Zhang Juanhao glanced back at Lu Qinglian, who was staring intently at him. He quickly turned his head away. I'm fine, Sister Roshue. I just went to play in a scary escape room with friends, and I lost signal. Zhang Juanhao made up a casual excuse to avoid worrying Wang Roshue. I knew it. I called you so many times, and you didn't answer. Now that I know you're okay, I can relax. Wang Roshue's gentle voice came through the phone. Zhang Juanhao felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. I'm sorry for making you worry, Roshue. Zhang Juanhao was about to speak when he suddenly felt a hand slap him on the back. What's wrong? Baby? Did something happen? Wang Roshue's worried voice came through the phone. Zhang Juanhao turned around to see Lu Qinglian standing behind him, wearing a mischievous grin. He shot her a resentful glare and quickly said, No, it's nothing, Sister Roshue, I'm just with friends, I'll call you later, okay? Okay. Just be careful, and if you run out of money, let me know. Don't let your friends pay for you. Be careful they don't use it against you later, Wang Roshue said while Zhang Juanhao transferred her 500 yuan. I know, love you. Sister Roshue, bye. Zhang Juanhao hurriedly hung up the phone and turned to Lu Qinglian with an angry expression. What are you doing? Can't you see I was on the phone? This prank has gone too far, is that how you want to play it? Lu Qinglian shrugged nonchalantly, a playful smirk on her face, remaining silent. I'm leaving, you can find whoever you want, Zhang Juanhao said, turning to leave. Is it too late to leave now? Lu Qinglian pulled Zhang Juanhao's wrist and pinned him against the wall. Due to their height difference, Lu Qinglian towered over Zhang Juanhao, her fox-like eyes gazing down at him, revealing a playful smile. Hey, little internet celebrity, you smell so good. Get away. Zhang Juanhao tried to push Lu Qinglian away, but instead, he accidentally pushed her into a corner. I didn't mean to. Zhang Juanhao quickly raised his hands, his face flushed. Oh? You're quite bold, aren't you? Lu Qinglian narrowed her eyes at Zhang Juanhao, a teasing smile playing at her lips. I didn't mean it. Zhang Juanhao said shyly. I won't let you off so easily, little internet celebrity. If you don't go have dinner with me now, I'll tell your girlfriend what you just did to me, Lu Qinglian threatened with a sly smile. Salt Lake City, Bua District. Qingqing, who was your brother live streaming with just now? Do you know them? Tan Yujie asked, frowning. Should be those I saw yesterday. But I'm not too sure, Zhang Qingqing replied hesitantly. TSK. That useless teacher. It seems you've been overdue for a lesson. Chapter 54, Call me sister. Call me my queen. At the Chateau de Fontainebleau French restaurant. Well, how about we indulge in some Chinese cuisine or hot pot instead? Zhang Juanhao said, sitting stiffly in his seat, cautiously surveying the elegantly dressed patrons around him. What's wrong? Is the little internet celebrity feeling shy? Lu Qinglian teased, smiling as she patted the seat beside her. The pair had chosen an excellent location by the window, where sunlight streamed through the glass, casting dappled shadows on the table. Outside, a bustling street was alive with hurried pedestrians and a constant flow of vehicles, yet all this seemed distant and irrelevant to their moment. The restaurant was infused with a subtle fragrance, and soft music floated in the background, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Lu Qinglian gently swirled her wineglass, occasionally glancing out the window before returning her gaze to Zhang Juanhao, who was intently studying the menu with a slight furrow in his brow, seemingly pondering what to order. Wow, this is quite expensive, and this too. Aren't you selling a bowl of noodles for 888? She inquired lightly, her voice laced with playful sarcasm. Zhang Juanhao set the menu down, holding it up to his mouth as he whispered to Lu Qinglian, everything here is so pricey. Let's just go for Xiaxian or a lunchbox buffet. Ha ha ha. Lu Qinglian burst into laughter at Zhang Juanhao's expression, thinking it was a serious matter. Only to find it was just this. His comical face made her unable to contain herself. Little husband, when you're out with me, let us not talk about that. How much can a guy eat? Just order something. Just order something. Lu Qinglian gazed at the table already brimming with an array of dishes, and the continuous flow of more food being served, unable to restrain herself from exclaiming. The surrounding diners had taken notice of their extravagant spread, exchanging whispers and glances. Isn't that the recently popular little internet celebrity? Are you messing with me? Lu Qinglian inquired with a mock-serious smile. Just order anything, just order. Zhang Juanhao swallowed a piece of steak and replied. All right, fine, just fine. If you can't finish, I'll show you my methods. Lu Qinglian said through gritted teeth. Smiling, Zhang Juanhao pulled out his phone and opened a live stream. New arrivals, please hit that follow button and watch how the host devours all of this. He seized the opportunity to engage with his audience. You truly are a genius, Lu Qinglian was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, in the Salt Lake City suburb, what? Brother Jiang is live again? Qi Qing and Tan Yujie observed Zhang Juanhao feasting on a lobster on their phone screens. With whom? A guy or a girl? Qi Qing asked suddenly, sitting upright. Tan Yujie remained silent, only sending 3 virtual gifts. Thanks to user 24 for the 3 gifts, thank you. Big brother, sending heart emojis, Zhang Juanhao blushed as he formed a heart gesture with his hands. Wow, Teacher Jia. I never imagined you were this kind of person. Tan Yujie exclaimed, her screen filled with screenshots and a smirk on her lips. Call me sister. And I'll send you another. User 24 commented. Sister. Zhang Juanhao blushed as he read the message on his screen. Call me queen. No. 3. Why, your majesty. Behind the screen, Tan Yujie recorded the moment effortlessly. This system is quite impressive, completing tasks can even extend time. 2.5 hours later, Zhang Juanhao truly finished all the food. Alright, my darlings, that's all for today. See you next time. He smiled brightly as he admired the dazzling array of gifts showering in. Across the table, Lu Qinglian swallowed hard, noting that Zhang Juanhao was still in a relationship. Thank you, Senior Lu, for your warm hospitality. Zhang Juanhao feigned joy while secretly thinking, is my tofu that delicious? That's a different price. Don't worry. If you enjoy eating, I can let you indulge. Lu Qinglian said mischievously as she looked at Zhang Juanhao. The total bill was 34,851. How would you like to pay? The server asked with a professional smile. Swipe card. As they exited the restaurant, Zhang Juanhao walked ahead, contemplating the earnings from the 2 live streams and the affection points provided by the system. Lu Qinglian followed behind, feeling disheartened by the hefty bill of over 30,000 for a meal. Although she had never ordered such extravagant dishes, she had never seen her friends order either. Wow! This top-ranked lady has become a bit of a freak, but with these 2 streams, I netted over 30,000 in affection points, 103, 187. That's over 80,000 in total. Zhang Juanhao exclaimed excitedly to himself. What are you smiling about, little internet celebrity? Are you that happy to have a meal with me? Lu Qinglian wrapped her arms around Zhang Juanhao's waist, resting her head against his shoulder, causing her breath to tickle his ear. Hey! What are you doing? Zhang Juanhao jumped, startled. You're the one who was too daring. I haven't done anything yet, and you're already making a fuss, Lu Qinglian laughed, raising her hands in surrender. Today, I'm in a good mood. So I won't hold it against you. Zhang Juanhao chuckled. Ah, haha, what have you done to me? Let go, that hurts. Before he could revel in his triumph, Lu Qinglian swiftly seized his wrists. Who do you think you are, little husband? Lu Qinglian said, inching closer until their faces. Chapter 55, Why can everyone else do it but not me? As time swiftly passed, evening fell upon them. Zhang Juanhao and his companion strolled along Binjiang Road after their meal. I've spent the entire day with you, surely, it's time for me to return, Zhang Juanhao remarked, gazing at the river while feeling the gentle breeze. Yet, we haven't visited the private cinema. Aren't we going to watch a movie? Lu Qinglian inquired, leaning against the railing, her eyes fixed on Zhang Juanhao's profile. I mentioned I no longer wish to watch it. Will you acquiesce? Zhang Juanhao replied, extending a hand to savor the caress of the wind, his expression tinged with melancholy, a sense of fragility enveloping him. Lu Qinglian observed Zhang Juanhao's side profile, her gaze complex. His fair, handsome features, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared even more enchanting yet imbued with a sense of poignant loneliness. A gust of wind tousled her short golden hair, prompting her to tuck the stray strands behind her ear. After a prolonged silence, she spoke softly, you should go back. I truly don't wish to see it. It's unbearably dull. Ding! Lu Qinglian's darkening aura increased by 5, darkening value, 5, possessiveness towards the host, medium to high. Really? Zhang Juanhao turned. Surprise etched on his face as he looked at Lu Qinglian, his eyes flashing with curiosity despite his confusion. I was merely teasing you, I've already booked the tickets. The most I can do is not let you stay overnight, Lu Qinglian replied, her mischievous smile resurfacing. Damn it! Zhang Juanhao felt an urge to express his exasperation towards her. You promised to accompany me the entire day, there's no way you can escape now. We will leave only after finishing the movie, Lu Qinglian retorted with a playful shrug, casually resting her shoulder against Zhang Juanhao's. Upon entering the private cinema, they were greeted by a sofa that resembled a bed, followed by a wall-sized screen. What would you like to drink or eat? Lu Qinglian asked as she hung her coat on a rack. Anything is fine, the sooner we finish, the sooner we can part ways, Zhang Juanhao replied, flopping down onto the sofa bed. I'll grab some popcorn and soda, you can choose a film, Lu Qinglian said before exiting the room. Zhang Juanhao lay sprawled on the bed, exasperated. Mad, I can't believe I was foolish enough to think this girl had changed. Indeed, a woman's words are deceptive, he lamented, glancing at the ceiling in resignation. Ding! A notification chimed on his phone. It was a message from Jiang Qingqing. Where are you? Why haven't you returned home? I'm watching a movie, Qingqing, I'll be home shortly, alright? Humph. I won't talk to you anymore, big dummy. What happened, Qingqing? Please reply. Jiang Juanhao examined the conversation, puzzled. Meanwhile, at home, Jiang Qingqing curled up on Jiang Juanhao's bed, hugging her knees, murmuring to herself, Brother. I heard everything during your live stream today, I saw it all, but I don't understand why I couldn't see. Why did you do that? Does that mean I can too? Ding! Jiang Qingqing's darkening aura increased by 20, darkening value, 55, possessiveness value increased by 20, possessiveness value, 50. What about the film you were supposed to play? Where did you go? Lu Qinglian re-entered, balancing a tray with 2 boxes of popcorn and 2 cups of cola. I'm not sure what you enjoy watching, you can choose, Jiang Juanhao replied, disinterestedly. Fine, in that case, I'll pick something for us to watch, Lu Qinglian said, placing the tray down and searching for a film. Ultimately, Lu Qinglian selected a film from Neon Country titled Paradise Lost. Let us watch this, she said. Settling onto the sofa bed, draping a blanket over her shoulders, and leaning against the headboard, creating a space just for one. She glanced at Jiang Juanhao, then gestured for him to come closer. I'll just sit here and watch, once it's over, I'll leave. Jiang Juanhao stated as he perched at the foot of the bed. Lu Qinglian smiled faintly, remaining silent, subtly adjusting the air conditioning to a brisk 16 degrees. Setting it to high. What a sly one, Jiang Juanhao thought. The film soon commenced, introducing the protagonist, Kuki Shoichiro. A senior editor at a publishing house with a seemingly perfect marriage, a beautiful wife, and a daughter. As time passed, Jiang Juanhao stifled a yawn, sensing the chill in the room. The familial issues of the protagonist began to unfold, revealing his feelings of monotony and isolation within his marriage. Eventually, he encountered a kindred spirit, a part-time calligraphy teacher, Matsumura Rinko, who also felt the void in her marital life. As he became engrossed in the film, Jiang Juanhao unconsciously shifted into the space beside Lu Qinglian. With a sly smile, she wrapped the blanket around both of them, drawing them close enough to feel each other's warmth and fragrance. Lu Qinglian exuded a delightful, subtle scent of pineapple, prompting Jiang Juanhao to inch a bit closer. Ding! Pure love value decreased by 5, pure love value, 20. Noticing Jiang Juanhao's rapt attention, Lu Qinglian seized the opportunity to embrace him tightly. Ding! Pure love value decreased by 5, pure love value, 15. At that moment, the narrative unfolded, the male lead, despite having a family, fell for another woman. And they rapidly succumbed to a passionate romance. My goodness, what kind of film have you chosen? This plot is explosive. Jiang Juanhao couldn't help but exclaim. Is it really? Keep watching, Lu Qinglian said, playfully offering him a piece of popcorn. Engrossed, Jiang Juanhao opened his mouth to accept the popcorn. Ah, I'm sorry, I bit your finger, he said, maintaining his focus on the screen. Oof. Lu Qinglian chuckled, remaining silent, though her hand ventured closer. As the film concluded, Jiang Juanhao was left astounded. The two who had strayed from their partners refused to accept societal judgment, growing more resolute in their bond amid adversity. Ultimately, faced with harsh realities and uncertain futures, they chose to journey to a remote hot spring inn in Hokkaido before winter, shedding their clothing amidst the falling snow, embracing one another as they consumed poison, seeking eternal love through their tragic end. So, having finished this film, what do you think? Was it captivating? Lu Qinglian inquired, her gaze and tone suggesting an unspoken meaning. Ding! Lu Qinglian's turning value increased by 50, turning value, 50. Ding! Pure love value decreased by 5, pure love value, 10. This is the innate power of a turning gaze? Terrifying indeed, an immediate increase of 50. Jiang Juanhao pondered, profoundly shaken. He contemplated Lu Qinglian's question earnestly. Yet no answers emerged. Fear not, you may lack answers now, but time shall reveal them. The little internet celebrity will add me next time. Mua Lu Qinglian mischievously planted a quick kiss on Zhang Juwenhao's lips before laughing and departing. Ding! Pure love value decreased by 5, pure love value, 5, ugh, how absurd, Zhang Juwenhao muttered, wiping his mouth with his hand. I must return quickly. Qingqing hasn't replied to my messages, I hope nothing's amiss. Zhang Juwenhao's worry deepened. Chapter 56, What Happened to My Aching Back? Knock, knock, knock. Qingqing. Could you please open the door? Zhang Juwenhao called out as he knocked on the door of Zhang Qingqing's room. With a creak, the door swung open swiftly. And a hand shot out to grasp Zhang Juwenhao's collar, pulling him inside. Before he could regain his balance, he found himself pushed down onto the floor. Qingqing. What are you doing? Zhang Juwenhao protested as he rubbed his sore bottom. Zhang Qingqing remained silent, sitting on Zhang Juwenhao's legs. Her arms wrapped around the back of his neck. Their faces were uncomfortably close, and Zhang Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes flickering with a trace of an unnoticeable ailment. Where on earth did you go today, How? Did Qingqing also see that live stream? But she shouldn't have, it was frozen, Zhang Juwenhao mused internally. Why aren't you speaking? How? You must tell me. Zhang Qingqing's voice rose as she leaned in closer. Cough, cough. I didn't go anywhere. I just played in a horror escape room for a bit and streamed it to earn some extra cash, Zhang Juwenhao replied, his gaze fixed awkwardly on the ceiling. How? You shouldn't do such streams anymore. I will find part-time work after school or on weekends, Zhang Qingqing misunderstood, believing Zhang Juwenhao was engaging in something shameful. As she spoke, she rolled up Zhang Juwenhao's sleeve and, upon seeing the still budding tattoo, let out a small sigh of relief. No. You must focus on your studies now. This is your final year, why are you thinking about part-time jobs when you should be studying? And what's wrong with me streaming normally? Zhang Juwenhao firmly objected. Why not? Do you want me to watch you do those unspeakable things just to earn money? Zhang Qingqing's anger flared at Zhang Juwenhao's refusal to let her work part-time. What? Qingqing, are you talking about me? Zhang Juwenhao stared incredulously at the flushed face of Zhang Qingqing, whose eyes reflected a stubbornness. Isn't it? I saw your horror room live stream today. I can't understand why the platform hasn't banned it. I don't want you to do this. Zhang Qingqing's voice turned choked with emotion. She recalled the live stream. Her perfect and pure brother, yet she couldn't quite comprehend why she felt a twinge of enjoyment watching it. Ding! Zhang Qingqing's corruption value increased by 10. Now standing at 65, her obsession value rose by 5, now at 55. Zhang Juwenhao pushed Zhang Qingqing away, a flicker of fear evident in his eyes. He dashed out of the room, locking himself in the bathroom, and immediately pulled out his phone to check for any related trending topics. Finding none. He opened his stream replay. The horror escape room live stream had frozen after merely 20 minutes, the sound had cut out at 40 minutes. And the screen remained black till Zhang Juwenhao ended the stream. And no. What did Qingqing see? Zhang Juwenhao's heart sank again. Anxiety creeping back in as he feared Zhang Qingqing might have awakened some strange system too. Hiding in the bathroom, he quickly opened Zhang Qingqing's character panel. Name, Zhang Qingqing level, 165 experience, 0 obsession value, 55 affection, 100 corruption value, 65 possessiveness towards host, high to extremely high talent, eloquence, return? What's this about the talent section? Zhang Juwenhao had never encountered such a situation before. Is this still in development? Return? Is the talent about rewatching the stream? Zhang Juwenhao thought, confusion mounting. The more he pondered, the more muddled his thoughts became. He decided to stop thinking and submerged his face into the cold water of the sink. The cold water created a dull roar against his eardrums. And Zhang Juwenhao's eyelashes glistened with droplets, fluttering like a butterfly ensnared in a spider's web. The reflective tiles displayed the slender form and handsome visage of the youth. His white long sleeves dampened with sweat, creating faint azure patterns. Just as he reached out to touch his reflection, footsteps echoed outside the door, causing him to jolt upright. His head colliding with a rusty pipe. Ouch! Why can't I even pretend for a moment? Zhang Juwenhao cradled his head as the footsteps halted at the bathroom door. He instinctively held his breath, bracing for a barrage of knocks. However, the surroundings remained eerily quiet, only the old faucet behind him dripping incessantly. "Ching Ching? Are you out there?" Zhang Juanhao called out uneasily. "It's me, brother. I was wrong, I shouldn't have said that. Can you please forgive me?" Came Jiang Qingqing's tearful apology from outside the door. Zhang Juanhao sighed in relief and opened the door, only to have Jiang Qingqing rush into his arms, burying her head in his neck. "It's all right, it's fine. You're still young, I don't blame you," Zhang Juanhao reassured her, patting her back. "Then, can I sleep next to you tonight?" I'm afraid that when I wake up, you won't be there," Jiang Qingqing murmured softly. "All right, but you must behave while you sleep," Zhang Juanhao said after some contemplation. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Qingqing, nestled in his embrace, wore a mischievous smile, her eyes glinting with cunning and something unsettling. "Go wash up. I'll fetch an extra blanket and pillow," Zhang Juanhao said, releasing Jiang Qingqing. "Okay." Jiang Qingqing nodded eagerly, no longer insisting on sharing a blanket as she usually did. "Oh? Aren't you being obedient today?" Zhang Juanhao remarked, slightly puzzled, as he affectionately ruffled Jiang Qingqing's hair. As soon as Zhang Juanhao lay on the bed, Jiang Qingqing wriggled in like a slippery eel, burrowing under the covers. "Really, you're leaving all your water on the blanket?" Zhang Juanhao feigned annoyance. Hee, Jiang Qingqing playfully stuck out her tongue. Time flew by quickly, exhausted from the day's events. Zhang Juanhao soon fell into a light slumber, snoring gently. "Brother? Are you asleep? Brother?" Jiang Qingqing cautiously shook Zhang Juanhao, and upon confirming he was truly asleep, she pulled something unknown from her pocket and placed it into his mouth. The next day Zhang Juanhao awoke feeling utterly drained, his back and waist aching as if he had been struck by 1,000 blows. Attempting to sit up, he found his body limp and weak, almost as if he were coming down with a cold. "What on earth? I was covered with a blanket last night, how could I have caught a cold?" Zhang Juanhao muttered to himself, noticing for the first time that Jiang Qingqing was absent. "Where has that little girl gone?" As he pondered, the front door swung open, revealing Jiang Qingqing carrying a bowl of congee and a few buns and fried dough sticks. "Brother, you're awake. Come eat," she chirped. "I didn't sleep. I got up early to buy breakfast for you," Jiang Qingqing said, swallowing hard, nearly letting her secret slip. "Qingqing is so thoughtful now, you've really grown up," Zhang Juanhao smiled, but the compliment was cut short by a fit of coughs. "What's wrong? Brother, are you sick?" "I'll ask for a day off today to take care of you," Jiang Qingqing declared. Not waiting for Zhang Juanhao to refuse as she quickly arranged for the day off. "Come on, brother, let me feed you," she said, bringing the congee to him. Blowing on it gently, ensuring it was cool enough before bringing it to his lips. Open wide out Chapter 57, devouring every morsel, darling every last bite. "Darling," Jiang Qingqing uttered with a smile as she guided the final spoonful of white porridge to Zhang Juanhao's lips. A blush crept across Zhang Juanhao's face as he reluctantly finished the last spoonful. Something is amiss, exceedingly so, he mused, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Qingqing. In her eyes, however, Zhang Juanhao was staring at her with unwavering focus. A flush rose on her delicate cheeks, and a hint of fervor flickered in her eyes. "Darling, is there something peculiar on my face?" she asked, her voice a tad breathless and hurried. No. Ahem. Zhang Juanhao replied hastily, his words catching in his throat. There, Jiang Qingqing said, rising to prepare some medicine. Zhang Juanhao reluctantly consumed the oral medication, which seemed to intensify the heat in his face. Ding, pure love value -10. Blackening value, 5. Her Adam's apple bobbed slightly as Jiang Qingqing unexpectedly wiped away a trace of moisture from the corner of his mouth with her thumb. The pad of her finger lingered on his lips for a fleeting moment, like a subtle mark. As the medicine took effect, Zhang Juanhao felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Seeing this, Jiang Qingqing nestled into the covers and embraced Zhang Juanhao tightly. This way, you won't be cold. I can also help you sweat it out, so you'll recover faster. Zhang Juanhao instinctively recoiled. But his sister pinned the corner of the blanket with her knee. Don't fidget, or you'll catch a draft. Zhang Juanhao gazed at Jiang Qingqing, who was embracing his chest. He wanted to say something, but upon reflection, her words seemed to hold a certain logic. As Jiang Qingqing swept her long hair behind her ear, A delicate apple scent wafted from her tresses. Jiang Juanhao could discern the distinct rhythm of a heartbeat, as well as the softness and warmth against his chest. But he couldn't determine whether the heartbeat was his own or Jiang Qingqing's. "Qingqing," he murmured softly, his voice slightly raspy. Jiang Qingqing looked up, her deer-like eyes glistening with a hint of playful mischief. "Darling, what is it? Are you feeling better? You don't have to hold me like this. I can sweat it out on my own." Jiang Juanhao attempted to push her away, but Jiang Qingqing only tightened her embrace. No, you won't get rid of me. Darling." Jiang Qingqing quickly buried her head in Jiang Juanhao's embrace. Seeing this, Jiang Juanhao felt helpless and could only caution, "Remember to wear a coat tomorrow. Don't catch a cold as well." Before he could finish, a finger pressed against his lips, and the butterfly bow on the girl's chest brushed against his collarbone as she leaned over him. "My dear brother should be concerned about himself. It wouldn't matter if I were to perish from illness." Jiang Qingqing noticed Jiang Juanhao's gaze and suddenly bit the tip of his index finger, her small rabbit teeth leaving a faint crescent mark on his skin. "Physical cooling," she declared matter-of-factly, burying her burning cheek in her brother's palm. "Big brother's hands are so warm and comfortable." As time slipped by, Jiang Juanhao's eyelids grew heavy, before drifting off to sleep. He noticed that Jiang Qingqing didn't seem to be asleep but was gazing at him with heart-shaped eyes. Jiang Juanhao awoke in a daze. The moonlight streamed in through the window, casting a silvery glow upon the windowsill. The room was shrouded in twilight, and in the darkness, his gaze gradually focused on the sleeping Jiang Qingqing beside him. Her face remained captivating in the dim light, her long eyelashes casting faint shadows on her cheeks. The room was silent, but the presence of Jiang Qingqing eased his sense of solitude. Jiang Juanhao realized that his cold had largely subsided. His body no longer ached, and his mind was much clearer. He turned to see numerous texts and missed calls on the phone on the bedside table, mostly from Wang Roshue, with a few from Lu Qinglian, Feng Xiaoxiao, and Chen Qiuyue. He shifted slightly, intending to get up, but discovered that Jiang Qingqing's arms were wrapped tightly around him, like vines, as if afraid he would leave. As he cautiously attempted to free himself from Jiang Qingqing's embrace, his fingertips brushed against her forehead, and the scorching temperature instantly froze him. "Has this little imp caught a cold as well? TSK. It's all my fault for letting her sleep so close to me while I was sick," Jiang Juanhao berated himself. He gently shifted his body, trying to extract himself from Jiang Qingqing's embrace to get her some antipyretic medicine. However, as soon as he moved, Jiang Qingqing's arms tightened even further, as if afraid he would leave. Don't go." Jiang Qingqing mumbled groggily, her voice laced with a hint of coquetry and unease. "Brother, don't leave me." Jiang Juanhao paused, looking down at the person in his arms. His heart softened. After all, she was someone who had been living with him for so long, and he had long regarded her as his own sister. He gently patted her back, comforting her in a low voice. "Qingqing, be good, I'm not leaving. I'm just going to get you some medicine. You have a fever." "No, don't." Jiang Qingqing still refused to let go, nuzzling her cheek against his chest, her voice filled with a hint of grievance. "Stay with me. I'm fine." He gently stroked her hair, whispering, "Okay, I won't leave, but you have to take your medicine obediently, or I'll worry." Only then did Jiang Qingqing slightly lift her head. Her eyes half open, her cheeks flushed from the fever, making her appear exceptionally adorable. She pouted, muttering, "Then you feed me. I want oral medicine too." "No. That won't do," Jiang Juanhao hastily refused. "Then I won't take it." Jiang Qingqing's cheeks puffed out like a small hamster. Jiang Juanhao couldn't help but smile, but he still looked troubled. Finally, he nodded. "Okay, I'll feed you." Jiang Qingqing obediently opened her mouth, took the pill, and then drank some water to swallow it. After taking the medicine, she snuggled back into Jiang Juanhao's arms, clinging to him like a kitten. Ding, protagonist's blackening value 10. Blackening value, 15, Jiang Qingqing's blackening value -5, blackening value, 60. Jiang Juanhao wiped the water from the corner of his mouth, glaring at Jiang Qingqing with resentment. If you do that again, see if I still pay attention to you, Jiang Qingqing. The medicine fed by darling is so sweet, not bitter at all. Jiang Qingqing's voice was tinged with drowsiness, yet it also revealed a hint of unease. You won't leave me, will you? Yes, 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 sleep peacefully. I'll be right beside you, not going anywhere, Jiang Juanhao said with a helpless smile. Jiang Qingqing seemed satisfied, her lips curving into a slight smile as she closed her eyes and gradually drifted back to sleep. After Jiang Qingqing fell asleep, Jiang Juanhao finally had time to take out his phone. He hurriedly sent a message to Wang Roshue, explaining his situation. Wang Roshue responded instantly with a voice message, her tone filled with concern. Baby, are you feeling better? Let me come and take care of you. I happen to have some time off work these days. Jiang Juanhao also sent a voice message in a hoarse voice. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? No trouble. No trouble. As long as I can be with Juanhao, it's no trouble at all. Wait for me, please, no ahem. Wait for me to pack a few sets of clothes and come find you. Why are you packing clothes? To stay with you for a few days, aren't you welcoming me? My house is small, and there's only one bed, as you know. I know. I'll just sleep with you, Wang Roshue's cheerful voice came from the other end. But you might catch my cold. I'm not afraid. As long as it's from Juanhao. I'll accept anything. Wait for me, Jiang Juanhao's face flushed as he listened, clutching his phone for a long time, unable to calm down. As for the others, Jiang Juanhao was too lazy to reply, were it not for fear of increasing their blackening value. After an unknown amount of time, a knock suddenly sounded on the door. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, chapter 58, the aroma of small fish on the pillow time came to a standstill. Wait. It's over. Jiang Juanhao was taken aback. How did Tan Yujie arrive here? It made no sense. A teasing voice echoed from outside, Teacher Small Fish, did you think you could escape by not coming to school? After searching for you for so long, I finally discovered your residence. Moments later, Tan Yujie stepped into the room. Upon entering, Tan Yujie revealed a petite face. Porcelain-like skin tinged with a rosy hue, and two small canine teeth peeking playfully from her lips. She wore a black spaghetti strap dress that clung to her slender frame, complemented by white lace ankle socks hugging her delicate ankles, and her feet adorned with small leather marten boots. The scent of jasmine wafted through the air, swirling with the breeze, though Jiang Juanhao, suffering from a cold, could not detect it. I'm merely suffering from a cold, who was trying to escape. Such narcissism. Although Jiang Juanhao dared not voice this aloud, he silently quipped in his mind. In truth, he was nothing more than a boastful figure, quickly subdued upon a face-to-face encounter. Time had paused for 25 seconds, what should he do? Tan Yujie looked at Jiang Juanhao with a mischievous smile. It's been a while, let's share a kiss. With that, she leaned in. Ding. Blackening value 5. How come there's only 3 seconds left? I haven't had my fill of fun yet. Never mind. We have plenty of time to play later, Tan Yujie teased, casting a disdainful glance at him before returning to her position just before time resumed. As time resumed, Jiang Juanhao hurriedly wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, ready to chastise Tan Yujie. But then realized he must not let her know he was aware of the incident. He swiftly changed the subject. What brings you here? Stinky small fish. You didn't attend school all day, so I came to see what was going on. I was worried you might be ill. But it seems you're rather lively after all. Tan Yujie replied cunningly. Jiang Juanhao quickly hunched his shoulders, placing his hands in front of him, his face reddening as he coughed lightly. Ahem. Now that you've seen me, you can leave. I won't see you out. As he attempted to close the door, Tan Yujie agilely wedged her foot in the gap. However, she overlooked the fact that her foot was flesh and bone. As she yelled out, Jiang Juanhao swiftly covered her mouth. My foot. You perverted small fish. What are you doing? Ouch. Shoo. Qingqing has a cold and only fell asleep after taking her medication, Jiang Juanhao said with a worried expression. A flicker of envy crossed Tan Yujie's eyes before she retaliated by biting his hand. What the heck? Tan Yujie then switched roles, covering Jiang Juanhao's mouth instead. Shoo. Qingqing has a cold and only fell asleep after taking her medication, she declared triumphantly, raising her chin like a victorious general. Ah. Of course, it's not your business, Zhang Juanhao replied, at a loss for words. Seizing the opportunity, Tan Yujie dashed into the living room. It was Tan Yujie's first visit to Zhang Juanhao's home, as Zhang Qingqing had never brought her here. Having always lived in a villa, she was taken aback by the cramped quarters. The room was dimly lit, with a single old-fashioned bulb casting a feeble glow. The plaster on the walls had peeled away, revealing yellowed bricks beneath. A small, worn-out sofa sat in the living room, its cushions frayed. On a simple coffee table lay a large photograph of Zhang Juanhao and a group photo with Zhang Qingqing and Zhang Haitao, and nothing else. Though the space was small, it was meticulously organized, thanks to Zhang Juanhao's efforts. You live in such a place, Uncle Small Fish? Where are your parents? Tan Yujie asked, her voice slightly awkward as she stood in the center of the living room. She had not noticed the surroundings while thinking of Zhang Juanhao. Zhang Juanhao gently closed the door, his tone calm yet half-joking. Yes, I grew up here. How does it compare to your imagination of a perverted small fish living in a dark, damp corner? Tan Yujie was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Ding! Tan Yujie's turning value -5, current turning value, 95. Oh? This can reduce the turning value? What a pleasant surprise! Zhang Juanhao thought, amused. Although the space was small, perhaps only slightly larger than her bedroom or even smaller, to him, it was home because it housed his dearest person, Qingqing. As for his parents, Zhang Juanhao disdainfully shook his head, they are just scoundrels. Meanwhile, Zhang Qingqing, who had awoken early and was eavesdropping behind the door, felt a pang in her heart. So, brother really values me this much. But isn't it nice to have family ties? Haji, you rascal. You and Qingqing should come stay at my place. I have plenty of rooms, and my parents are rarely home, returning only a few times a year. Tan Yujie said with a slight softening of her attitude. No, thank you, Yujie, Zhang Juanhao replied with a wry smile. Tan Yujie felt a rush of embarrassment, turning away. Who asked for your thanks? Do you think I'm helping you? It's just easier for me to bully you here since you're in my territory. How about checking out my room? Qingqing is sleeping there too. After you see her, you should head back, it's getting late, Zhang Juanhao suggested with a slight smile. Tan Yujie found herself unconsciously swallowing hard and nodded, following him into a modest room. The room was simply furnished with a bed and a desk, adorned with a few posters on the walls, and an old, outdated computer rested on the desk. Tan Yujie gazed at the stark contrast between this room and her own, rendered speechless, merely trailing behind Zhang Juanhao as he spoke. However, her protective instincts seemed to intensify. Zhang Qingqing, having overheard their plan to enter the room, hurriedly returned to her bed and pretended to be asleep. Tan Yujie looked at Zhang Qingqing nestled in Zhang Juanhao's bed, a wave of bittersweet emotions washing over her. Cough. Cough. Can I hug Qingqing? Just for a moment, I promise I'll leave after, Tan Yujie suddenly blurted out, leaving everyone perplexed. Just don't wake her up, Zhang Juanhao scratched his face and replied. Yes. Tan Yujie thought gleefully. Without following the expected script, Tan Yujie slipped under Zhang Juanhao's covers, taking a deep breath. Wow. Is this the aroma of the stinky small fish? So fragrant. But it smells like Qingqing too, that's disappointing. Hey. What are you doing with my brother's pillow? You're going to ruin his scent. Zhang Qingqing squinted at Tan Yujie. Before Zhang Juanhao could complete his sentence, a knock echoed at the door once more. Knock, knock, knock. Is Juanhao home? Zhang Juanhao turned abruptly towards the sound of the door. Chapter 59, Brother Guppy? Who is this sister? Is she your girlfriend? Zhang Juanhao's heart raced involuntarily, and he swallowed nervously. He tiptoed to the bedside, grasping Tan Yujie's wrist. His voice barely above a whisper, get up. Sister Roshue is coming. Yet, Tan Yujie remained lazily sprawled on the bed, clutching Zhang Juanhao's pillow. A teasing smile playing on her lips as she gently shrugged off his hand, leisurely responding, Oh? Your girlfriend is here, what does it have to do with me? Her tone dripped with provocation, and her eyes sparkled with mischief. Zhang Juanhao's complexion paled instantly, feeling helpless against Tan Yuji's nonchalance. He could only pray that when Sister Roshue arrived, she would show kindness and not occupy his bed. Turning swiftly, he hurried to the door, forcing out a strained, "Sister Roshue, coming right away." Tan Yujie watched his retreating figure, snorting softly, then sat up from the bed, straightening her disheveled clothes, muttering under her breath, "So boring. Why are you so nervous? It's not like we have anything, stupid guppy." Her tone carried a hint of disdain, yet her eyes glimmered with cunning. As Zhang Juanhao pushed the door open, a soft and warm figure lunged at him. Wang Roshue leaned slightly, her form hanging around his neck. Her nose brushing against his prominent Adam's apple as she greedily inhaled, "It's the scent of Juanhao, my dear brother." Her lilting voice mixed with the fragrant aroma of osmanthus brushed against his earlobe. Wang Roshue nestled her face into the crook of Zhang Juanhao's neck, her fingers tangling in his soft hair, while the other hand slid down his taut spine to his waist. In the flickering light of the hallway censer, one could see her curled lashes casting quivering shadows beneath her eyes, the warmth of her palm seeping through the thin fabric into his taut muscles. "Has my dear brother's cold improved?" She suddenly raised her face, her peach blossom eyes crescent-shaped, her warm palm resting against the curvature of his lower back. "This bone feels sharp on my palm. You must not have been eating well, right? Such a disobedient child." The end of her sentence trailed off into a soft, coaxing whimper, her warm breath grazing the sharp edges of his collarbone. Zhang Juanhao's face flushed bright red. And as Wang Roshue leaned in closer, he instinctively took a small step back, only to be captured by her. With a gentle smile, she leaned in slightly, her forehead brushing against his, their breaths intertwining in that moment. Her hair fell softly, brushing against his cheek, carrying a delicate scent of osmanthus. Zhang Juanhao's heart raced uncontrollably, his ears burning as if they might bleed, his fingers and toes clenching involuntarily. Still a bit warm. How careless of you, my baby. You're grown up now, can't you keep the blanket on while you sleep? It seems I'll have to sleep next to you," she murmured softly, her voice emerging from the depths of her throat, laced with a hint of languid raspy charm. Her gaze remained tenderly fixed on Zhang Juanhao, as if she sought to peer into his very soul. He dared not meet her eyes, his gaze flitting about in confusion, with nowhere to escape. Her palm lingered on his lower back, her fingertips brushing lightly, both soothing and teasing. Zhang Juanhao's body trembled slightly, his throat tightening, even his breaths grew cautious. Her warm breath caressed his collarbone, its heat akin to feathers sweeping L. Chapter 60, the first glimpse of time reversal. Uncertain how much time had passed, Zhang Qingqing, who had been secretly crouched by the door, felt her legs go numb. The two of them had finally embraced and fallen asleep. Blackening value 20, current blackening value 80. LVE value 30, current LVE value 85. How could this happen? Zhang Qingqing turned over weakly, leaning against the wall, her hands covering her face as she slowly slid down to the ground. The puddle beneath her was a result of her clumsiness with the cup, spilling water everywhere. Perhaps it was due to her sage-like composure that she did not erupt in anger at that moment. If her brother found out, it would be disastrous. But what would he actually do if he knew? At that moment, Zhang Qingqing found herself unwilling to clean up. The earlier scene had been too overwhelming, leaving her heart unable to bear the weight of the situation. She was uncertain about her emotions just then. Anger? Heartbreak? Powerlessness? Or perhaps a blend of all these feelings? The more she pondered, the more agitated she became, as if a low buzzing sound filled her ears. Suddenly, she heard a cold, emotionless voice, "Are you unwilling? Yet your emotions are insufficient. Consider this time a reprieve, next time, I expect better." Time reversal. Zhang Qingqing suddenly lifted her head, her eyes wide with shock. To her astonishment, sounds echoed from the living room once more. In a panic, she peered through the crack in the door, only to discover that the two of them had inexplicably returned to the first episode of Near Stars. What is happening? Am I dreaming? Zhang Qingqing rubbed her eyes vigorously, realizing that the voice in her mind had been real. But she couldn't afford to dwell on the voice any longer. If she didn't act quickly, it would be too late. She suddenly threw herself back onto the bed, shouting, "Brother! Where are you? Oli-chan, do you not want me anymore? Woo woo." Jiang Juanhao's anxious voice quickly drifted in from outside the door. Qingqing, I'm in the living room. What are you doing there? I'm coming to find you. As Jiang Qingqing spoke, she hurriedly leaped off the bed and dashed toward the living room. Is your sister's cold better? Wang Roshui asked. Her face a picture of concern. I don't know. It's fine, it's just like that. Qingqing is about to come out. Jiang Juanhao hurriedly replied. What are you two doing? Jiang Qingqing glared at Wang Roshui with displeasure. We were just chatting. Did you know that next Friday is your birthday? We were discussing how to celebrate it, Jiang Juanhao said with a sheepish smile. Right. So, Qingqing, do you have anything you like? Or perhaps a place you wish to go? Wang Roshui asked cheerfully. I want nothing. I only want my brother. Jiang Qingqing declared as she moved closer to Jiang Juanhao. Don't. Jiang Juanhao gently blocked her, soothingly urging, Qingqing, listen to me. Quickly go to sleep. It's very late. Be good. I refuse. I want to come over. Jiang Qingqing pouted, her expression one of deep resentment. Qingqing, be obedient. I promise to grant you a small request after, Jiang Juanhao pleaded. Only then did Jiang Qingqing relent. Humph. I will sit right here and see if you dare to misbehave. Jiang Qingqing thought triumphantly. 1 hour later. All right, you win, Qingqing. Let us go to bed, Jiang Juanhao said, his face flushed as he entered sage mode. Okay, then I'll head back. Jiang Qingqing pouted, crossing her arms as she glared at Wang Roshui. Together, you go first, and we will come in within a minute, Jiang Juanhao reassured her. I refuse. I don't want to sleep with her. Jiang Qingqing shouted. Then go back to your own room. Just open the door directly when you return. Jiang Juanhao pointed to the nearby wooden door. I want to stay and supervise you, Jiang Qingqing said, quickly burrowing under the covers. The next morning, as dawn broke gently on the horizon, Wang Roshui stirred awake. She slightly turned her head, her gaze falling upon the sleeping Jiang Juanhao in her arms. His fair complexion looked particularly soft in the morning light, and his long lashes fluttered with each breath. A tender smile unconsciously graced Wang Roshui's lips. A wave of satisfaction swelling within her. I can hardly believe what transpired yesterday. They say that a woman who can cook is the most alluring. Perhaps I should showcase my culinary skills for our little one. She whispered to herself, her tone laced with affection and pride. Cautiously, she leaned down and pressed a gentle kiss on Jiang Juanhao's forehead. In the kitchen, Wang Roshui skillfully tied on an apron, beginning to prepare breakfast. Her movements were swift as she chopped vegetables, whisked eggs, and cooked porridge with seamless grace. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Jiang Juanhao slowly opened his eyes. Realizing that only Jiang Qingqing and the sounds from the kitchen filled the room, he comprehended everything. Jiang Qingqing had hardly slept all night, and just before dawn, she had finally succumbed to slumber, softly snoring at that moment. Approaching the kitchen doorway, Jiang Juanhao was greeted by a delightful aroma. Leaning against the doorframe, he quietly observed Wang Roshui's busy silhouette. Her long hair was casually tied up, with a few strands cascading down her neck, swaying gently with her movements. Awake? Wang Roshui seemed to sense his presence and turned to smile at him. Go wash up, breakfast will be ready soon. Jiang Juanhao nodded but did not leave immediately. He stepped forward, wrapping his arms around her waist from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder as he whispered, I love you. I love you too, Mua, but with a handsome and gentle man like you, I allow you to find a few more. From what I gathered yesterday, I seem to be quite unable to handle you alone, Wang Roshui teased, cupping Jiang Juanhao's face and lightly kissing his rosy lips. You. Sister Roshui, what are you saying? Jiang Juanhao's face flushed bright red. I'm quite serious, Juanhao, darling, Wang Roshui replied, tilting her head with a smile as she wielded a ladle. Oh no, my porridge. Quickly go out, I'll call you when it's time to eat. Before Jiang Juanhao could fully process her words, he was gently nudged out of the kitchen by Wang Roshui. Here is your preserved egg and lean meat porridge with fried eggs, Wang Roshui said with a smile, carrying a plate. I'll go call my sister, she added. wiping her hands on her apron. Don't go. Zhang Juanhao grasped Wang Roshui's hand firmly. She hasn't slept all night. I'll ask her to take the day off later. We can eat and leave her some for when she wakes up. All right. Then let me serve you a bowl of porridge, and you can taste my cooking, Wang Roshui said with a smile as she handed him a bowl. Forget it. I'll feed you instead. Here comes the little airplane, Wang Roshui said with a radiant smile, holding the spoon. Ah. Zhang Juanhao blushed as he opened his mouth. After breakfast, Wang Roshui glanced at the time, realizing it was already 8:30. And Zhang Juanhao had class at 10:30. Wait, there's still time. How about we leave the dishes for Qingqing to wash? Zhang Juanhao suggested, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he looked at Wang Roshui. Chapter 61, So your girlfriend has already. Then I can too. After Wang Roshui dropped Zhang Juanhao off at the school gate, she drove to her company. Zhang Juanhao, dreading his university physical education class, muttered to himself while scrolling through tomato novels. There truly are few interesting novels these days. The author Jiang Dong'er writes remarkably well, it's worth a read. He thought as he made his way to the sports field. John classmate. A soft, shy voice suddenly called out from behind him. Turning around, Zhang Juanhao discovered it was Park Yangsheng, standing a short distance away, her head slightly bowed, a faint blush adorning her fair, delicate cheeks. She wore a light pink dress that gracefully fell just above her knees, accentuating her slender waist and long legs. The neckline of the dress was perfectly designed, neither overly revealing nor lacking in hinting at her alluring curves. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, the ends gently curling, exuding a gentle, delicate aura. She nervously pinched the hem of her dress with her slender, pale fingers. Zhang classmate, you have physical education class this period too? What a coincidence, she said softly, her voice tinged with shyness. Have I not mentioned it? How can you be so sure? Are you investigating me? Zhang Juanhao squinted one eye, raising an eyebrow and playfully pouting as he spoke. And no. I would never follow you or investigate you or anything like that. Park Yangsheng stammered, her face turning even redder. Huh? What are you talking about? Zhang Juanhao teased, feigning confusion. Park Yangsheng's thoughts seemed to short-circuit, her mind overwhelmed. No. Don't faint on me. Zhang Juanhao exclaimed, gently shaking her shoulders to bring her back to reality. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have acted like that. I'm the worst. Park Yangsheng mumbled, her head downcast, before darting away in a flurry. What was that about strange things happening with my photos or videos? What on earth is going on? Zhang Juanhao scratched his nose, bewildered as he watched her retreating figure. Hey! What are you staring at? So engrossed? Feng Xiaoxiao suddenly tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Zhang Juanhao clutched his chest. Sister, what are you doing? You scared me half to death. Hey, I asked Wu Jia, and you have physical education class with our class, Feng Xiaoxiao said, unwrapping a mango-flavored lollipop. And then? Zhang Juanhao inquired, puzzled. Then? Well, for the next hour and 40 minutes, I'll be taking Wu Jia's class, Feng Xiaoxiao teased, her eyes sparkling mischievously. You're incredible. Zhang Juanhao reluctantly gave a thumbs up. As he attempted to leave, Feng Xiaoxiao mirrored his movements, blocking his path. After a few futile attempts to circumvent her, he finally snapped, What do you want, exactly? Oh? When did you get so fiery? Feng Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes. And Zhang Juanhao felt a pang of fear reminiscent of a previous game encounter. If I cannot provoke, then I shall flee, he thought, promptly turning and running. Yet, before he could get far, Feng Xiaoxiao seized his wrist. You're running. What is going on? Suddenly, Feng Xiaoxiao noticed the blossoming tattoo on Zhang Juanhao's wrist, its initial state clearly gone. Ding! Feng Xiaoxiao's darkening value 30, darkening value 40. Zhang Juanhao yanked his hand back, pulling his sleeve down to cover the tattoo. He had first-hand experience of Feng Xiaoxiao's fury, and thus, he needed to calm her down. You must have seen it wrong. Feng Xiaoxiao abruptly pushed him against the wall. Do you take me for blind or foolish? She exclaimed, rolling up his sleeve. Her nails dug deep into his wrist, causing him to cry out in pain. You still have the audacity to scream? Feng Xiaoxiao leaned closer. Her breath warm, the scent of roses enveloping them. Jiang Juanhao could see her eyelashes distinctly. Instinctively, he turned his head away, but she grasped his chin, forcing him to meet her gaze. Look at me. Had I known you were this sort of person, I would have acted sooner. Who gave you that? Your girlfriend? Or Lu Qinglian? It wouldn't be Qin Shou Yue, would it? What are you talking about? Of course, it's my girlfriend. Jiang Juanhao's back pressed against the cold wall, acutely aware of Feng Xiaoxiao's rose-shaped pendant pressing against his collarbone. Sunlight cast fragmented shadows across her face, her eyes glinting with a dangerous light. How revolting! Feng Xiaoxiao remarked coldly, her grip tightening, her nails embedding deeper. Ah! I am sorry. I was wrong. Jiang Juanhao exclaimed, attempting to pry her fingers away. What do you think you're doing? Fine. Since you're already in this state, your girlfriend won't notice. Feng Xiaoxiao declared, sweeping Jiang Juanhao into a princess carry. Where are you taking me? He stammered, unease creeping in as he looked at her. The thought of escaping faded as he remembered her athletic prowess. Now that you know, there is no way you can run. She insisted, tightening her embrace. The scent of youthful innocence lingered in the air, stirring her thoughts deep within. Unconsciously, she pressed her lips softly against his. Soon, very soon. Feng Xiaoxiao whispered in his ear. As they walked, curious glances and envious stares from both boys and girls followed them. Jiang Juanhao felt a slight easing of his tension amidst the constant influx of admiration values. Feng Xiaoxiao carried him to the changing room designated for physical education classes. She unceremoniously dropped him to the ground with a thud. Ow! What was that for? Jiang Juanhao grimaced, rubbing his lower back. Without a word, Feng Xiaoxiao locked the changing room door. Chapter 62, The babies have calmed down, come back and take a look. No more writing those other plots, the previous chapter has been revised. If the babies haven't seen the new version, please revisit it. No more nonsense. Behave yourselves. What do you think I should do? Feng Xiaoxiao sat on the bench, looking down at Jiang Juanhao. This is illegal. Perhaps it's best not to proceed. Jiang Juanhao muttered softly. Is it? Then I suppose as long as I am your girlfriend, it should suffice? After all, we practice polygamy here, Feng Xiaoxiao quipped, arching her brow at Jiang Juanhao. Forget it, you should just kick that old woman girlfriend of yours to the curb. I have no qualms about your second-hand status. What on earth? Jiang Juanhao swallowed nervously. Kneel properly for me. Feng Xiaoxiao's tone shifted abruptly, a flicker of displeasure gleaming in her eyes. Ever since that last incident, Jiang Juanhao had developed a significant apprehension towards Feng Xiaoxiao, and his feet instinctively complied. An hour later, Jiang Juanhao lay on the bench, gazing at the ceiling, momentarily at a loss for his feelings. As a traveler from Blue Star, this seemed like an extraordinarily fortuitous situation for him, given that two remarkably different girls were vying for the title of his girlfriend. Yet, having reincarnated and lived for over 19 years in this world, he had undeniably been influenced to some extent. After all, it is said that one's environment shapes the individual. It would be implausible to assert that Jiang Juanhao remained unaffected. Sigh, what on earth should I do? Ding! Host has achieved, 2 girls by my side. Reward, 20,000 coins. Ding! Host has initiated a new main quest, do not sink. Please maintain this final boundary, refuse Feng Xiaoxiao's request for a romantic relationship. At this stage, only 1 girlfriend is permitted. For each additional one will inevitably become a complete yandere, and so forth. Quest completion condition, persist until the debt is reduced to 50. Successful completion reward, 100,000 coins. Hiss, so complicated. But if I turn my girlfriend into a wife and then find another girlfriend, wouldn't that set off an explosion? System. Jiang Juanhao's eyes suddenly lit up. Ha, host, if you're daring enough, give it a try. What are you thinking? Feng Xiaoxiao kicked Jiang Juanhao with her foot, her face a mask of mockery. Oh, I see, are you contemplating having 2 girlfriends in the future? Let's just leave it at that. I hope you won't mention this to anyone right now. I don't wish to pursue 2 girlfriends, Jiang Juanhao said, as he directly opened the changing room door. Only to find a throng of people gathered outside. Jiang Juanhao immediately covered his face and fled. Those outside glanced at Jiang Juanhao's retreating figure and then at Feng Xiaoxiao sitting within the changing room. What are you staring at? Scram! Feng Xiaoxiao's expression darkened. After all, it was her first time, and that wretched man was hardly a pure gentleman anymore. How dare he refuse her? Enraged, Feng Xiaoxiao sprang to her feet, kicking, throwing, and smashing items within the changing room. The onlookers at the entrance, startled, hurriedly fled, even forsaking their sweat-soaked clothes from gym class. Ding! Feng Xiaoxiao's corruption value, 20, current corruption value, 60. The more she is denied, the more she desires. With physical education class over, Jiang Juanhao decided to head home, as school felt somewhat perilous at the moment. System, are you trying to prevent my descent into darkness while simultaneously pushing me towards it? Jiang Juanhao strolled down the street, utterly bored, and might as well earn some admiration points. The sky seemed to echo with the cawing of crows. System. You truly are a nuisance, Jiang Juanhao grumbled. Hello, are you interested in fitness swimming? Just as Jiang Juanhao voiced his frustrations with the system, a sudden voice called out. Jiang Juanhao instinctively raised his hand to refuse, as he had seldom encountered anyone on Blue Star who didn't dismiss fitness membership offers outright. Yet recalling the humiliation he had faced earlier, the bizarre situation, he paused to consider. The young man distributing flyers beamed when he saw Jiang Juanhao stop, promptly handing him a flyer. We are currently offering grand opening discounts. Sign up for an annual membership and receive 3 months free, plus a complimentary personal training session. By the way, my name is Chen Long, and I am a coach at this gym. Chen Long, intriguing indeed, I must admit, Jiang Juanhao thought, covering his mouth as he regarded Chen Long. Nevertheless, he politely nodded, scanning the flyer's contents. The gym was named Star Fitness, conveniently located near his residence. Just as he contemplated whether to check it out, he heard light footsteps approaching from behind. Chen Long, are you handing out flyers again? A melodious female voice chimed. Jiang Juanhao turned around. There stood Su Qing, clad in a fitted sports tank top that perfectly accentuated her ample bosom and slender waist. The cut of the tank highlighted her toned abdominal muscles. She paired it with black yoga pants that hugged her long, straight legs, the curve of her hips accentuated by the snug fit, exuding both strength and sensuality. Strands of hair cascaded down her fair cheeks, adding a touch of maturity to her allure. Beneath her elegantly arched brows were her subtly expressive willow leaf eyes, their corners gently upturned, with long, delicate lashes. Below her high nose was a pair of full, cherry-red lips, glistening with a tempting sheen. The corners slightly curved in a smile that hinted at an innate charm. Ding! New character discovered. Name, Su Qing. Experience, 0, corruption value, 0, favorability, 30. Talent, ah. Today is quite fortuitous, I've encountered this exceptionally handsome gentleman. Chen Long replied with a smile, then turned to introduce Jiang Juanhao. This is another coach at our gym. Su Qing. No way, Uncle Long. You are quite handsome too, Jiang Juanhao stammered, feeling a mix of shyness and nervousness from the unexpected compliment. Su Qing's eyes sparkled upon seeing Jiang Juanhao, her previous reserve vanishing, replaced by a glimmer of enthusiasm. Jiang Juanhao rubbed his eyes, wondering if he had misperceived. Hello? I am Su Qing, she said, extending a hand toward Jiang Juanhao with a smile. Hello, I am Jiang Juanhao, he replied, also extending his hand. Such a smooth and tender hand, Su Qing swallowed hard. Su Qing, favorability 10, current favorability, 40. How about we head to the gym for a trial lesson? Su Qing suggested with a smile. Yes. I was thinking the same thing, Su Qingjie. Chen Long had not taken his eyes off Su Qing since she arrived. Well then, I suppose I shall trouble you both, Jiang Juanhao said politely. Little June, what are you watching? With a sense of bewilderment, Jiang Juanhao found himself sandwiched between the two as they led him to the Xingchen gym. The gym was not far from Jiang Juanhao's location, nearly a 20-minute walk away. From the outside, the gym appeared modest in size. Let us go in and take a look. Although it seems small. Even the tiniest sparrow has all its vital organs, Qianlong said, bashfully scratching his head. Indeed. While it may not look impressive from the outside, who knows? It could be quite luxurious inside. What a delightful contrast that would be. Su Qing playfully winked with her willow-like eyes. Jiang Juanhao chuckled awkwardly, sensing an underlying meaning in Su Qing's words. Yet, as the saying goes, since we're here, we might as well take a look. The gym was situated on the second floor of a small building nestled between two larger structures. Upon entering, Jiang Juanhao noticed a young man at the reception desk who greeted them with a nod and a smile. The equipment was neatly arranged, and motivational slogans adorned the walls. The faint scent of cleaning supplies lingered in the air, indicating that the place was frequently maintained. Jiang Juanhao surveyed the surroundings, observing that the gym was well equipped with treadmills, dumbbells, barbells, and even some unfamiliar apparatuses. A wall was lined with mirrors, and though the gym was not crowded, most of the patrons were young, focused entirely on their workouts, oblivious to the trio's arrival. How does it look? Not bad, right? Qianlong asked eagerly, looking at Jiang Juanhao. It's quite nice. Jiang Juanhao replied politely with a nod. Well, what's the point of asking if you don't take action? I'll have him try a class first, Su Qing said with a smile, turning her gaze toward Jiang Juanhao. All right. Sure, handsome, Sister Su is also our gym's star personal trainer, excellent in her craft. You can follow her for a trial session before making your decision, Qianlong introduced with a grin. Indeed, it's time to prioritize fitness, otherwise I might find myself in an embarrassing situation like today again. After careful consideration, Jiang Juanhao nodded. Then I'll trouble Coach Su. Having little knowledge about fitness, he was only familiar with basic exercises like push-ups, pull-ups, and sit-ups taught in school. Inside the personal training room, Jiang Juanhao marveled at the array of equipment. Wow! There is so much here. What is this pinkish-purple ball for? Is there ball sports involved in fitness? He curiously picked up a yoga ball and bounced it on the floor. Mr. Little June, you truly seem to know nothing. Su Qing elegantly covered her laughter. She approached Jiang Juanhao and explained, this is a yoga ball, used for practicing yoga. As Jiang Juanhao bent down to play with the ball, Su Qing, standing at about 1.71 meters tall, inadvertently revealed her impressive figure. Flustered, Jiang Juanhao quickly turned his gaze away, his cheeks blazing as he muttered, Don't look! Don't look! Su Qing, following his line of sight, burst into laughter. Ah, how adorable! Su Qing said with a smile, so, little June, what would you like to practice first? I'll leave it to you. Jiang Juanhao stammered, feeling awkward as he clutched the yoga ball. His face still flushed. Su Cheng couldn't help but chuckle at his demeanor, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. All right, since you're so obedient, let us start with the basics. She walked over to the equipment area, picked up the lightest dumbbells, and handed them to Jiang Juanhao. Let us see how strong you are. Jiang Juanhao clumsily grasped the dumbbells and attempted to lift them. They're quite, Su Qing suddenly approached him from behind, gently adjusting his posture by supporting his arm. Relax your arms, don't tense your shoulders, yes, just like that. Her soft voice brushed past Jiang Juanhao's ear, causing his heart to race. Good, your strength is above average for a typical guy, that's impressive, Su Qing remarked. Her gaze occasionally flicking toward him, a faint smile playing on her lips. Jiang Juanhao felt shy under her scrutiny. I can manage on my own. Oh, don't worry about it. I just wanted you to try it out, after all, boys need to practice yoga too, Su Qing laughed, removing the dumbbells from his hands before retrieving 2 yoga mats from the corner. She laid out the mats and gently patted one, beckoning Jiang Juanhao over. Come here. Little June, sit down. I'll teach you some stretching exercises. Jiang Juanhao hesitated for a moment but eventually walked over, standing awkwardly beside the mat. Now, sit down with your legs extended, Su Qing gently instructed. Is this right? Is this a proper pose? If not, I'm leaving. Jiang Juanhao sprang to his feet, his face burning. What are you saying, little June? This is a normal yoga position, don't overthink it. Su Qing explained with a smile, as she understood that many clients had misconceptions. Jiang Juanhao cautiously approached, carefully stepping onto the yoga mat. He seems a bit hesitant. I'll have to teach him patiently today and not rush things. It's essential to have him sign up first. Su Qing maintained her smile. Yet her mind was racing with calculations. Standing behind him, she placed her hands lightly on his shoulders, guiding him to bend forward. Relax, breathe deeply. And feel your body stretching. He could distinctly sense the warmth radiating from her hands, sending his heart racing. Yes, just like that, maintain this position and breathe evenly. Her voice, soft and enticing, whispered in his ear. Stealing a glance in the mirror, Jiang Juanhao noticed how Su Qing stood behind him, her tall, graceful figure contrasting sharply with his youthful awkwardness. His face flushed even more, thankful that Su Qing couldn't see his expression. After a while, Su Qing decided it was enough for the day, continuing might lead to complications. Alright, let us switch to another exercise. As she squatted down to adjust his leg position, Jiang Juanhao inadvertently glanced at her neckline. Flustered, he quickly averted his gaze, unsure of where to look. Feeling increasingly uncomfortable, he stood up. His hands helplessly pressed together in front of him. Let us leave it at that for today. I need to go. Oh? Is that so? How do you feel? Not too shabby, right? Su Qing offered him a bottle of water with a cheerful smile. Jiang Juanhao took a sip and nodded. Yes, it feels quite good. Thank you, Coach Su. Su Qing smiled slightly, a hint of mischief in her eyes. No need to thank me, just come often. By the way, next time I can teach you some more interesting moves. Jiang Juanhao was momentarily taken aback, his face reddening once more. He always felt that there was a deeper meaning behind Su Qing's words but dared not dwell on it. Oh okay, he stammered in response, then hunched over, hands shielding his front as he left. How adorable. I wonder if he's like this in other aspects too. Ding. Su Qing's affinity level increased by 10. Affinity level, 50. Chapter 64, has Jiang Qingqing completely darkened? Has she awakened? Jiang Juanhao stood at the door, his hands laden with bags, cautiously peering into the room while softly calling out, Qingqing, are you awake? His gaze swept across the room, murmuring in confusion, Where has everyone gone? Still not awake? With that, he stepped inside. At that moment, a pair of soft arms suddenly wrapped around his waist from behind, pulling him tightly. He instinctively stiffened. The unexpected embrace startled Jiang Juanhao, causing him to nearly drop the bags he held. Before he could react, he heard Jiang Qingqing's voice, tinged with playful indignation, Brother, why are you back so late? Didn't you say you had no classes after 12? Tell me. Were you out playing with some bad woman again? And no, there's no such thing. Ouch, don't bite, that hurts. Jiang Juanhao's voice lacked conviction, revealing his unease. Jiang Qingqing buried her face in the nape of Jiang Juanhao's neck, giving it a gentle nibble, leaving behind 2 small rabbit-like bite marks. That's for deceiving me. A bite for you. Jiang Juanhao chuckled helplessly, turning around to face her dissatisfied expression. He gently pinched her cheek and said, I was just out buying you a strawberry cake, look and I got your favorite strawberries and apples. If Jiang Qingqing were to discover the truth, it would be disastrous. So Jiang Juanhao dared only to wear long sleeves to conceal the totem on his arm. The totem had evolved beyond a bud, revealing faint shoots. Fortunately, Jiang Qingqing's attention was entirely captured by the delectable treats in Jiang Juanhao's hands. Pouting with delight, she placed her finger on her lips, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She released her hold and linked her arm with Jiang Juanhao's, leaning against him like a clingy kitten. Brother, you must be doing well. Why have you been bringing home so many delicious things lately? Then, recalling a particular livestream, she grew serious and asked, Brother, you're not going to do that kind of livestream again, are you? Thump! Jiang Juanhao lightly tapped her head, exclaiming, What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think your brother is that kind of person? But I saw it with my own eyes, and you still deny it. Jiang Qingqing exclaimed as she attempted to bite his hand once more. If you bite me again, I won't pay attention to you, Jiang Juanhao hastily warned. Jiang Qingqing pouted but reluctantly released her grip, a look of feigned innocence on her face. Seeing her expression, Jiang Juanhao's heart softened, and he sighed. He ruffled her hair with a gentle yet slightly exasperated tone. What are you thinking about all day? How could I possibly do that kind of livestream? Besides, I am a respectable person, I wouldn't engage in such activities. Jiang Qingqing raised her head, her eyes reflecting a hint of skepticism as if questioning his words. She lightly huffed, mumbling, Then why have you been buying so many treats lately? And why do you come home so late every day? Jiang Juanhao cast a guilty glance downwards, suddenly recalling something, and quickly replied with a smile, Didn't I mention yesterday? Your birthday is coming up. So I wanted to save some money to buy you a decent gift. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingqing's eyes lit up, and her earlier displeasure vanished without a trace. Just as Jiang Juanhao placed the cake box on the dining table, he felt a weight on his back. Jiang Qingqing clung to him like a koala. Her voice soft and affectionate, You're the best, brother. I love you the most. Her warm breath tickled his ear, making it feel strangely sensitive. All right, come down now. Let's eat the cake, Jiang Juanhao said with an amused smile. However, Jiang Qingqing remained silent, tightly hugging him. As the seconds passed, they maintained this position. Suddenly, Jiang Qingqing's nose twitched, her expression faltering as she spoke coldly, Brother, you smell like another woman, a rose scent. And no way that can't be. Qingqing, you must be mistaken. Jiang Juanhao stammered, panic rising within him. Wow, there really is a scent? Qingqing isn't a dog. It's all that Feng Xiaoxiao's fault. I told her it was a no-go, but she insisted on leaving traces everywhere. He trailed off, suddenly going stiff as Jiang Qingqing's small teeth pierced his skin, the metallic scent of blood filling the air. Qingqing! He reached out to grab her, the plastic bags crinkling loudly in his hands. The girl nimbly leaped to the floor, retreating a couple of steps, her doe-like eyes glazed with unshed tears. Brother! You've been lying lately, whether about the livestream, dating, or the rose scent on you today. But that scent is from the green apple perfume I wear. I swear. Jiang Qingqing insisted, covering her ears. Ding! Jiang Qingqing's darkening value increased by 20, now at 100. Jiang Juanhao's throat tightened. Oh no! 100! Surely Qingqing isn't as obsessively deranged as Feng Xiaoxiao. Look! Brother is daydreaming again. Jiang Qingqing suddenly leaned in, poking the bite mark on his collarbone. This bite mark is clearly bigger than mine. She fell silent, an eerie stillness enveloping her. Jiang Juanhao sensed something was amiss and wanted her to calm down. As he turned, she tugged at his sleeve, her voice barely above a whisper, Brother, you smell like another woman. A cold sweat broke out on his back. How could Jiang Qingqing's nose be so sensitive? Or could her second talent be endless recollection? Jiang Juanhao hurriedly opened Jiang Qingqing's character panel. Name, Jiang Qingqing experience, 0 Ma value, 85 affection level, 100 darkening value, 100 possessiveness towards host, extremely high talent, eloquence, time rewind. Jiang Qingqing's expression suddenly froze, her gaze fixed on Jiang Juanhao, devoid of life, as she murmured, Time rewind system? What on earth? Has Jiang Qingqing awakened too? Jiang Juanhao opened the character panel once more. Indeed, the words Time Rewind System had appeared next to Jiang Qingqing's name. The first task? Use the Time Rewind ability once. During the beginner's protection period, the first use of the Time Rewind can revert to 1 hour ago. Jiang Qingqing began to ponder, stroking her chin softly. 1 hour, huh? It should be more than that. She looked up at Jiang Juanhao. Jiang Juanhao felt a chill run down his spine under her intense gaze and instinctively took a step back. Chapter 65, Jiang Qingqing awakens her system and engages in intimate acts. Brother, please, don't blame me. It's all your fault. Why did you have to stray? Wouldn't it have been better to live happily with your adorable sister? Jiang Qingqing murmured, her face buried in her hands. As she approached Jiang Juanhao. Qingqing, please calm down. Don't do anything rash. Let's talk this through, Jiang Juanhao pleaded. His voice as soothing as he could manage. Brother, do you seem afraid of me? Why is that? Didn't you always say I was your dearest sister? Jiang Qingqing said, closing the distance between them. Jiang Juanhao gazed into Jiang Qingqing's eyes. Noting they lacked the utter madness he had witnessed in Feng Xiaoxiao when she had abducted and tormented him. He believed there was still a chance to restore Jiang Qingqing to her former self. Rumble, rumble! Suddenly, thunder echoed outside, followed by a torrential downpour that drummed against the rain shelter. Jiang Juanhao's back pressed against the dilapidated windowsill, rainwater seeping through the cracks and soaking his shirt. He watched as his sister's bare feet padded across the creaking wooden floor, the musty odor mingling with the green apple scent emanating from her hair. Where are you looking? Brother? Icy fingertips suddenly gripped his chin. Jiang Qingqing tilted her head, her hair brushing against his bleeding lip. You promised to come straight home after school. Why do you smell of a strange woman's perfume? The gears of the old grandfather clock emitted a sudden grinding sound. Lightning flashed outside the window, causing flakes of aged plaster to fall onto Jiang Qingqing's shoulders. The rain outside intensified, hammering against the tin awning. Jiang Juanhao watched his sister retrieve a para from her apron pocket. As the scissors pried open the second button of Jiang Juanhao's shirt, he abruptly seized his sister's trembling wrist. It might be from the changing room. I accidentally brushed against someone else's scent while changing clothes. He softened his tone, as if placating a hissing kitten. Don't you love it when I wear this shirt? I'll wash it right away. Icy fingertips suddenly touched his lips. Jiang Qingqing had somehow climbed onto the windowsill, her knees pinning his waist, her damp skirt clinging to his legs like jellyfish tentacles. But brother is lying, she said, tilting her head and smiling, tears streaming down onto Jiang Juanhao's collarbone. In the cramped bathroom, Jiang Juanhao's shoulder blades collided with the rusty shelving unit. His sister hummed a discordant nursery rhyme as she turned on the hot water. Swish! Scalding water poured over him, flooding his nostrils. Through his blurred vision, Jiang Juanhao saw his sister tear open a new bottle of body wash. The overpowering scent of green apple exploded on his skin with the lather. Qingqing's grip was alarmingly strong, scrubbing his collarbone as if scouring greasy tiles. Here. And here. The scissors had somehow sliced open the front of his shirt, the cold metal tracing a path over his heart. Is brother's heart also tainted? Jiang Juanhao then noticed the dense clusters of characters scrawled on the inside of her wrist in ballpoint pen. You promised to stay in our shell together forever. Jiang Juanhao knew he had to act, or it would all be over. He lacked experience when facing Feng Xiaoxiao, which led to his tragic demise. However, due to his past experience, Jiang Juanhao knew how to lower her darkness level and make Jiang Qingqing normal, that is, to follow her heart, give her whatever she wants. Omitted, an hour later, Jiang Qingqing mistakenly believed that the totem was her doing and was instantly overjoyed. Ding! Jiang Qingqing's darkness value -40. Darkness value, 60. Jiang Qingqing collapsed weakly on the, giggling foolishly, completely devoid of her initial madness. This impact of system values is truly terrifying. Fortunately, I have some experience from dying once, otherwise, I would have exploded if I had to start over again. Jiang Juanhao sighed as he silently watched Jiang Qingqing on the bed, then turned to clean up the mess. The rain stopped shortly after, and a rainbow arced across the sunset sky. Jiang Juanhao looked at the cleaned ground with a gratified expression. What? Can only go back to 5 minutes ago in the future? Do tasks? Use the darkness value to pay it back? What is the darkness value? Jiang Qingqing muttered in the room, well, that's the only way. Although I hope brother remembers this, but brother will become indifferent to me because of this. Time reverses suddenly, the sky was pouring with rain again, and the rainbow in the sky disappeared. Jiang Juanhao and Jiang Qingqing returned to the actions they were doing when they went to the bathroom. Jiang Qingqing grabbed Jiang Juanhao's hand. Ding, warning, warning. A new system power user has been detected, resisting the will erosion of the other system. Please behave normally and don't let the other system find any abnormalities. What the hell? Why did you wait until I finished cleaning up before releasing the skill I have to clean up again in a while? Jiang Juanhao wanted to cry without tears, and the room he had just cleaned up became messy again. That's not right, hey. Kid. Is this the time to care about this? Think about what Jiang Qingqing will do this time, you bastard. Brother. We haven't watched jujubes together for a long time, you can't escape this time. Jiang Qingqing said and picked up a bag of jujubes and dragged Zhang Juanhao to wash the dates. Jiang Qingqing didn't know if it was because she was too tired, but she actually fell asleep on Zhang Juanhao's back while washing. Zhang Juanhao smiled helplessly, carried Jiang Qingqing back to bed and covered her with the quilt, and then turned around and began to clean up the scattered items on the ground. If you come back again, I'm really going to you. Zhang Juanhao bent over and cursed as he picked up the items in the shopping bag on the ground. And then put the strawberry cake in the refrigerator. Finally finished cleaning up. Zhang Juanhao looked at the hour hand that had just pointed to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It feels like several hours have passed. Zhang Juanhao Guyu lay on the sofa, touching his waist and back. It seems that he really needs to strengthen his exercise. The gym is also close to home. I just need to find a man to be a personal trainer. The main thing is that it's cheap, and Zhang Juanhao can afford it. Suddenly the world seemed to be quiet. Zhang Juanhao didn't know what to do. No one sent him a message. Zhang Juanhao hadn't watched TV for a long time. He lay on the sofa looking at the ceiling, then took out his chat history with Wang Roshui and slowly flipped through it. Ding! You have a new VX message. Zhang Juanhao clicked in suspiciously, because it was definitely not Wang Roshui, because she was particularly concerned. We agreed on 1 day a week. Tomorrow is Saturday, will you come out with me? Am I very considerate? Knowing that you have no classes on Saturday. Kiss emoji. Chapter 66. If you don't want your girlfriend to lose her job, don't be late on Saturday morning. Zhang Juanhao was abruptly awakened by a barrage of messages. Upon unlocking his phone, he noticed that 2/3 of the notifications were from the Tan sisters, with a significant portion sent by Tan Yujie. What on earth? Are these two ladies unwell? I certainly do not wish to be caught in their sisterly antics. Zhang Juanhao forced his eyes open, which felt as if they were glued shut with super glue. Stupid fish, my sister must have taken the wrong medicine today. She has been dragging me to help her choose outfits since dawn. I'm going crazy. Stupid fish, what should I do? I'm asking you a question. Don't boys usually enjoy shopping for clothes? After casually skimming through a few messages from Tan Yujie, Zhang Juanhao couldn't help but mutter, this is pure madness. Why are you messaging me? Let me see what your sister is up to. He then opened the chat with Tan Yuyo. 8 o'clock at Wangjiang Tea House. If you don't want your girlfriend to lose her job, don't be late, alright? Make sure you dress well. As for me, I'll just be casual and happy. Zhang Juanhao glanced at the 3 messages sent by Tan Yuyo at around 6 in the morning, then looked at the clock, which read 7:03. With a resigned sigh, he hastily grabbed a relatively clean outfit, waking his sister Jiang Qingqing in the process. Jiang Qingqing, still groggy, turned over and mumbled, Ali-chan, where are you off to so early? Zhang Juanhao turned to his sister and softly replied, I have some work-related matters to attend to. You go back to sleep, I promise I'll be home early tonight, okay? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Qingqing murmured in agreement and burrowed back under the covers, considering it a reward for the previous day. Zhang Juanhao sighed, reflecting on the fact that he didn't even possess a proper wardrobe. His clothes were haphazardly strewn across a chair. The only wardrobe he had was given to Jiang Qingqing, as he wanted to spare her any feelings of inadequacy during her teenage years, knowing how self-conscious adolescents can be about their appearance. He rummaged through the pile and finally found a pair of decent trousers, donning them in haste. After completing his morning routine, he glanced at his phone to find it was already 7:20. Grabbing his keys, he rushed out the door. The streets were still sparsely populated, and a long-lost chill hung in the air. Zhang Juanhao hurried toward the bus stop, contemplating how to handle Tan Yuyo. On the bus, he pulled out his phone, deliberating before finally deciding to send a message to Wang Roshui. Roshui, today Tan Yuyo asked me to meet regarding work matters, which I heard involves you a bit. I hope you won't be upset. Why does this feel like an official statement? Goodness. Zhang Juanhao thought to himself, feeling somewhat awkward at the message he had just sent. Wang Roshui usually replied almost instantly, and this time was no exception. A voice message came through. Her voice soft and melodic, laced with a pronounced nasal tone. Baby, up so early? Is it cold outside? Make sure you're dressed warmly. If you're short on cash, be sure to message me, alright? If you miss me, just send me a message and I'll come right over. I trust you with anything, my dear. How could I ever be upset? I will always love you, Roshue. Zhang Juanhao felt his cheeks flush as he found a quiet corner on the bus to send a voice message back. Ever since boarding the bus, he had felt numerous eyes upon him, with some passengers occasionally taking out their phones to capture the moment and whisper among themselves. Naturally, he couldn't hear what they were saying. The agonizing 30 Chapter 67, you're investigating me? Not at all, I hardly looked into anything. After approximately 10 minutes, Zhang Juanhao finally settled into his seat, his face resembling that of a boiled shrimp, overwhelmed by this novel experience. Blushing? Let me see, Tan Yu remarked, observing the flushed youth before her, before handing him the menu. Here's the menu, order whatever you fancy. All right. You insisted I order for myself. Now you're done for, Zhang Juanhao replied, swiftly selecting all the signature dishes listed, including items like tiger skin chicken feet, crystal shrimp dumplings, and char siu buns. Not cheap, though. A serving of tiger skin chicken feet costs 188. Tan Yu rested her chin on her hand, watching Zhang Juanhao as he made his selections. And he instinctively felt his face heat up. When she noticed he had checked off everything in the specialty section, she could no longer suppress her laughter. Can you finish all this? Or is it that Wang Roshue has spoiled you? I hope I haven't been too generous with her salary, she teased. This has nothing to do with her, she feeds me steamed buns and dumplings every day, and besides, you told me to order freely, Zhang Juanhao retorted, pushing the menu back. When his fingertips brushed against her hand, he recoiled as if burned. Beep. Tan Yu's favorability 10. Favorability, 50. The waiter paused momentarily upon receiving the menu. Miss Tan, these just prepare what he ordered, Tan Yu instructed. Alright, Miss Tan, but as you know, everything is made to order, so it might take some time, the waitress began. But Tan Yu waved her hand dismissively and pushed a glass of iced lemon tea towards Zhang Juanhao. The condensation on the glass created a refreshing sensation on his hand. But mind you, if you can't finish, you'll have to take it with you. While waiting for the food, Zhang Juanhao found himself staring at the intricate patterns on the tablecloth. Should I stream this? If they see me dining in such a lavish place, will they accuse Roshue of staging a scenario, claiming I'm not an ordinary person? Forget it, I want to do it. Even if there's a 1 in 1,000 chance, I want to let Roshue be exposed online. Zhang Juanhao suddenly realized this was the second time a girl had brought him to such a high-end restaurant where the average bill exceeded 4 digits. Why does it feel quite appealing to live off someone else? Beep. Hostess corruption value 10. Corruption value, 20. You like mango, right? I specially ordered you mango sago. Tan Yu suddenly spoke, her fingers playing with the fringe of the napkin, her tone slightly commanding. I had the kitchen prepare it with less sugar for you to try later. Zhang Juanhao looked up in surprise, furrowing his brow at Tan Yu. Have you been investigating me? Humph. You like this? I would love to investigate you, but unfortunately, I have not. Investigate? No. Not. Tan Yu replied with a teasing smile. Zhang Juanhao, initially puzzled, suddenly realized something. You guessed my gender in a second. You're a female sniper. Oh? Don't you like it? Didn't they say that women are bad and men love them? Tan Yu said playfully as she draped an arm around Zhang Juanhao's waist, leaning slightly forward. Beep. Hostess corruption value 5. Corruption value, 25. Don't do that, Miss Tan, I hope you maintain your decorum, Zhang Juanhao said, cautiously pushing her away. The heavy scent of cedarwood perfume enveloped him, causing him to feel uneasy, especially when Zhang Qingqing might inquire later. Before long, the signature dishes Zhang Juanhao had ordered began arriving in succession. He gazed at the array of dishes, unable to resist swallowing hard. The aroma was intoxicating. Miss Tan. The chef said your mango sago has arrived, made from Sunchild ingredients airlifted from Neon Country this morning, the waiter announced, interrupting their conversation as she placed a jade bowl before them. Zhang Juanhao noticed the gold-trimmed black card being swiped at the POS machine and suddenly caught sight of Tan Yu's phone wallpaper, his picture in a cat-eared maid outfit. Oh my. Even I find it embarrassing to look at. Where did she get that? After finishing their morning tea, Tan Yuyu naturally draped her arm around Jiang Juanhao's shoulder as they walked towards her luxury vehicle, a Lamborghini. Passers-by couldn't help but murmur, perceiving the seemingly pure boy in her eyes might just be a wealthy person's plaything. "Don't touch me, Miss Tan. I'm simply accompanying you for a day of leisure, not for anything else," Jiang Juanhao protested, shaking off her hand from his shoulder. Tan Yuyu merely shook her head, smiling lightly. This left Jiang Juanhao feeling flustered, his face alternating between shades of blue and white. "Oh, the starry sky roof!" Jiang Juanhao exclaimed, peering curiously into the car. "Get in the passenger seat, I'm not your chauffeur," Tan Yuyu replied, glancing at him from the back seat. Tan Yuyu leaned down to fasten Jiang Juanhao's seatbelt, the faint scent of cedarwood perfume wafting toward him, mingling with his own fragrance. Jiang Juanhao felt an odd sensation and quickly pushed her away. Tan Yuyu, unfazed by his reaction, wore a knowing smile. Leaning closer, she whispered teasingly, "What's wrong? Are you shy? Or are you afraid of me?" Jiang Juanhao turned his head, his ears slightly reddening, his voice strained. "Miss Tan, please maintain your decorum. We are merely business partners, let us not make this so ambiguous. You know I have a girlfriend. And so what? Can't you find many?" Tan Yuyu replied cheerfully. "Is your girlfriend preventing you from seeking others?" Jiang Juanhao, "Do you know?" Tan Yuyu suddenly said, her tone shifting to one of seriousness. "The more you evade, the more I want to draw near. Do you realize that those who approached me voluntarily since elementary school outnumber you by far?" Jiang Juanhao's expression transformed into one of confusion. Observing his silence, Tan Yuyu's smile deepened. She slowed the vehicle, glancing at him with a hint of provocation in her eyes. "Jiang Juanhao, you can't face your feelings, can you?" Jiang Juanhao clenched his teeth, unable to hold back any longer. "Miss Tan, our relationship is strictly professional. Please do not cross boundaries. I have no such feelings for you and do not wish to develop any." Tan Yuyu chuckled lightly, seemingly unperturbed by his rebuttal. She redirected her attention to the road, her tone carefree. "That's alright, I have all the time in the world. Jiang Juanhao, you will eventually understand who is truly suited for you." Jiang Juanhao fell silent, merely gazing out at the scenery whizzing by. The car eventually came to a stop in front of a high-end shopping mall. Tan Yuyu unbuckled her seatbelt, turning to Jiang Juanhao with her usual calm demeanor. "Get out, I'll take you shopping for some clothes that couples would wear." Chapter 68, Baby, are you not here? Shoo. Wang Roshue is just outside. Jiang Juanhao felt his ears flush slightly upon hearing Tan Yuyu's words. Yet, he maintained a serious demeanor and replied with conviction, "Tan, if you continue like this, I shall leave." Tan Yuyu adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, a hint of an enigmatic smile playing on her lips. Her tone was authoritative. Yet she did not directly respond to Jiang Juanhao's concern, instead continuing, "I will explain things to Wang. Besides, you can't always wear these old clothes, can you? As my subordinate, your image is equally important." Jiang Juanhao opened his mouth, wishing to protest, but Tan Yuyu had already opened the car door and stepped out. She leaned slightly, the crisp scent of cedar perfume wafting into the car interior. "Or should I assist you in choosing? Perhaps help you change?" Jiang Juanhao remained silent, reluctantly following her out of the car. The shopping mall was vast, with 5 floors in total, and the third floor was entirely dedicated to clothing stores. The array of garments surrounding him was a feast for the eyes, yet his mind was occupied solely with the gentle smile of Wang Roshue. Ding! Corruption value 5. Corruption value 30. Tan Yuyu seemed to sense his unease, glancing at him sideways and saying coolly, "Don't worry, Roshue won't mind. She has always been generous. Hasn't she? What a big ghost, oh no, I meant, what a big-headed ghost." Tan Yuyu noticed Jiang Juanhao's silence and casually wrapped her arms around his waist as they walked toward the clothing store on the third floor. Due to the influence of the numerical values, Jiang Juanhao found it perfectly normal to allow Tan Yuyu to embrace him. "Next Wednesday is baby's birthday. Let us pick out a few outfits for him at the mall, and we'll give him a grand surprise." Wang Roshue, with her charming peach blossom eyes, hummed cheerfully, exuding an allure that was distinctly youthful and captivating. Not long into her journey, she spotted two familiar figures ahead, one man and one woman, with the woman tightly embracing the man's waist. Wang Roshue hastily pulled out her phone to message Jiang Juanhao. "What are you looking at, little one?" Tan Yuyu observed Jiang Juanhao standing still with his phone, and instinctively positioned herself in front of him, placing her hands on his waist to peer at his screen. "Need help with a reply?" She whispered close to his ear, the chain of her gold-rimmed glasses brushing against his flushed earlobe. "Just say, I'm with my boss trying on clothes." Her tone carried a lazy allure, her wine-red nails gently gliding across his trembling hand. Jiang Juanhao quickly pressed his phone against his chest. Tan Yuyu chuckled, lifting her head, only to find Wang Roshue, hidden but not effectively, attempting to follow them. Startled, Wang Roshue quickly looked for a place to hide but found none, resorting to pretending to browse the store instead. A mischievous smile spread across Tan Yuyu's face as she had a sudden idea. "Call little Wang over, I'll buy you both some couple outfits." Jiang Juanhao looked at her with suspicion, his eyes seemingly questioning her sincerity. "What trick are you playing?" "What trick?" "Just hurry and send the message," Tan Yuyu replied, her tone slightly impatient. "One must seize opportunities, especially for those like you," Jiang Juanhao thought, immediately messaging Wang Roshue. After he sent the message, Tan Yuyu wrapped her arms around his waist and led him swiftly into the store. Wang Roshue, noticing their hurried pace, attempted to follow but was interrupted by an alert on her phone. Looking down, she saw that Jiang Juanhao had entered a clothing store. "Baby, Tan said he wants to give us employee benefits. Where are you? Can you come over?" She sent along with her location. "I'll be right there, baby." Wang Roshue's expression was mixed as she looked up, realizing that was indeed Jiang Juanhao. Ding. La value 5, La value 25. Inside the clothing store, Jiang Juanhao picked up a set of ordinary clothes and stepped into the fitting room. The mirror reflected his pale, slender figure. He couldn't help but think he looked quite handsome, and he thought, wow. Suddenly, Tan Yuyu pushed the door open, holding a silk shirt. Jiang Juanhao hurriedly pulled the curtain to shield himself. However, she wedged her high-heeled shoe into the sliding track and, with her elegant fingers, traced along his collarbone. Such a beautiful collarbone, why hide it beneath a worn t-shirt? "What are you doing?" "I need to change," Jiang Juanhao exclaimed in haste. "Change? I'm not stopping you," Tan Yuyu replied with a playful smile. "How can I change with you here?" Jiang Juanhao displayed an expression of exasperation. "Why can't you?" "Oh. You don't know how?" "Then let me help you," Tan Yuyu said, forcibly opening the fitting room door and stepping inside. Jiang Juanhao retreated to a corner. "My girlfriend just messaged me, she is already at the store entrance." "Be reasonable." Just as he finished speaking, a familiar light laugh echoed from outside the fitting room. Jiang Juanhao's heart soared, it was Wang Roshue. "My girlfriend is here." He almost called out her name. Tan Yuyu suddenly pressed down on his shoulder to prevent him from rushing out, covering his mouth with her hand, whispering close to his ear, "If you go out now, and Roshue sees us like this." He then realized how intimate their position was. Tan Yuyu's pearl earrings nestled against his shoulder, and the warmth of her shirt brushed against his back. Even more alarming was that, enveloped in the familiar scent of cedar, he felt weak-kneed, his heart racing uncontrollably. "Juanhao? Juanhao?" Wang Roshue, puzzled, approached the fitting room, wondering where Jiang Juanhao and Tan Yuyu had gone. She hurriedly sat on a nearby sofa and messaged Jiang Juanhao. "Baby, I'm here, but I don't see you or Tan. Are you sure the location you sent is correct?" Jiang Juanhao attempted to mute the special alert sound on his phone, fearing Wang Roshue might call. Tan Yuyu snatched Jiang Juanhao's phone, refusing to let him silence it. "What are you doing? Give it back," Jiang Juanhao whispered, cautious not to alert anyone outside. "Show, Wang Roshue is outside," Tan Yuyu whispered in his ear. In an instant, Jiang Juanhao felt his legs weaken, almost collapsing. Tan Yuyu swiftly caught him in her embrace, her warmth enveloping him. Meanwhile, outside, Wang Roshue continued to send messages. Baby. What are you doing? Why aren't you responding to my messages? Crying emoji. Is there no signal? Zhang Juanhao's phone buzzed incessantly with alerts. Give it back, what if the sound is heard? As he spoke, he lunged for the phone in Tan Yu's grasp. She lost her balance, pulling him closer to her. The door of the fitting room swung open with a loud thud. Wang Roshui jumped, slowly approaching the fitting room door. Chapter 69. What are you doing, darling? Why does it sound so peculiar? Within the confines of the cubicle, their affair took a rather awkward turn. Ding, corruption 5. Corruption level, 30. Tan Yu, her face flushed, whispered, so, all that innocence was just an act? This was an unforeseen variable. Zhang Juanhao hastily attempted to rise, bracing himself. Tan Yu seized him, pressing forward with her advances. Ding, Zhang Juanhao's corruption 10, corruption level, 40. Wang Roshui, having heard the commotion, cautiously approached the fitting room where the noise originated. She pressed her ear against the door, soon hearing sounds that made her face burn crimson. An hour later. Ding, Zhang Juanhao's corruption 20, corruption level, 60. Wang Roshui slowly returned to the sofa. She dialed Zhang Juanhao's number, the ringtone briefly echoing from within the fitting room. Puzzled, Wang Roshui lifted her phone, moving toward the fitting room. Darling, where are you? Wang Roshui inquired, her brow furrowed slightly. I'm in the restroom. Ugh. I'm sorry. I'm a bit constipated, so my voice sounds strange. Zhang Juanhao's voice trailed off, barely audible. Is that so? Which restroom? I'll come find you, Wang Roshui said, pressing her ear closer to the door. It's a silent restroom. You can't speak loudly here. Zhang Juanhao's faint voice continued through the phone. Thump. Suddenly, the door was violently struck, startling Wang Roshui, who nearly dropped her phone. Ding, Wang Roshui's corruption 50. Corruption level, 55, loyalty minus 50, loyalty level, 75. A silent restroom? Wang Roshui muttered, looking at her phone in bewilderment. Darling, where exactly are you? Has something happened? Wang Roshui asked anxiously. Beep, beep, beep. The call disconnected. Undeterred, Wang Roshui redialed, only to find the phone was switched off. Another half-hour passed. Ding, Zhang Juanhao's corruption 20. Corruption level, 80. The fitting room door swung open, and Tan Yu emerged, her countenance radiant with satisfaction. Noticing Wang Roshui on the sofa, she paused. Then donned a mocking smile. Oh, isn't it little Wang? Here to buy clothes, too? Where's my husband? Wang Roshui demanded, her brow furrowed, her almond-shaped eyes narrowed. Oh, him? I don't know, probably went home. Well, little Wang, take your time shopping, I'll be off, Tan Yu said, tugging at her collar as she departed with a smirk. Wang Roshui watched Tan Yu leave, her hands involuntarily clenching into fists. She then turned her gaze back to the fitting room cubicle. Swallowing hard, she slowly approached, but hesitated just before reaching it. She was afraid of what she might find inside, fearing that seeing Zhang Juanhao in there would break her. Wang Roshui took a deep breath, turned away, then abruptly spun back, eyes closed, and cautiously peeked into the cubicle. Empty? Wang Roshui opened the adjacent cubicle, her face etched with confusion. No one here? Could it be that my thoughts are too depraved, and nothing actually happened? Indeed, your thoughts are depraved. We are a green and positive book, such things could never occur. Ding, Wang Roshui's corruption minus 5, corruption level, 50. Wang Roshui left, her face filled with doubt. Meanwhile, Zhang Juanhao had stealthily slipped into the last cubicle during their confrontation. Hey, darling, where were you? Why couldn't I reach your phone? Didn't you say you were with Director Tan? Wang Roshui asked, her voice both joyful and anxious. My phone suddenly died. I was with Director Tan. But my phone ran out of battery, so I rushed home without telling you, Zhang Juanhao replied, his voice lacking conviction, feeling guilty. I'm coming to your place. I'll be there soon, Wang Roshui said, hanging up and driving toward the southern slum. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? A soft, delicate voice called from inside the house. Jiang Qingqing rubbed her eyes and opened the door, instantly waking up upon seeing Wang Roshue. "What are you doing here? Where's my brother?" he said. Huff, huff. Here, here. Oh, I heard you were coming, so I rushed to the market to buy some fresh ingredients to cook for you. Zhang Juanhao's breathless voice came from behind. He was carrying 2 large bags, his face covered in sweat. Wang Roshue and Jiang Qingqing both looked at Zhang Juanhao suspiciously. Zhang Juanhao had learned his lesson and cleaned up all traces before returning. He was glad he had thought to go to the market, otherwise he wouldn't have known how to explain himself. Wang Roshue slowly approached Zhang Juanhao, circled him, and then gave him a passionate kiss. Jiang Qingqing watched. Feeling somewhat affected, the influence of the statistics was terrifying. "Alright, my sister's here, aren't you ashamed?" Zhang Juanhao said, his face flushed. Wang Roshue then hugged Zhang Juanhao from behind, resting her chin on his head. Zhang Juanhao cooperated by crouching down slightly to make it easier for her. "MMM. Ugh. Me too," Jiang Qingqing exclaimed, joining in and tightly embracing Zhang Juanhao. "Let's go inside and talk, it's awkward standing out here," Zhang Juanhao said, his face red. "No. Let me hug you quietly for a moment, okay?" Wang Roshue said, her voice hoarse with a hint of whining. "Me too." The scent of osmanthus from Wang Roshue and the crisp apple fragrance from Jiang Qingqing left Zhang Juanhao unsure of what to do. After what seemed like an eternity, a neighbor opened their door, prompting Zhang Juanhao to hastily usher both women inside. The neighbor watched Zhang Juanhao's flustered figure inside, shaking their head. What a good kid. What's he doing now? Inside, Wang Roshue still refused to let go of Zhang Juanhao, clinging tightly to him. Jiang Qingqing, who hadn't initially intended to hug him, also stubbornly held on, unwilling to be outdone by Wang Roshue. "Roshue, I love you," Zhang Juanhao said, first patting Jiang Qingqing's head, then turning and kissing Wang Roshue. Chapter 70, Why Don't We Both Marry You? During dinner, Zhang Juanhao prepared 4 dishes and a soup for the 2 women. The taste was neither exceptional nor terrible, however, given that it was Zhang Juanhao who cooked, both women offered exceedingly high praise. "Delicious. I want to eat this for a lifetime. As long as it's made by my brother Juanhao, it's the best." And similar exuberant exclamations filled the air. In the kitchen, while Zhang Juanhao was washing the dishes, he was suddenly embraced from behind by Wang Roshue. "What's wrong?" "The kitchen is too small, let's move outside," Zhang Juanhao chuckled. "Let us get married," Wang Roshue whispered unexpectedly. "Ah? Is that too soon? We've only known each other for a little over half a year." Zhang Juanhao instinctively replied. "Half a year? Didn't we just meet last month?" Wang Roshue turned Zhang Juanhao to face her, gazing intently into his eyes. "Ah, ha ha. Right. I seem to have mixed up my memories," Zhang Juanhao said sheepishly. "Then do you agree? Marriage?" Wang Roshue looked at Zhang Juanhao with eager anticipation, as if fearful of his rejection, and quickly added, "After we marry, I'll allow you to continue looking, but I want to be the primary one." "Okay? At least, don't make me the least important." "No, I haven't even responded yet," Zhang Juanhao remarked, observing Wang Roshue's expression of discontent, and he couldn't help but kiss her softly. "Then you agree?" Wang Roshue beamed with joy. "I do not agree." Jiang Qingqing suddenly interjected, stepping between them and separating them. "I do not agree. I do not agree." Jiang Qingqing clung tightly to Zhang Juanhao, her voice tinged with tears. "Brother is mine. Mine. You can't take him away, he is all I have. You always use this tactic. I want Juanhao's affection too." Wang Roshue's voice rose sharply, pulling Zhang Juanhao back to reality. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her fingers clutching the floral-patterned apron tightly. Zhang Juanhao felt somewhat overwhelmed by the sudden actions of both women. He looked down at Jiang Qingqing, who was tightly embracing him, and at Wang Roshue, who gazed longingly at him. He felt a pang of discomfort but managed to muster a faint smile. Wang Roshue stood to the side, her smile somewhat strained, her eyes reflecting a complex emotion. "This tactic again? Jiang Qingqing scoffed, her ponytail brushing against Jiang Juanhao's chin as she shook her head. Last night, after you left. We were. Qingqing, stop joking. Jiang Juanhao quickly covered her mouth, trying to silence her. I'm not joking. Jiang Qingqing lifted her head, her eyes slightly red. Her voice choked. Anyway, brother, you can't marry her. You promised to always be with me. Jiang Juanhao was momentarily at a loss for words. Qingqing, of course. I will always be by your side, he spoke softly, but that was a different matter from marriage. Then Qingqing can also marry brother. Since we aren't related by blood, Jiang Qingqing blinked her doe-like eyes at Jiang Juanhao, a playful tuft of hair bobbing like a dog's tail above her head. Ha! Wait, what did you say? Jiang Juanhao's mind momentarily short-circuited. The kitchen lights flickered twice. And Jiang Juanhao felt a slight sting at the back of his neck, where Jiang Qingqing's hand rested. Wang Roshui's warm breath lingered in his ear, while Jiang Qingqing's arms tightened around his waist, almost squeezing the breath from his lungs. How could such a thing be possible? Wait. I'm not on Blue Star. Here, polygamy is permissible, but this is still impossible. Even if I agree, Roshui wouldn't he? I agree. Wang Roshui interjected. Didn't I mention it last time? Have you forgotten? Juanhao. Seeing Jiang Juanhao wavering, she quickly seized the opportunity. Now Jiang Juanhao was genuinely at a loss for words. Two strikingly different women, both with underlying possessive traits, had come to a consensus to pursue him as their boyfriend. And they were both open to each other. This left him momentarily dazed. After all, such experiences were likely to be reserved for exceptionally handsome and beautiful individuals. And Jiang Juanhao found himself entangled in this scenario, a situation that would leave most others utterly bewildered. Brother, Roshui has agreed. We are waiting for your consent. What are you waiting for? Is there someone else? Jiang Qingqing pouted, hands on her hips. As long as it's someone Juanhao likes, I can accept. Wang Roshui gazed deeply into Jiang Juanhao's eyes, her enchanting eyes shimmering. This, could you let me think about it? Jiang Juanhao blurted, fleeing the scene like a coward. The two women watched him dash out of the door, momentarily stunned. Did we pressure him too much? Wang Roshui mused, her eyes vacant as she sank onto the sofa. Jiang Qingqing appeared indifferent, thinking that she would have the first chance since she lived with Jiang Juanhao. Roshui? The dishes are still unwashed. Can you bear to let brother wait and then come back to wash them? Jiang Qingqing stated as she began tidying the dining table. Upon hearing this, Wang Roshui recalled Jiang Juanhao's delicate, fair hands and immediately rushed to the kitchen to wash the dishes. On Binjiang Road, system. You've been silent for so long, it's time to come out and talk with me. Jiang Juanhao sat on a bench by the roadside, his hair tousled by the river breeze. The nearby dim streetlights cast a hazy glow from above, creating an almost surreal atmosphere around Jiang Juanhao. Ding! Host. Your traversal into this matriarchal world has indeed proven fortuitous. I strongly advised against it, revealing my own folly. Why? Why was it fortuitous? And who did you try to dissuade? Jiang Juanhao questioned urgently, confusion etched across his face. The system's cold. Mechanical voice only answered the first inquiry. You arrived here as if you were a native, not like a man. Why are you asking me about this? I have many female systems pursuing me. If not for you needing to remain hidden, I would have long since taken down Jiang Qingqing and Tan Yujia's systems. You don't understand the system, it's due to my character flaws. Jiang Juanhao exhaled, lowering his head, lost in thought. Ding. Actually, I understand you, host. You are both socially anxious and self-deprecating, yet you are still contemplating how to make this choice. When you inquire around, I realize that you are indeed a man, so I will make an exception this once and grant you assistance only this once. The system's previously cold mechanical tone now held an unexpected warmth. What assistance? Jiang Juanhao asked urgently. Chapter 71. Thus? You return to tell them that you are fond of men, despite being a woman yourself. The cold mechanical prompt of the harmonious family prosperity buff system surprisingly carried a hint of smugness. Harmonious family prosperity? Quite intriguing, isn't it? Care to elaborate? Jiang Juanhao appeared bewildered. He grasped the meaning but was at a loss regarding its function. This buff allows you to retain its benefits until the next game restart. Well, and then? What is its purpose? You've hit the nail on the head. Aha! So, it's understood that if you don't ask, it won't be divulged. Jiang Juanhao rolled his eyes in exasperation. This buff subtly alters the relationships among all the panel characters you encounter. They will still be jealous and competitive. But they won't resort to extreme measures against you. At this point, the system paused and continued. And here's the crucial part, as long as you accept a female character, they will also accept each other. Even if one has a corruption value of 100. She won't act against them, only towards you. Who knows, they might even conspire against you together. In short, it allows you to pursue a harem without the burden of managing their interrelations. Goodness, so I can infinitely expand my harem, can I? Jiang Juanhao inquired directly. Indeed. How does that sound? The system's cold yet slightly triumphant mechanical voice echoed. What use is that? I could pursue a harem without it. Jiang Juanhao wearily placed a hand on his forehead, realizing he had been ensnared by the system's whims. You're receiving this and yet you're not pleased? The system retorted, having initially not intended to grant it to him. After this statement, Jiang Juanhao's protests fell on deaf ears. Moreover, Jiang Juanhao discovered that the harmonious family prosperity buff beside his character panel had vanished. The most outrageous part was that the system presented him with a new task. Ding. New task: harem operation. Successfully find 4 girlfriends and ensure they coexist harmoniously without any bloody incidents. Task success rewards, 300, 000, task failure, an additional 600. 000 on top of the original debt of 100. The deadline is 6 months. Jiang Juanhao felt utterly exasperated. Why provoke the system for no reason? Thus, dear audience, Jiang Juanhao has taught us a valuable lesson: do not irritate the system, lest you face dire consequences. What on earth? Is this system overly sensitive? Exploding at the slightest provocation? Jiang Juanhao lamented, treating the system as a friend. Ding! The phone emitted a special alert sound. Where are you, big silly brother? Please bring me a bottle of iced red tea on your way back, the budget version. Thank you, brother, you're the best. Alright, has Roshue left? Just as Jiang Juanhao sent this message, a notification from Wang Roshue arrived. I'm not leaving today, I'll wait to see when you return, big silly. If you have the guts, don't come back at all. Never mind, it's late and quite dark, you should come back. Ask her yourself. You seek me out only to question her intentions? Truly a foolish, silly brother. I won't speak to you anymore. Jiang Qingqing's latest message also popped up. Jiang Juanhao was taken aback by Jiang Qingqing's quick change of mood. Could she not discern her own feelings? Regardless, Jiang Juanhao was baffled. He could only comment, more unpredictable than still waters. Deciding to ignore his phone, Jiang Juanhao perused the character panel in the system. It had been quite some time since he last checked, and the revelation was shocking. His corruption value had soared to 80. While Jiang Qingqing and Feng Xiaoxiao both stood at 60. The more he scrutinized the data, the more disheartened he grew. Frustrated, he resolved to dismiss the figures, convincing himself they were mere fabrications. Yes. All falsehoods. Xiao Jiang? Suddenly, someone called out his name from behind. Just as Jiang Juanhao turned, he recalled a horror film titled Don't Look Back at Midnight. Though it was still early evening, the surroundings were eerily empty. Jiang Juanhao stiffened, unable to turn around or respond, silently reciting his father's incantations. Mistaken identity? The voice behind him murmured softly. Then, a face leaned down from above. Strands of hair brushing against Jiang Juanhao's face, causing an involuntary itch. Ah! Jiang Juanhao, startled, sprang up and instinctively threw a punch at the figure. In a swift motion, the figure sidestepped. What are you doing, hey? Only then did Jiang Juanhao recognize the intruder. It was Lin Yu. Her hair, slightly damp with sweat, framed her exquisite features adorned with beads of perspiration, exuding an air of vitality. Her high cheekbones and slightly parted lips revealed her breath. her skin glowing ethereally in the dusk. Clad in a snug black sports tank top beneath a black windbreaker, her toned arms and subtly defined abdominal muscles were on display, complemented by gray athletic shorts and luminous running shoes. A fitness band adorned her wrist, and Bluetooth earbuds graced her ears. Xiao Jiang, it really is you. I told you to remain silent, yet here you are, ready to strike me? Lin Yu swept the damp strands from her face. How was I to know it was you? I thought it was a ghost. Zhang Juanhao replied as he settled back into his chair. A ghost? What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Yu inquired, perplexed, as she sat beside him. The mingling of her feminine essence with a unique pear blossom fragrance slightly intoxicated Zhang Juanhao. What ghost? Zhang Juanhao shifted slightly away. Enough of these silly tales, what brings you here alone? Were you dumped? Or was it a failed confession? As Lin Yu spoke, she unconsciously inched closer to Zhang Juanhao. Reluctantly, he began, well, since you asked, I must confess the hem. Zhang Juanhao cleared his throat. A smirk playing on his lips, I have two beautiful women pursuing me, and now I'm quite troubled by it. Is it a joke? How shall I put this? Ah, it's like you're bragging, Lin Yu teased, lightly punching Zhang Juanhao's arm. Truly, I'm not kidding. What should I do? Zhang Juanhao rubbed his arm in mock distress. Really? Lin Yu scrutinized Zhang Juanhao's serious expression, her disbelief palpable. Indeed. Zhang Juanhao nodded. No way. Why you? This is more painful than being killed, my friend. Lin Yu exclaimed, her hands clutching her head in despair. Well, it has happened, what can be done? Zhang Juanhao pressed on. Lin Yu seemed to have made a significant decision. Here's the plan. You can take me back and say I'm your girlfriend. Claim you now fancy men, and they'll leave you alone. Lin Yu declared, her expression radiating brilliance as she gazed at Zhang Juanhao. Zhang Juanhao wore a look of incredulity, pondering her suggestion. P.S. Today is my birthday, the first chapter is a bit late, my apologies. The remaining 2 chapters may also be slightly delayed, but they will be posted within the day. Chapter 72, You. Both of you should give up. Actually, how baby favors me. Knock, knock, knock. Who's at the door? It's me, Zhang Juanhao. With a creak, Wang Roshui flung the door open. Before Zhang Juanhao could react, Wang Roshui embraced him tightly, nearly suffocating him. Ugh, ugh. Zhang Juanhao flailed his arms frantically. Eek, there's someone else beside Juanhao, how embarrassing. Wang Roshui said, her face flushed, I just couldn't breathe. Zhang Juanhao hastily broke free, gasping for fresh air. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, a lifelong single who had never even held a boy's hand, was overwhelmed by the scene, her ears turning crimson. Only then did Wang Roshui reluctantly release Zhang Juanhao. Little Zhang's girlfriend is so beautiful, and she seems so gentle. Her maternal instincts are overflowing. Lin Yu couldn't help but gulp. Lin Yu thought it was over, and so did Zhang Juanhao, but suddenly, a shadow darted out from the doorway, throwing itself into Zhang Juanhao's arms, clinging to him like a koala. Zhang Qingqing rubbed her face against Zhang Juanhao's, a single strand of hair sticking up on her head. That is, until she saw the iced red tea in Zhang Juanhao's hand. Let's go inside, Zhang Juanhao said, leading Lin Yu into the house. Come down. Qingqing. Here's your drink. Don't drink too much of this stuff, okay? And Lin Yu, don't just stand there, have a seat. Zhang Juanhao set Zhang Qingqing down. Lin Yu snapped out of her daze, averted her gaze, and sat stiffly on the wooden stool, her hands on her lap, like a well-behaved child. When Lin Yu and Tan Yujie first came, they had similar thoughts, unable to believe that Zhang Juanhao actually lived in such a place. This is Lin, right? I remember seeing you at the pool hall last time, didn't I? Wang Roshui said with a charming smile. Ah, yes, that's me, he. Lin Yu replied with a silly grin. Zhang Qingqing seemed to have thought of something, pouting unhappily. Zhang Juanhao asked softly, what's wrong, Qingqing? Why did Oniai-chan bring someone over so late, she grumbled. If she doesn't leave later, how am I supposed to sleep next to you? Zhang Qingqing tugged on Zhang Juanhao's hand. Thump. What are you thinking? There's no way she'd sleep with me. If anyone's sleeping together, it'll be you girls, Zhang Juwenhao said, gently tapping Jiang Qingqing's head. What? Are you planning to push your adorable sister and virtuous, beautiful wife to someone else? Before Jiang Qingqing could finish, Zhang Juwenhao urgently silenced her. Jiang Qingqing, are you trying to get me angry? Do you believe I'll use my golden staff to teach you a lesson? Zhang Juwenhao said, covering Jiang Qingqing's mouth, his smile not reaching his eyes. What are you two whispering about without me? Wang Roshui looked at Zhang Juwenhao with a pitiful expression. Her beautiful eyes slightly drooped, and her red lips slightly pouted. I want in to tell me what you're talking about. She came to Zhang Juwenhao's other side and hugged his arm. Zhang Juwenhao felt the softness on both sides and the faint fragrance, and for a moment, he was dazed. No. Don't misunderstand, don't do this, Lin Yu is still here, Zhang Juwenhao said, winking at Lin Yu, who was sitting to the side, fidgeting with her fingers, pleading for help. Suddenly being called out, Lin Yu was instantly at a loss. Going through several actions in a second, not knowing whether to stand up or sit down, finally half squatting and saying, actually, I'm blind. I really appreciate you, Zhang Juwenhao. Ha, Lin, you're so funny. Would you like something to drink? Oh. Hearing Zhang Juwenhao's words, Wang Roshui was about to get up to serve the guest when Jiang Qingqing deliberately tripped her on the corner of the table. As her watery red silk nightgown swayed, she fell into Zhang Juwenhao's arms, the scent of osmanthus from her hair mingling with the warmth of her body. Zhang Juwenhao frantically steadied the coffee table, his wrist bone hitting the glass edge with a muffled thud. Be careful, sister, Jiang Qingqing said, tilting her head and biting her straw, her deer-like eyes curving into crescents under her bangs. This house is small, if anything breaks, brother will have to work overtime again. Her fingertips subtly hooked onto the hem of Zhang Juwenhao's shirt, pulling him toward her. Lin Yu stared blankly at the mug suddenly thrust in front of her, the rim still bearing faint lipstick marks. Wang Roshui had somehow moved to his side, smiling as she handed him warm water. Juwenhao's friend is my friend. Stay the night, okay? No, thank you. I'll leave after a while, Lin Yu said, nearly leaping off the stool, almost forgetting what they had come for. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Jiang Qingqing curled up on Zhang Juwenhao's lap, her slender white legs swinging back and forth, the edge of her lace socks revealing glimpses of fair skin. Fortunately, Lin Yu was a girl, or Jiang Juwenhao would never have brought her home. Jiang Qingqing didn't know Lin Yu was a girl, but she sensed her gaze, and abruptly sat up straight, her hair standing on end like tiny antennas. The iced drink rattled on the table, water droplets sliding down Zhang Juwenhao's Adam's apple and into his collar. The boy caught in the middle suddenly stood up, his clammy hands simultaneously grasped by two soft hands. Junjun's hands are so cold. Let Oniai-chan warm them for you. Lin Yu silently moved the stool half a meter closer to the entrance. Moonlight streamed through the rusty security window, cutting the overlapping shadows of the three into ambiguous shapes. She suddenly remembered an anime she had watched, the situation similar to Zhang's, the protagonist also always bringing two beautiful ornaments, the ornaments also had eerie eyes. At this moment, those two pairs of eyes glowed in the shadows, like dragons guarding their treasure. Zhang Juwenhao suddenly pulled his hand away, his ears red as if about to bleed. As he turned, the hem of his t-shirt was tugged by two forces, ripping a half-palm-sized tear with a tearing sound. As a cool breeze entered his lower back, he heard gasps. Wang Roshui's nails dug into her palms, and Jiang Qingqing bit her own knuckle. Lin Yu finally collapsed, covering her eyes. Maybe I should just go back to the dorm. The old chandelier suddenly crackled with electricity, illuminating the entire room with a bright light. As three pairs of eyes simultaneously looked over, Lin Yu was sure she had witnessed the legendary scene of carnage. Lin Yu, have you forgotten our bond? Zhang Juwenhao shouted with a desperate expression. Seeing Zhang Juwenhao's pleading face, Lin Yu gritted her teeth. Let's do this, brothers. With a smack, she pulled Zhang Juwenhao into her arms. The instant Zhang Juwenhao crashed into her embrace, he was stunned, followed by a wave of softness and the fragrance of pears. And then a head pat. The two women looked at Lin Yu's strange behavior in confusion. Ahem, you two should give up. Actually, how baby likes me. Lin Yu said, her voice clearly lacking confidence. Two resentful gazes suddenly turned on her. Chapter 73, Brother, you smell divine. Lin, what did you say? I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it? Wang Roshui's lips curled into a slight smile, her eyes narrowing gently, her tone soft yet imbued with an unsettling sharpness. This long-haired rogue, are you waiting for me to fetch you some cash from the kitchen, and then leave my brother alone? You do realize my brother has a preference for girls, don't you? Jiang Qingqing gritted her teeth, forcing a smile that barely concealed her irritation. At this moment, Lin Yu felt as if he were sitting on a bed of nails, a fishbone stuck in his throat. Hey, buddy. You didn't tell me it was this terrifying, Lin Yu whispered into Zhang Juanhao's ear. However, this gesture bore a different connotation in the eyes of the two women. If glares could kill, Lin Yu would have been sliced to pieces by now. I also, Zhang Juanhao was about to confess his feelings for Lin Yu when Wang Roshui interjected, if you dare to admit you like boys, I'll sell you to a brothel. Jiang Qingqing chimed in with a friendly smile, if my brother dares to say he likes men, I wouldn't mind turning him into my sister. Zhang Juanhao swallowed the words he had been about to utter. Goodness, why does Xiao Jiang smell so delightful? No, I'm not non-tone. But truly, it's intoxicating. I wish I could taste it. Lin Yu stood behind Zhang Juanhao, lost in thought. Zhang Juanhao, standing before Lin Yu, was entirely oblivious to the impending storm. He had entrusted his most vulnerable self to Lin Yu. If he were to discover that his dear friend only wished to savor him, it would indeed feel as though the heavens had collapsed. Suddenly, Zhang Juanhao felt Lin Yu's breath gently caressing his neck, and he turned in disbelief to face Lin Yu, only to find his cheeks flushed and his expression somewhat askew. Lin Yu's arms suddenly tightened around his waist, sending a wave of panic through Zhang Juanhao. He struggled to maintain his composure, attempting to free himself from Lin Yu's embrace, but Lin Yu's grip was surprisingly strong, rendering him unable to escape. Lin Yu, what are you doing? Can you let go of me? Zhang Juanhao murmured, his face reddening with a mixture of embarrassment and helplessness. Yet Lin Yu seemed oblivious, holding him tightly. Even pressing his face against Zhang Juanhao's back, inhaling deeply and murmuring, Xiao Jiang, why do you smell so divine? I truly didn't mean to. But you really do smell incredible. Ding. Lin Yu's affection level increased by 20, bringing his total affection level to 40. Zhang Juanhao's face turned crimson as he felt Lin Yu's warm breath permeate through his thin shirt, leaving him feeling utterly uncomfortable. Unable to restrain himself, he shot Lin Yu an incredulous glare, only to find Lin Yu's gaze dreamy, seemingly lost in another realm. What? I treat you like a brother. And you want to? He inhaled deeply, attempting to change the subject. Roshui, Qingqing, I actually really. Suddenly, a flying knife swooshed past Zhang Juanhao's hair, embedding itself into the wall behind him. It was Jiang Qingqing who threw it. Apart from Jiang Qingqing and Wang Roshui, the two boys were left in stunned silence at the sight. Your sister can throw knives? Lin Yu stammered, suddenly jolted back to reality. I didn't know. Zhang Juanhao echoed, equally shaken. It must be thanks to her system, Zhang Juanhao thought to himself. Lin, don't you think you should explain what you are doing right now? Wang Roshui's voice remained gentle, but a hint of icy reprimand laced her tone. Her gaze was sharp as a blade, fixed intently on Lin Yu. Zhang Qingqing, with a radiant smile and her doe-like eyes sparkling, tilted her head at Zhang Juanhao, placing a finger on her lips while her other hand formed a fist that crackled ominously. Lin Yu, if you don't let go of my brother right now, I'll make sure you regret it. At this, Lin Yu snapped back to reality, abruptly releasing his hold and taking a step back, awkwardly scratching his nose. I got a bit distracted there, my apologies. Seeing Lin Yu's expression, Zhang Juanhao knew they were in trouble, his charm was manifesting again. And Lin Yu was undoubtedly under its influence. Don't misunderstand, Lin Yu, she is just a bit. A bit what? Wang Roshui raised an eyebrow, her voice dripping with sarcasm. A bit strange, Zhang Juanhao finally managed to say. Hearing this, Lin Yu chapter 74 Lin Yu, come here, and Zhang Qingqing too. Is anyone concerned about Zhang Juanhao's well-being? Zhang Juanhao exclaimed, hastily pulling his hand free. What is wrong? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, a look of confusion on his face. Then, as if struck by a thought, he covered his mouth and chuckled softly, extending a hand to make a gesture. Oh, you wouldn't be feeling too shy, would you? I understand now. This cannot be said frivolously. I will accuse you of slander. Zhang Juanhao swiftly shielded himself with both hands. Then what are you afraid of? We are both boys, what is the problem with showering together? There is even a place for scrubbing, Lin Yu said, attempting to pull Zhang Juanhao towards the restroom. You're such a ridiculous boy. Zhang Juanhao thought to himself, unable to suppress his inner critique. He had explained this to Lin Yu numerous times. But each time Lin Yu remained unconvinced. Over time, Zhang Juanhao had grown weary of the explanations, and they had settled into a genuine brotherly bond. Yet, in this instance, it seemed he had no choice but to clarify once more. You are, Before Zhang Juanhao could finish his sentence, Lin Yu had already yanked him into the restroom. Stop dawdling, you really act like a man. It's as if showering with your best buddy is akin to a life or death situation. Let us see if you can out-stubborn me today, Lin Yu declared. Locking the restroom door and starting the water. Zhang Juanhao steeled himself, resolving to treat it as a swimming outing with Lin Yu. Reasoning that washing while clad in swimsuits would suffice. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Let us wash quickly so we can make room for the girls. Lin Yu urged, stripping off his outerwear. Seeing no other option, Zhang Juanhao resigned himself to the situation, accepting Lin Yu into the fold. Considering he needed to find 4 girlfriends anyway. What's wrong? Why is your nose so red? Lin Yu teased, beckoning Zhang Juanhao. Come on. Am I the only one here? And why are you so fully dressed? That's hardly brotherly of you. What delicious snacks are hidden in those pants? Lin Yu added with a playful lunge toward Zhang Juanhao. Ding! Zhang Juanhao's darkening value increased by 15. Darkening value, 95. Lin Yu's favorability increased by 20. Favorability, 60. Half an hour later, Lin Yu, blushing, dashed out, leaving Zhang Juanhao shaking his head in righteous disapproval. I told you, but you wouldn't believe me. I can only acquire wisdom through practice. Later that evening. I want to sleep with Oli-chan. Zhang Qingqing complained, clutching a pillow while seated on Zhang Juanhao's bed. Stop it, Qingqing. Not tonight, you and Roshue will return to your room, Zhang Juanhao gently refused. Wang Roshue nodded in agreement. Although she had a strong desire to sleep beside Zhang Juanhao, she complied with whatever he decided. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was still reeling from the earlier events. His face slightly flushed and his mind in a daze. Qingqing and Roshue can sleep together, I'll take the sofa, and Lin Yu can have my bed. Perfect. Zhang Juanhao smiled as he proposed. No worries, we can all sleep together, you guys can have your own arrangements, Lin Yu unexpectedly suggested. Alright. You 2 boys sort yourselves out. Qingqing, we're leaving, Wang Roshue said, unceremoniously whisking Zhang Qingqing away. What do you mean sleep together? You can sleep. Just don't make excuses, Zhang Juanhao said, heading for the door. Wait. The sofa is too small for one, you can sleep here with me, Lin Yu said. Pulling Zhang Juanhao's wrist, his face reddening. Ding. Friendly invitation to introduce friends. Task successful. Reward, 1,000 Koan coins. Task failure, affection value -10, 000, Lin Yu's darkening value 10. The system's notification rang out unexpectedly. System, hold off on these tasks for a moment, I have a question. Zhang Juanhao had realized that the system bore grudges. Hey! Zhang Juanhao refuses the task, what will you do about it? No worries, you're a guest, you should be the one sleeping in the big bed. Get some rest. You have an early class tomorrow, Zhang Juanhao said, kindly shutting the door to his room as he lay on the sofa. Ding! Task failed, Lin Yu's darkening value 10. Darkening value, 10. Affection value deducted, 10, 000. Affection value, 141, 523. In the dead of night, Zhang Juanhao lay on the hard sofa, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Another day of physical education awaits, I hope it's not still Lu Qinglian substituting, that would be unbearable. Isn't having Lu Senpai substitute quite nice? Suddenly, a head peeked over from behind the sofa. Jiang Juanhao, startled, nearly jumped out of his skin, only to realize it was Lin Yu, who was also unable to sleep. "You nearly gave me a heart attack, why aren't you asleep?" Jiang Juanhao whispered, pressing a hand to his chest. "I can't sleep." "Your bed looks too inviting," Lin Yu admitted, his face flushed. "What?" Jiang Juanhao sat up abruptly. "You haven't done anything strange, have you?" "Strange? What do you mean?" Seeing Lin Yu's bewildered expression calmed Jiang Juanhao down. "Kapha, never mind, just go to sleep, I need to rest too." Jiang Juanhao waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Jiang Qingqing tiptoed in, only to find both boys staring at her. Startled, she quickly covered her mouth. Why aren't you both asleep so late?" What else can we do? We're just chatting." "Why aren't you asleep?" Lin Yu quickly replied with a smile. I came over to, I just came to use the restroom," Jiang Qingqing said, her mind racing. "Then hurry back and sleep, don't catch a cold," Jiang Juanhao warned. Frowning as he noticed Jiang Qingqing was clad in a flimsy lace nightgown. He stood and draped his blanket around her shoulders. Jiang Qingqing's face instantly flushed, resembling a cooked shrimp. Just as Jiang Juanhao turned to walk away, Jiang Qingqing seized him, wrapping her arms around his back and pressing her lips to his. Lin Yu, witnessing the scene, was wide-eyed. This is not happening, how do I evade this? What transpired next left Lin Yu even more astounded as Jiang Qingqing swiftly tied up her hair. 5 minutes later, Jiang Qingqing realized it was time to utilize the system's functionality. Time rewind. Jiang Qingqing and Lin Yu found themselves back in their beds, while Jiang Juanhao returned to the sofa, his cheeks still tinged with red. What on earth just happened? P.S. I fell asleep while typing. And I'm sorry, I'm only posting this at 3 in the morning. Chapter 75, Oh dear. The eccentric brother. As the sun ascended the windowsill, Jiang Juanhao furrowed his brow, blinded by the piercing light. He had not slept soundly the previous night. Lin Yu had ventured out once, and Jiang Juanhao, feigning slumber with his eyes tightly shut, was only aware that Lin Yu had stood before him for a brief moment before retreating to his room. At this moment, Jiang Juanhao curled up on the faded, pale-colored sofa, turning his face toward the interior of the couch. Sizzle, the fried egg in the skillet crackled as Wang Roshue tucked her long hair behind her ear, the apron tied at her waist forming a charming bow. She turned cautiously to glance at the boy on the sofa, fearful that any noise might disturb his slumber. Her gaze sweeping over the delicate blue veins on his fair neck, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Suddenly, the spatula clanged against the countertop. Jiang Juanhao's eyelashes fluttered. And just as he was about to roll over, a sweet kiss imbued with the scent of osmanthus sealed his lips. Wang Roshue knelt at the edge of the sofa, her hair cascading onto his collarbone, marveling at her darling Juanhao's serene visage, which was even more endearing in sleep. Her slender fingers traced his jawline, playfully pinching his cheek. But warned that a child who skipped breakfast would face consequences. Ouch! Who is plotting against me? The boy protested groggily, opening his eyes to meet a pair of affectionate, glistening eyes. The moment Wang Roshue released him, her hand caressed the top of his head, her expression shifting swiftly. "Shall I help you take a day off? How about you stay home and catch up on sleep?" Roshue Jia. Jiang Juanhao's face flushed instantly. Wang Roshue's fingers lingered in his hair as the faint scent of burnt food wafted from the kitchen. Suddenly, she curled her fingers, the ebony hairpin catching the morning light. "By the way, isn't Xiaoyu still in your room?" Jiang Juanhao's spine stiffened abruptly. Breakfast was getting cold. Wang Roshue leaned closer to his ear, her voice a soft whisper mingling the fragrance of osmanthus with the bitterness of the fried egg. However, more pressing was the suspicious red mark on his collarbone. What could it be? Jiang Juanhao gasped, hastily reaching for his neck. He had indeed fallen asleep while pretending to be awake, but he vaguely remembered the sound of a door opening, indicating that Lin Yu had returned to his room not long after. Suddenly, the sound of a key turning in the door between the two rooms broke the silence. What on earth? So early in the morning. Wah! Jiang Qingqing yawned as she leaned against the doorframe. her doe-like eyes scanning the intertwined figures on the sofa, surprised to see such a scene so early. She tugged at her white knee-high socks, producing a delightful sound that echoed with youthful exuberance, adorned with cute kitty embroidery. Wang Roshue chuckled lightly, scooping up the fried egg and presenting it to Jiang Juanhao's lips. Ching, just in time. Would you like to try my special heartwarming breakfast? No, thank you. Jiang Juanhao watched as Jiang Qingqing approached the sofa, where he had slept the previous night. She flopped onto the couch, hugging the blanket he had used. Inhaling deeply, after all, the top allergen on the list for me and brother is osmanthus. Wang Roshue's eyelids twitched, ignoring Jiang Qingqing. She blew gently on the fried egg she held with chopsticks, who little plane coming in, I hee so obedient. Wang Roshue's eyes sparkled like crescent moons as she reached out to pat Jiang Juanhao's head. Don't do that. I'm not a child anymore, Jiang Juanhao protested, his cheeks burning as he moved her hand away. Seeing this, Wang Roshue merely smiled, lowering her head to lean closer to him. Then taking one of his hands to rub against her face, then, Juanhao Jiang, why not touch me? Ding, hosts darkening value -15, darkening value, 80. Very warm, very comfortable. Wang Roshue beamed, gazing at Jiang Juanhao. His face flushed deeper as he turned his head to meet Jiang Qingqing's inquisitive gaze. Jiang Qingqing pouted, stomping over to Jiang Juanhao, stammering softly, I want to touch too. Ah, what? Jiang Juanhao barely heard, leaning in closer. Jiang Qingqing playfully nibbled his ear, then blushed fiercely as she declared loudly, I want to touch your head too. What? How annoying. The perverted brother just wants to hear his sister act spoiled and invite him, how despicable. WH what? Don't speak nonsense. Jiang Juanhao stuttered in shock. What are you saying? Do you even want to let people sleep in peace this early in the morning? Lin Yu emerged, tousled hair sticking up at odd angles, just in time to witness Jiang Juanhao surrounded by three girls, their voices dwindling until silence enveloped them. Good heavens! It's a battleground so early. Lin Yu chuckled, but before she could finish, she was pinned by three pairs of eyes. My mouth. Lin Yu couldn't help but want to slap herself. I was sleepwalking, you all carry on, I'll just go back to my dream, she said, stretching out her hands and closing her eyes, feigning sleepwalking. Bang! Ow! She promptly collided with the wall, squatting down to cradle her foot, tears streaming down her cheeks. It hurts too much. Wang Roshue remained unperturbed, leisurely shaking a spoon at Lin Yu. Yu-chan, want to try rolling over here? I made fried eggs. Eventually, the four settled down to eat breakfast at the dining table. The morning breeze fluttered the sheer curtains, while the breakfast for four steamed in the morning light. As Jiang Juanhao bowed his head to sip his porridge, someone beneath the table gently hooked his knee with a velvet slipper. The table rattled as Jiang Juanhao's leg bumped against it, prompting three curious glances in his direction. Ahem, knee-jerk reaction. Jiang Juanhao cleared his throat. The three girls bore varying expressions. Is everything all right? I told you, Xiaojiang, you're just too rough, you do everything without my finesse. Even eating feels like a battle, Lin Yu remarked, shaking her head as she chewed on her fried egg, though a fleeting panic in her eyes betrayed her calm demeanor. Why is Jiang being so careless? Jiang Qingqing teased with a sly smile. Are you okay? You're being too careless, Wang Roshue added, though a smile played at her lips. What is going on? Why does it feel off? The three of them are acting strangely. Until the meal concluded, Jiang Juanhao remained perplexed. Let us go, lock the door and head to class, Wang Roshue instructed after washing the dishes. After driving the three to the school gate, she departed for her company. Goodbye, darling, I will miss you, Mua. Within the campus, Jiang Qingqing clung to Jiang Juanhao's arm, pouting, I don't want to be apart from Jiang. They attracted quite a few glances along the way. All right, go to class. We can have lunch together later, Jiang Juanhao gently coaxed. Okay, bye Jiang Mua, Jiang Qingqing pecked him quickly before running off. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had been frowning since breakfast. What's bothering you? Jiang Juanhao inquired, sensing something was amiss. Ah. It's nothing at all, Lin Yu jumped slightly, startled. What is it? Jiang Juanhao pressed on. Am I disabled? Lin Yu's sudden question left Jiang Juanhao utterly speechless. Chapter 76, A New Female Lead? Why does she appear so adorably naive? What's the matter, Kobayashi-chan? Jiang Juanhao quirked an eyebrow playfully. Yesterday, in the restroom, it seems I didn't. Lin Yu blushed, struggling to articulate. I told you, you're a girl. You insist on arguing with me, Jiang Juanhao replied, also flustered, raising his hands in exasperation. Get lost. I'm a pure man. Lin Yu retorted, puffing up his chest as he approached Jiang Juanhao, lightly punching his arm. Ouch. Stop hitting me. Jiang Juanhao grimaced, recoiling slightly. With a sudden thud, he accidentally collided with someone in front of him, causing the figure to tumble to the ground. Jiang Juanhao fell as well, hastily scrambling to his feet. Ah, I'm so sorry. Are you all right? He exclaimed, disregarding his own injuries. The autumn sunlight filtered through the gaps in the treetops, casting a soft, golden glow around her. The first thing that caught Jiang Juanhao's eye was the scattered textbooks on the ground, their pale blue covers adorned with crooked sunflowers. While a pink sticky note poked out from a folder, inscribed with the words Freshman Class 3, Su Xianwan. Su Xianwan sat dazed on the ground, a single tuft of hair standing upright. She curiously gazed at the boy before her, who was awkwardly seated on the ground, his pale knee-high socks dusted with dirt. Her light chestnut hair flowed freely as she moved, revealing a bow tied with a pale yellow ribbon at the nape of her neck. Jiang Juanhao then noticed her dark green suspender dress, the hem embellished with layers of delicate white lace, resembling an inverted lily of the valley. Lin Yu stifled a laugh and poked Jiang Juanhao in the back. What are you waiting for? Help her up. Jiang Juanhao hurriedly reached out, but the girl remained still, staring at him. When she tilted her face upward, Jiang Juanhao's breath caught in his throat. Her amber eyes, framed by round glasses, had slightly drooping outer corners, with a light brown beauty mark adorning her left eye. Ding! New female lead discovered. Name, Su Xianwan. Experience, 0. Affection level, 10. Corruption level, 0. Talent, innate Da Vinci. Another female lead? Quite intriguing, let me see what type this is. Jiang Juanhao's gaze returned to her, and he noticed her cream-colored knit scarf, tightly wrapped despite the early autumn warmth, with beads of sweat forming on her nose. Jiang Juanhao awkwardly withdrew his hand from the air and turned to Lin Yu, whispering, What's going on? What should I do? I have no idea. Why don't you just pick her up? Lin Yu suggested, clearly enjoying the spectacle. The girl's voice was barely audible. Her delicate wrist resting on the ground appeared fragile enough to break with a mere touch. Jiang Juanhao noticed the medical bandage wrapped around her right wrist, the blue and white stripes peeking from her sleeve. As she attempted to retrieve her fallen books, the vintage lace collar of her shirt opened slightly, revealing a fever patch affixed to her collarbone. With a determined breath, Jiang Juanhao lifted her into his arms. The moment she nestled against him, he was enveloped by a delightful fragrance reminiscent of lily of the valley. I'll help you gather your things, please wait here, he said, while Lin Yu joined in, bending down to assist. Here you go, quickly return her books and apologize, Lin Yu urged, shoving the books into Jiang Juanhao's embrace. Su Xianwan clumsily brushed the dust off her skirt before cradling her books in her arms. Beneath her dark green skirt, she wore round-toed shoes that shimmered with tiny pearls, reflecting light with each movement. I'm really sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Here, take your books back. How much did your outfit cost? I'll pay you for it. Jiang Juanhao stammered apologetically. Just as he was about to examine her attire closely, Su Xianwan suddenly coughed, her slender shoulders trembling slightly. The edge of her scarf slipped, revealing 3 cartoon band-aids on her neck: Pikachu, My Melody, and Kuromi. Lin Yu stifled his laughter, turning beet red under Jiang Juanhao's fierce glare. Do you need to go to the infirmary? Jiang Juanhao inquired, leaning closer. Oh no, is she suffering from a cold, or did I cause her some harm? Su Xianwan remained silent, her gaze fixated on Jiang Juanhao's arm, where several scratches were visible, clearly from his earlier fall. The wound. It hurts, you should apply this, she began rummaging through her bag, her ribbon tassel swaying as she moved, resembling a small rabbit digging a hole. Eventually, She produced a pink cat-themed band-aid and stepped forward, grasping his hand to apply it. Ah, no need, really. I'm fine, Jiang Juanhao protested, hastily waving his hands. Ha ha. This band-aid suits you perfectly. Lin Yu chuckled, trying to suppress his laughter. Eh? Su Xianwan looked at Lin Yu quizzically, her tuft of hair forming a question mark. Then turned back to Jiang Juanhao. It hurts, you should put it on. With no other choice, Jiang Juanhao allowed her to affix the band-aid to his hand. There. Just blow on it, and it won't hurt anymore, she said, her voice trembling yet expressionless. As she stepped back, her long skirt nearly tripped her. But Jiang Juanhao swiftly caught her arm, feeling her skin radiate warmth through the layers of lace sleeves. Startled, he withdrew his hand as if burned. The books she had hidden behind her fell to the ground. As Jiang Juanhao bent to retrieve them, he caught sight of a watercolor painting tucked inside a notebook. Depicting a girl in a medieval-style gown adorned with lilies of the valley remarkably similar to Su Xianwan's outfit that day. It seems artists have their peculiarities. Jiang Juanhao mused silently. The class bell rang abruptly, prompting Su Xianwan to scoop up her books and dash away. Her plush bunny keychain bouncing at her waist with each hurried step. What was that all about? Jiang Juanhao confessed he could not comprehend Su Xianwan. Lin Yu sidled up, whistling softly. Who still dresses like a doll these days? She's certainly interesting, speaking word by word. Jiang Juanhao remained silent. Earlier, when he had supported Su Xianwan, he distinctly noticed the abnormal bluish-purple hue at the edge of the fever patch on her collarbone, suggesting a possible old injury. The autumn wind rustled the sycamore leaves in the corridor, carrying the scent of antiseptic. The silhouette of the girl in dark green vanished around the corner. Hey, stop staring. She's already far away, Lin Yu suddenly whispered in Jiang Juanhao's ear. Ah! Don't scare me like that! Jiang Juanhao exclaimed, clutching his chest. Who was looking at her? Let's hurry, otherwise, we'll both be late. Right. I heard our physical training class is taught by Senior Lu today. We can't be late. Lin Yu exclaimed, dragging Jiang Juanhao toward the training room in haste. Chapter 77, The Lips That Sister Lu Has Kissed. Wait, Lin Yu, what are you doing? Jiang Xingxing, Tan Yujie, Wang Roxue, Feng Xiaoxiao, Lu Qinglian, and others, all characters mentioned are adults, university students, or professionals. In the gym, Lu Qinglian raised an eyebrow and addressed the two perspiring individuals who permitted you to enter. Stand at the door, do you not know what time it is? The students already engaged in stretching within the classroom turned their attention toward the entrance, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Jiang Juanhao, breathless and exhausted, and Lin Yu, equally fatigued, found the school's expanse rather daunting. Ah, look at the little internet celebrity and his good buddy. Care to explain your tardiness? Lu Qinglian inquired, looming over them with a mischievous grin. Sorry, Sister Lu. We encountered some unexpected circumstances on our way, Lin Yu replied with a sheepish smile. All right, you may enter. Lu Qinglian responded with a sly smile revealing her shark-like teeth. Thank you, Sister Lu. Lin Yu exclaimed, pulling Jiang Juanhao inside. Wait a moment. You can enter after your explanation. The little internet celebrity still owes me a reason, Lu Qinglian teased, holding Jiang Juanhao's hand playfully. Jiang Juanhao began to explain. All right. You can go in now. Don't waste your classmates' time. We shall discuss this in detail after class. Do not say I'm being unfair by not giving you time to come up with a reason, Lu Qinglian concluded, suppressing a smirk and waving her hand in exasperation. Ah, I envy you, being able to stay back after class with Sister Lu. Lin Yu gazed at Jiang Juanhao enviously. Jiang Juanhao smacked his forehead. Kid. You're something else, everyone, please keep it down and refrain from talking, Lu Qinglian said, glancing over at Jiang Juanhao deliberately. Fine, you're impressive. An hour later, the physical education class concluded. Jiang Juanhao had spent a significant portion of that hour being pulled aside by Lu Qinglian for military training. Lin Yu wore an envious expression throughout, making it hard not to suspect something was amiss. Alright, that'll be all for today, Lu Qinglian announced, standing at the gym door and watching her classmates exit. The gym, located on the 6th floor, had only one large entrance. Once most students departed, Only Jiang Juanhao and Lin Yu remained. Lu Qinglian swiftly closed and locked the door. Oh no! Little Jiang, do you think Sister Lu will do something to me? I'm so embarrassed. Lin Yu looked at Lu Qinglian, who was approaching with a confident stride, and shook Jiang Juanhao's arm, then shyly covered his face. Jiang Juanhao rolled his eyes at Lin Yu's dramatic display. If it weren't for that incident last time, I would genuinely question your masculinity. As Lin Yu noticed Lu Qinglian's teasing smile drawing closer, his face flushed, and he muttered, "Oh dear, this is too fast annoying, but if it's Sister Lu, I suppose it's not entirely unwelcome." He then closed his eyes, puckered his lips, and opened his arms to welcome Lu Qinglian. Lu Qinglian mirrored his gesture, walking toward them. Just as they were about to embrace, she playfully pushed Lin Yu aside and wrapped her arms around Jiang Juanhao instead. A little Lin Jiang Juanhao, due to his physical stature, could not escape but felt a flurry of embarrassment as he blushed. So fragrant, still soft, it feels just as delightful, Lu Qinglian remarked, holding Jiang Juanhao in her embrace. The sensation of being held by someone like Lu Qinglian was distinct from that of being held by someone like Wang Roshue. Yet both were undeniably warm and delightful. Lu Qinglian had a splendid figure, devoid of any excess weight except in the front, making her embrace feel remarkably elastic. With his cheek pressed against her chest, Jiang Juanhao could feel her gentle breaths and warmth. Though somewhat awkward, he had to admit that the sensation was indeed hard to resist. Sister Lu, what are you doing? Jiang Juanhao asked helplessly, his voice tinged with embarrassment. Lu Qinglian chuckled lightly, releasing him but keeping her hands on his shoulders, her gaze laced with mischief. What? Is a hug too much to ask? After all, you were late. After speaking, noticing Jiang Juanhao's lack of reaction, she playfully pinched his cheek. Beside them, Lin Yu, who had been pushed aside, blushed fiercely. Sister Lu, I was genuinely late, I made up a story. Little Jiang was the one who wasn't late. Only then did Lu Qinglian realize there was another person present. She glanced at Lin Yu with a sly smile. You? Let us not consider someone without a partner for now. Lin Yu clutched his chest, confused. Why? Why? Why not? If I take down Jiang Juanhao first, doesn't that mean I can easily take you down afterward? Am I a genius or what? Okay, Jiang Juanhao began. But Lu Qinglian covered his mouth. Little sister, why don't you leave us be for a moment? I have something to discuss with the little internet celebrity. I'm a guy, Sister Lin Yu mumbled, looking down. Suddenly, a loud knocking at the door startled all three of them. Knock, knock, knock. They exchanged glances, each silent, as the scene could easily lead to misunderstandings. The knocking persisted, as if to convey, if you don't open the door, I'll keep knocking. Lu Qinglian frowned, releasing Jiang Juanhao as she walked toward the door, asking, "Who is it?" As Lin Yu saw Lu Qinglian let go of Jiang Juanhao, she immediately hugged him again. Oh wow, is this really necessary? Jiang Juanhao pushed Lin Yu's face away, visibly annoyed. But Lin Yu clung tightly to Jiang Juanhao's waist, refusing to let go. Fine, I yield to you. Jiang Juanhao surrendered, giving in to Lin Yu's embrace. Lin Yu smiled in satisfaction, then glanced at Jiang Juanhao's lips. The lips that Sister Lu has kissed. If I kiss him too, doesn't that mean I've also been acknowledged by Sister Lu? Without hesitation, Lin Yu pressed his lips against Jiang Juanhao's. Sweet. Lin Yu beamed with delight. Ding. Lin Yu's affection level increased by 10, current affection level, 70. P.S. As I was typing, I switched to a different software to seek inspiration, hence the delay in posting. There are still 2 chapters for today. Chapter 78, the choice is yours, which punishment will you choose? With a satisfied smile, Lin Yu nodded. Contemplating the prospect of following Senior Lu Shuijie and enjoying some leftover food behind Shaojiang, Jiang Juanhao looked at Lin Yu in confusion. Are you mute? Came Lu Qinglian's puzzled voice. Standing at around 1.8 meters tall, Lu Qinglian was unable to see who was approaching due to the narrow entrance, only hearing their conversation. Noticing that this person was silently staring at her, she furrowed her brows and, with a hint of impatience, prepared to close the door. Art studio. Painting. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed. Both Jiang Juanhao and Lin Yu, filled with curiosity, approached the door. This is not an art studio, little girl. This is the classroom for physical training. Lu Qinglian managed to maintain a smile as she spoke. Hey, isn't that the little silly girl from earlier? Lin Yu exclaimed excitedly, glancing at Jiang Juanhao. The person before them was none other than Su Xianwan, the girl Jiang Juanhao had accidentally bumped into moments ago. Su Xianwan nearly looked down, murmuring softly, no. It's not little silly girl, it's Su Xianwan. Ah ha ha ha. I was just joking. My apologies. Lin Yu awkwardly tugged at Jiang Juanhao's arm. Why are you pulling me? Jiang Juanhao turned, bewildered, to look at Lin Yu. He. Lin Yu sheepishly stuck out his tongue. Do you two know each other? Lu Qinglian turned her gaze towards the two. Yes. Lu Xuejie, let me explain. It was just that. Stop. If you know her, just tell her the situation. Come here, little internet celebrity, I haven't finished your latecomer punishment yet. Lu Qinglian interrupted, pulling Jiang Juanhao away and shutting Lin Yu and Su Xianwan outside. Lin Yu stood dumbfounded in front of the closed door, staring at it, unsure of what to do. Lin Yu's darkening mood increased by 10, bringing his total to 20. Su Xianwan, equally perplexed, glanced at Lin Yu and then at the closed door, before attempting to knock. Lin Yu seized Su Xianwan's wrist. Don't knock. Lu. Senior. The remaining words felt lodged in his throat like a fishbone, impossible to articulate. Su Xianwan tilted her head, confused by Lin Yu, her hair sticking up in a questioning manner. She only understood that he seemed unhappy. If you're unhappy, you should eat candy. Little Nuan feels happy after eating candy, she said, pulling a piece of candy from her pink bag and tugging at Lin Yu's sleeve. In the physical training room, it hurts. I was wrong. I won't be late again. Jiang Juanhao cried out, currently enduring the punishment of leg stretching under Lu Qinglian's firm grip. Wrong? Lu Qinglian whispered in his ear from behind. Yes, it truly hurts. Jiang Juanhao had never anticipated that leg stretching would be so painful. He had thought it was all an act from what he had seen online. How about this? If you don't want the punishment, I can offer you another choice. What do you say? Lu Qinglian's voice, laced with allure and a hint of danger, resonated in Jiang Juanhao's ears. Don't even think about it. All right. I accept. Jiang Juanhao, about to refuse, felt his leg pressed down firmly. You agreed on your own, I didn't force you, Lu Qinglian replied with a sly smile. Do I have the right to refuse? Jiang Juanhao, lying on the ground, clutched his legs, panting heavily. No, Lu Qinglian laughed as she stood up. Outside. Lin Yu pressed his ear against the door, listening to the fragmented dialogue, feeling an immense urge to kick the door open. However, if nothing inappropriate was happening, it would only cause trouble. Su Xianwan, still holding her drawing board, gazed curiously at Lin Yu's actions. Why don't you knock and go in? Shoo. Lin Yu quickly gestured for silence. I'm fine. Don't say anything, just let me be alone for a moment. Wait. Give me your phone and any electronic device that can take photos or videos, Jiang Juanhao shielded himself. Oh, now you're clever, huh? Here you go, Lu Qinglian said, reclining in her chair, crossing her legs, and shaking her head with a smile as she pulled out her phone. Today, Lu Qinglian wore a fitted short top that perfectly accentuated her toned waist and a black bodycon skirt, showcasing her exquisite figure. Her long, straight legs were wrapped in high-quality black stockings that gleamed as if coated in oil. Do you find it beautiful? Lu Qinglian asked with a smile. Now, speak up. My dear. Why yes, it's beautiful, Jiang Juanhao couldn't resist swallowing hard. Then don't speak. Lu Qinglian's lips involuntarily curled upwards at his compliment. Look into my eyes, darling, Lu Qinglian commanded, gripping Jiang Juanhao's head. Half an hour later, go on, little internet celebrity, your friend is waiting anxiously. Please close the door behind you, Lu Qinglian said, reclining in her chair, addressing the bewildered Jiang Juanhao. As soon as Jiang Juanhao stepped out, Lin Yu rushed forward. cupping Jiang Juanhao's face and planting kisses on his cheeks and forehead, anywhere that would leave a mark. "What are you doing, Xiao Linchan?" Jiang Juanhao pushed Lin Yu away. Lin Yu, with a sullen expression, said nothing, instead giving Jiang Juanhao another deep kiss before leaving without looking back. Jiang Juanhao stood there, bewildered, alone, with Su Xianwan still seated and asleep nearby. "Ding, you have a new task." "Wait, where is my takeout?" "Oh wait, not that, oh, it's just the system notification." "I thought my delivery rider had accepted the order," Jiang Juanhao exclaimed, startled. Ding returned the clueless girl home. Task successful, reward, 10,000 coins. Task failed, deduction, 100,000 admiration points. Wiping his mouth, Jiang Juanhao glanced at the curled-up Su Xianwan on the floor, shaking his head before gradually kneeling beside her and gently shaking her arm. "Hey, wake up, hello? It's time to get up." Su Xianwan struggled to open her half-closed eyes, her voice nasally. Su Xianwan gazed at Jiang Juanhao in confusion. "Stop staring. Where do you live?" "I'll take you home," Jiang Juanhao asked as he leaned forward, supporting himself on his knees. Su Xianwan tilted her head, her hair bobbing left and right, then stood up and began walking outside, glancing back at Jiang Juanhao every 3 steps. "You're like a cat." Chapter 79, The fragrance of Mother. Jiang Juanhao followed Su Xianwan from school to the subway station. Initially, they stood one behind the other, but gradually they found themselves standing side by side, awaiting the train's arrival. "This is delicious, here, have some." Su Xianwan held out a piece of freshly unwrapped milk candy toward Jiang Juanhao. He instinctively reached out to take it, but she suddenly withdrew her hand, bringing the candy directly to his lips. Her gesture was somewhat awkward, yet her gaze held a hint of insistence that was hard to refuse. "Thank you, cough." "You're holding it too close," Jiang Juanhao stammered, flustered. In his haste, he accidentally nibbled on Su Xianwan's finger, and he quickly offered an embarrassed smile, "Sorry." Su Xianwan, however, seemed unfazed, her expression remaining impassive, though a fleeting glimmer of anticipation flickered in her eyes. "Is it sweet? Is it good?" "Yes." "Quite sweet," Jiang Juanhao replied, the corners of his eyes curving slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Ding! Su Xianwan's affection level increased by 5, now at 15. With a satisfied turn, Su Xianwan cast her gaze toward the darkened subway tunnel, lost in thought. The rumble of the train approached, and the platform lights flickered, casting shadows on their profiles. As the subway slowly arrived, a torrent of people surged forth as the doors opened. Jiang Juanhao instinctively stepped back, only to be grasped by Su Xianwan's wrist, pulling him into the crowded carriage. Taken aback by her unexpected strength, he stumbled slightly, nearly colliding with her. Su Xianwan remained silent, her body trembling slightly as she positioned herself in front of Jiang Juanhao, creating a small shield with her arm to protect him in the corner. Feeling awkward, Jiang Juanhao glanced up only to find her gaze fixated on the pink rabbit charm dangling from her small pink handbag. "Don't be afraid. It will be over soon." The mingling scents of Lily of the Valley shampoo and sweet milk candy wafted through the air between their breaths. After another station, more passengers boarded, pressing them closer together. Su Xianwan was now pressed tightly against Jiang Juanhao, the distance between them reduced to a mere fraction. He felt a warm force supporting his lower back, her palm, slightly calloused, resting against his shirt, a gentle imprint on his skin. Her breath brushed against his throat, causing his cheeks to flush as he murmured a quiet thank you. Before long, the subway reached their stop. Su Xianwan took Jiang Juanhao's hand, weaving through the crowd until they finally emerged. "You smell wonderful, it's very pleasant." "I like it," Su Xianwan remarked, leaning in slightly to inhale his scent. Ding! Su Xianwan's affection level increased by 5, now at 20. The journey remained unusually quiet, both of them silent as they walked side by side. Jiang Juanhao found himself wanting to say something, but every time he opened his mouth, words escaped him, leaving him to remain silent. After a few minutes, Jiang Juanhao noticed Su Xianwan walking along the white lines of the sidewalk, meticulously stepping on them regardless of their direction. When no white lines were present, she would softly murmur to herself before continuing forward. This little game reminded Jiang Juanhao of similar moments back on Blue Star, a pastime he had long abandoned since his arrival here. With little else to occupy his mind, he silently joined her in this whimsical activity, trailing behind her. Suddenly, Su Xianwan halted, and Zhang Juanhao, engrossed in his thoughts, nearly bumped into her. He looked up to find her almond-shaped eyes staring blankly at him. Her errant hair almost resembling a bamboo dragonfly. What's wrong? Zhang Juanhao asked, curiosity piqued. Su Xianwan glanced at him but remained silent, turning to continue her walk. Ding! Su Xianwan's affection level increased by 10, now at 30. This time, however, she turned to glance back at him after each short distance they covered. After what felt like 10 more minutes, they arrived at the foot of an upscale apartment building, and Su Xianwan stopped, turning to face Zhang Juanhao. Are we here? Zhang Juanhao ventured, testing the waters. Su Xianwan nodded. Zhang Juanhao gazed at the shimmering neon reflections cascading down the glass facade of the building, feeling his throat involuntarily constrict. The breeze carried the scent of lily of the valley entwined with Su Xianwan's fragrance. And he suddenly realized that she had taken his hand without him noticing. Would you like to come up? Su Xianwan asked, wiggling their intertwined fingers, her eyes shimmering like the golden glow of streetlights. Zhang Juanhao had intended to decline, but the system had yet to indicate the completion of his task. It seemed he was required to escort her to her door. The elevator mirrored their entwined figures. Su Xianwan focused intently on the fluctuating floor numbers, while Zhang Juanhao awkwardly averted his gaze to the ceiling. Since they had entered the elevator, Su Xianwan had held his hand firmly, not releasing her grip. As the numbers climbed to 17, she suddenly turned, her hair brushing against his collarbone. Earlier, you kept trembling. Am I that scary? She innocently inquired, poking at his taut waistline. It was just the crowded subway. Oh, she replied, turning back to her silence. As the elevator doors opened, Su Xianwan eagerly tugged Zhang Juanhao toward her home. Knock, knock, knock. I'm back, Xianwan. A sultry voice called out. As the door swung open, Zhang Juanhao finally understood who Su Xianwan's mother was. A woman clad in mint green yoga attire bent down to open the door, her willow-shaped eyes widening in surprise upon seeing him. This was none other than Su Qing, the personal trainer he encountered thrice weekly at the gym. Su coach? Zhang Juanhao stammered, dumbfounded as he stared at her figure. Xiao Jiang? Their exclamations collided. Su Qing dropped the small white shoes she was holding, revealing the pink bunny head embroidered on the insole. Zhang Juanhao suddenly recalled the last training session when this coach had miraculously produced fruit candy from her sports bra. The wrapper's design identical to the rabbit ears on Su Xianwan's handbag. Mom, you didn't wear pigtails today, Su Xianwan interjected, raising their still intertwined hands. He smells nice. Zhang Juanhao was taken aback by this sudden proclamation, his face instantly turning crimson. Chapter 80, Are Su Xianwan and Su Cheng not biological mother and daughter? Ding, task completed, system rewards have been issued. Oh dear, what nonsense are you spouting? Su Cheng exclaimed, her smile a blend of cunning and politeness. Quickly, go pour some water for Xiao Jiang. No need, Coach Su, it's getting late, I should head home, Zhang Juanhao replied, clearly uncomfortable with the teasing from his older female acquaintance. With his current high level of darkness, he feared being devoured by her words. The messages from Jiang Qingqing and Wang Roshue had likely reached a staggering 99. His phone buzzed incessantly. Su Xianwan tightened her grip on Zhang Juanhao's hand slightly. Indeed, boys must be cautious outside, especially someone as handsome as Xiao Jiang, Su Qing teased, her crescent-shaped eyes twinkling. Expressionless, Su Xianwan released Zhang Juanhao's hand and stood quietly beside him, her trademark hair tuft drooping. Observing this, Su Qing felt a twinge of sympathy. Turning to Zhang Juanhao with a gentle smile. How about you stay for dinner before leaving? I'll personally serve you, ensuring a delightful meal. Besides, I can drive you home afterward, it's safe and convenient. Ding, a kind request from the coach. Agreeing to stay results in a -20 darkness value. Refusing incurs no penalties or rewards. System, may I inquire about this situation? Zhang Juanhao asked, puzzled, as it was his first time receiving such a task. Having overheard Su Qing's invitation, Su Xianwan's hair tuft perked up momentarily, but upon seeing Jiang Juanhao's serious expression, it drooped once more, her demeanor remaining stoic. Noticing Jiang Juanhao's hesitation, Su Qing's expression dimmed slightly, and she sighed. Ding, response to the host, they are not truly mother and daughter. Oh, that was expected. A classic trope, Jiang Juanhao mused, stroking his chin. In summary, Su Qing unexpectedly learned of her infertility and, by a twist of fate, rescued Su Xianwan from a perilous situation. At that time, Su Xianwan was 15 and still naive. Su Qing, feeling for the child, endeavored to help her escape the shadows and lead a normal life. Oh, I suspected this child was intelligent yet appeared a bit simple-minded. Now I see her fondness for sweet stems from a childhood filled with hardship. Very well, I accept the system, he concluded. Ding. Jiang Juanhao's darkness value decreases by 20, now standing at 60. Well then, I shall trouble you, Coach Su, Jiang Juanhao conceded, a polite smile gracing his face. Su Qing's eyes sparkled, and she turned towards the kitchen, saying, Xianwan, please take Xiao Zhong to the sofa to sit. Upon hearing this, Su Xianwan promptly approached Jiang Juanhao. Although she was not particularly articulate, her eyes exuded a pure curiosity and warmth. She gently tugged at Jiang Juanhao's sleeve, encouraging him to sit. Jiang Juanhao complied and settled onto the sofa, while Su Xianwan sat beside him, her hands resting on her knees, obediently still. Xiao Jiang, could you lend a hand? Su Qing suddenly turned, her eyes shimmering amber in the warm light. Please help me tie the apron behind my back. As she turned, her silk robe slipped down her shoulder, revealing a glimpse of skin. Jiang Juanhao quickly turned to assist, returning to the living room once done. A smile graced Su Qing's lips as she carried a plate of stir-fried potatoes. Jiang Juanhao's gaze wandered across the neatly arranged living room, adorned with scenic paintings and a potted plant on the coffee table, radiating warmth. The paintings I did those, Su Xianwan said softly. Really? They are beautiful. Jiang Juanhao exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in admiration. Su Qing remained silent, merely swaying her legs on the sofa. The sizzling sound of oil hitting the pan echoed from the kitchen, accompanied by her gentle humming. Jiang Juanhao suddenly perceived a domestic softness in the coach who often teased him. Candy Su Xianwan unexpectedly pulled out a tin of colorful fruit candies from behind a shark plushie. She counted out 3 mango-flavored pieces and placed 2 in Jiang Juanhao's palm. Why 2 for me? Jiang Juanhao imitated her, sitting cross-legged on the carpet. Su Xianwan popped the remaining candy into her mouth, cheeks puffed like a squirrel hoarding food. Yummy delicious. Before Jiang Juanhao could savor his candy, his phone vibrated. Revealing a new message from Wang Roshue, Jianghao baby, why haven't you replied? Are you with another girlfriend? If you find the time, do send me a message. What are you looking at? A fragrance of lily of the valley wafted as Su Qing approached. Jiang Juanhao hastily tucked his phone away, feeling awkward. Nothing much, he stammered. Just then, Su Qing emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of stir-fried peppers and potatoes. As she leaned down, her hair brushed against Jiang Juanhao's ear. Xianwan's fruit candies are something I wouldn't even dare to take, she teased. Su Xianwan quickly hid the candy tin behind her back, her hair tuft standing alertly. Haha, I'm just joking. I wouldn't eat them, Su Qing feigned annoyance, her expression affectionate. Before long, the table was laden with nearly all the dishes. Come now, Xianwan, take Xiao Zhong to wash his hands and then we'll eat, Su Qing called out, bringing 3 bowls to the table. Xianwan is too innocent, she understands little of the complexities of human relationships, yet she is quite clever. Quickly learning everything imparted to her, Su Qing remarked to Jiang Juanhao, placing a helping of vegetables in Su Xianwan's bowl. Xiao Su understands Su Xianwan was busy poking ice cubes with a straw when she suddenly pushed the glass towards Jiang Juanhao. With a crisp sound, she drew a smiley face on the condensation with her fingertip. This child has merely been isolated for too long, struggling to communicate, Jiang Juanhao pondered, observing Su Xianwan. Xiao Su might just be lacking in social interaction and basic knowledge, Jiang Juanhao cautiously suggested. Yes, I am gradually teaching her these principles, Su Qing replied. After dinner, as the jeep cruised through the neon-lit streets, Su Xianwan sat beside Jiang Juanhao, her gaze fixed upon him. The car played soft music, A Leaf Knows Autumn. Zhang Juanhao requested Su Qing to drop him off at the gym entrance. 20 minutes later, they arrived. After expressing his gratitude, he prepared to exit the vehicle. Su Qing leaned out from the driver's seat, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling in the night. Xiaojiang, can you guess why Shanwan gave you 2 candies today? Why? I don't know, perhaps one day you can ask her yourself. And don't forget to come for class every Wednesday, she said, driving away. As Su Shanwan waved goodbye, her eyes lingered on Zhang Juanhao. Mother and daughter? Although not biologically related, Zhang Juanhao mused as he walked home. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Qingqing and Wang Roshue had been waiting at home for quite some time. Chapter 81, Frost Fills the Sky. Zhang Juanhao opened the door to find the 2 sisters sitting cross-legged on the sofa, arms crossed, staring at him. Oh. You 2 aren't asleep yet. Have you eaten? Zhang Juanhao asked with an awkward smile. Neither of them spoke, only fixed their gazes on Zhang Juanhao's face. Zhang Juanhao had no choice but to close the door and stand motionless, awaiting their judgment. Time trickled by. Until Zhang Juanhao lost track of how long he had been standing there. Perhaps this is enough. Qingqing? Wang Roshue whispered to Jiang Qingqing. No. If we don't teach him a lesson, he'll only think about eating takeout outside and neglect the home. Didn't we agree? Jiang Qingqing retorted softly to Wang Roshue. It seems this is the only way to avoid certain doom today, Zhang Juanhao thought. Gritting his teeth and stomping his foot as he walked towards the 2 women with his head lowered. You. Jiang Qingqing barely managed to utter a word before Zhang Juanhao leaned in and kissed her. Oh wow. Juanhao, you. Wang Roshue exclaimed, covering her mouth with her hands in astonishment. Jiang Qingqing's pupils dilated in shock, then gradually softened with a hint of anticipation. Seeing this, Zhang Juanhao immediately turned and embraced Wang Roshue's face, kissing her as well. Before a minute had passed, Jiang Qingqing pinched Zhang Juanhao's chin, turning him back towards her and kissing him. Wang Roshue giggled secretly, feeling that Jiang Qingqing's behavior was merely a manifestation of her childish nature. Ding! Jiang Qingqing's dark influence -20, dark influence 40. Wang Roshue's dark influence -20, dark influence 35. The next morning, Friday, Zhang Juanhao only had a physical education class at 10:30 a.m. Ugh! Zhang Juanhao woke up lying on his bed, feeling weighed down by something. He struggled to open his eyelids, which felt glued shut, but to no avail. He tried to turn over, only to find his left arm tightly embraced by Jiang Qingqing, who was using it as a pillow. The young girl's long eyelashes fluttered gently with each breath, her nose slightly pink, and her lips curved into a faint smile, as if she were dreaming of something pleasant. Then, a subtle tingling sensation came from Zhang Juanhao's right shoulder. Wang Roshue's cascading black hair fell around his neck. Her usually playful eyes were now closed peacefully, and her full lips were slightly parted, her warm breath caressing the mark on his collarbone. Zhang Juanhao instantly snapped awake, his eyes widening as he realized his predicament. Wang Roshue suddenly rolled over, casting a shadow over him. The strap of her nightgown slipped off her shoulder, and her osmantha-scented hair brushed against his nose. Little brother's eyelashes are shining, so adorable Mua, does big brother want to run away again? Jiang Qingqing asked, having woken up at some point. Her dewy eyes were still veiled with sleep, and her fingers were already clutching the hem of his pajamas. Her bent knees pressed against his waist, revealing a section of her snow-white legs beneath her cotton pajama pants. This trick still works. It not only calmed their anger but also reduced their dark influence, Zhang Juanhao thought, getting up and heading to the kitchen. I'll make breakfast for you. Don't you have school at 8:30? Jiang Qingqing covered her head with the blanket and remained silent. As soon as Zhang Juanhao entered the kitchen, tied on his apron, and took out the eggs and noodles, Wang Roshue appeared behind him, resting her chin on his shoulder and twirling the apron strings with her fingers. Are you making egg noodles? Zhang Juanhao's ears tingled as if a breeze had blown past them. Yes. Then I want a soft-boiled egg. The vibrations of her chest traveled through her thin shirt as she spoke, her voice carrying a sleepy nasal tone. I want some too. Fried crispy. Jiang Qingqing popped her head out of the refrigerator, a straw from a strawberry milk carton in her mouth. As she stood on tiptoe, her pajama pants rode up. revealing a fading mark on her inner thigh, a war trophy from last night's battle for dominance. As the aroma of fried eggs filled the old range hood, Zhang Juanhao suddenly felt two arms wrap around his waist simultaneously. "Hold the spatula steady," Wang Roshue giggled near his right ear, her nails with transparent polish tracing his Adam's apple. "If you dare let anyone else taste little brother's cooking." A metallic clink came from the left as Zhang Qingqing plunged a table knife into the cutting board, her eyes gleaming fiercely in the morning light. "I'll use this to cut big brother's apron strings." Zhang Juanhao wanted to say, "Why don't you two try?" But he didn't dare. So he had no choice but to continue cooking. "Big brother is such a loser," Zhang Qingqing said, munching on her fried egg. "Alright, don't tease Juanhao. He was so tired last night, and he still woke up this morning to make breakfast for you. That's already amazing. Let him rest for a while." "I'll take you to school later," Wang Roshue said caringly. Soon after, the two finished eating, gave him a French goodbye kiss each, and left. Zhang Juanhao lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, muttering weakly, "System, are you sure you won't give me a physique-enhancing talent? Like a pure yang body or something?" "Ding, since my dear host has requested it, that must be arranged for the next mission," the system's cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Alright. You're my true bro, system, bros forever. If you need me, call me." Zhang Juanhao suddenly felt energized, sat up with a jolt, and happily went to eat his own breakfast. Of course, he also watched the videos he had filmed. Watching himself was truly embarrassing, but seeing the increasing number of fans, Zhang Juanhao couldn't help but smile. But soon the smile froze on his face. "Little kitten servant, this weekend is coming up again, Sunday, right? A whole day, don't forget." From the note, the inhuman Japanese boss. "How could I forget about that? My good mood is instantly gone," Zhang Juanhao muttered to himself, the delicious food in his plate suddenly seeming unappetizing. Ding, another WeChat notification. "Useless teacher. I hope you haven't forgotten to come to my house this Saturday for Qingqing's birthday party? I forgot about that. Tomorrow is Qingqing's birthday. I need to go buy her some surprises today." Zhang Juanhao quickly finished his breakfast and rushed to school. Chapter 82, Primordial Yang Body, here it comes. Just as Zhang Juanhao arrived at the school entrance, he encountered Park Myeonseop, whom he hadn't seen in quite some time. Name, Park Myeonseop. Experience, 0 affection, 60 twisted value, 10 obsessiveness towards host, moderately high talent, multiple? Jiang, classmate. Upon seeing Zhang Juanhao, Park Myeonseop was overjoyed and cautiously approached him. "What's wrong, Park Myeonseop?" Zhang Juanhao held a favorable impression of girls who were timid yet audacious. "See, could you call me Myeonseop?" Park Myeonseop asked, her face flushed with anticipation. Yes sure, Myeonseop, is there something you need?" Zhang Juanhao looked at Park Myeonseop, slightly puzzled. "Well, I was hoping to invite you to my house next week for a soiree. Would you be willing to attend?" After asking, Park Myeonseop mustered her courage and looked up at Zhang Juanhao, her sudden movement causing her ornaments to tremble. Zhang Juanhao's nose erupted in a sudden nosebleed. Ding, new task, a friend's soiree, accept the party invitation. Task reward, primordial yang body. Task failure penalty, eunuch body. Zhang Juanhao wiped his nose, smiled awkwardly, and hurriedly nodded, fearing he would fail the task if he was even a second late. "Of course, Myeonseop. I would be delighted to attend your soiree. Please, allow me to attend your soiree. You must let me." Park Myeonseop was bewildered. She didn't know why Zhang Juanhao's attitude had suddenly undergone a complete reversal, but she was elated that he had agreed. She immediately nodded in agreement, "Yes. I will definitely let you attend." Ding, task completed. Reward, primordial yang body. The system's cold, mechanical voice resounded. "Nice." Zhang Juanhao couldn't help but pump his fist. Zhang Juanhao suddenly felt a warm sensation coursing through his body, particularly in his abdomen. Park Myeonseop, seeing Zhang Juanhao pump his fist, assumed that he was so happy because of her and instantly blushed. Ding, Park Myeonseop's affection 20, affection 80. Zhang Juanhao glanced at Park Myeonseop, who was wearing a light pink dress and had her hair styled into adorable buns, making her look like a maiden who had stepped out of a manga. Jiang Juanhao thought about how Jiang Qingqing also seemed to favor this style and then inquired. By the way, Seop, my sister's birthday is coming up, and I'm at a loss as to what gift to buy her. Would you be willing to help me choose something? Park Seop's eyes lit up, and she nodded hastily, of course. I'm quite adept at selecting gifts. After she finished speaking, she lowered her head somewhat shyly and added softly, moreover, I would be delighted to be of assistance to Jiang. Then how about right after physical education class? Jiang Juanhao leaned in curiously to ask. As so close. I can feel Jiang's breath. Park Seop gulped, her ears already flushed crimson. Park Seop unconsciously closed her eyes and puckered her small mouth. Jiang Juanhao, having received an affirmative answer, had already turned around and started walking forward. Wait. Wait for me. Park Seop immediately scurried to catch up. The weather today was delightful. With nary a cloud in the sky and a radiant sun. Physical education class had ended several minutes prior. Park Seop, clutching her sportswear, had only just caught up to Jiang Juanhao. Her hair was still adorned with glistening beads of sweat, and a few strands clung to her forehead and face. However, she did not exude the odor of perspiration, rather, she emanated a faint citrus scent that made one yearn to nestle in her embrace. My sincerest apologies. I kept having trouble fastening the buttons on my clothes, so I made you wait. Shall we go select a gift now? She gazed down at her pink and white sneakers, the buttons on her chest having come undone at some point, revealing the lace trim of her collar. Jiang Juanhao hastily averted his gaze, his ears tinged with a faint flush. It's all right, take your time. It's still quite early. I'll treat you to lunch first. And then we can go shopping, all right? Yes. Park Seop was ecstatic. Today was likely one of the happiest days of her life. After finishing their meal, the two exited the cafeteria, preparing to visit a nearby shopping center to select a birthday gift for Jiang Juanhao's sister. Seop, what kind of gifts do girls typically appreciate? Jiang Juanhao asked as they walked. Park Seop gently bit her lower lip, pondered carefully, and stated earnestly, girls generally appreciate adorable things, such as plush toys, trinkets, or cosmetics. However, it ultimately depends on your sister's personality and preferences. But the most crucial aspect is that anything given by a beloved person, even a wildflower plucked from the roadside, would be cherished. After speaking, Park Seop looked at Jiang Juanhao, her eyes brimming with affection. Jiang Juanhao turned his head, feigning ignorance, and then nodded thoughtfully. This little imp Qingqing is usually just clinging to me. I have no idea what her other hobbies or preferences are. Could it be that I should gift her myself? Jiang Juanhao quickly shook his head. No, that won't do. Is something the matter, Jiang? Park Seop asked curiously, nibbling on her finger. Jiang Juanhao snapped out of his thoughts, smiled somewhat awkwardly, and scratched his head. It's nothing, just unsure of what to choose. Then follow me. Park Seop said, seizing Jiang Juanhao's hand and dashing into the shopping center. What does Jiang think of this? The soft voice drew him back to reality. Park Seop was tiptoeing, endeavoring to hold a plush bear above her head, the chiffon fabric taut with the movement, outlining a breathtaking curve. The spotlight at the top of the shelf cast a halo around her head, making even the downy hair visible. Jiang Juanhao's Adam's apple bobbed twice. Suddenly grateful that the primordial yang body prevented nosebleeds, he reached out and took the half-meter-tall teddy bear. His fingertips inadvertently brushing against her slightly sweaty palm. Qingqing should like it, but before he could finish speaking, the maiden had already darted to the adjacent shelf like a rabbit. The citrus fragrance in the air ebbed and flowed. When Jiang Juanhao followed with the bear, he saw her kneeling on the velvet carpet, diligently comparing two crescent moon-shaped brooches. You should choose a gift that can be carried around. Park Seop tilted her face. The baby fat on her cheeks flushed a delicate pink by the air conditioning. Like this one, she pinched the silver moon brooch and suddenly moved closer. The cool metal touching his school uniform collar, so Qingqing can think of her brother every time she looks down. Let me treat Jiang, but can Jiang also give me one? Park Seop said, lowering her head and twisting her body. The citrus fragrance wafted over him. Jiang Juanhao lowered his eyes and could see her butterfly-like eyelashes, and at the spring scenery revealed from the two unbuttoned buttons on her collar. The primordial yang body ignited a fire in his dantian, and he suddenly took half a step back, his back slamming into the display stand with a loud crash. WOC? Is this physique so overbearing? Ah! Park Myung-seop grabbed his clothes in a panic, and the whole person fell into his arms. The two fell to the ground. Their posture overly intimate. The maiden in his arms suddenly bounced away as if electrocuted, even her neck flushed with crimson. I'm sorry. I am going to the restroom. Watching the figure running away with hands and feet in the same direction, Jang Juinhao decided on the bear in these 2 star and moon badges. And he would send these 2 when he went to Tan Yuji's house tomorrow. Here. Jang Juinhao took out a star and moon badge and handed it to Park Myung-seop. Park Myung-seop looked at Jang Juinhao in disbelief. What's wrong, don't you like it? Jang Juinhao smiled at the corner of his mouth, and his fox eyes unconsciously turned up. Park Myung-seop blushed, took the badge, and then kissed Jang Juinhao on the cheek with a speed that could not cover his ears and ran away. Chapter 83, Subway, Invisibility Saturday. Minnow teacher. Shall I pick you up? Remember to bring your girlfriend, don't be late. Jang Juinhao glanced at the message and set down his phone, adjusting his collar. Seeing this, Wang Roshue, with a hair tie in her mouth, approached Jang Juinhao to straighten his collar. So troublesome. Jang Juinhao sighed helplessly. About to reply to the message when Wang Roshue stood before him, a pink hair tie held between her teeth, her hands naturally reaching for his collar. Hold still. She murmured, her head lowered in concentration as she adjusted his tie. Her almond eyes were slightly narrowed, with a hint of a smile. The fragrance of osmanthus blossoms gently wafting, lingering around Jang Juinhao's nose. Jang Juinhao turned his head uncomfortably, meeting Jiang Qingqing's gaze. She leaned against the doorframe in a white silk skirt, holding his coat, her doe eyes blinking, a playful curve at the corner of her lips. Brother. It's my birthday today, you can't be late. Since that incident, the relationship between the 2 women had improved, almost like comrades in arms. Of course, there were still occasional pangs of jealousy. I know, I'll leave as soon as Roshue finishes adjusting my tie, Jang Juinhao said with a helpless smile, reaching out to ruffle her hair. Jiang Qingqing nuzzled his palm, the scent of green apples faintly drifting, with a hint of sweetness. All done. Wang Roshue released him. Satisfied with her work, and casually removed the hair tie from her mouth, tying up her long hair. After getting ready, the trio headed towards the Salt Lake City Villa District. Halfway there, Jang Juinhao made an excuse, saying he had forgotten something and asked them to go ahead, while he would catch up later. In reality, he was going back to get the birthday present he had bought for Jiang Qingqing yesterday. Hee, I'm such a genius. Jang Juinhao said, holding a nearly life-size teddy bear and a star moon badge. To save time, Jang Juinhao ultimately chose to take the subway platform. As soon as Jang Juinhao was squeezed onto the subway, he saw a familiar figure he didn't want to encounter, Feng Xiaoxiao. Feng Xiaoxiao was wearing denim shorts, casual shoes with white calf socks and thermal tights, her jacket casually tied around her waist. There was no denying her beauty, Jang Juinhao had to admit. Feng Xiaoxiao's phoenix eyes narrowed, sensing that someone was watching her. She suddenly scanned towards Jang Juinhao's location and immediately spotted him. The corners of her lips lifted slightly, a playful anticipation flashing in her eyes. She squeezed through the crowd, heading towards Jang Juinhao. Jang Juinhao hugged the teddy bear, hiding behind it, praying that Feng Xiaoxiao had mistaken him. Where is he? I must be mistaken, how strange, Feng Xiaoxiao said, arriving beside Jang Juinhao, stroking her chin and deliberately looking around. Isn't he? Feng Xiaoxiao suddenly came up behind Jang Juinhao, wrapping her arms around him, her breath tickling his ear. What do you want? I really have something to do today, Jang Juinhao said, holding the teddy bear tightly, afraid that Feng Xiaoxiao would do something strange, and had to explain hastily. Oh dear. I didn't even notice until you mentioned it. Your hands are occupied now, aren't they? Feng Xiaoxiao said with a smile, slipping her hands under Jang Juinhao's arms, clasping them together in front of his chest. The two were pushed into the subway by the crowd. Don't mess around, Jang Juinhao said, his face flushed, feeling the strangeness. Feng Xiaoxiao didn't speak, but simply raised her hands, guiding Jang Juinhao to raise his hands as well. As a result, Jang Juinhao's sleeve slipped down, and Feng Xiaoxiao's smile instantly froze, because she saw that the totem on the man's hand in front of her had already sprouted new shoots. Ding! Feng Xiaoxiao's corruption value 20, corruption value 80. Who did you give it to this time? Feng Xiaoxiao said in a low voice, tightening her embrace around Jiang Juanhao. My girlfriend. Jiang Juanhao said softly, and you last time, wasn't it already? I see, that's perfectly fine, you have so many girlfriends. You wouldn't mind having one more, would you? Anyway, the law allows you to have many. Feng Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and turned Jiang Juanhao around to face her. In Jiang Juanhao's eyes, Feng Xiaoxiao's character panel suddenly appeared. Name, Feng Xiaoxiao. Experience, Guard, 1, Kaodao, 1. Snow, 1 Law Spear value, 5 Affection, 80 Corruption value, 80 Obsessiveness towards host, medium talent, super physical function, invisibility? Wait a minute. New talent? Could it be invisibility? Jiang Juanhao's heart tightened, and he heard Feng Xiaoxiao mutter to herself, what's that sound? Am I hallucinating from lack of sleep lately? Feng Xiaoxiao still recited it semi-believingly, Miwa Kakusu, ding, warning host, an invisible person about to awaken has been detected nearby. In order for the host to get rid of the influence of, please do not reveal that you can see this person. Did Feng Xiaoxiao leave? Jiang Juanhao almost cursed out loud but stopped himself in time. Feng Xiaoxiao looked at her hands in surprise, they're still here. But when I look back at the subway glass, I can't see myself anymore. Really? Feng Xiaoxiao knocked the teddy bear out of Jiang Juanhao's hands, grabbed his face, and kissed him passionately without hesitation. Omitted, half an hour later, the subway arrived at the terminal station. And Feng Xiaoxiao stepped off the subway contentedly, leaving. Jiang Juanhao, on the other hand, was already blushing and sat on the ground, using the teddy bear to shield himself from the curious, puzzled, and excited gazes of others. Crazy, she's a lunatic. This Feng Xiaoxiao is a lunatic. Jiang Juanhao hurriedly ran out of the subway to the restroom, carefully inspecting and tidying himself up in the mirror before returning to the subway, heading towards the Salt Lake City Villa District. Salt Lake City Villa District. Why isn't Mino teacher here yet? Tan Yujie muttered, looking at the crowd playing by the pool in the yard. Not many people were present today, just Tan Yujie and Jiang Qingqing's close classmates and friends. Sister Roshue, why isn't Onayakin here yet? Jiang Qingqing asked, holding a large water gun. This. I also. Before Wang Roshue could finish speaking, the villa's doorbell rang. Tan Yujie darted to the door faster than the butler. Wow, such a quick reaction, I just rang the doorbell, Jiang Juanhao asked curiously. Humph. None of your business, you dead Mino is late. Do you know that? It's not like I was impatiently waiting, just happened to be passing by. Alright, I understand, can you let me in first? Jiang Juanhao said with a smile, interrupting Tan Yujie. Fine, come in, I'm not paying attention to you. You stinky minnow, Tan Yujie said, huffing as she left. Then two figures flew over and tackled Jiang Juanhao to the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Wang Roshue and Jiang Qingqing. They were even wearing swimsuits. Chapter 84, Pool Party. Wang Roshue donned a wine-red high-slit swimsuit, which accentuated her snow-white skin. Her peach blossom eyes were slightly raised, playfully gazing at Jiang Juanhao's red lips. The edges of her swimsuit glistened, and her doe-like eyes sparkled with moisture, clearly having just emerged from the pool. Jiang Juanhao found himself at a loss, his gaze drawn downward to the expanse of white skin and the enticing gap. Just as he was about to speak, a dark shadow obscured his view, accompanied by the familiar scent of cedarwood perfume that wafted into his nostrils. They were quite familiar with each other. Tan Yuyu, dressed in a deep blue high-waisted swimsuit, held a glass of red wine, her eyes glinting with amusement. Tanzong? Wang questioned, looking at Tan with surprise, completely unprepared for her presence here. JQQ turned to the group, her large doe eyes filled with confusion. Tan Yujie is my sister, I didn't expect my sister's tutor to be one of my subordinates. Tan Yuyu remarked slyly, casting a playful glance at Jiang Juanhao. What a loving couple you are. I truly envy you. Jiang Juanhao felt his ears heat up under Tan Yuyu's gaze. As he attempted to retreat, he inadvertently bumped into Wang Roshue's soft chest. The fragrance of osmanthus mingled with that of green apples became overpowering, and he realized the girl had unknowingly pressed herself against him. Tanzong is joking, she said, her fingertip lightly tracing Jiang Juwenhao's collarbone, then lifting his chin to turn his face towards her as she kissed him before Tan Yuyu. Oh! Jiang Juwenhao gasped, unable to articulate further. A few classmates nearby looked on in shock. The thigh exposed by the swimsuit brushed against Jiang Juwenhao's knee, suggesting that the filming work was indeed more demanding than anticipated. Tan Yuyu chuckled, swirling her wineglass, the deep blue of her swimsuit shimmering under the sunlight. Suddenly, she leaned in closer, the cedarwood scent blending with the aroma of red wine brushing against Jiang Juwenhao's nostrils. Why not come work in my office as my personal assistant? A climate-controlled room, double pay, and even a napping pillow. Then, the tranquility was shattered. The pool erupted in a massive splash. Water suspended in midair as a girl donned in a strawberry floetide barreled towards him. Before Jiang Juwenhao could comprehend, he was enveloped by the girl, the scent of jasmine overpowering all others. You filthy fish! Perverted fish! How could you be here with Qingqing? Tan Yujie exclaimed, her damp twin ponytails bouncing as she revealed her small canine teeth, the bow on her white lace swimsuit brushing against Jiang Juwenhao's chest before she playfully bit his arm. Ah! What the? This girl is a little dog. Tan Yujie bit Jiang Juwenhao's arm, seemingly unsatisfied, and aimed for his lips next, leaving a trail of teeth marks across his skin. Seizing the moment before time resumed, she dashed inside, pretending to exit. Time resumed. Yujie, you too? Tan Yuyu nearly spilled her wine, uncertain if Tan Yujie had overheard her earlier words. However, it was not fear of Tan Yujie that troubled her, but rather the implications of her relationship with Jiang Juwenhao. The later Tan Yujie learned, the better. Jiang Juwenhao noticed that both sisters bore a beauty mark at the outer corners of their eyes, with Tan Yuyu's on the left and Tan Yujie's on the right. Very well. I shan't interrupt your youthful revelries, this old single cat shall take her leave, Tan Yuyu jested, turning away. Yet, her expression darkened as she whispered. You wait for tonight. Jiang Qingqing tiptoed, using the frilled cuffs of her sleeves to wipe the droplets from Jiang Juwenhao's mouth, her breath infused with the scent of green apples, brushing against his Adam's apple. Happy birthday, Qingqing. Did you enjoy the pool birthday party I prepared for you? Tan Yujie asked with a smile, her gaze subtly flicking towards Jiang Juwenhao and her handiwork. I love it so much, Yujie. Jiang Qingqing exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace Tan Yujie, showering her face with kisses. With only herself standing beside Jiang Juwenhao, Wang Roshue promptly pulled him towards the pool's edge. Juwenhao, would you like me to teach you how to swim? I recall you mentioning that you're not quite adept at it yet. Okay, Jiang Juwenhao hesitated. But before he could respond, Jiang Qingqing darted over, her wet doe eyes sparkling. Juwenhao Gu, I can teach you too. I'm quite skilled at swimming, as you know. We used to wash in the river together when we were little. Before she could finish, Jiang Juwenhao swiftly covered her mouth. Alright, I get it. No need to elaborate. I can swim too. Tan Yujie interjected hastily. Let me handle this, you're all too young. Wang Roshue remarked with a double entendre, pulling Jiang Juwenhao towards her. No, let me. Jiang Qingqing insisted, tugging on his other arm. You all are incapable, I shall take charge. Tan Yujie declared, also grabbing Jiang Juwenhao. In a moment of excessive enthusiasm, all four tumbled into the pool, splashing water all over Tan Yuyu nearby. Just as Jiang Juwenhao attempted to rise, four hands simultaneously seized him, plunging the pool into chaos. Tan Yuyu, swirling her empty wineglass, chuckled, Yujie, your tutoring services seem quite extensive, don't they? Mind your own business. Old hag, don't touch my man. Tan Yujie retorted cautiously, her grip on Jiang Juwenhao firm. Suddenly, Jiang Qingqing tugged at the side of his swim trunks. Wang Roshue laughed, covering his eyes. Don't look, you'll get a needleless eye. The scent of osmanthus enveloped him, yet if Jiang Juwenhao wished to peek, she offered, sister can show you privately filthy fish. If you dare move. Just try it. Tan Yujie bit down on his wrist, the jasmine scent mingling with a hint of blood on her tongue. Unbeknownst to them, Tan Yuyu had crouched by the pool's edge, her fingers trailing down Jiang Juwenhao's taut spine. Little Jiang, do you require legal assistance? The cedarwood scent wafted against his neck. Or perhaps a private rescue? Zhang Juanhao gazed at the sky, silently counting the clouds. His left collarbone bore a mark from Tan Yuji's playful bite, while the right side of his waist bore crescent-shaped nail imprints. A remnant of a green apple-colored ruffle clung to his knee. Most distressingly, he dared to glance down at his distorted swim trunks, despair washing over him as he closed his eyes. In the distance, Don Lu and Ao Huanyi had initially intended to greet him but hesitated, daunted by the unfolding scene. Chapter 85, The King's Game, Major Revision, as dusk descended. The colorful lights by the pool flickered to life, illuminating the evening. Tan Yuyu had instructed the butler to set up a professional grill in preparation for a barbecue soiree. Sparks from the crackling charcoal danced upon the pearlescent fabric of her deep blue swimsuit. Teacher Xiaojiang, she said, brandishing a pair of tongs that held a snowflake steak. Its glint catching the light. Medium rare, paired with red wine, or perhaps. Her fingertips brushed against the bite mark on his collarbone, teasing the notion of a special sauce. No need for you to worry, Miss Tan. Wang Roshue pressed a chilled osmanthus wine against his neck, her wine red, high-slit swimsuit shimmering with a satin sheen in the mist. She dipped her fingertips into the amber liquid, leisurely applying it to the youth's flushed earlobes. Zhang Juanhao is allergic to alcohol, isn't he? Just as Zhang Juanhao was about to nod, a burst of green apple fragrance wafted in from the right. Not at all. Zhang Qingqing exclaimed, brandishing a skewer laden with fruit. The pale green leaf brushed against his hand as she continued, last year at the temple fair, Juanhao Gu even accompanied me for plum wine. Her doe-like eyes suddenly glistened with mischief as a playful smile danced on her lips. Was that a special privilege? Clatter! Tan Yuj's abrupt kick sent the ice machine tumbling, startling everyone. Jasmine fragrance enveloped them as she bit into a roasted marshmallow, her white lace swimsuit revealing a glimpse of her waist. Teacher Jiayu, she said, poking a caramel-smeared fingertip toward his chest. Care to explain what special really means? Little sister. It's nothing, just a joke, Tan Yuyu replied with a smile. Hey, let's go get the meat. Tan Yuyu pulled her along inside. Juanhao, come with me. I'll grill some meat for you, Wang Roshue exhaled warmly, her fingertips slipping between his. It seemed that without a declaration of ownership, she wouldn't relent. Zhang Juanhao felt the heat radiating from her, his face burning with embarrassment. Suddenly, she yanked him closer, her red lips grazing his nose. Do you like me, baby? Like. At that moment, Zhang Juanhao felt as if his circuits were short-circuiting, surrounded by so many beautiful women teasing him. Thud. Zhang Qingqing deliberately knocked over the honey jar, its viscous contents dripping down the youth's. Zhang Juanhao seized Zhang Qingqing's wrist. Don't, Qingqing. I need to hit the restroom. Restroom ugh, I feel like I'm going to crash here tonight, Zhang Juanhao splashed cold water on his face. As he exited the restroom, Tan Yuyu set down her wine glass with a clink. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a game of King's Game? I have some tarot cards that mysteriously appeared. The person who draws the king can command anyone present to do anything. King's Game? The crowd echoed in unison. After a few rounds, the moment finally arrived when Zhang Juanhao drew the king. Ao Huanyi, holding a sports camera, directed her attention to him. First question, whose underwear color here excites you the most? Hey! What kind of question is that? Zhang Juanhao exclaimed, trying to mask his embarrassment. Big brother. Are you going to choose or not? Are you afraid to play? Ao Huanyi pressed the camera closer to his face. If you don't answer, I might have to draw a truth card for you. Tan Yuje, her damp twin tail swaying, squeezed in, the caramel stains on her white lace swimsuit glistening. This teacher must be thinking of yellow waist. She suddenly tiptoed and nibbled on his earlobe. Dare to say it wrong, and I'll make you drink all the pool water, believe it. What are you doing? Zhang Juanhao stammered, his face burning. Wang Roshue leisurely peeled a grilled shrimp, suddenly poking her honey-coated fingertip into Zhang Juanhao's mouth. Don't listen to the childish antics. Her almond-shaped eyes, under the colorful lights, resembled melted amber. After all, Juanhao baby helped me pick out lingerie last night, didn't he? You're lying. Jiang Qingqing tossed a green apple-scented wet wipe at Jiang Juanhao's chest. I didn't sleep at all that night. You guys did nothing. Jiang Juanhao's back suddenly pressed against the cool grill. As the four girls surrounded him, each brought a different fragrance, droplets from their swimsuits dripping onto his arms. Ao Huangyi eagerly began to shuffle the cards. Let us be clear. Feeding grilled meat with your mouth is basic. And a wet hug is entry-level. Tan Yujie snatched a card, freezing in her tracks for a full 3 seconds. Ha! King! She tossed the card onto the grill, her eyes sparkling with the thrill of the hunt. Teacher Jiayu! Right now, immediately. Take off your swimming trunks, Yujie. Tan Yuyu raised her wine glass, taking a slow sip. What does the family rule say? Cut it. Tan Yujie kicked off her slippers in frustration. Then I want Jiang Juanhao to compliment me in 3 different ways. Right now. Wang Roshue burst into laughter, her wine-red nails grazing Jiang Juanhao's throat. Complimenting a kid counts as punishment? Let me teach you. She suddenly leaned close to Jiang Juanhao's ear, her osmanthus fragrance mixed with warmth almost making him jump. Jiang Qingqing raised her hand abruptly. At the last parent meeting, those two were exchanging glances and sneaking touches. Under Jiang Juanhao's shocked gaze, Jiang Qingqing stuck out her tongue. I didn't sleep that night either. He. Qingqing, are you drunk? Have you been drinking? Jiang Juanhao exclaimed in disbelief, covering his face. Suddenly, a cacophony of grinding teeth echoed by the pool. Tan Yujie's face flushed crimson, still trying to act tough. Teacher Jiayu is indeed a pervert. Look how Qingqing has turned out so weird. Yet the cotton candy floating on the water betrayed her excitement. The second round's king, Wang Roshue, wore an even more dangerous smile. Her lips, coated in osmanthus-flavored gloss, hovered just a centimeter from his nose. Sister's request is simple. Your icy fingers must slip under my swimsuit's waistband, and you must say I love Sister Roshue 20 times in different languages. That's cheating. Tan Yujie lunged to pull her hair. If we're playing, let us make it thrilling. Let him apply sunscreen to the winner with his mouth. Jiang Qingqing quietly produced SPF 50, I just found the green apple-scented one. Everyone, Tan Yuyu, now donning a silk robe, interjected. The scent of cedar mixed with whiskey enveloped the group. How about we have the king designate 2 people to kiss for 10 seconds? She waved the newly drawn card, the tear mole under her left eye glimmering in the night. Suddenly, Jiang Juanhao found himself pinned down on the lounge chair by 4 pairs of hands. The pool's colorful lights twirled above, and the click of Ao Huangyi's camera shutter echoed like a death knell. Tan Yujie's sharp teeth pressed against Jiang Juanhao's collarbone. Teacher Jiayu, if you move, you're finished. As their lips, infused with osmanthus wine, green apple juice, jasmine tea, and cedar fragrance, drew near, Jiang Juanhao's face flushed as he tightly shut his eyes. With the snap of the shutter, the scene was immortalized, capturing the 4 girls encircling Jiang Juanhao. Ding! How do you feel, host? This is the power of the family prosperity buff. Allowing you to experience something quite domineering, the system's cold mechanical voice chimed, laced with a hint of smugness. You plotted against me. Chapter 86, The 4 Blossoms. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the lights around the pool extinguished. Jiang Juanhao, clutching his damp shorts, was about to sneak away when suddenly he felt a tug at the nape of his neck. It was Tan Yuyu with her manicured nails. Where are you running off to, Teacher Jiang? You haven't collected your employee benefits yet. Tonight's second half is a pajama party. What on earth? Jiang Juanhao stood rigid, unable to move. Exactly. Tan Yujie sprang up from behind, her twin ponytails flicking droplets of jasmine-scented water. If you stay here tonight, your salary could double. She added, even your sister Wang agreed to it. Jiang Juanhao glanced at Wang Roshue, who was twisting her hair, the moonlight casting a soft glow on her burgundy halter swimsuit. She smiled gently in his direction, playfully winking. Tan Yujie and Tan Yuyu playfully nibbled at his ears, causing his knees to weaken, nearly colliding with Jiang Qingqing, who was holding a fruit platter. No way, no way. These two are insatiable. I must leave, he exclaimed, pulling at Jiang Qingqing. But instead, he was met with a face full of green apple-scented hair. Jiang Qingqing's doe-like eyes widened, but Sister Roshue said the salary increase is enough to buy 10 boxes of AD calcium milk. You silly fish. Tan Yujie suddenly leapt onto the marble counter, her tiger teeth glinting ominously as she leaned close to Jiang Juwenhao's ear, whispering, "Dare to leave? I'll send a picture of you in a vacuum cat ear-made outfit to your class group." Tan Yuyu chuckled, her fingers twirling around her hair. "So, Teacher Juwenhao likes cat ears, huh? Coincidentally, my new silk nightgown also comes with cat ears." Miao Jiang Juwenhao's face flushed crimson as he turned to flee towards the villa. "You want pajamas, right? I'll change right now." He was abruptly tripped by Tan Yuyu, landing into an oversized Mickey Mouse beanbag chair. "What's the rush?" Tan Yuyu said, swaying a glass of red wine as she perched on him, her deep blue swimsuit accentuating her figure. "I've prepared a surprise for you." With that, she dramatically unveiled a nightgown, its back beautifully cut into a heart shape, reminiscent of a Victoria's Secret model. Jiang Qingqing suddenly emerged from beneath the sofa, holding up a onesie adorned with Psyduck, her eyes sparkling. "This one is even better. If you wear this, I'll go live to send you rockets." "Move aside." Tan Yujie leapt onto Jiang Juwenhao, jasmine-scented shower gel splattering his face. "Wear my SpongeBob outfit, or else I'll bite your artery." Wang Roshue leisurely pulled out her phone. "Choose my couple set, or..." The screen displayed a video of Jiang Juwenhao caught red-handed using her lipstick. In despair, Jiang Juwenhao tried to crawl away. "Let me die. Right now." Suddenly, four hands pinned him down, for voices in unison declared, "You have no choice." Ding. Tan Yuyu's affection level reached 100. And Tan Yujie's affection level reached 100. Rest assured, host. This time, the four women will perceive it merely as a vivid and profound dream. Particularly since you chose to forego this buff. I merely wish to demonstrate the power of this buff. Does this mean I've completed my quest to find 4 girlfriends? Jiang Juwenhao inquired curiously. Ding. Not quite. Jiang Juwenhao gazed into the void surrounding him and promptly knelt. "I was mistaken, esteemed system. Please grant me the harmonious family buff once again." Last night, he had genuinely experienced the might of this buff. Had he not awakened the pure yang body, he would have faced dire consequences. Very well. To acquire this harmonious family buff, it will cost 60,000,000 admiration points for permanent use or 60,000 admiration points for a day. Would you prefer permanent or a rental period? The system's cold, mechanical voice echoed around him. Money again? Wasn't it free last time? Jiang Juwenhao felt dizzy at the thought of such a sum. That was then, this is now. Didn't you once find this buff useless? Why do you wish to reclaim it now? Abilities cannot simply be bought. System, are you truly a sentient being in disguise? I'm utterly baffled by you. Jiang Juwenhao lamented, cradling his head in despair. Before he could voice any further thoughts, he suddenly found himself awakening in his own bed. Dazed and bewildered, he surveyed his surroundings. System? Jiang Juwenhao queried, confused. Ding. To create a more authentic dreamlike experience for them, I have transported each of you back to your respective beds. There is nothing unusual about this, host. Jiang Juwenhao nodded in realization, muttering to himself, You're quite thoughtful. Ding. You have 2 unread messages. Ding. You have 2 special notification messages. Before he could finish his sentence, the ringtone of his phone interrupted him. Jiang Juwenhao quickly opened the chat with Wang Roshue. Baby, are you awake? I need to tell you. I had the craziest dream last night, it was about us. He then opened Jiang Qingqing's chat. Olive sauce. Last night in my dream. They say dreams reflect reality, does that mean? Skeptically, he opened Tan Yujie's chat. Perverted fish, dead fish, Juwenhao fish. You actually, in your dream last night. Enough. I can't bear to read anymore. This harmonious family buff is simply too overwhelming. Jiang Juwenhao couldn't help but complain. Little employee, I've increased your salary, and you're to accompany me for a whole day of fun today. Don't think about making excuses, or your beloved girlfriend might lose her job. Zhang Juanhao replied with 6 egg emojis to each of them. Just as he intended to steal another 10 minutes of sleep, he suddenly felt something soft moving beneath the covers. Upon lifting the blanket, he found Jiang Qingqing climbing onto his stomach. Startled, he exclaimed, "Qingqing, when did you get here?" "He, about 3 minutes ago. As soon as I closed my eyes, I dreamt of you looking like that. I've never seen that expression on your face before, so." Jiang Qingqing leaned in and kissed him. P.S. Classes begin tomorrow. If time permits, I'll update thrice daily, otherwise, once or twice. Chapter 87, The Strange Shaking Ferris Wheel. I'm downstairs at your place. Should I come up, or will you come down? Zhang Juanhao was startled by the message from Tan Yuyu and hurriedly completed his flight. Ahem. Oh, Li-chan. What's wrong? Jiang Qingqing swallowed nervously. Nothing. I'm sorry, Qingqing, but I must go out for work. Stay at home and be good. Zhang Juanhao said, handing her a tissue and gently patting her head before leaving. Jiang Qingqing watched Zhang Juanhao's retreating figure, pouting in frustration. It's always like this. If I also go out to find work, then Oli-chan won't have to work so hard. Without hesitation, she quickly changed her clothes and stepped out the door right after Zhang Juanhao had left. With enthusiasm, Jiang Qingqing set out to find a part-time job, believing it would be an easy endeavor. However, after nearly circling the streets, she still hadn't found anything. Why is it so hard to find a part-time job? In a fit of rage, she grasped her hair in frustration. Excuse me, are you looking for a part-time job? Jiang Qingqing turned around, her hair a mess, and was met by a striking woman with a high ponytail. The woman wore a black leather jacket adorned with a rose-shaped diamond brooch, sipping on a cup of bubble tea with a delightful slurp. Yes. Do you have any openings? She quickly replied, brushing a stray hair from her mouth. Can you mix drinks? The woman shook her cup, revealing the tapioca pearls within. I can make green apple soda. Are you bold enough to wear a backless outfit? The woman suddenly pinched her waistline. Hey. Jiang Qingqing jumped back, her eyes wide with surprise. As long as it doesn't show my stomach. The woman burst into laughter, nearly choking on her bubble tea. You're too cute. I'm Luna, the manager of Moonlight Roland. We need a mascot server. The monthly salary is 8,000 with bonuses. How about a trial shift tonight? Is your bar legitimate? Jiang Qingqing asked cautiously. Our bar mostly has female staff. Don't worry, no one dares to cause trouble in my establishment, Luna replied with a playful smile. Meanwhile, Zhang Juanhao had been taken to a couple-themed amusement park by Tan Yuyu. The park was filled with couples, many of whom were openly kissing, disregarding their surroundings. This isn't right. Shouldn't we go to a regular amusement park instead? Zhang Juanhao adjusted his collar, attempting to cover the lower half of his face. After all, he had amassed over 100,000 followers. Being recognized could have negative repercussions. What's wrong? Tan Yuyu said, wrapping her arm around Zhang Juanhao's waist and pulling him closer. Are you feeling wrong because people mistake us for a couple? I am the company president, and last night in my dream, we... Stop. Zhang Juanhao, feeling flustered by Tan Yuyu's warmth and the scent of cedar, quickly interjected, dreams are just the opposite, they're not real, don't believe them. Is that so? Tan Yuyu feigned deep thought, leaning closer to Zhang Juanhao. But in my dream, you looked completely different. We couldn't possibly defeat you together. You. I'm leaving now. You can enjoy your little romance game, Zhang Juanhao stammered, embarrassed. You admit this is a romance game? Then a kiss isn't too much to ask, right? Before Zhang Juanhao could react, she pecked him on the lips. Zhang Juanhao covered his mouth and stepped back, ultimately dragged by Tan Yuyu to ride the Ferris wheel. As the Ferris wheel reached its apex, it suddenly began to shake violently, startling the onlookers and staff alike. Fortunately, after half an hour of tension, nothing further happened, allowing the staff to breathe a sigh of relief. Ding! Zhang Juanhao's darkening aura increased by 15 points, bringing the total to 75, as the darkening value rises. the difficulty of conditions increases. When Jiang Juanhao and Tan Yuyu disembarked from the Ferris wheel, he glared at Tan Yuyu with a look of resentment, while she appeared in high spirits, humming a cheerful tune.
Pa, what a heartless woman. She doesn't even recognize me when she has an address. Jiang Juanhao muttered under his breath. Hey, I heard that. Who says I don't recognize you? I'm not just here once, Tan Yuyu said,
crossing her arms and looking mischievously at Jiang Juanhao. Let us go, I'll treat you to a nice meal.
Is a monthly salary of 19,000 for Wang Roshui acceptable? It's 1,000 more now.
Seeing this, Jiang Juanhao could only nod in agreement. At 9 in the evening, Jiang Juanhao returned home slightly tipsy and collapsed into bed, completely unaware that Jiang Qingqing was at home.
Meanwhile, at Moonlight Roland,
Jiang Qingqing crouched in the dressing room, shivering, clutching a bunny ear headband. In the mirror, she saw herself in a lace-adorned dark green maid outfit. The crisscross ribbons tied in a bow at her waist, revealing a hint of her waistline with the slightest bend.
How embarrassing.
Little Apple Luna leaned against the doorframe, whistling, as customers inquired about the new green apple-themed little deer.
I'll be right there.
Jiang Qingqing steeled herself and entered the hall, instantly dazzled by the colorful laser lights. At a circular booth sat 3 or 4 elegantly made-up women. One in a wine-red velvet suit flicking a lighter, gazing dreamily at Jiang Qingqing.
Newcomer? Come pour us some drinks.
If Jiang Juanhao were present,
he would surely recognize Chen Shouyue.
However, neither recognized the other, as they had only met once. In a fluster, Jiang Qingqing struggled to uncork the champagne bottle,
causing bubbles to explode all over the customer. This is bad, so bad. Just as she was about to apologize, she was suddenly pulled into a woman's embrace by her lace apron, the scent of green apple mingling with the aroma of ladies' cigarettes filling the air. Apologize by feeding this drink to me? Chen Shouyue teased, tugging at the ribbons on Jiang Qingqing's back. And no, I can't.
Jiang Qingqing's eyes glimmered with moisture as she struggled, causing her headband to slip.
I only sell drinks, not my body. And besides, I don't like girls. The entire room erupted in laughter. Luna laughed so hard she slapped her thigh. Sister Sue, stop teasing her. This girl is so innocent.
With that, she pulled Jiang Qingqing to the bar. You're responsible for delivering fruit platters to the VIP rooms. Jiang Qingqing felt a wave of relief as she carried a fruit platter upstairs, where beneath a crystal chandelier sat a woman in a deep V suit playing with tarot cards. A few others surrounded her, smoking and drinking, each cradling a bottle. As she recognized the woman's tear mole at the end of her left eye, the platter clattered to the floor. At the moment Tan Yuyu looked up,
Jiang Qingqing turned and fled. Who just came in? Tan Yuyu asked, perplexed. Who knows? By the way, Yuyu, what about that gem you mentioned? Bring it out for the girls to see, another woman in a shirt chimed in. He left, maybe there'll be another chance, Tan Yuyu replied, exhaling a puff of smoke. Chapter 88, is Qingqing still not awake?
As Jiang Qingqing stealthily pushed open the iron door, the old gate emitted a piercing creak. The half sandwich she had tucked away nearly slipped from her grasp, a late-night snack gifted by the bar's kitchen auntie. Moonlight filtered through the paper-covered window, illuminating Jiang Juanhao's curled profile as he lay wrapped in a blanket adorned with Bambi. He had returned with exquisite dishes after a meal with Tan Yuyu, the remnants of which lay on the windowsill, an odd assortment of takeout, the bag scrawled with a note for Qingqing.
Silly Oli-chan.
Jiang Qingqing crouched before the sofa, her doe-like eyes sparkling in the darkness. She reached out to poke his nose but suddenly noticed the lingering bite mark on his collarbone,
her finger retracting as if struck by lightning. Ding!
Jiang Qingqing's darkening value increased by 5, now at 45. A sudden thud from the toilet's plumbing signaled someone upstairs had flushed. Jiang Qingqing hastily covered her mouth, catching a glimpse of her reflection in the cracked mirror.
Her disheveled rabbit ears askew, the bow on her dark green maid outfit loosened, revealing bruises left by Chen Shouyue's grip. In a flurry, she removed her headpiece, but the lace hairpin snagged a strand of her apple-scented hair. As she discreetly slipped 200 yuan into her piggy bank, she discovered an amusement park ticket wedged beneath. The back bore Jiang Juanhao's handwriting, once Qingqing ranks among the top 10 in class, I'll take her on the Ferris wheel. Qingqing?
Jiang Juanhao suddenly poked his head out from under the blanket, his tousled hair swaying in the night breeze.
Where have you been? Why so late? You smell of alcohol.
Jiang Qingqing quickly covered his mouth, the mingling scents of green apple and bar smoke filling the cramped apartment.
I went to a classmate's house to do homework.
She fumbled with the crumpled collar of her maid outfit.
This is our cosplay club's activity uniform. Eh? How come? Wow. Jiang Juanhao couldn't help but yawn.
Seizing the moment, Jiang Qingqing dove under the blanket, her hair brushing against his nose. It's warmer when we squeeze together, it's too cold for me alone, hee hee. As her fingers grazed the red marks on his wrist left by the Ferris wheel's safety belt.
Her voice muffled against his shoulder. Oli-chan met someone important today, didn't he?
And no, Jiang Juanhao, half asleep, instinctively replied.
Then, why did you go on the Ferris wheel, when you said, only with me?
Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around him, her cheek pressed against his slender chest.
You must have met a bad woman, right?
Jiang Juanhao shivered, shaken awake, and instinctively tried to withdraw his hand. Jiang Qingqing seized his fingers, pressing them to her lips. Her tongue brushing over the red mark, disinfection, you know.
Stop it.
Jiang Juanhao, now fully alert, yanked his hand away, his ears flushed under the moonlight.
However,
as he turned, he found himself enveloped in her warm embrace. Jiang Qingqing, now only in a camisole, was rubbing her apple-scented hair against his back. The old refrigerator suddenly roared, causing dust to flake off the walls. Jiang Juanhao tugged the blanket toward her. Don't overthink it, it's just a company team-building event. He stared at the water stains on the ceiling, recalling Tan Yuyu's words on the Ferris wheel. Qingqing, wait for me.
Once I save enough money, I will quit and go back to delivering takeout. It may be hard and tiring, but it's safe. Ding.
Jiang Qingqing's phone, hidden beneath the pillow, sprang to life, a message from Luna popping up. Little Apple, wear this outfit tomorrow, accompanied by a photo of a cat-eared maid costume adorned with bells. She hastily pressed the screen off.
What's wrong, Qingqing? Still getting messages from classmates at this hour? Jiang Juanhao inquired, curiosity piquing.
You shouldn't be dating so young. It's the weather forecast.
And my boyfriend isn't Oli-chan, it's you.
She flustered, trying to cover his eyes, her lace cuffs brushing against his trembling eyelashes.
Oli-chan, go to sleep now.
Well, I guess drinking does mess with the mind, I almost forgot.
Wait. Alright, Qingqing, you can now consider yourself my girlfriend.
Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Qingqing turned him toward her, burying her face in his neck. Tonight,
I want to sleep with Oli-chan.
Feeling his muscles tense, she playfully bit the button of his pajamas, akin to how she used to during earthquakes. The old folding bed creaked under the strain. Jiang Juanhao curled into a ball, facing the wall, when he felt the fabric rustle behind him. When her icy feet touched his calves, he could no longer tolerate it and turned around. Jiang Qingqing, enough already, go to sleep. After uttering those words, he succumbed to sleep. Jiang Qingqing gazed at his sleeping face, her lips curving into a smile. Qingqing can earn money now too.
8,000 a month, not including commission.
She stealthily pressed a kiss on his lips. Good night, my most favorite Oli-chan.
Moonlight streamed through the curtain's gap, illuminating their peaceful faces.
In the dilapidated old house, the scents of green apple and gardenia intertwined, weaving a warm dream.
The next day was Monday, and Sakura University upheld the tradition of weekly flag-raising ceremonies, prompting both to rise early. Around 7:30,
they awoke to find Wang Roshue already in the kitchen preparing breakfast for them.
Roshue Jie. Jiang Juanhao rubbed his eyes in surprise. Ah, Juanhao baby is awake.
Wang Roshue beamed, carrying a plate of dumplings. Roshue Jie, what brings you here? Despite having met Wang Roshue numerous times, Jiang Juanhao couldn't help but blush at her radiant beauty, especially those enchanting, soulful peach blossom eyes.
Is Qingqing still asleep?
Wang Roshue set the plate on the table and stepped toward him, wrapping her arms around his waist.
She's still isn't awake. Jiang Juanhao's face turned crimson. Really? It can't be. Is there going to be a classic neon drama unfolding? Should we eat first or?
Since Qingqing isn't awake yet, I drove here, so we have plenty of time, over an hour. Wang Roshue leaned closer to him. 1. P.S. Some may wonder if they had already been on the Ferris wheel.
That was during the first gaming session, maybe there's some confusion. If they were to go, wouldn't there be new plot developments? Chapter 89, The Arena of Chaos?
I shall take my leave first, brothers. During the flag-raising ceremony, the school leaders stood on the podium,
earnestly expounding upon profound principles.
Jiang Juanhao yawned in boredom and muttered softly, "No matter where you are, there is always someone with a performative personality, right?"
What nonsense are you spouting?
As Jiang Juanhao focused intently on the small indentations his shoe made on the synthetic track, suddenly, a warm sensation at his lower back startled his spine into a shiver.
Jiang, classmate.
The delicate voice of Park Sang-shang, mingled with the fragrance of citrus, wafted toward him. Her slender fingers were cautiously tugging at the hem of his shirt, and the silver crescent moon necklace slipped from the unbuttoned collar,
gently swaying with her hurried breaths over her collarbone.
Jiang Juanhao was abruptly reminded of last week at the gift shop,
where a young girl had knelt on the velvet carpet, selecting a brooch. At that moment, the morning light pierced through the mist, illuminating her hair, with stray wisps catching golden specks as they brushed against the crescent pendant of her necklace.
"They are about to announce the groupings for the school exhibition," Park Sang-shang whispered, her fingertips unconsciously caressing the star-shaped pendant between her collarbones, a slight smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Jiang Juanhao then noticed she was wearing a modified school uniform with a standing collar, adorned with tiny diamond stars that matched the necklace clearly. She cherished the trinket he had casually purchased for her.
"This feels like I'm about to commit a crime."
A sudden screech from the microphone on the podium jolted him back to reality as the director adjusted his glasses. "This year's school exhibition will introduce a special award.
Each group must complete their themed exhibition within 3 days. Ding! New task, Star and Moon together. Team up with Park Sang-shang to win the gold award at the school exhibition. Reward, space folding technology.
Penalty for failure, love points reset to 0.
Current love points, 804. 587, well done, system, I'll give you a bomb." Are you kidding me? 80,000 coins vanished just like that?
Jiang Juanhao patted Park Sang-shang on the shoulder.
"Ah. I'm sorry. Did I scare you?"
Park Sang-shang lowered her head, somewhat flustered.
"How are you even more bashful than I am? I've been through worse, and I'm not this shy anymore. So, the school exhibition. Do you have any ideas?" Jiang Juanhao inquired politely. "And no. I mean..."
Park Sang-shang stammered, her face flushed as she gesticulated wildly.
Jiang Juanhao couldn't help but chuckle at her flustered demeanor. The girl's cheeks turned a deeper shade of red, resembling a ripe apple,
with the tips of her ears blushing faintly. She lowered her head, twisting the hem of her skirt nervously, her voice barely audible. I
actually have an idea."
Just then, the director cleared his throat and announced, "The theme of this year's school exhibition is the fusion of technology and art."
Jiang Juanhao raised an eyebrow and turned to Park Sang-shang. "The fusion of technology and art? That sounds quite intriguing. Sang-shang, you mentioned you had an idea?"
Park Sang-shang nodded, her eyes sparkling. I want to create a themed exhibition called Star and Moon Together, using technology to simulate the starry sky, combined with classical music and modern dance, to showcase the vastness of the universe and the insignificance of humanity." Her excitement grew as she spoke, her voice rising. But suddenly she seemed to realize her enthusiasm was a bit overwhelming and quickly added in a whisper, "Of course, this is just an immature idea of mine.
If Jiang classmate thinks it's inappropriate."
Just as Jiang Juanhao was about to respond to Park Sang-shang's proposal, he felt a chill at the nape of his neck.
"Oh no!
There's a murderous aura." He instinctively turned around, only to meet 2 furious gazes.
Teacher Zhai.
Tan Yujia had appeared behind him, her sharp canines glinting as she inquired, "Who are you chatting with?" She toyed with a Polaroid camera, her smile more menacing than friendly. On the other side, Jiang Qingqing stood with glistening eyes. "Oli-chan.
Didn't we agree to prepare for the exhibition together?"
She clutched a green apple-flavored notebook, her expression a picture of innocence as she bit her lip. Park Sang-shang was startled by the sudden appearance of the 2 girls and instinctively took a step back behind Jiang Juanhao.
This action ignited Tan Yujia's fury. "Hey!" She seized Jiang Juanhao by the collar, demanding, "Who is this girl wearing the star necklace?"
Jiang Qingqing suddenly produced the crescent moon necklace that Jiang Juanhao had gifted her, exclaiming, "Why does Oli-chan have one too?" Ding! Jiang Qingqing's darkening value 30, darkening value 75. Wait! This is a disaster. Jiang Juanhao hastily clarified, "This is Park Sangshang, a classmate of mine. We were just discussing the school exhibition. The necklace around her neck is from that time I asked her to help me choose a gift for you." "Oli-chan, you idiot!" Jiang Qingqing interjected abruptly. Then, without warning, Jiang Qingqing lunged at Jiang Juanhao, knocking him to the ground in her fit of rage. Fueled by her anger, Jiang Qingqing's time-traveling ability somehow rewound to an hour earlier. Time rewind. Jiang Qingqing's mood improved considerably, but upon seeing Park Sangshang still clinging to Jiang Juanhao, her brow furrowed again. Realizing she still held onto the hem of Jiang Juanhao's shirt, Park Sangshang quickly released her grip. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." "Right?" Tan Yujie scoffed coldly, "What are you pretending to be innocent for?" She suddenly leaned in close to Park Sangshang, her sharp canines nearly brushing against the girl's nose. "I warn you, keep your distance from my teacher, or else." "Yujie." Jiang Juanhao pulled her away. "What?" Tan Yujie glared, the scent of jasmine intensifying. "Are you defending this girl with the star necklace?" Park Sangshang stood blushing, utterly at a loss. "Is this girl some sort of daddy's girl?" Tan Yujie scoffed disdainfully. "Yeah. A girl like that is the worst." Jiang Qingqing chimed in. I'm not." Park Sangshang protested, her face aflame. As the three continued their heated argument, Jiang Juanhao rubbed his temples, seizing the opportunity to slip away unnoticed. "I swear. If I don't escape now, I might need to buy several more beds, one here, one there." Ding! Task difficulty upgraded, complete Star and Moon together under the siege of 3 heroines, with doubled rewards. Penalty for failure, love points reset to 0. And 1 heroine will randomly undergo complete darkening. Jiang Juanhao. System, are you doing this on purpose? I might as well just grab that chopstick. As the trio regained their senses, Jiang Juanhao had already vanished without a trace. The school preparing for the exhibition was bustling with activity, and pedestrians crisscrossed the campus. After a considerable pause, Jiang Juanhao sprinted relentlessly until he was certain no one was pursuing him. He leaned against a sycamore tree behind the teaching building, gasping for air. His forehead beaded with perspiration. This existence is becoming untenable. He massaged his temples, the chaotic scene from moments ago replaying in his mind. Tan Yujie's canines, Jiang Qingqing's expression, Park Mingshan's fluster, and the system's damned upgrade task notification, especially that system notification. It was the bane of his existence. Ding! Host detected successfully escaping the Shura field, gaining a temporary buff, concealment of aura, duration, 24 hours. Oh. This is impressive, truly impressive. Not bad at all. Jiang Juanhao's face instantly transformed into a cheerful grin, catching the author off guard. Phew. Finally escaped. Geez, you're really like a dog sometimes. Jiang Juanhao wiped his sweat, glanced at the time on his phone, and realized he needed to quickly find a solution to this task, or he was truly doomed. Just then, his phone vibrated. Jiang Juanhao looked down to see a message from Park Mingshan. "Jiang. I'm sorry for causing you trouble, winky face." Park Mingshan nervously held up her phone, its lock screen displaying a candid shot of Jiang Juanhao sleeping. And the phone's screen was filled with 72 dating guide apps. Before he could reply, another message popped up, about the school exhibition. "I've sketched some designs. If you have time, could you come take a look?" Jiang Juanhao hesitated, about to respond, when he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He whirled around to find Tan Yujie leaning against the wall, toying with a Polaroid camera. A playful smirk on her face. "Mismatched teacher," she drawled, her eyes full of amusement. "What are you doing hiding here?" "System? I have a question." Ding, refrain from such trivial inquiries, host. Reflect upon your course of action. Are you treating me like a citizen of Japan? Jiang Juanhao's heart tightened, and he instinctively took a step back. "Yujie, how did you find me?" Tan Yujie waved her phone, the screen clearly displaying a location tracking app. "Did you really think you could escape my grasp?"
Since when? Jiang Juanhao was completely bewildered. About to ask the system for clarification. Tan Yujie suddenly leaned in, the scent of jasmine washing over him. Want to know when? I won't tell you unless you become my.
Tan Yujie stuck out her tongue playfully.
And that. Tan Yujie made an exaggerated gesture in front of her chest. Who is she? You really are a degenerate. What's so great about Neishu? Disgusting. Wait.
Something is terribly wrong. This state is reminiscent of Feng Xiaoxiao and Jiang Qingqing. Seeing Tan Yujie's unusual state, Jiang Juanhao immediately checked her system panel, discovering that her corruption value had reached 100.
So it is.
Wonderful, I'm about to be captured, and there's no saving me. Jiang Juanhao tried to escape, but Tan Yujie grabbed him and flung him away, his back slamming against the rough trunk of the sycamore tree, causing him to grunt in pain.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Did I hurt mismatched teacher? Tan Yujie's lips curled into a manic smile, revealing her adorable canines.
The Polaroid camera in the girl's hand flashed with an intense burst of light, and as the photo slowly emerged, he caught a glimpse of his own panicked expression being forever captured on the photographic paper.
Yujie, calm down. Jiang Juanhao tried to retreat, but there was nowhere to go.
He realized that her high-top Dr. Martens were stomping on his shadow's heart, crushing it mercilessly.
I'm doomed.
Tan Yujie suddenly pulled an electronic collar with a bell of pleasant goat from her JK skirt pocket. I was going to spare you recently,
but now I must use it. Mismatched teacher, you have repeatedly tested my boundaries. Whatever shall I do? Yujie, this is a toy, right? Just kidding.
Jiang Juanhao said tremulously, but his eyes were constantly scanning his surroundings for the perfect escape opportunity.
Ah, I forgot to introduce it.
This is the latest pet locator, she said with a smile, pressing the red button on the inside of the collar. The eerie blue LED light reflecting in her crazed pupils, it can monitor mismatched teacher's body temperature, heart rate, and even.
Her fingertip traced his violently throbbing Adam's apple. Adrenaline levels, now's the time. Run.
Just as Jiang Juanhao was about to spring into action, a sharp,
stabbing pain shot through the back of his neck. What the heck? Clown. Crap. Tan Yujie waved the syringe,
watching the boy's pupils gradually lose focus, a special anesthetic, enough to knock out an elephant for 3 hours. She licked off the remaining liquid on the needle tip, then suddenly opened her school uniform jacket. A leather holster with 7 different types of restraints was strapped to her waist.
It's okay now, mismatched teacher.
Let's go home immediately, I'll take care of you. Tan Yujie finished speaking and summoned a Range Rover with a phone call.
Tan Yujie,
with a smile playing on her lips and in her eyes, carried Jiang Juanhao into the car and drove away. Jiang Juanhao regained consciousness in a dazzling glare, the first thing he smelled being the strong scent of disinfectant. He felt a cold sensation on his wrist. Realizing that he was spread-eagled and strapped to an operating table, the ceiling covered in mirrors, Tan Yujie hummed the melody of Bird in a Cage, adjusting the shadowless lamp above. Ah, mismatched teacher, you're awake. Welcome to our love nest, she said, turning around, her white coat billowing, revealing a leather gun holster strapped to her thigh. I had this specially renovated for you. Are you moved? A scalpel slid across Jiang Juanhao's cheek, opening the first button at his collarbone. Jiang Juanhao tried to speak, but his mouth was taped shut, and he could only make muffled noises.
He really didn't dare to move.
All the surveillance is connected to military satellites, not even a fly can get in. Dangerous actions, please do not imitate.
This is for plot purposes. Shoo.
Tan Yujie suddenly pressed her index finger to his lips, the scent of jasmine mixed with ether filling his nostrils. Jiang Juanhao felt his head suddenly become hazy, a dizzying sensation.
Now, mismatched teacher, tell me, where should I start? Tan Yujie's scalpel traced every inch of Jiang Juanhao's skin, gazing playfully at Jiang Juanhao on the table. Chapter 91, Can I Escape?
Cold sweat drenched Jiang Juanhao's hair, the tips clinging to his handsome face, as his consciousness struggled against the effects of the anesthetic. The scene before him shifted between clarity and haze. The glaring light of the operating lamp forced him to squint, while the melody of Caged Bird, hummed by Tan Yujie,
danced in his ears, a whimsical tune tinged with an eerie tenderness.
Oh my goodness, this is truly despairing.
System, please save me. Teammates, please save me.
Despair nearly consumed Jiang Juanhao's eyes as the shadows cast by Feng Xiaoxiao loomed over him once more. as Tan Yujie's blade glided along his ribs. It abruptly halted, her medical mask, tinted pink by the warm breath escaping beneath it, revealed her sharp canines and a mischievous smile. I just thought of a more interesting game. He attempted to struggle, only to realize his limbs were firmly restrained by specially designed bindings, rendering him unable to move even a finger. The cold sensation around his wrists and ankles was unmistakably metallic. Tan Yujie stood beside the operating table, toying with an exquisite scalpel, her gaze flitting over Jiang Juanhao as though appraising a work of art. "Teacher, my dear fish," she called softly, her tone laced with mockery.
"Did you know I've been waiting for this day for a long time?"
Jiang Juanhao's throat tightened. He wished to speak but could only emit muffled sounds.
The tape sealing his lips made even breathing a laborious task. Sensing his discomfort, Tan Yujie sighed gently and peeled the tape away from his mouth.
Jiang Juanhao gasped for air, his voice hoarse as he panted. "Yujie.
I know. I love you. Can you let me go first?" "Eh?"
Tan Yujie tilted her head, a finger pointed at the corner of her mouth, her smile transforming into a cunning yet slightly deranged grin.
"Are you afraid, perverse teacher? Finally begging for mercy? That's not true. I really like you, Yujie."
Jiang Juanhao stammered, but before he could finish, Tan Yujie placed a finger over his lips.
"Do you know?"
Her voice was as soft as if she were soothing a child. "I've loved collecting beautiful things since I was little.
And you are the most beautiful collection I've ever seen.
So whatever you say, Teacher Fish, is futile."
With that, Tan Yujie gracefully ascended the operating table and sat down.
"Hush." She leaned close to his ear, whispering,
"Don't make a sound, or I might get very angry." Her Chapter 92, Restart the Vocation of a Rental Boyfriend seems promising. Data reset, 20, 30. 100. All data has been purged. Rebooting.
Host acquired a new talent, Versatile Martin, able to emulate any boyfriend archetype to achieve the perfect boyfriend persona.
Jiang Juanhao's eyes snapped open.
The acrid scent of disinfectant assaulted his nostrils. He found himself seated on a chair in a hospital corridor. Host, Jiang Juanhao. Affection, 0 age, 18 experience, 0 purity, 0 corruption, 0 supernatural talents, photographic memory, succubus physique, Versatile Martin. Am I destined to be a rental boyfriend? He felt something stir in his arms. Glancing down, he noticed the lingering dampness of his younger sister, Jiang Qingqing's tears, on his palm. Her stifled sobs reached his ears as her petite frame huddled against him, appearing utterly pitiable. Name, Jiang Qingqing. Time regression system, inactive. Experience, 0 loss. Spear value, 0 affection, 100 corruption, 0 obsessiveness towards host, high talents, silver tongue, chronokinesis, inactive, brother. Jiang Qingqing hiccuped through her tears, her small hand clutching his sleeve.
Is Grandpa abandoning Qingqing?
There, Qingqing.
It's all right. It's all right. Brother's here.
Jiang Juanhao cradled the frail girl, his fingertips brushing away the tears at the corner of her eyes. He found it difficult to muster any fear towards the current Jiang Qingqing.
What should I do this time? Jiang Juanhao furrowed his brow. Suddenly,
the operating room doors swung open, and a female doctor with rimless red glasses perched on her nose emerged. A glimpse of a silver chain was visible in her white coat pocket.
Jiang Juanhao immediately noticed that the pendant was half of a Taijita jade amulet. I regret to inform you, we did everything we could.
The doctor removed her mask, revealing a face strikingly similar to Zheng Jia's,
albeit with a distinctly different aura. Her name tag gleamed, Zheng Shi. Zheng Shi? Zheng Jia?
Jiang Juanhao rubbed his eyes, scrutinizing the doctor before him. She possessed the same fox-like eyes, perpetually upturned, with a hint of allure at the corners. A small mole below the left corner of her mouth added to her unique charm. Even in the loose-fitting white coat, her graceful curves were undeniable.
Could it be another twin? Ding! New character detected.
Name, Zheng Shi. Experience, 0 affection, 30, initial attraction due to succubus physique, twist value, 0 corruption, 0 talent, miraculous touch. Jiang Qingqing abruptly broke free from his embrace and lunged forward,
clutching Zhang Shi's coat. Please, save Grandpa. Qingqing begs you.
Jiang Juanhao ultimately signed the papers and carried the unconscious Jiang Qingqing home.
Well, should I seek out Sister Ro Shuwei first? Jiang Juanhao pondered his next move while carrying Jiang Qingqing on his back.
Suddenly, thunder rumbled, followed by a deluge of rain. Damn it, Jiang Juanhao muttered, shielding Jiang Qingqing in his arms and seeking refuge under the eaves like the other scattered pedestrians.
This rain is so capricious.
Jiang Juanhao coughed lightly.
A daffodil silhouette darted through the rain. Jiang Juanhao squinted.
The girl clutched a canvas bag, her rain-soaked hair plastered to her pale cheeks.
Ding! New mission triggered, escort the naive girl home safely. Reward 10,000 affection points. Failure results in the random revocation of a talent. The system remains consistent.
Hey! Over here! Jiang Juanhao shielded the sleeping Jiang Qingqing with one arm and grabbed the girl's wrist with the other. Her skin was frigid, like holding a piece of waterlogged jade. As the girl stumbled under the eaves, a fragrance of lily of the valley wafted through the air. Her soaked school uniform clung to her form, revealing a hint of a light blue shoulder strap. Jiang Juanhao averted his gaze as if shocked, his fingers brushing her collarbone as he removed his jacket.
Put this on.
The girl stared at Jiang Juanhao, bewildered, her head bowed,
and a damp cowlick plastered to her forehead.
Suddenly she noticed Jiang Qingqing in his arms, her eyes widening.
Is that your daughter?
Put.
Cough cough. What's the sentence for child abduction?
Jiang Juanhao chuckled, hoisting Jiang Qingqing higher.
She's my sister. Don't you know to seek shelter under buildings when it rains?
Jiang Juanhao felt a fondness for this clumsy girl.
I know, but Mom is waiting at home, and I need to get back quickly. Su Xiaonuan replied expressionlessly.
Call your aunt, Jiang Juanhao suggested. In this downpour, you'll get a fever of 88.
6 degrees by the time you get home.
As soon as Jiang Juanhao finished speaking, Su Xiaonuan held up a phone screen shattered like a spiderweb, along with a power bank.
Raindrops trickled down her hair onto the cracked glass, reflecting her bewildered expression as she stared at the power bank. The black box, it's not working. It's angry, it won't give me power. Ha!
Jiang Juanhao peered at Su Xiaonuan's hand. The power bank was leaking water.
The power bank is waterlogged.
Of course, it won't work.
It would be a disaster if it did. Jiang Juanhao smiled, handing his phone to Su Xiaonuan. Because the phone was a system reward. It hadn't disappeared. I don't remember the number. Su Xiaonuan said, dejectedly. Wait a moment, let me check.
Jiang Juanhao retrieved his phone and checked his contacts.
The phone hadn't changed at all, excellent.
Jiang Juanhao called his fitness instructor and said to Su Xiaonuan, just a moment. Beep beep, the phone was answered after only 2 rings.
Su Qing's questioning voice mingled with the sound of the rain. Hello? Who is this?
Jiang Juanhao briefly explained the situation.
Add me on WeChat and send me your location.
A grateful voice came from the other end of the line, but she was worried that Su Xiaonuan might encounter a bad person.
I'll be there in 10 minutes, tops.
Jiang Juanhao hung up and turned to Su Xiaonuan, who was fiddling with a white rabbit accessory on his bag, unconsciously tugging at the strap, as if feeling uneasy. Her hair was still dripping, and her wet uniform clung to her body, making her appear particularly vulnerable. Your mother will be here soon, Jiang Juanhao said softly, his tone laced with reassurance. Su Xiaonuan looked up, her expression still calm, but a hint of anticipation flickered in her eyes.
Thank you. My name is Su Xiaonuan. Ding. Name, Su Xiaonuan. Experience, minimal. Affection, 40 corruption, 0 talent, natural Da Vinci on Jiang Juanhao. Before long, a black Volvo pulled up to the curb. Chapter 93, Come to my house, it's spacious with few people. The car door swung open swiftly, and Su Qing hurried over, holding an umbrella. She was clad in a beige trench coat, her long hair cascading casually over her shoulders, a gentle smile gracing her face. Xiaonuan. Upon spotting Su Xiaonuan, Su Qing quickened her pace, a hint of urgency lacing her tone. Why didn't you call your mother? The power bank is crying. Su Xiaonuan lifted the still dripping power bank. Her youthful face adorned with confusion as droplets fell from her hair onto Su Qing's hand. It's shedding tears. With a resigned smile, Su Qing affectionately ruffled Su Xiaonuan's hair. Come into the car, I've brought you new clothes. Change out of your wet ones once you're inside.
Su Xianwan glanced at Jiang Juanhao, handing the clothes back to him, maintaining a stoic expression, merely responding with a soft seeing Su Xianwan enter the car. Su Qing turned to Jiang Juanhao, her eyes sparkling. "Ah, fair and lovely one is to my taste. Perhaps we could bring him home to be Xianwan's father." Her gaze danced with playful allure. "Have I troubled you with our little Nguan?" As she spoke, her voice swayed lightly, her drenched white shirt revealing the delicate outline of her shoulder straps. Just as Jiang Juanhao was about to speak, the slumbering Qingqing in his arms stirred, snuggling closer to his neck and murmuring, "Ali-chan, I don't feel well. My head is pounding." Jiang Juanhao quickly grasped her hand, reassuringly, "It's all right, brother is here. This is my sister, Jiang Qingqing. I am Jiang Juanhao." Su Qing's gaze swept over the flushed cheeks of the little girl, and she suddenly reached out to check her forehead. "We should go to my house." Jiang Juanhao hesitated but replied, "It's no trouble, we live at the entrance of South City Alley, which isn't far. Perhaps you could just drop me off." "South City Alley?" Su Qing paused, her brows furrowing deeper. "Isn't that a slum? You live there?" Jiang Juanhao nodded, his tone calm, "Yes, for now." Su Qing's expression turned serious as she regarded him and then Jiang Qingqing in his arms, her voice firm, "No, with this heavy rain, and you carrying a sick child. How can you return to such a place? Stay at my house tonight. No need to trouble you." Ding! A new task was assigned, rent a boyfriend. Su Qing had an important banquet to attend this weekend and needed to bring a boyfriend home for pretend. Successful completion would earn her 100,000 admiration points, while failure would incur a double deduction. The drainage system in the slum had claimed lives just last month. Su Qing's fingers danced over her phone screen. The red alert for heavy rain making Jiang Juanhao's pupils contract. "Are you sure you want to wade through waist-deep sewage while holding your feverish sister?" Suddenly, Qingqing in his arms erupted into a fit of coughs, her small face burning with fever. Jiang Juanhao felt her trembling grip on his shirt, and his earlier bravado faltered. With his head lowered and an apologetic tone, he felt the rainwater trickle down his nose onto Su Qing's hand, then, "I must trouble you, Sister Su." What did you call me?" Su Qing's eyes sparkled with delight, her lips curling into a smile, seemingly in high spirits. In the back seat, the heating was on full blast as Su Xianwan cradled the shivering Jiang Qingqing. Jiang Juanhao removed his jacket and handed it to Su Xianwan. She inhaled deeply, and with a flash of reluctance, draped it over Jiang Qingqing. Su Xianwan held Jiang Qingqing tightly, rhythmically patting her back while softly murmuring to her. As Jiang Juanhao reached out, Su Qing suddenly swerved, causing him to lean against the driver's seat, his forehead colliding with her collarbone. Chapter 94, 80 for the big hammer. 40 for the small hammer? As a fitness coach, I can discern any spinal issues with just a glance. After Su Qing finished speaking, she gently pushed Jiang Juanhao's back. He felt the tension in his muscles dissipate almost instantaneously. Suddenly, the sound of shattering dishes echoed from downstairs. Su Xianwan stood in the kitchen, holding an empty medicine box with spilled ginger soup around her feet. The girl, with an impassive expression, pointed upstairs and said, "Sister is talking in her sleep." By the time Jiang Juanhao rushed back to the guest room, Qingqing was sobbing into Su Xianwan's nightgown, hiccuping, "Oli-chan, please don't leave me." Su Xianwan remained stiff, allowing her to cling to her like a kidnapped penguin. "Sister will comfort you." Su Qing, having changed into a cartoon-themed robe, hummed a lullaby as she nestled into bed. Qingqing caught a whiff of Lily of the Valley and, in her drowsiness, snuggled closer to her, murmuring, "Fragrant mama. How I wish to record this moment, so that when Jiang Qingqing recovers from her fever, I could play this embarrassing scene on loop for her." Jiang Juanhao stood at the doorway, clutching a pillow, silently observing as Su Xianwan slipped a penguin plush into Qingqing's arms and watched as Su Qing patted Qingqing's back rhythmically. The sound of rain tapping against the glass dome suddenly felt distant. He leaned against the door frame and slowly slid to the floor. Ding, darkening points 10. Darkening points, 10, darkening points -10, darkening points, 0, Su Xianwan is the heroine pure love, Su Qing is the supporting character darkening. The heavy rain had persisted for several days, but that was a tale for another time. Jiang Juanhao arranged for a week-long leave for himself and Jiang Qingqing. By the time she awoke the next day, her flu was nearly resolved. Embracing the penguin plush, she rolled over in bed. As she drowsily opened her eyes, she found herself on a grand bed accommodating 3, with an exquisite aroma diffuser on the nightstand, slowly emitting mist scented with lily of the valley.
Where am I? Ah, my head.
She rubbed her eyes and sat up, suddenly recalling fragmented memories from last night, fragrant Mama's embrace, the penguin plush Su Xianwan had given her.
And Oli-chan's sleeping profile leaning against the door. Wait. Fragrant Mama? Oh no, what have I done? Perhaps it's time to tidy up and prepare for a new life on another planet.
Jiang Qingqing shyly ruffled her hair.
Awake? Su Qing entered, holding a steaming bowl of pumpkin porridge.
Today she wore a champagne-colored silk robe, her long hair casually tied up, exposing her fair neck.
Jiang Qingqing instinctively flushed and shrank back, stammering, Oli-chan, where is he?
Eh? That truly saddens Mama. Last night, you were calling out Mama while holding him.
And now your first question upon waking is about your brother?
That hurts my feelings, Su Qing pouted, feigning anger, though at 33, she still exuded a youthful charm.
Well,
I was confused due to my fever, Jiang Qingqing mumbled, lowering her head in embarrassment. He went to the hospital for some matters, Su Qing replied,
placing the porridge on the nightstand without elaborating.
At this, Jiang Qingqing trembled, her head drooping slowly as she began to weep, leaving dark spots of tears on the velvet blanket.
What's wrong? Su Cheng approached, gently patting her back,
sensing a vague answer in her heart that she could not voice.
Grandfather has passed.
Only my brother remains. Jiang Qingqing collapsed into Su Qing's arms, wiping her nose on her clothes. There, darling. I will be your sister from now on. You may call me Mama if you wish, just don't be sad. You and your brother will live with me from now on, Su Qing whispered softly, resting her chin on Jiang Qingqing's head. Jiang Qingqing remained silent,
simply holding on to Su Qing. Outside, Su Xianwan, confused, rushed over to embrace the two. Meanwhile, on the other side,
Zhang Juanhao had also come alone to handle the burial arrangements. Last time, a city is a region where ground burials are prevalent. He feared Jiang Qingqing might faint at such a scene. Once all the arrangements were completed, he returned to the impoverished district of the south. Truly, the saying rang true. During the Qingming festival, the rain falls incessantly, and travelers on the road feel as if their souls are severed. Although it was not Qingming, Zhang Juanhao, under a black umbrella, observed the relentless downpour and the hurried pedestrians, and the phrase popped into his mind.
In the South District slum, Zhang Juanhao waded through the waterlogged streets, slowly making his way home.
Fortunately, it was merely a window that had blown open, allowing some rain to enter. Zhang Juanhao exhaled in relief and began to clean the room carefully.
The Emperor is calling. Hello? What's wrong, Sister Su?
Zhang Juanhao spoke while dragging a mop, wedging the phone between his ear and shoulder.
When are you coming back? Your sister misses you. Right away. Suddenly,
there was a knock on the door. One moment, Sister Su, someone is at the door, Zhang Juanhao said, setting down the mop and walking toward the entrance.
Coming. Stop knocking. Zhang Juanhao opened the door to find three workers clad in orange reflective vests.
The leader, a capable woman with a high ponytail,
flashed her identification from the relocation office, holding a water-damaged blueprint.
Hello, we are from the Municipal Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau. The woman displayed her credentials,
raindrops cascading from her waterproof hat.
Due to the recent heavy rains causing foundation collapses in the South District, the government will be uniformly demolishing hazardous buildings. The two young women behind her had already set up a laser measuring device, the red beam sweeping across Zhang Juanhao's pant leg.
Zhang Juanhao tightened his grip on the doorknob. Demolition? The compensation plan will be announced next week.
The woman stepped into the room,
muddy footprints marking the floor with her military boots.
For self-built houses like yours, you can exchange for a maximum of 40 square meters of resettlement housing in the North District. As she spoke, she unfurled a tape measure with a swift motion. Wait a moment, Zhang Juanhao hurriedly interjected, observing the aggressive demeanor of the three.
What? Do you want us to measure a larger area for you? That can be arranged.
But, she said, rubbing her chin with a lewd smile.
You dare. If you have the guts, wait here for me. I'll be there in 5 minutes. A furious voice echoed from Zhang Juanhao's phone. Are you afraid of me? I'll be waiting for you, just see. I'm sorry, Mama. I was wrong.
The leading woman knelt before Su Qing, addressing her. With arms crossed, Su Qing looked down at the woman with disdain, flanked by a dozen impeccably dressed women.
Hurry up and measure. For each square meter short, I'll take a finger. Yes, yes, yes.
10 minutes later, the three left, bowing and scraping.
Thank you for today, Sister Su, Zhang Juanhao expressed his gratitude, looking at Su Qing.
No problem, it was nothing, Su Qing replied with a smile.
By the way, since we're at it, I have a favor to ask. What is it?
As long as it's not immoral, I'm willing to help, Zhang Juanhao responded readily. Next week is grandfather's 100th birthday, Su Qing winked. He insists that I bring a boyfriend, or he'll kick me out of the house.
As she spoke,
she retrieved a black card from her cleavage and leaned in to whisper in Zhang Juanhao's ear, if you help your sister, this card will be yours.
Chapter 95 Whose Hand? Do not disturb the magic. Friday afternoon at Su Qing's home.
Zhang Juanhao had just returned from the slums with Su Qing.
Oli-chan. Jiang Qingqing, who was originally watching Su Xiaonuan paint, leaped into Jiang Juanhao's arms upon seeing him return.
Good girl. Jiang Juanhao affectionately stroked Jiang Qingqing's head,
delighted by her innocence untouched by the system's influence. Su Xiaonuan, who had also been painting, walked over and imitated Jiang Qingqing by hugging Jiang Juanhao tightly, sniffing him and revealing a satisfied expression.
Zhang Juanhao chuckled awkwardly at the sight of the two girls nestled against him. Allah, one who called me mom just yesterday.
And another who always rushes into my embrace the moment she sees me, what a change today.
Su Qing feigned grievance, pouting adorably.
Su Xiaonuan tilted her head, glancing between Su Qing and Zhang Juanhao. After a brief tussle with her hair, she chose to continue hugging Zhang Juanhao.
He smiled as he ruffled the hair of both girls, their little tufts resembling playful puppy tails brushing against his wrist. Zhang Juanhao could not help but swallow hard.
Xiaonuan.
You're breaking my heart. Su Qing pretended to wipe away tears, feigning a sobbing voice. Su Xiaonuan thought for a moment before pulling Su Qing over without warning, causing her to stumble against Zhang Juanhao's back.
The three of them formed a tight circle around Zhang Juanhao.
Dingling, suddenly, Su Qing's phone rang urgently.
She glanced at the caller ID, Xiao Jiang. Could you please keep Xiaonuan company for a while? I have something to attend to.
She swiftly shoved the car keys into Zhang Juanhao's pocket, her fingertips deliberately grazing his waistline.
I'll bring back some treats for you. Come back soon. Mom.
Su Xiaonuan tugged at Su Qing's sleeve softly.
Su Qing tousled her daughter's hair, saying, I know, listen to your brother, all right?
She then walked to the entrance in her 10-centimeter heels.
Suddenly turning back with a smile, Xiaonuan's watch has GPS.
If you dare take them outside the villa area, well, I'll have to deal with you, don't worry. I won't let anything happen, Zhang Juanhao replied, wiping the sweat from his forehead.
Watching Su Qing leave, Su Xiaonuan's face visibly brightened.
She hurriedly turned on the television and selected a dozen horror, twisted, and psychological films before rushing to the snack room to grab a bucket of popcorn. Sitting on the sofa to enjoy her feast. Her actions were so fluid, it was clear she had done this many times before.
Zhang Juanhao's lips twitched,
while Jiang Qingqing stood frozen in place, bewildered by the scene.
Xiaonuan, your mother doesn't allow you to watch these kinds of things, right? Jiang Juanhao remarked, holding Jiang Qingqing's hand.
She doesn't, but they're so interesting.
I sneakily watch them. You can't tell Mom, promise.
Su Xiaonuan extended her tiny hand, looking at Zhang Juanhao with pleading eyes. Noticing Zhang Juanhao's hesitation, she paused the film, stepped closer, and linked her pinky with his pinky promise, 100 years, no changing stamp. Standing on her tiptoes, she pressed her thumb firmly against Zhang Juanhao's finger.
When she looked up, her lashes cast shadows under her eyes, resembling a charming little bunny. You can only watch one, too much of this is, not good for you.
Xiaonuan, you must listen, Zhang Juanhao coaxed, speaking to her as if she were a child.
Okay. Su Xiaonuan's expression was blank.
Yet her tone was unusually cheerful. Zhang Juanhao affectionately ruffled her hair, earning a satisfied hum from her. Jiang Qingqing squeezed in between them. Her cheeks puffed up like a bun. Oli-chan is biased.
She tugged at Zhang Juanhao's shirt, demanding a pinky promise as well. These two little ones, Zhang Juanhao couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. All right, he relented, extending his other hand. Seeing this, Su Xianwan suddenly leaped forward, hugging his arm and rubbing her face against his shoulder, while Jiang Qingqing clung to the other side, letting out a small hum. What a chaotic scene. Zhang Juanhao found himself sandwiched between the two girls, the scents of lily of the valley and green apple swirling around him. Suddenly, a scream erupted from the movie, causing Jiang Qingqing to shut her eyes and burrow deeper into Zhang Juanhao's embrace, leaving him blushing. Yet, Su Xianwan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she bounced her feet. The psycho killer is so cool. He only strikes on rainy days. Just as she spoke, thunder rumbled outside. Jiang Qingqing trembled even more, and when Zhang Juanhao looked down, he found her clutching his shirt tightly. He gently patted her back while catching a glimpse of Su Xianwan stealthily inching closer. If you two are scared, why don't you stop watching? Zhang Juanhao chuckled in exasperation. No, Su Xianwan's eyes were glued to the screen, her hair half collapsed, gripping Zhang Juanhao tightly. Jiang Qingqing buried her face in the crook of his neck, making his nose tingle uncomfortably. Outside, the rain poured heavily. And Zhang Juanhao suddenly felt a chill on his neck. Unbeknownst to him, Su Xianwan had pressed an ice-cold cola against his skin. Startled, he jerked back. The back of his head colliding with Jiang Qingqing, enveloped in a wave of sweet fragrance. The three of them tumbled on the sofa, popcorn scattering everywhere. Zhang Juanhao scrambled to get up but found Su Xianwan playfully tugging at the drawstring of his hoodie with her little teeth. He swallowed hard, honestly thinking that both girls were exceptionally beautiful. Were it not for his principles, he might have lost control. Suddenly, Jiang Qingqing covered his eyes with her hand. Brother, you mustn't look. Beneath her warm palm, Zhang Juanhao heard the rustling of fabric. Su Xianwan was unzipping his jacket. Stop. He rolled off the sofa, crashing into the coffee table and accidentally touching a hard object. Upon closer inspection, it was Su Qing's confiscated book, The Psychology of Deviance. Open to the chapter on the bridge effect. Just then, a thunderclap echoed, plunging the villa into darkness. Jiang Qingqing's terrified scream and Su Xianwan's excited cheer filled the air simultaneously as both soft bodies leaped into his embrace. Who? You two, whose hand is that? Wait. Zhang Juanhao shouted urgently, don't move. I'll go turn the power back on. Two small hands clung tightly to his body. Oli-chan. Don't go. I'm scared. Jiang Qingqing's trembling voice echoed. Su Xianwan's eyes sparkled with mischief as she suddenly stood on her tiptoes and pressed her lips against Zhang Juanhao's. Who? Zhang Juanhao quickly covered his mouth, nearly gasping aloud, fearing that the other would surely demand a kiss as well. Chapter 96, Come to my house tomorrow. I will train you alone. The last three individuals remained quietly seated on the sofa, waiting for Su Qing to finish her tasks before the power was restored. As the lights flickered back on, Su Qing strode into the living room, her high heels clicking rhythmically on the floor. A puzzled expression crossed her face as her eyes swept over the three huddled together on the sofa. A knowing smile playing at the corners of her mouth. It seems you all had quite the fun while I was away. Zhang Juanhao hastily extricated himself from the embrace of the two young girls, his face flushed and his hands awkwardly grasping at nothing in particular. Sister Su, let me explain. Ding. Jiang Qingqing's affection level reached 100, Su Xianwan's affection level reached 80. Explain what? Su Qing tossed a shopping bag onto the sofa and bent down to retrieve a popcorn bucket that had rolled to her feet. Xianwan, how many times has your mother told you not to watch horror films? She suddenly pinched her daughter's cheek and added. And who taught you to stick cola on your brother's neck? Su Xianwan's hair drooped instantly, her expressive eyes filled with discontent. Mommy is a meanie. Not allowing me to watch, but brother is nice. He lets me watch. With that, she leaned against Zhang Juanhao's back. Oh dear, how disheartening. Su Qing remarked as she turned, her silk robe slipping a little loose at the waist. I'm going to cook, you all. She suddenly leaned in close to Zhang Juanhao, her lips brushing against his earlobe. Later, accompany me to the mall. I need to pick out a few decent outfits for you. The aroma of delicious food soon wafted from the kitchen, while Zhang Juanhao felt increasingly uncomfortable. Jiang Qingqing nestled against his arm, while Su Xianwan playfully tugged at the drawstring of his sweatshirt. It was not until Su Qing emerged with 3 dishes and a soup that the 2 little girls reluctantly released him. Open wide, Jiang Juanhao, Jiang Qingqing urged, picking up a piece of braised pork. Brother, Su Xianwan held up a spoon expectantly.
Jiang Juanhao's face turned crimson as he felt torn,
ultimately deciding to take the bowl for himself.
I'll do it myself.
Absolutely not. Jiang Qingqing declared loudly. Su Xianwan remained silent, persistently holding the spoon near Jiang Juanhao's mouth.
Su Qing elegantly sipped her red wine, her eyes glinting with amusement. It seems our little teacher Jiang is quite popular.
Care for a sip of red wine?
She leaned in closer to Jiang Juanhao.
In a high-end men's suit custom shop on the 3rd floor of a department store.
Jiang Juanhao found himself surrounded by 5 male attendants, making him exceedingly uncomfortable.
As he slipped into the 3rd velvet suit,
the fitting room curtain was suddenly drawn back. Su Qing appeared, a Starbucks cup in hand, leaning against the doorframe, her eyes sparkling with mischief.
Your bow tie is crooked. Let me fix it for you.
As she leaned in, the scent of lily of the valley mingled with coffee wafted past his nose.
The attendants, sensing the shift, discreetly vacated the area. I can manage it myself.
Jiang Juanhao attempted to take the bow tie, only to have Su Qing's hand close around his.
Don't move.
Her fingers deftly grasped the silk tie, and with a sudden motion, she pushed his legs apart.
Do you know why I chose this shop?
The fitting rooms have excellent soundproofing. Jiang Juanhao, feeling increasingly flustered, found himself pressed against the mirror, the cool surface sending shivers down his spine. Su Qing's hair brushed against his collarbone, causing a tingling sensation to spread across his neck. I'll help you, she said, stepping closer, her finger tracing along his Adam's apple.
This is how to tie a tie.
She rose onto her toes, her lips nearly touching his chin. Little Jiang, your heart is racing so fast. Just as Jiang Juanhao was about to retreat, he found himself pinned against the mirror. Su Qing's eyes sparkled with mischief.
Grandfather despises liars, so. She suddenly yanked at his tie. We need to practice what couples do. Sister Su. Call me Qingqing.
Her fingers glided over his collarbone.
Otherwise, grandfather will find out.
Stay calm, renting a boyfriend doesn't include this. Jiang Juanhao hastily waved his hands.
Oh really?
The curtain was flung open suddenly, revealing Su Xianwan holding a penguin plush toy at the door, her wide eyes fixed on the 2 of them.
What are you doing, Mommy?
Jiang Juanhao hurriedly pushed Su Qing away, only to bump into another soft embrace. Jiang Qingqing had appeared from nowhere, her doe-like eyes filled with innocence.
Oh Li Chan. Ding. Jiang Qingqing's darkening value increased by 5, bringing it to 10.
Su Qing gracefully adjusted her deep V-neck white dress.
I'm just teaching your brother how to tie a tie.
She pivoted suddenly. Xianwan, take Qingqing to the dessert section, Mommy's treating. And here's a membership card for the handsome chef. Su Xianwan remained unfazed. Just swipe it, today you can eat to your heart's content, Su Qing's voice whispered temptingly,
echoing in Su Xianwan's ears.
A moment later, if you come with me, I'll take you to eat something delicious. Su Xianwan finally relented, pulling Jiang Qingqing along.
Hey, hey! Jiang Qingqing glanced back at Jiang Juanhao repeatedly as they walked away. Once the 2 young girls had departed, Su Qing suddenly pressed Jiang Juanhao against the wall. Shall we continue? Don't.
Sister Su, if you keep this up, Jiang Qingqing and I will have to leave, Jiang Juanhao stammered,
his face burning as he turned away, revealing his pure, unblemished neck. Is that so? Su Qing whispered in his ear, unable to suppress a laugh at Jiang Juanhao's expression. She gently kissed his neck. All right, I won't tease you anymore. I'll ask the attendants to measure you for a suit to be ready by the day after tomorrow.
With that, she placed a kiss on the corner of his mouth, her gaze locked onto his eyes, before turning and leaving. Su Qing stuffed several shopping bags into the trunk. As she returned to the car, she suddenly grasped Jiang Juanhao's wrist.
There's one last thing. Let me put this on you.
She opened the glove compartment and took out a Tai Chi necklace.
This is my grandfather's token of affection. He will only believe it when you wear this.
Without waiting for Jiang Juanhao to refuse, she leaned in close, her hands sliding around his neck. her warm breath enveloping him as she fastened the necklace and adjusted his tie.
Your heart is racing so fast? She chuckled. It seems the impromptu training session with the fitness coach wasn't sufficient.
Her fingers unexpectedly slid down to his abs.
A sudden clicking sound emanated from the back seat. Su Xianwan held up a Polaroid camera, the paper slowly ejecting a group photo. Jiang Qingqing pouted while hugging Jiang Juanhao's neck.
Su Xianwan's hair poking out from under her fluffy skirt, and in the corner of the photo, Su Qing, with her crimson-tipped fingers, formed a heart near Jiang Juanhao's waist.
Xianwan, did you enjoy your meal today? Su Qing asked from the driver's seat, glancing at Su Xianwan through the rearview mirror. Su Xianwan nodded eagerly,
lifting the bags in her hands to show Su Qing. Jiang Qingqing rubbed her round belly, a satisfied smile on her face.
Chapter 97. Fortunately, I rebooted, otherwise
I would have met a gruesome fate. Returning to the villa, Su Qing suddenly grasped his hand and pressed it against her heart. Remember, your current heartbeat rate is. The vibrations beneath her palm quickened abruptly.
She narrowed her willow-like eyes. Little Jiang, what have you felt? I need to grab the shopping bag.
Jiang Juanhao fled in panic, the lingering warmth of her touch leaving him in a flurry of confusion. As the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom, Jiang Qingqing slipped into the guest room, clutching a pillow. Just as she burrowed into the blankets, the door lock clicked softly. Su Xianwan appeared, her damp hair disheveled,
adorned in a pajama set featuring a Psyduck print.
The two girls resembled delightful, fluffy little cakes, tempting one to take a bite of their youthful, collagen-rich faces.
Brother, tell us a story. They chimed in unison. Jiang Juanhao finally understood the meaning behind torturous little fairy.
As he gazed at the two small mounds rising from the bed, he suddenly recalled the hypnotic props from the virtual marketplace. He was about to exchange them to usher the two back to their own room, certainly with no ulterior motive.
Suddenly, Su Xianwan threw back the covers. Tell us the story of Mom running away from her wedding. Ah, that. Su Qing's languid voice floated from the doorway.
Leaning against the frame, the hem of her silk robe slashed up to her thighs, she teased, I won't tell you, hee hee. Despite her playful banter, her gaze remained fixed on Jiang Juanhao's expression.
She stepped forward, leaning in close to his ear, still worried about this, huh, little Jiang?
Jiang Juanhao appeared perplexed until Su Qing playfully gestured with her hand, forming a circle and then a finger, causing his face to flush crimson as he realized the implication. Even Sister Wang Roshue lacked the striking allure of Aunt Su Qing. Indeed, with age comes an enticing charm. Youth is blind to the allure of mature women.
Ahem. Ultimately, Jiang Juanhao spent the night wide awake, with Jiang Qingqing clinging to his left arm and Su Xianwan to his right.
The night passed in silence, the cold wind rustling, rendering all stiff with chill. The following morning, as Jiang Juanhao descended the stairs bearing dark circles under his eyes,
Su Qing was already bustling about in the kitchen.
Today, she donned a champagne-colored silk nightgown, revealing her long, fair legs.
Did you sleep well last night, little Jiang?
Su Qing turned, the neckline of her nightgown slightly parted, revealing her delicate collarbone.
Jiang Juanhao swallowed hard.
She placed the fried eggs on the dining table, her fingertips barely grazing the back of Jiang Juanhao's hand.
Ah. I am truly at my wit's end.
Just as Jiang Juanhao was about to respond, he was suddenly pounced upon by two small figures.
Jiang Qingqing, clad in a pink princess dress, her doe-like eyes sparkling with anticipation, exclaimed, Ali-chan, isn't it beautiful? Hee hee, Aunt Su bought it for me yesterday.
She twirled, her skirt flaring out. After all, she was still a 18-year-old girl. Meanwhile, Su Xianwan wore a white little dress, a pearl hairpin adorning her disheveled hair. Brother,
are you going to wear a suit? Ding.
The transformation mode activated, young noble. You will master all etiquette, becoming confident, gracious, and eloquent. As the virtual panel displayed the prompt, Su Qing approached with juice and fried eggs. Today, she wore a delicate makeup, her willow-like eyes glinting with mischief. Little Jiang,
will you be nervous tonight? Of course not, I am a professional at renting a boyfriend.
Jiang Juanhao flashed a confident smile, his entire demeanor transformed.
Su Qing was taken aback, she preferred the innocent, bunny-like charm of the original Jiang Juanhao.
A thought crossed her mind.
Ding. Preference detected, transformation cancelled. Ah, the scent of confidence. Just as Jiang Juanhao was about to spread his arms and shout, he suddenly froze, feeling as if he was losing his mind. As night fell and lights illuminated the surroundings, Jiang Juanhao stood before a full-length mirror, admiring his reflection in a tailored suit. The deep gray velvet fabric accentuated his refined physique, with a Tai Chi necklace gifted by Su Qing adorning his neck. Su Qing entered, her black and red high heels clicking against the floor. She wore a wine-red backless gown that exuded sensuality, her long, shapely legs captivating, her willow eyes sparkling with mischief. "Little Jiang, are you ready?" Jiang Qingqing, clad in a white tulle dress, gazed at him with starry eyes. "Ali-chan, you look so handsome." Su Xianwan wore a black little dress, her hair adorned with a bow. "Brother, you look like a prince." Su Qing elegantly twirled, "Then let us depart." She suddenly leaned closer to Jiang Juanhao's ear, whispering, "Remember, tonight you are my fiancé. You must comply with whatever I do." The extended Lincoln slowly rolled into the estate. And through the window, Jiang Juanhao beheld a Gothic-style building. Luxury cars lined the entrance, and servers weaved through the crowd, offering champagne. Crystal chandeliers refracted dazzling light as Jiang Juanhao, arm in arm with Su Qing, stepped into the venue, instantly capturing the attention of those around them. Su Xianwan and Jiang Qingqing timidly trailed behind. The wine-red backless gown worn by Su Qing shimmered under the lights, exuding opulence and depth. She slightly turned her head, her red lips near Jiang Juanhao's ear. "Don't be nervous, just follow my lead." Jiang Juanhao, upon realizing the situation, found himself unable to lift his head. Not far away, at a banquet table, Tan Yuyu, clad in a silver high heel and a deep V-neck black gown that accentuated her perfect curves, swirled her wine glass, her tear mole catching the light. Beside her, Tan Yujie stood listlessly, her double ponytails adorned with strawberry hairpins, her white lace skirt fluffy like a cloud, her white knee-high socks appearing charming and alluring. Upon spotting Jiang Juanhao, her eyes sparkled with excitement. On the other side, Chen Xiuye, donning sky-high stilettos, stood beside a group of people, her wine-red velvet suit radiating an impressive aura. She whispered to a companion, "TSK, with a face like that. Such a waist not to be a model." In a corner of the banquet hall, Park Shang, hiding her face from the crowd in a black dress that accentuated her alluring figure, became mesmerized upon seeing Jiang Juanhao, unable to look away. As Jiang Juanhao was pulled towards the main table by Su Qing, he felt multiple gazes burning into his back. He lowered his head, pretending to be busy adjusting his tie. An elderly gentleman, sharp-eyed and sprightly, approached with a dragon-headed cane. "So you are the boyfriend that Qingqing mentioned? Quite the catch. Little Chang." He surveyed Jiang Juanhao's Tai Chi necklace with keen interest, suddenly smiling. "Young man, do you know the story behind this necklace?" Jiang Juanhao nodded. "Good. As long as you know. This was a token of affection I gifted to my granddaughter." The elder cast a meaningful glance at Su Qing. "It seems you are serious?" Su Qing's cheeks flushed. "Grandpa." Chapter 98, IK. "The teacher of misfits, are you feeling nervous, Hao?" Su Qing whispered softly into Jiang Juanhao's ear. "Me? No. I'm not nervous at all," Jiang Juanhao replied, forcing a smile as he raised the champagne glass to his lips. "Then why is your hand shaking?" Su Qing chuckled. "Is that so?" "Just a minor issue, a touch of Parkinson's," Jiang Juanhao remarked, just as the sound of glasses clinking echoed in the air. Grandfather Su's cane struck the marble floor, resonating like a thunderclap. "Everyone has seen it. Since Qingqing has found a partner, I, the old man, hereby announce, Grandpa." Su Qing suddenly grasped the elder's sleeve, her willow-like eyes flashing with panic. "We plan to get engaged first." With a wave of his hand, the crystal chandelier erupted in a shower of fireworks. Amidst the golden confetti, Jiang Juanhao felt 4 menacing glares approaching from different directions. Even with a restart, does there exist such profound affection? Haji Jia, you lot. I'm really scared. "Then Grandpa, I shall take him down first," Su Qing declared, not waiting for Su Shi to respond as she hurriedly pulled Jiang Juanhao away. He. Such a shy girl," Su Shi chuckled, shaking her head. "Wait, why are we getting engaged? Didn't we say it was just a pretense?" Jiang Juanhao questioned as Su Qing led him to a quieter corner. "What's the matter? Are you truly unwilling? You saw how wealthy my family is. If you bring your sister into the fold, you'll enjoy endless riches.
Su Qing teased, lifting Jiang Juanhao's chin with a charming smile.
Jiang Juanhao frowned slightly,
clearly contemplating the feasibility of such a proposition.
I think he began to speak, but just then, Tan Yuyu and Tan Yuji approached, both holding glasses of wine. Hey, are the two lovebirds secretly hiding here to flaunt their affection?
Hope we're not interrupting. Tan Yuyu adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses and smiled.
Tan Yuji stood behind, pouting with a resentful look directed at Jiang Juanhao. Teacher of misfits. You're such a big fool. You were having so much fun with someone just a while ago. This girl. I recall we had only known each other for a few days at this point. Ah, is this not Mr. Tan? And the lady behind you must be your sister. You both are truly a sight to behold, aren't you, darling? Su Qing said, leaning in and planting a kiss on Jiang Juanhao's lips. Big sister. Are you trying to kill me? Jiang Juanhao stammered, cautiously glancing at the two. Ding. Tan Yuji's Dark Aura 10, Dark Aura 10, Tan Yuji's Dark Aura 10, Dark Aura 10.
Both of them indeed flashed a hint of menace in their eyes.
Ha ha. Miss Su, you've truly fed me a mouthful of dog food, Tan Yuyu remarked with a forced smile.
Not at all, Su Qing, clearly sensing their unfriendly intentions, exaggeratedly wrapped her arms around Jiang Juanhao's waist, pulling him closer while mischievously pinching the soft flesh at his side.
Teacher of misfits. When did you start dating an older woman?
Such poor taste, Tan Yujie retorted sharply.
Yujie.
Stop it, Tan Yuyu admonished his sister, who was wearing a deep V-neck black dress, the scent of cedar mingling with red wine, her tear mole glowing beautifully under the light.
Flat-chested little brat. Who are you calling old?
Su Qing shot back with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes.
Who are you calling flat-chested? Tan Yujie marched right up to Su Qing, old woman. Unwilling to back down, Su Qing stepped forward, their foreheads almost colliding.
The scene was too beautiful. Jiang Juanhao felt the urge to peek through his fingers.
You too.
Jiang Juanhao attempted to intervene.
Shut up.
X2 both girls yelled simultaneously at Jiang Juanhao.
666. I give the teacher of misfits, the magical kingdom, birth, what about you?
And the teacher of misfits has such a composed demeanor.
Can you handle it? Kiddo. Tan Yujie proudly lifted her chin.
Tan Yuyu and Su Qing exchanged puzzled glances at the black stockings and oil-soaked socks on their legs, then turned to Jiang Juanhao.
Su Qing's willow-like eyes curved into a smile as she said to Jiang Juanhao, do you like this, little brother?
If you had told me earlier, I could wear something for you every day and each day would be a different style, most importantly I can do it whenever.
Jiang Juanhao's breath hitched, feeling heat rise to his cheeks. Tan Yuyu crossed his arms, watching Jiang Juanhao with a knowing grin. Tan Yujie, you have utterly ruined my reputation. You scoundrel.
Jiang Juanhao nearly laughed to the point of tears out of frustration.
You. I still. Teacher of misfits. Jiang Juanhao rushed over to cover Tan Yujie's mouth. If she blurted it out, Jiang Juanhao feared he might not walk out of there alive. What? Su Qing and Tan Yuyu asked in unison. Ha, she means to say she has brought me joy and happiness, right? Ha ha ha.
Jiang Juanhao swallowed hard and smiled.
Not far away, a large figure was stealthily observing their conversation. Ah, is that Jiang classmate? No wonder he hasn't been attending class. Turns out he's getting married.
Park Xiang's face betrayed her sorrow. After all, her family was quite wealthy too.
Why would he choose an older woman?
It was a common misconception that a young and handsome man like Jiang Juanhao dating a woman in her 30s must be after her wealth, despite Su Qing's beauty and figure not being exempt from such judgments. As the saying goes, prejudice in the heart is a formidable mountain.
Since Mr.
Tan and your sister have no business here, please do not disturb us, Su Qing said, wrapping her arms around Jiang Juanhao with surprising strength.
We have some family matters to attend to. Then, in an impressive display, Su Qing swept Jiang Juanhao into her arms. With the two watching in silence, she departed, leaving them in their stunned state. Ding!
Tan Yuyu's Dark Aura 10, Dark Aura 20, Tan Yujie's Dark Aura 20, Dark Aura 30.
Tan Yujie suddenly felt an inexplicable headache.
And seeing her condition, Tan Yuyu had no choice but to lead her away. Inside Su Qing's room, Jiang Juanhao stood in the corner, watching as Su Qing approached him with a mischievous smile.
Jiang Juanhao involuntarily swallowed. Sister Su, we agreed that renting a boyfriend does not include other services.
Oh?
Did I say I wanted to do anything? Su Qing had him pinned against the wall. With her willow-like eyes sparkling, she appeared demure, yet her actions were anything but. Hey, what about the Tan sisters? Aren't you going to explain?
Su Cheng pinched Jiang Juanhao's chin, her gaze piercing into his.
She's just a tutor.
Jiang Juanhao hurriedly defended himself.
Oh? Is that so?
Then I suppose I should hire a tutor from the Han Kingdom to teach me some yoga poses, don't you think?
Appa? Su Qing whispered almost seductively into Jiang Juanhao's ear.
Chapter 99, once again confined to the small dark room. 10 minutes later, a notification chimed. Su Qing's favorability 20.
Favorability, 65.
The two emerged from the room, Jiang Juanhao wiping the lipstick marks from his lips, casting a mournful glance at Su Qing.
What's the point of kissing until it hurts?
This rented boyfriend business requires extra payment.
Alright, no problem. Let's go then, I would be honored to dance with you.
Su Qing said, wrapping her arm around Jiang Juanhao's waist as they made their way to the center of the living room dance floor. Jiang Juanhao found himself pulled into the dance area by Su Qing. Relax, Su Qing instructed, her fingertips drawing circles on his side.
Is this your first time dancing?
She inquired with a smile, her gaze fixed on his fox-like eyes.
I don't know how to dance. Wouldn't that be embarrassing for you?
Jiang Juanhao began, but Su Qing swiftly placed her finger on his lips, a smile dancing on her face. I'm delighted that little brother Jiang is dedicating his first dance to me, it makes me very happy.
Ding!
Jiang Juanhao's darkening value 10, darkening value 15. Don't say such things, he stammered, at a loss for words as Su Qing continued to lead him through the dance steps. He tried to keep up with the rhythm but inadvertently stepped on her foot. Oh, sorry. It's all right, Su Qing replied, suddenly leaning in close, her lips almost brushing against his earlobe. Step on my foot a few more times, and you'll owe me later.
What? Jiang Juanhao asked,
his face flushing with doubt. She let out a soft giggle, the tip of her high-heeled shoe intentionally grazing his polished shoes.
I mean,
if you keep stepping on my feet, she whispered, her lips nearly touching his ear, you'll owe me a new pair of stockings.
Jiang Juanhao swallowed hard,
the sweat from his palms soaking through his white gloves.
He could feel the scorching gazes of onlookers, both men and women, directed at them.
Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Su Qing suddenly leaned back against his chest. Amidst gasps of surprise, he instinctively tightened his grip around her waist, feeling the warmth of her skin beneath his palms. That lean was perfect, I give it full marks.
Chen Xiaoyue's applause rang out unexpectedly as she approached the dance floor,
the ice cubes in her glass clinking.
Su, your taste is impeccable, your partner is a university student, right? You are the Chen family's daughter? Too kind.
Of course, I know my boyfriend is handsome, Su Qing replied politely.
But I wonder if he is the real deal or just pretending? With that,
Su Qing rose from Jiang Juanhao's embrace, her fingertips brushing against his flushed ear.
President Tan was joking, we're genuinely engaged.
She suddenly tugged at Jiang Juanhao's tie and, before the crowd, pressed her lips against his, sealing the moment.
Click.
The instant the flash went off, Jiang Juanhao caught a glimpse of Park Sang's phone capturing the moment,
as well as Chen Xiaoyue's champagne glass, which was about to crumple in her grip.
Park Sang met Jiang Juanhao's gaze and jumped, nearly dropping her phone to the ground as she hurriedly lowered her head, her movements frantic. As Su Qing pulled Jiang Juanhao away from the dance floor, he felt as if the penetrating gazes were burning holes into his back.
Goodness!
They want me to dance just to ensure everyone remembers that I am Su Qing's husband. Clever, very clever.
Don't mind them, Su Qing whispered in his ear. Tonight, you are mine. Cough.
Jiang Juanhao nearly choked on his own saliva, caught off guard. Only for tonight's banquet, he quickly corrected. Su Qing shrugged her shoulders, suddenly halting her steps.
Where are Qingqing and Xianwan?
Jiang Juanhao looked around and spotted Jiang Qingqing sitting in the dessert area. hugging a penguin plush, while Su Xianwan expressionlessly piled cake onto her plate.
Ching. Xianwan. Zhang Juanhao waved them over.
Jiang Qingqing immediately bounced over, her eyes sparkling with excitement.
Ali Jian. The cake is so delicious.
If only she had cream on her lips, her head drooping in exhaustion.
It's all right, Qingqing, I'm here. Zhang Juanhao said, affectionately ruffling her hair. MHM. Zhang Qingqing nestled into Zhang Juanhao's embrace, feeling secure.
Su Xianwan followed behind slowly, a bow on her disheveled hair. Let us go home, Su Qing said, wrapping her arm around Zhang Juanhao's waist, the faint scent of lily of the valley wafting through the air. In the back seat of the stretched Lincoln, Zhang Juanhao slumped against the leather seat, his tie hanging loosely around his neck. The two girls were already sprawled out, Zhang Qingqing resting on Su Xianwan's lap, fast asleep, while Su Xianwan's hair bobbed with the bumps of the ride. A macaroon clutched in her hand. Gazing out at the fleeting night scenery, Zhang Juanhao suddenly felt a tightening around his waist. Unbeknownst to him, Su Qing had leaned in, her lips brushing against his ear. Little brother Jiang, you performed admirably tonight. Su Jie, he began, only to have his words silenced by her lips. Su Qing's pearl earrings grazed his throat, the mingling scent of lilies and alcohol fermenting in the confined space. Call me Qingqing. Her fingertip traced the kiss mark on his collarbone. You did well tonight, your reward is helping me remove my makeup. Ding. Su Qing's favorability 10, favorability 75. Just as Zhang Juanhao was about to refuse, two soft bodies suddenly crashed against his back. Zhang Qingqing, in a sleepy daze, crawled over, clinging to him. Ali Jian. I want a hug. Su Xianwan followed closely, the penguin plush landing perfectly on Su Qing's face. With gritted teeth, Su Qing hoisted up the two inebriated girls. Little apples, do you want to see your brother dressed as a maid? Yes. X2 Zhang Juanhao shrank into the corner in terror. I refuse. However, the three of them grinned mischievously as they leaned closer to him. No, you won't refuse because if you agree, I'll give you 2 million, Su Qing said. A teasing smile on her lips. Zhang Juanhao's words caught in his throat, and he gulped them down. The black card he received a few days ago had already covered his debts, anything beyond that would be pure profit. Well, I've already worn it once. Wearing it again wouldn't be such a big deal, right? Zhang Juanhao thought, unconsciously nodding. As the intelligent assistant activated its lights, Su Xianwan suddenly entered drunken mode. She staggered toward the shoe cabinet, attempting to put the limited edition high heels on the penguin plush's feet. Mommy wearing shoes. Zhang Qingqing clung to Zhang Juanhao's back like a koala. Ali Jian, lift me up high. Both of you, stop it. Hey! Su Qing yelled, dragging the two girls toward the bathroom. Teacher Jiang, prepare 3 cups of honey water. I'm not anyone's servant. 1,000 per cup. All right, master. I'll prepare it right away. In the kitchen, Zhang Juanhao stared at the pregnant woman's nutritional meal plan popping up from the smart fridge. His hands trembling as he nearly knocked over the honey jar. Suddenly, a pair of delicate arms wrapped around his waist, Su Qing resting her chin on his shoulder. What naughty things are you looking at? And nothing, he stammered, hurriedly closing the interface. Oh. Su Qing's fingers slipped beneath the hem of his shirt. Should we solidify this misunderstanding? Chapter 100, you can find 10,000 if you wish. The following day, Zhang Juanhao awoke early, alone. With the reward from Su Qing. Along with his admiration points and personal savings, he now possessed a staggering 3.78 million Koan coins. Noticing that everyone else was still asleep, he casually grabbed some bread from the refrigerator downstairs and headed to the bank to settle his debts. After clearing the final payment, he gazed at the remaining 2 million in his account, feeling a sense of disbelief. So much money! What a thrill! Standing before the self-service kiosk, he couldn't help but exuberantly pump his fists. Exiting the bank with a sense of joy, he contemplated purchasing a small gift for Su Qing as a token of gratitude. Suddenly, a commotion erupted not far ahead. Adhering to his principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, Zhang Juanhao considered taking a detour. I didn't do anything. She just jumped out at me. A voice with a neutral tone rang out.
Jiang Juanhao paused, recognizing it as Lin Yu's voice. Could it be that this little rascal had been a victim of a scam?
As he made his way toward the crowd, he saw Lin Yu on her bicycle, with an elderly woman sprawled on the ground, resembling a typical citizen from the neon country. The woman clung to Lin Yu's leg, crying out in distress.
This young girl hit me. My leg, my arm, my elbow, everything hurts.
Nearby residents, especially a few elderly bystanders, chimed in, "Don't be afraid, young lady, just walk away. This old hag is a scammer, she has tricked many here. Don't be scared. Indeed, that old thing has no shame, preying on the young,
banking on their inexperience to deceive them."
The crowd buzzed with indignation, pointing fingers at the elderly woman.
Oh dear. Oh no. The elderly woman, realizing the collective disdain directed at her, began to shout even louder.
As Jiang Juanhao squeezed into the throng, he noticed that Lin Yu was clad in a black hoodie, her short hair tousled, with earrings dangling from her ears. Lin Yu, now visibly flustered, suddenly had a spark of inspiration. "I have a sports camera on this bicycle." Recalling their previous encounter, where his talent, transformative Martin, had frightened away a scammer, Jiang Juanhao seized the moment.
The crowd regarded him with newfound respect, showering him with admiration before dispersing.
As he reveled in the dizzying effects of his talent, Lin Yu exhaled in relief and kicked her bicycle's wheel, saying, "Thanks, brother.
I'm Lin Yu." She then leaned in closer. "You were just pretending, right? Your phone wasn't even recording."
"Same here," Jiang Juanhao chuckled, gesturing to her hoodie pocket.
"I bet your camera wasn't even turned on."
"I'm Jiang Juanhao," he introduced himself.
Ding.
Lin Yu's favorability increased by 30, total favorability, 60, demon body.
Automatically adds 30 favorability with the opposite sex.
Let us add each other on WeChat, I feel we have a connection.
When you're free.
I'll treat you to a meal, Lin Yu said, shaking her phone with a smile.
Alright, then I'll make sure to treat you well. Jiang Juanhao replied with a grin.
After parting ways with Lin Yu, he decided to buy some ingredients to cook a meal for Su Qing, as a gesture of thanks for the more than 3 million he now had.